Hello, everyone. How are you all doing tonight? Playing some Age of Wonders 4, the final scenario for the Rise of the Godir. I believe I'm pronouncing that right. Godir, however you want to say it. It's a game that I have played a lot of, and it's a very, well, I'll just show you what it ends up looking like. Just going to turn the in-game audio on now so it doesn't deafen everyone as I kind of crank it up. There we go. A bit of the soundtrack in the background as I ramble about it. Now then, let's take a look at Age of Wonders 4. Make sure this all set up. So I have a existing character already loaded, but I'm not going to play that one. We're going to make our own going forwards. Let me just resize myself down to more reasonable. We're going to new scenario.
Destination.
We're going to choose Grexalis, the 5th scenario in the Rise of the Godir plotline. You sure you're playing the most random games you can think about, don't? Yeah, I just decided I'm going to play whatever. This is the whatever, whenever stream, so... Anyways, we're going to be playing the 5th story realm here. I've already played the first 4, and the 5th one is kind of the culmination. So we see as the spearhead of the Shedrai Alliance invade the fractured world Grexalis, hidden in the mists of the Astral Sea. I'm to face the Custodian, which the Archons left in this world to guard the ancient magic. So essentially, we're just breaking into somebody's realm and taking their stuff. Is it playing with stuff? I don't think I've got that planned yet. I might do a marble stream later, though. If that was what you're talking about. I still have to get that whole thing set up with chat integrations. Anyways, so the specialty about this world is it is a fractured world, so there's a bunch of astral voids, which we cannot traverse over. Astral rifts are the only infestations, which are these sort of random monsters, think like barbarians and Civ. It's a forbidden domain, which means that the Celestials have said no going in here, not that we can read the signs. So, with the exception of the Custodians, they are permanently affected by Condemned. In this case, Condemned means that you are weak to status resistances. So, this means it's more easy to poison or bleed or freeze or otherwise inhibit people, so we're going to try and play that to our advantage. There's a bunch of holy protectors, which means that there's a whole bunch of sort of celestial holy types, which means that undead are going to take extra damage from them. We might want to avoid that. And lastly, there's the Custodian's Dogma. All civilized inhabitants are subjects of the Custodians. So, the free cities are rare, which is kind of the random non-player civilizations spawned on the map. They tend to typically only have 1 or 2 cities, but they can exist, so we're just going to select the realm here and go ahead. I'm going to set the difficulty to normal since I've not played through this fully and I don't know exactly how strong the hard AI gets for it. Plus, this will give us a good realm to go with. You can see there's a bunch of pre-made characters here that it starts you with. These are various characters that have appeared over the story of the game, so it's nice to see many faces here making returns. In this case, rather than go with one of these, we're going to create our own faction. So we're going to go ahead and select this. So we're going to choose first our physical form. Obviously going to pick feline. This should be a no-brainer. So as you can see, we've got the sort of male and female type here. So we have different traits here. As you can see, when we click through different forms, they get different body and mind traits to begin with. But in this case, we're going to change around the cat folks. They start with Resolute, which means that negative status effects last a little less time. To tell you the truth, that's actually not a bad thing, considering that we have the extra spiritual, weakness. Where is it? Yeah, the status resistance. So we could take Resilient to cancel out one of the effects of the realm, but I think it might be better for us to play into one of our own strengths. So in this case, I'm just going to quickly look at the others, which is the mind trait. Oop, if it will select. So as you can see, the cat folk have the desert adaptation, making it very easy for me to get around there. If I'm in a desert, I can build farms, which normally you can't do. And it also gives us Sandwalk, meaning that we can more quickly get around deserts and aren't so impaired by them, unlike other people. Also, we will start in a desert, which, well, it is fun to spend some time in a litter box when you need to, but I don't think we're going to do that. Instead, we could go with Sneaky, which makes us much better at flanking attacks. We could go with Overwhelm Tactics, which means that when we gang up on people, we can do a lot of damage if we have additional troops. We can take something like Defensive Tactics to really bolster our defense and evasion. Evasion makes it harder for us to be hit by incoming fire. Cold-Blooded, which I believe is one of the traits added with the Dragon Dawn expansion. This reduces our morale loss. We can go with things like Arcane, Focus, or Adaptable to increase our experience. Now, I do kind of like the idea of Ferocious, given that we want to do very strong retaliation and opportunity attacks. Retaliations happen when you are attacked in melee, and opportunity attacks happen when somebody moves by you or away from you. There's a couple different choices, so... Tenacious is quite handy, though. Decisions. I think that... For now, we're just going to go ahead and give it a look. So, getting extra accuracy on range attacks is pretty handy. Party is never a bad one. I'm always torn on which talents I want to take for this. You can go with Tough, just for a little extra defense to reduce incoming physical damage. There's 2 types of damage, physical and magical. And the Resistant trait is what reduces the damage from non-physical. So that's just everything else kind of deal. We could also take a series of mounts. So if we wanted to ride around on unicorns, we could, getting our super cavalry. So we could be riding unicorns, which does seem kind of tempting, and I might actually end up taking that. I think, because it's fun, let's go ahead and select unicorn mounts. Actually, do we want unicorn mounts? I can get a unicorn myself, and I don't really like the idea of more people than me having a unicorn. I want to be the only one with a unicorn. So instead, we can get just some easy stuff. I think that I'm going to take the Resolute trait, because this reduces the time that status effects hit, but at the same time, Resilient for status resistance. But we're just going to go with Resistant, since we're going to be subject to a bunch of strange effects on this map. That'll be making us a little bit harder to kill by their magical nonsense. Then we could go for Sneaky to really get that flank damage, or just overwhelming them. I do kind of like the idea of just drowning the enemies with bodies with extra crit chance. That's very good. Critical hits inflict a 50% bonus damage, and I can just get more of them by having higher morale. So I think we'll go with Overwhelming and Resistant as our traits for our feline folk. And we've got that selected. We can choose what culture we want. So we've got the sort of classic feudal medieval era. We've got the high, so very much reminiscent of high elves. You'll see them in various games. That's kind of one of the classics. They've got a focus on awakening their units, which is a special empowerment. There's the barbarians, which, like you would expect, are very sort of aggressive and brutal. They have a very fun early game where you can go around raising and sacking settlements to get a bunch of resources. There's Industrious, which is very good at the underground map since you can prospect a lot. Also, if they're near mountains, they can prospect as well, which gets them a lot of resources. So that we could also then go to the Dark Civilization, which is heavily focused on shock troops and aggressive damage. You can see the large blade of this shock troop here, along with the heavy cavalry they have in the back. They are a lot of fun to play. Or lastly, we could go with Mystic, with the special magical powers that they have. And also note that their Ghosts is a scout unit here, so they can traverse the world easier. I do kind of like the idea of getting the Star Blades for the extra random damage and a bit of mana income. I think that we will go with Wizard Cats this time.
What defines their society?
Now we can choose our various different traits here, depending on what we want. We can choose to be Chosen Destroyers, deciding that we are going to absolutely throw hands with everyone. This gives us a permanent bonus for destroying settlements, and although we cannot obtain new cities, we can, well, basically play a one city challenge and destroy everyone from there. However, this does mean that we're going to be at a fight with everyone. But given that we're kind of set on annexing this realm, one city challenge is tempting. At the same time, we could also play aggressively with the old Ruthless Raiders, going on the evil side of the alignment chart here, with the various effects and bonuses that gets you. If you're good in the game, random events are more likely to be beneficial, but if you want to play evil and be very aggressive warmongery, there's nothing stopping you from doing that too. You just might get a little bit of a bop on the nose now and then. And I do like the idea of going with Mana Addicts, since we are playing the sort of magical group. We get the special bonus, which means that we get Lifesteal for all of our magical units. Have the Mana Addicted perk, which means that we can very much play aggressively and kind of heal our wounds by dealing damage. Also, our Battle Mage and support units have an extra rank. You can see we have a support unit here by the staff. We've got a tier 3 Battle Mage on a horse. We've got a tier 1 Battle Mage as well. So Mana Addicts is pretty good. This also puts us in line with the Astral Affinity, which we're already building up. So we're going to select that for 1. Now we can select 2 of these, and I'm just going to have to decide which ones I want. I could try and be a Great Builder, which would be at odds with my sort of astral self. You've got the Materium Affinity. There's a whole chart about opposing affinities. You've got the classic kind of order and chaos, nature, and sort of corruption, and then the material and the astral being both sort of more materialistic or magical. You could also be powerful evokers, which really gives us powerful magical units here. Gives us extra casting points, which is pretty good. I think we might actually do that since we start with extra battle mage and support units. This way we have a heavy investment into our battle mages. As you can see, they start with an extra rank and they get the empowerment. Plus, then with the powerful evokers, the more battle mage units we get, the more combat casting points we get, so we can throw more spells around. Yes, yes. I think that that is the way we're going to go with this. A bit of dark wizardry never hurt
Choose
anyone.
your first
Now
tome
we can
of
choose our
magic.
first tome, selecting what we want to go for. The Tome of Evocation is a pretty good first choice. The game tries to recommend tomes to you depending on which affinities you have chosen in the previous steps, being your civilization type, or your culture rather, and your societal traits. In this case, the Tome of Evocation would give us a lightning focus, making it so we can enchant our units to deal extra lightning damage. Gives us a nice little area of effect lightning zap ability. Note the 60% chance of being electrified has a much higher chance of proccing because the enemy's status resistance is lowered in this realm. Plus, it gives us a tier 2 battle mage unit, the Lightning Evoker here. You can see they have Lightning Bolt and Electrifying Arc. Overall, I'm pretty happy with this, but there's also the temptation to go with the Tome of Cryomancy in case I wanted to try and take advantage of the lowered status resistance and freeze enemies. You can see I can quickly freeze them and really stack up that status resistance reduction, along with putting them in a little ice case. So, there's temptation for this, but unfortunately we don't actually have any archers in our build, so this Frost Arrows ability wouldn't really do anything for us. Still, this could be a very good second tome if we decide to go that way. We can dip into that as our affinities kind of balance out. I think that for now, it's just going to be a choice between the Tome of Evocation or the Tome of Warding, since that gives us 5 astral affinity. We could summon Phantom Warriors this way to pad out our ranks and give us a nice little expendable frontline fighter in the early game. We get the Stabs, which allow us to bolster our units a little bit better, specifically the support units. Is the mark of invulnerability, and invulnerability, as anyone can tell you, is very good, although I can only cast 1 spell per turn, so I have to make sure that it's worth it. Could also open up with Magical Wards, which increases a lot of the resistances to incoming elemental damage, the lightning, fire, and frost, making up the 3 main types. Or I could also give a static shield to a unit, meaning that anyone who attacks it is punished. This is tempting. I think that for now, we're just going to go with Wizard Lightning Cats. So that we can choose between being a champion, which means all our cities have additional gold and stability. The throne gains extra draft, which means I can build units faster. And our non-hero units gain extra experience. This also gives us bonus relations with the free cities, but unfortunately all the free cities are already taken here, so siding up with them and being friendly isn't going to get us much. On the other hand, we could go ahead and be a Wizard King, a powerful caster seeking domain over a new realm. So, all cities get extra mana income, which I would like, because I'm planning to cast a lot of spells. The world map casting points and combat points increase for every 2 levels the wizard has. And I get the Overchannel ability to let me cast 2 spells in combat, which I like very much. So we're going to go with a Wizard King of our Wizard Society.
Reveal yourself.
And now we get to choose. So as you can see, this is the pre-generated form they get. So if I just want to randomize a couple of times, I can just hit this, and it will spit out a different character each time. The benefit of the Wizard King is that you can also be different from your chosen starter race. In this case, I'm going to go back to being a cat, wherever that is on here. See me cycling through the various forms. There we are. As you can see, this is the sort of start of our customization that we're going to do. We can choose between the 2 respective body types. We can set our physique, being skinnier or thicker. We can also change around the length of our arms and the length of our legs, being shorter or taller. We're just going to keep that all neutral for now. We can change the sort of tone of our wizard, being now a sort of lighter color. Or we can zoom all the way over to the multicolored rainbow. In this case, sort of a dull green. I'm going to see if I can't find a blue. That looks okay. Now, I'm going to just set these back to the left here. Sort of a default stance. You can see the weapons that it gives me to start with. I'm not exactly set on being a sword and shield boy, so I'm going to go for something else. Ooh, a Berserker's Great Axe. Now, I do like the idea of chopping people up while also casting wizard spells, so I think we'll go with that. We can choose our variety of heads that we want to go with. In this case, I think that I'll go with the sort of sleeker face. You can see the little whiskers there. Now, let's get the old head out and revealed. You can see we've got a mohawk currently that we might want to change. Also reset all the outfit stuff back to the left so we can get a better sense of our character. I think that we're going to change the color of our hair to a nice little blue. And we can change the hair's bottom color a little bit. This changes a little bit on the outside, but that being said, our eye color we can toss around as well. There we go. Nice little blue palette. Nice matching up to me, right? I think it looks good. Anyways, with that, we're going to go ahead and choose our outfit now. Got to get that drip. You can see I can go for sort of spooky mummy look. Or I can go for somebody who's more heavily armored. Very nice. You can go for these sort of more classic ceremonial robes, too. Ooh. There's a lot of different outfits to choose from. What do we want? I think that, being, as we can change this later, I kind of like this sort of heavily armored look to it. Big old mean armor plating with a nice little purple E with a stone in the center. So we're going to select that. A helmet would obscure a bit of our stuff, but ooh, I do kind of like that. I'm just going to take that off for a quick second and see how that affects our hairstyle. So, ooh, we can go with the full mane of hair. That looks quite good. We'll select that and then select a helmet for us. In this case, we've got the big old magical floating mystical stuff. So this makes us look really cool with big horns. And we need to, of course, select a cape as befitting of our rank. Kind of liking this classical sort of fur type with the long flowing back. So let's see what else is available. Ooh, we could go for the big old spikes and go for the very pointed Wizard King look. That is quite tempting to go with our gold and purple look. I'm pretty happy with the way that this has turned out, actually. So let's just go ahead and make myself a little bit big. Using the long arms, as I am a long cat. Yeah. So with that, we also have to choose our respective coloration for these. So we're going to go with a sort of dark blue background. And then I think we'll go with a white a little bit in the front. Now we have to choose a appropriate emblem. As we see, there's a lot of them. I think this is a bear. I'm looking for something cat-like if they have it. That's cat-like enough. Let's go with that. So, now we can choose the benefits for our race. As you see, currently they don't match up to me, but I can set their physique to be larger, and I can also make them long cats as well. Now we can change around their skin color. We're going to make them blue like me in a second. Where is that blue? There's a blue in here somewhere. There was one blue. I thought there was two blues. Maybe that's just for me. Oh well. In this case, we have our blue cats, as we see here. The armor color, we're going to change to sort of a yellowy gold to go with us. Then, as for their hair color, well, they can't unfortunately be blue like me, but I might be able to give them a sort of nice gray coating. Maybe a lighter color. Looks good. With one of the bright whites. Bumped the mic there for a second, but anyways, I can also choose the type of mount we have. So either we can go with the majestic white horses, we can ride around on mighty boars close to the ground. We can choose the great wolves, which I don't think we're going to do. Ugh, dog. We can go with another type of warg. We've got both wolves and wargs, depending on what your flavoring wants to be. You got the brown horse, and of course the majestic ponies. I think that we're going to go with... part of me wants to go with the majestic white horse, but another part of me thinks the pony is really funny, so... And if we wanted to, we could always go back in our customization and select the different traits. You see we had the resistant trait selected here. We could instead choose our unicorns, but for now, I think we're just going to go with our majestic white horses. We'll select that. We've got our race customized. We've got our Wizard King with its great axe here, and the benefit of Berserker's Rage. This means that when I'm on low health, I will just run around and start whacking people. And also with the Steadfast perk, it means that I cannot die. So that's very good if a whole bunch of stuff decides to whack me at once. It means my ruler cannot be instantly destroyed in one turn, which would be very annoying because that would send me back to the astral realm where I'll have to reform myself. Let's see if there's any beard customization I wanted to do. I think that this looks pretty good as is. Could you go with no sideburns? Oh, actually, no. Oh, these have a little tuft hanging down, I think. We're just going to go with the regular like that. There we go. So, I'm going to select all of that and move forward.
Your journey begins.
Now we've got the choice of our various stats here. So, in this case, it's giving me the name of Astral Lord. I can, of course, edit this using a prefix and then my own customization. Catboy, we're going to play as Lion Man. Yeah, I'm playing as a character here. Generated the name Lumos Brightstar, which, to tell you the truth, I'm quite happy about. So I'm just going to lock in both of those. And then I can hit the randomize button to change around these. To change the race name here. So in this case, it calls a bunch of different ones, the Exploring Catboy. I'm going to go ahead and call this the NekoboyBlue. I'd call it the NekoboyBlue and Girls because we got a little bit of both. So I'm just going to call it the Nekos. There we go. Nice little all-inclusive. So I like the title of Astral Lord. Could also go with Emperor if I wanted to, but in this case, we'll go with Astral Lord, Lumos Brightstar of the Nekos. Yes. Cat-like beings who move with feline grace. They have a natural armor against magical damage. They work together to bring down even the largest foes, and they've integrated magic into every level of their society, with mages at the top of their hierarchy. So, the people who have embraced magic to a degree few can match, gaining more than most from spells, but becoming dependent on it in turn. They have a talent for destructive magic, and it shows. So, this is all generated, so if I wanted to go back to my body trait here, I could change around this trait from resistant to, let's say, something like keen-sighted, or where's that one that increases the magical stuff? Well, there was one that gave me extra magical, because strong improves my physical. Maybe it is just keen-sighted increases the magical attack accuracy. So I could change that around, and then if I go to the finalize screen, let me see, it will change here. There were, where is it? Work together. Yes, their keen vision makes for great feats of archery. So, as you can see, the traits dynamically will change your sort of little generated blurb description here. So we're just going to go back and select resistant again, since we want to be very resilient in this coming round. With that, Lumos Bright Star of the Nekos is going to stride forward as a Astral Lord. I think I said that right? Let me just double check that. Yeah. Alright, I think I've got everything set here, right? I don't know why I kicked it over to Astral Lord, maybe, or Astral Lady. Maybe I just didn't set it right. Anyways, Lumos Bright Star of the Nekos. Onward into the mystical magical realm. Yeah.
Glory to all Godir, and glory to the Shadrai. The rousing hymn of the Shadrai was heard far and wide, as they gathered to use the Gildercoil and embark from Mage Haven to challenge the Archons themselves. For too long had archaic Archon dogmas controlled the cosmos and determined what should exist and what shouldn't. It was time to ring in a new age and break the chains that fettered the true potential of the Pantheon.
So, in this case, I am part of the Shadrai Alliance, which is the sort of baddies in this case, because it was more interesting, and also the scenario didn't let me choose. In this case, we're going from Mage Haven, which is the kind of space between worlds where all the various Godir collect and gather, and we're going to break into a place that the Archons have kind of sealed off and not let anyone touch. So we're going to do that to acquire power. Or at least some people are going for power. I'm going for cans of tuna.
Grixolis was the long sought-after target of the Shadrai. It was a world whose mere existence had been concealed by the Archons in great effort, as it contained the forbidden magic of ancient times. The Gildercoil not only guided the Shadrai to Grixolis, it was the very key to opening the World Vault itself. Coming to Grixolis meant to seek celestial judgment, but the Shadrai were prepared.
I don't know, Chad, are we prepared? I packed lunch, but we're gonna find out. So, as you can see, we're spawning into the level here now. You can see we've got an encampment right next to us with a bunch of, I think those are frost trolls. They're little brew jugs. We got our full stack army here. So, we can see our character here now, Lumos Bright Star. The new rulers emerge. Exploring your surroundings and expanding your domain is your first task, so we're gonna do that. Prepare to face your rivals. We got our Tome of Evocation. This is the kind of summary of everything we made in the creator. Feline body type, mystic civilization culture. We got resistant and overwhelmed tactics, making it so that we're really good when we're next to each other. Then mana addicts and powerful evokers to really double up on our mage's power. So our starting magic, we get the Fulmination spell, which means that enemies in 1 hex radius get zapped by 15 lightning damage and have a 60% chance of becoming electrified. We've also got Cosmic Ablation, which is a stronger single target spell, dealing all 3 types of damage, meaning if, say, these frost trolls are really resistant to frost, we can hit them with fire and lightning still. So, that, here's the first choice here, the World Vault. Looking at the fragmented continent of Grixolis, you are approached by the Shadrai allies. A world sacrificed for a greater purpose, commendable yet in vain. Lilith Nightweaver, who's one of the allies I believe I have, speaks slowly and with gravity, as if every word she pronounced was a challenge in itself. The Archons did what they deemed to be just, but their strength was dwindling. Where they saw danger, we see potential. We have the Gildercoil, the only key to the World Vault called Grixolis, yet it may be only used when all of Grixolis is under our control. Well, let's hear more about that. We see? The Archons left a powerful warden to watch over this forbidden world. Yidgard Worldbender takes out a jeweled figurine and puts it on the pedestal. Turiel Tolorim is the first of the Godir and a loyal friend of the Archons. He could have become a god, but instead he became a mere watchman, waiting for a foe to strike him down. So in this case, we've not met this ruler, but they're one of the other players in the game. Yidgard crushes the figurine with his left fist. Some sacrifices are worth making. Let's discuss battle plans.
Enough talk. Destiny does not wait.
Yaka ignites the shards of the broken figurine until they incinerate.
It does not matter who or what stands in the way of our victory. We are Godir. We are Shatrai, god of the cursed times when we had to trust in the scheme of lowly mortals to achieve our goal.
Nothing can withstand our combined forces. Together we will cast a spell that shakes the foundation of Grexelis. So, we have a couple of options here on what tools we want to empower ourselves with. So, we can instruct Yaka to perform the Ritual of the Pyre. In this case, it has the effect for the rest of the game, which is every 2 turns in combat, all units not owned by Shatrai have a 60% chance of becoming burned. In this case, they take extra damage. So we can perform Numu's Ritual of the Drowned, which means that every 5 turns an army of drowned races from the Enchanted Archipelago rises, so we can get summons. We can do Yidgard's plan of Shattering the Earth, which means that every 3 turns, a random province owned by the enemy is hit by the Pyroclastic Eruption, which is very annoying for them, since it destroys their province improvement, which can be a, say, workshop or a farm or something. It turns into desolate terrain, which is incredibly damaging, and enemy units there take a lot of damage. Or we can go with Lilia's Ritual of the Mirror Curse, which has the effect of whenever a non-ethereal unit dies on the strategic map, if at least one Shatrai army is within a 5 hex range, there's a 15% chance of an astral creature of comparable strength spawning under control of the nearest Shatrai, randomly chosen if not more than 1. Heads in the way a little bit for these descriptions, but currently stands. I kind of like the idea of every 2 turns in combat, units getting set on fire, so we're going to go with that one. Burn. There we go. As you can see, we've got one of our allies here. This is the place of Yakopolis. That's Yaka himself. Then we've got over here, this is our town of Sorcel. And we've got Shadowhaven here, commanded by Lilith Nightweaver. I believe she was on the cover art of the game, giving me little chin scritches. Then lastly, over here, we have Nimu, who is our... she's the governor of Siren's Refuge, which would be this city. So she's a siren. So yeah. With that in hand, we are going to go ahead and look at our guys. So as you see here, we have a very powerful unit, a Mirror Mimic. So this unit is incredibly expensive. Note its upkeep is not only costing us mana, it's also costing us Imperium, which is the special resource used to unlock certain tech choice things. So its ability is that it's universally camouflaged, so it can't be seen, but it can also mimic other units, which is incredibly powerful, because the strongest thing that my enemy fields, now I can field. Plus, I got a Spellbreaker, which is my tier 3 battle unit. This is the... Normally, this requires me to get 10 population in a city and unlock the 3rd central structure, which I believe is a Astral Keep in our case. You can see they have a bunch of little attunements here with their Cosmic Bolt's basic attack and Star Purge, which is an incredibly powerful long-range attack. They've also got the attunements of our race being the Mana Addicted, so they get Lifesteal if I cast a spell. And they have Star Blades, meaning that whenever a spell is cast, they also get a random buff of damage, which can stack up to 3 times. So, and of course, Overwhelm Tactics, as we had, and the powerful Evoker's Court. So, really stacked unit. I'm quite glad to have that early on. Take a look at our early game stack. So as you can see, I have myself in this stack. You can fit up to 6 units in an army. You can have a total of 18 units in combat, which is the equivalent of 3 stacks. So you're encouraged to kind of build up 3 stacks worth of units and then go to town with those. In our case here, we have 2 support units, which I think is a little excessive. So we're just going to move one of them out of the way here. Just actually send them over to get that little pickup of production. We're just going to grab that. There we go. And zoom out a little bit as we go back to our town here. So we can set our production here. Currently, we're just generating gold and food, which is converting our draft income over. So we're just going to build a structure first. I think that I want to build the Evocator's Abode, because that gets us a income bonus of mana and draft and production. So in this case, we also get boosted by building a farm. So we're going to build this, and in 3 turns that will finish up. Now, we don't really need to build many units, but I think that another scout would do as well. So we're going to grab a Mystic Projection here. Yeah. Then, properly kitting out our army here. See, we have a Soother as our support unit and a Arcane Guard as our polearm frontline. And we've got 2 casters, being a pair of Arcanists. So I think that I want these high-powered units inside of my army instead. So I think that we are good to say goodbye to... who do we want to get rid of? Because I'm a melee frontline unit. This is a melee frontline unit. And I believe that the Mirror Mimic, if we look at it, it's not usually going to be in this form, but it is another melee unit, so we'll go with that. I think that we can probably afford to take out these 2 Arcanists like so. Move them here. We'll move our big army together like that. There we go. So now to get a good visual, we have ourself, our Great Axe Catboy, our Mirror Mimic, and our Tier 3 Spellbreaker Mage. So these 2 will be our range, and this will be our 1, 2, 3 wide front line. So I guess I can probably get one more of you to join the army. So that we will just move back into the army real quick, and that will form the complete ranks. So in this case, we have a spare unit, which we don't really need to do anything with right now, but we can use them to go scouting or get a second army going with this support unit. Either or. So also looking at the expansion map here, if we double click on our town here, we can see there's various tiles around us with certain benefits. In this case, this tile here, the fertile plains, have a pasture in them, which means that I get extra food if I build a farm there. Or I can tap into this gold vein resource. You can see certain buildings being available only in the region that has the appropriate resource. So, with that said, I think I'm going to take our scout here and go ahead, wander off this way. See a border of a infestation, an astral rift, which hosts otherworldly foes. I'm just going to shrink myself down a little bit more so that you can kind of see me in the corner here. There we are. Just about almost got it. Yeah. There we are. Perfect. And if I need to get big, I can. Alright. Anyways, back to the game, as it were. So, you can see an astral infestation here. So, this means that we're going to have to deal with the invading forces from this, which are just hostile to everyone. Unfortunately for us, it is a gold-rated infestation, so that means that it's going to be a big challenge. Hopefully, it's going to stay sleeping, so it's going to be idle for at least over 9 turns, which means that we're pretty safe at the moment and don't have to worry about it, although I would like to expand this way since there is iron, which gets me extra production. Also, the mana node here. So, if we zoom out, we can see this very nicely detailed, sort of stylized map. I quite like how they do the world map in this way, with it being sort of drawn very much like you'd see tabletop maps. But in that case, we have our Soother here, who has moved as far as she can. You can see the sort of desolated terrain here. And lastly, we have these Marauder Guards. So we can see they have a Brewer Ogre leading the way, a Frosty unit, along with a Gortus Piglet and a Lesser Magma Spirit. So, in any case, we are going to go ahead and get into a fight. So we're going to order the combat here. Now, I can choose whether I want this unit to join in or not. In this case, I'm going to decline because I want experience to go across my army here. It means that, actually, I'm going to decline this battle. I'm going to select that little Arcanist we had before and move her over to here. Because this way, I'm distributing my experience across my smaller units. I could probably also get away with taking out the Pikemen. I think that we will do that. We're going to try and gamble this and see if we can't get this with only these 4 units and see how that goes. So, we have the option of doing auto combat, which we could do, but I want to show off the fight. As you can see, our strength rating is greatly above theirs, so this shouldn't be very hard at all. You can see it adds only a little bit just by bringing those units in. We're going to go into a fight. The first of many to come. And I'm going to take a bite of my cookie. So you can see the various effects going on there, getting me bonuses. In this case, you see I got extra casting points from that. I'm at 55 out of 45 because of my extra mage units. So, in this case, I could choose to add some casting combat points, which is very nice, since this means that I can get even more spell power. I'm looking to cast a lot of spells. With the option of just trying to run forward and get hit by them. You can see their maximum range here and the hexes that they could then threaten. Also, this being a ranged unit, they would be able to move forward a little bit. You can see the different dots that represents how many action points they have. So if they stay still, they get 3. If they move a little bit, they get 2. And if they move really far, they only get 1. So Certain abilities are limited by having only a 3 action point cost. So if we take a look here, I would need to stay stationary to do Star Purge on them, which unfortunately I don't have the range for. So, oop, we're just going to cancel that. Okay, why are you not letting me cancel? And we'll just do that. There we go. So, anyways, I don't see a reason for us not to move forward. The Brewer Ogre is decently out of range, although he does have a Frigid Belch, which we have to watch out for. So we're just going to move ourselves up to here. In this case, my hero is a shock unit, which has a powerful charge strike, meaning that if I move further before impact, I get a lot more damage. So we're going to try and make use of that. We have the ability to mimic a target unit, which copies their effects, but if we transform into lower tier units, we become stronger and weaker if I transform into higher tier units. So, given this is on cooldown, we're just going to move it forward and then try and probably copy that Brewer Ogre. And as for our Soother, we're just going to move up here. As you see, this is the Lucky Clovers, which increases our crit chance. So we're going to set up in there. And I believe we're just going to activate our shields. That improves the defensive radius. So this is just like kind of ending your turn and going to guard mode. In this case, it gives extra defense to the Soother itself. And it gives immunity to flanking. Plus, it gets +3 resistance and status resistance to nearby units. So as you can see, the resistance stats here are heavily buffed up by the warding. So, take a look at the unit card. You can see here, its status resistance, I have a 52% chance reduction. So, pretty good chance at not getting burned by the fire attacks here, which have a 60% chance base. Yeah. We're just going to move up our various troops into the good position. In this case, we have some cover, so we're going to get into this and set up defensively. Yeah. Just going to end our turn there. Now, you can't cast spells on the first turn of combat, but in the coming turn, we are going to. So, see the Ritual of Pyre, which was our chosen effect, trying to burn stuff. I believe that the little magma elementals are immune, as they should be. So you can see the little gore tusk piglets moving forward here. Now then, you can see the foliage is currently on fire, which is not good, so it means we don't want to stand there. At the same time, we might just want to eco check it, because we could get a good old blast of damage onto them. Firstly, we could just fire our basic magical attack, but before we do any of that, as you see, I right-clicked there, and I didn't mean to do that, so we're just going to... That's weird. Normally... Ah, there it is. So we can undo our action as long as we didn't trigger anything to happen. So, in this case, I'm thinking I'm going to rush forward and hit him with something, but I want to cast a spell first. So, given that this Brewer Ogre seems to be our biggest threat, I think that we're going to go on it. We're going to cast a good old zap on it. It's got fire, weakness, and frost resistance. Luckily, I do 10 of each damage, so... As you can see, the Star Blades activated there, giving our units extra damage and lifesteal, so we're going to try and take advantage of that. Now, we have the Soothing Breeze, which can improve the health of our units, but given that we're not really hurt right now, I don't think we need that. Plus, we have lifesteal. So we're just going to go ahead and fire a Cosmic Blast at, I believe, this unit. Yes. Little magical missile there. Now we have our Mimic, which I want to try and mimic this Brewer Ogre. So we're going to transform here. As you can see now, we have a Brewer Ogre with 110 hit points compared to their 90. So I still retain the stats of the Mimic, but I have its various abilities. So I can strengthen myself, or I can just move forward and beat the snot out of somebody, which I think I kind of want to do. I'm a little worried that he's going to come forward and then smack me up pretty good, given that his attacks do kind of hurt a lot. But, regardless, we can just move forward and then hit him as best we can. So, let's see. I think that just taking out that one would be pretty good, but at the same time I could get up and get into fisticuffs, but he'd have the advantage in that case because he'll retaliate, and then next turn he'll stay there and punch me 3 times. So, in this case, we're going to move forward here and just proceed to beat the snot out of this little elemental. Now, I can advance the combat speed a little bit to make things go faster. In this case, the Gore Tusk Piglet here, I can charge them, which will mean that it cancels their defense mode and starts a good chance of them bleeding. But I'm going to get myself a little bit further back first. Oop, that's a little too far. I'm going to back up a little bit more, and then I'm going to go for a bigger charge, since this will increase the damage of my charge. So, go ahead and do that. Give them a good old whack. As you see, their defensive mode they were entered has now been canceled. We're able to do some devastating damage there, or we can move over here and deal a little less damage. But we would also stand here and be burnt, which would be bad. In this case, I think that we're just going to go ahead and take this, because if they try and do anything to me, they're just going to get shocked and destroyed. Or we could just land a critical hit and kill them flat out. That works too. Yeah, we'll take that and end the turn. Take another bite of my cooking. So, unfortunately, our Brewer Ogre here, which is our Mimic, has gotten flanked and is being attacked by this one. So, we are going to go ahead and do our best to attack this. So in this case, we're just going to run over here and give him a good old charge strike to try and eat that retaliation attack away. Oh, fortunately, it went onto my hero, but by spreading damage, all my units can heal up equally next turn. You can see my shot is blocked here. If we press Ctrl-C, it is a long-range shot and obscured by the unit, our big Brewer Ogre in the way. So taking that shot would be bad. If we look at better positions, there is a better spot for us to be. In this case, we're going to go here to improve our crit rate and fire some magical bolts to weaken them. And because we have the extra shot, we're going to fire one more blast. And that might be a kill. All right, we take that. So, as you can see, we took a little bit of damage there, but that'll heal up in time. Just close out of that, getting ourselves a little bit of resources, and go on from there. In this case, we had gotten our mystical projection built because we had scheduled it, but we got some draft from that, so that very quickly finished it. I could go for a third mystical projection, but I also want to consider how much gold I'm spending right now. Since they only take gold, I can put out a couple of these guys and send them around the map, but it does come with the caveat of me needing to figure out what I want to spend my money on and stuff. So, in this case as well, I'm going to give a Whispering Stone to my city. Normally I give these to free cities, but since there are none, I'm just going to distribute that to myself to improve my city stability a little bit, which gets me bonuses later on. Anyways, since I don't really see anything else for me to do right now, I'm just going to send out my scouts and look for more places to fight. Ooh, we see a mana collection node there, which we're going to grab in a bit. Yeah. Right now, I'm just going to put my army back into friendly territory so they heal 20 hit points. You can see it highlighted in yellow down at the bottom. And then I think that's all we really have to do. See, we've got our backup troops here, which we're going to move back into our army. And I believe that that will be that. We just got our last little Arcanist here, who we're going to use as a scout and send them off. Yeah. Anyways, they are good to wait here, so we're just going to order them to wait. We can set our research, which gives me a choice of what I want to do. We can do the Lightning Torrent spell, which would let me zap units on the map, or I can get Lightning Blades for my melee troops. I'm not going to say no to Lightning Blades, so we're going to go ahead and take that. Also, my ruler has leveled up, so in this case, I get a choice of different abilities. You can see I've got one level up pip here, along with my Great Axe. So, I've got a couple different talents I can choose. I've got the Warfare skills, I've got the Battle Magic skills, and I've got the Support skills. So, just because I am a Wizard King does not mean that I have to go into spells exactly. If I wanted to, I could continue to go into Warfare, which I think I will. I'm going to pick up the Sprint ability since it allows me to quickly move around the battlefield and escape from melee. So, I want to always be charging with my Great Axe because I can get 60% more damage. Yeah. That... We're going to confirm on that. Now, if I decide I want to, I can reset the skills for free once. Every time that I try and do it afterwards, it will cost me Imperium. I believe it's 50 per level, so it does get expensive. But if you do want to fully rework your characters, you can. So with that, we have our Sprinting Kitty Catechist Lord. Yeah. And that is all that she wrote on this turn. So we see our 4 allies up top here. They're going to take their respective turns on the world, and we're going to go from there. Now, as we can see, the infestation kind of controls this area, but there's also roads. So the world is pre-generated with all of this sort of terrain and cities and stuff scattered about it. So if you follow roads, you'll typically find other players or other things that you might want to encounter. In this case, we see there is a cartographer. So we're going to try and get to that next turn. I'm going to take our other Mystic Scout here and go get this mana pickup, which is 46 mana in the bank, ka-ching. And because our units, if we take a look, I always forget which key it is, but we're going to take a look, and you may notice that their speed of 32 is very good because they are floating currently. This means that I'm able to get around the map pretty easily, and that I'm not impaired so much by terrain. They also have Pass Through, which means they can move through obstacles, and the Farsight perk, because they are a scout unit. So technically this unit can engage in combat, but it does very little damage. We're just going to keep moving them around the world. Trying to explore more. Oh, we can see just on the edge of our vision here, there is a tranquility pool, which is a special resource. So we're going to get that in one of these astral echoes. This is unique to the astral civilization that I chose. We're going to pick up one of these and see just what it does in a turn. As long as we're here, we're going to send our other little arcanist out into the world to find things. This is a small cage, which means there's a trapped creature within it, which is a unit we can get added to our army. Yeah. I'm tempted to try and take on an astral rift, given that it is something I could take. But at the same time, this is likely to contain tier 5 units, which, given that I currently have a tier 4 mimic that's still a little wounded, I'm not super eager to pick a fight with that. Let's go see what else is in the world. There we are. So as you can see here, instead of oceans in this world, now there is the sort of astral void, which is just a impassable expanse of, I think, just raw magic or something. So, that said, we are looking to pick a fight sooner or later. And I can see a treasure chest down here, so I think that we're going to order the troops to move out. As you can see, I heal much less when I'm out inside the world. I think it's only 5 per turn, as opposed to the 20 when I'm in civilization. So it is sometimes beneficial to go out, do some quests battling around the world, and then come back to hire some new troops or recuperate a little bit. In this case, we could build a new unit, but I'm converting 25% of that draft into food, so I believe I'm getting 5 or 6 food in that case. Let's see, does that say conversion? Doesn't say the conversion rate, but oh well. I'm not sure if it rounds up or down in that case. I could get some more troops here, but currently these are only tier 1 units, and I'm not super invested in them. I could also attract more population with the Imperium afforded to me, but I think we are just going to wait. So, Evil Presence, which was the Astral Rift I mentioned before, is just lingering. And that's all we got, really, for this turn. We're just going to end another. Anyways, you can see my allies doing their thing. We go over, we can see them kind of moving about the map as well. Everyone starts off more or less the same start, although depending on which civilization perks you can get some benefits or drawbacks, depending, of course, on the map. Usually it's benefits. So we see here, there's a Marauder Guard protecting what appears to be a pile of bricks. Very important. Production stash. Indeed, very important. So, in this case, we have a, this is a Flow Serpent and a Brewer Ogre again, along with a Vampire Spider. So, trying to, again, get some more experience for fighting, we're going to move our way over to here. We're going to order our Arcanist to split off from our army and hopefully go capture that. And then I think we'll also send our Pikemen out to look around a little more. Then the rest of our troop stack can just go over here to try and engage on that. We're going to send our scout to get the Astral Echo here. So in this case, we got a nice little mana reward and one of these. So these grant knowledge or mana on pickup. And once I get a special building inside of my city of Sorcel, I'll be able to add on certain bonuses to my race, I believe. It's been a little bit since I've done a full Astral playthrough, so I don't remember all of their mechanics, but we're going to play it by ear and see where it goes. So, in this case, rather than pick a fight, I'm just going to keep exploring. Yeah. Send our troops up here to collect that. Now, we see a wonder here. This is one of the, well, as the game Age of Wonders might imply, there is wonders in the world. This is a bronze wonder, which is a pretty easy one to clear, especially with the early game that we have been given. So we're going to try and see if we can't annex this and build a city nearby that we are able to then tap it and capture with. Speaking of tapping and capturing, in this case, because I want to empower the Evoker's Abode, I'm going to pay to attract a little bit of population. Now, I could go ahead and build a production booster here on this iron deposit, or I could build a farm here. I think I want to build a farm since this boosts the production here. Boosting means it reduces the cost of it by 30%, meaning I'll get a partial refund, and it automatically will apply. So if we go ahead and click this, you'll see that our abode has now been built. We're going to go into the next structure. So we can build a vendor to get ourselves some more gold, a stone conjurer to further improve our mana production and our mana and production income, which then, of course, will unlock the Masonic Hall. Certain structures require the prerequisite buildings to be built. So the boost for that is 2 farms. So I think we're going to go ahead and get a stone conjurer and then probably build another farm to the right here to further boost our stuff. Okay, so we'll send our scout along the roads here since it reduces the movement required. And go from there. Okay, so we're also going to go over here and get that small creature. So in this case, we got a Lesser Tide Spirit. So we're going to take that reward. As you can see, the little Tide Spirit, this is a small water elemental. it has the wet condition, meaning that it is very vulnerable to lightning and frost, but fairly resistant to fire. So, either way, it is costing us mana income right now, and I don't really see myself using this unit. However, there is the one benefit, which is that when it hits the rank of champion, it evolves into the Tide Spirit, which is a tier 3 unit. I could try and level this thing up, but to tell you the truth, costing 8 mana a turn when mana is much more hard to come by than gold, I'm not super attached to this thing, so I think that we are just going to dismiss it, like so. I will no longer pay the upkeep. Anyways, we'll just keep kind of looking around the peninsula that we're on and go from there. Enter. I'm going to take a big sip of water. You all get to watch as my face freaks out. There we go. Anyways, now we've got our orders to be issued, so here we see another one of those ancient wonders we're going to go over and explore. Now, if we want to enter, we have to have a hero unit in our army, which will be coming over shortly, since we know there's a fight to be had here, and then we can probably segue into this. I'm just going to order my unit to go to this Astral Echo. Now, it's worth noting, only astral civilizations can see the Astral Echo, so I'm not worried about anyone taking those, but the other pickups on the map, anyone can grab if they so desire. Here we see a River Troll, a powerful tier 3 skirmish unit, along with a Watcher, which is their battle mage, or this is a astral battle mage unit. Then we've got a collection of birds, snakes, and spirit birds. So I don't know exactly why they're all hanging out at the Tranquility Pool, but, well, I guess they just wanted a nice little Saturday swim. Anyways, moving further, we see now the the vampire spider. So before we saw the little vampire spider, this is the big version of it. So melee strike has lifesteal. Definitely a bit of vampiric action going on there. Oh, right, and see this, the Legion of Zeal. All the units in this realm have the Zeal benefit, which means that they have an extra spirit damage, and it does double damage against condemned units, which, conveniently, we are all condemned, so that's a little annoying. It means we'll be taking 4 extra spirit damage per turn when we fight them or get hit by them. In this case, I have the choice between picking up a boost for my scout units, which I could use at this point, or I could go with a magic shield to bolster my defense. In this case, I'm going to show my tome library, selecting only the tomes that I have. I want to look in the Tome of Evocation and see what I want to get. I could get Lightning Focus, which improves my magical units, or I could go for Summoning, or getting the Evoker, or the Lightning Torrent spell. I think that in this case, I'm going to shuffle my tome library since I don't really want either of the scouting perks. Instead, we're going to go for the Lightning Focus here, getting extra lightning damage on my mage units and the chance to electrify. In this case, electrifying does extra damage over time per turn. We're going to go ahead and select that. Get new Empire Development. So, as I said, this is the Affinities tree. So we have the neutral down in the bottom here, which is just however many I get up here. As you see, I get 5 Astral Affinity and 1 Shadow Affinity per turn. In this case, I have gotten enough Astral Affinity to unlock the first here, which is casting a combat spell, reduces the cost of other combat spells by 25%. So, because we are planning to do a lot of casting, I'm going to go ahead and pick this up really quick. As you can see, the affinities are opposing, so we have seen the Astral Affinity here. This is opposed by the Materium Affinity, so this means people with high Materium Affinity are not going to like us as much, but I'm not too worried about that. Same can go for people with the Chaos and Order trees and the Shadow and Nature trees, effectively. There's nothing stopping you from dipping into all of these trees, but it will just be a little bit messy trying to go through all of them at once. You have to decide whether you want to play kind of broader or if you want to go for some of the powerful things at the end, such as getting magical units with high ranks, or the ability to conjure a material web. You can get some very high things, rally the lieges, which means I can recruit a bunch of things at no cost. You can see acquiring population. If I want to play the green druidic side, I can get a very big boon on my cities, but getting there also takes a while. So in this case, we're going to go for our wizard cats and end the turn. Here we see we got a spirit hawk because we opened another cage. Now this, I'm just going to cancel that. No, stop that, you. As we see here at the end of this road, there is a Archon Blood, which is another special resource. Magical materials scattered across the world are divided into the ores, the liquids, and the plants. In this case, we saw the Tranquility Pool earlier. Getting all 3 of these gets you a special effect. In this case, that would be the Rings of Binding, meaning my heroes get bonus damage and resistance. Liquids would be getting Province Improvements with a little bit of a buff. And then you've got, for the plants down here, Imperial Essence, which improves our Imperium income. Imperium is a resource that is very hard to get, so finding a way to improve that is very good. Note that I'm already losing 3 upkeep, losing 3 Imperium from my unit upkeep, because that Mimic costs Imperium. That's a way of them balancing out some of the higher tier endgame units, so you're not just spamming a huge stack of tier 4 and 5 units. Now we're just going to move our scout over this way and check who else needs orders. You're going to go ahead and take a look down here. Now this Spirit Hawk, again, it costs us mana upkeep, but it does have Farsight, and it's also a flying unit, so it's pretty fast, and I do like exploring. So I'm going to treat this as just a scout unit for now, and accept the slight mana attacks, and go from there. Now we also have our Evoker, who's just going to be walking around. And we are going to go ahead and pick that fight in a turn, and go from there. Nice, you can see my Spellbreaker here, because the rest of my army has only 2 movement points left. They have stopped. But my Spellbreaker, if I want to have them keep going, they can, because they are on a horse and naturally faster, with 48 movement, as opposed to my 32 movement, I believe it was. Yes. Oh, there you go. Could also cast some overland spells, such as Lightning Blades, which I think we will do. In this case, we have 50 casting points, and it will take 80, so that's going to be 2 turns. And then our units will have Lightning Enchantment on their weapons. Now then, let's go ahead and end the turn. Alright, a new day dawns. So, this is going to be turn 5. As you can see, our Lightning Blades enchantment is ready. It's used up 30 of our casting points on the world map today, so we're going to go ahead and cast this. We can see our Spirit Hawks and our Pole Arms here are going to get enchanted. So we'll change their visuals a little bit. You see the claws on them are a little bit electrified now, along with the spear tips have turned a brilliant blue. So, here we are. Order our units around the map. Go from there. We see another Astral Echo and a Watchtower, which we're going to try and capture. Keep exploring the map. There we go. Another Astral Echo, getting some more mana. If I wanted to, I could also set my units to auto-explore, but because we are in the early game, I'm going to try and manually seek out different locations of importance. Let's see what's down here. So, I could try and expand down here, but given that this is all sort of the wasteland terrain, I'm not super hyped about that. It makes it very difficult to build on. Anyways, I'm just going to leave you there. You can wait. Let's see, you are going to go up here and take a look around this place. Okay, so pretty safe cave. Alright, let's go ahead and pick that fight, shall we? So, in this case, we get a event pop-up. So, as your troops move to attack the Flow Serpent and its collection of horrors, the enemy squeals and submits. Undulating flesh and writhing tentacles weave around in a grotesque show of panic. As your weapons surround the group of Eldritch Horrors from the Astral Sea, while terrifying in aspect, they seem to have no fight in them. At least, not for you. Will you leave the macabre monsters to their terror and attack them anyway? I could allow them to flee and spread terror, which gives me a little bit of negative alignment. I could put them down, which is a pretty easy fight. Or I could banish them. This gives me good alignment, which gives me a slight buff to certain things, but I do lose a bunch of mana. In this case, I want to fight. So, we are going to fight. Combat! Ah! See, once again, empowering ourselves. Shows the same sort of woodland map. So there's a certain number of maps in the game. Every world map is randomly generated, but some of the combat maps are static, which is pretty good for gameplay balance. If you had all random maps all the time, you could get some very skewed fights. Astral Pursuit. Vampire Spiderling, which could hit us there, which I don't like. And then we got the Brewer Ogre again. So I think that I'm going to move up to, say, here. And just brace myself. Go up to here again. And just deploy. We're going to set ourselves up for a good turn. You can see they could attack here, which would be annoying, but we'll just move forward and deploy like so. Bracing ourselves. We're just going to move ourselves along to here. Now, because our Mimic is a little bit wounded, we're going to go ahead and use the Soothing Mist ability to give it some more HP. Right-click on that. There we go. So there we go. It's got a slight bit of health back. Note that is only temporary HP. if you take damage in combat, you can heal it in combat, but that health goes away at the end of the fight. So if you do get hit in combat, it will add up over time. You'll have to heal at the start of every fight to be able to keep going. This is so that you don't just spend every turn at the end of combat healing up your units fully. Any wounds you take will last for the match. The ignite effect going off here, trying to immolate. Unfortunately, this astral serpent has blinked behind us, which is really rather annoying. Let's see. Astral refuge. So when this unit is hit, it becomes invulnerable and stunned, which means that I get only one shot on it before it goes away. In this case, we're going to try and mimic that brewer ogre here. I don't, unfortunately, have the range for it. So we're going to just keep ourselves here for the immediate moment. Hang on a second, I dropped something. Give me one moment, chat. Alright, the num-nums have been required. They attempted to run off the table. Either way, we can decide to zap, which in this case, I'll only get one attack off. I think that we're going to fire on this one. So, zap. Unfortunately, I forgot order of operations here, so I should have empowered my strikes first with a cosmic ablation spell, but it shouldn't matter, as this will quickly remove that unit from existence. There we go. Now, because I only get one hit, I want to do it with my hero here, so I'm going to move up to get a running start at him. In this case, you can see I have moved a little too far, but if I pop the sprint ability, allows me to quickly zoom over and smack them. Wham! 21 damage, and they are now refuged, meaning that they are invulnerable but stunned, as we saw before. This popping up on their status bar. So with that being said, we are going to move forward. This brewer ogre can unfortunately run up and whack both of us. So moving forward is a bit of a risk in that case. Anyway, I think that maybe just going into defensive mode would be the best thing here, because they can either attack my mage, which will hurt, or they can attack my mimic. I think that I'll go for the mimic. So I'm going to go here. We're going to mimic them. See, turning into a brewer ogre ourselves. Then we are going to drink. Drinking does sunder my defense, which is a little concerning. So I think we'll just go for a defensive stance instead. And you, because the brewer ogre will have to try and move up here. They'll only get one punch. I think that will be the best course of action. So we're just going to move here, giving them extra crit chance. And then we're going to enter defensive mode. And that'll be the turn. As we see, the brewer ogre here going for a punch on my spellbreakers. The astral serpent came out, but then got immediately counterattacked. Yeah. Unfortunately, this brewer ogre has charge resistance, meaning that I can't charge them regularly with my shock axe hero. But they can be countered by heavy charge strike, which is something higher tier shock units have, usually cavalry. However, I am flanking him, and I can beat the ever-loving snot out of him, so I think we're going to do that. Bonk. Why hit yourself? Why hitting yourself? Why you hitting yourself? And much like the end of last combat, we're going to go for an ending magical blast. Blam! They are out of here. So, again, that gets us experience across these 4 units. I really only want to level up these 3 units here, but the Soother gets a little bit of juice as well, which is never a bad thing. Yeah. Next, we're going to head towards this ancient wonder here, Lob's Hollow, which appears to have unicorns in it. Yeah, with nothing else to do on our turn, we're just going to produce more stone and go from there. Oh, right. We did have one little more movement to schedule. There we are. Going to go to our allies. Oh. Now we've encountered our big enemy, Turiel Torim. The Onar race, which are angelicized. So, the first Godir. A harsh voice, which seems to resonate from the depths of the astral void, commands you to leave Grixalis. Leave, wolves. Turiel Tor. I'm just going to call him Turiel from now on. Comes forward, stern and immovable, like a lone rock within the tide. You have come to a forbidden world. Leave now and you may live. Stay and you will meet your doom. You cannot fathom the evil which I guard. It is not the warden you should fear, but the prisoners. Heed your allies. Empty Archon lies won't scare away the Shadrai. Yeah, we're going for his tuna cans. Tempting the untemptable. It need not be like this, Turiel. Lilith Nightweaver speaks with a tender voice, looking him straight in the eyes. We have much in common. Why fight against us Godir when the true enemy is breeding new darkness by the day? Would it not be wise to leave this post and join the Archons in their fight? When retaining the peace with Shadrai, we could become future allies. Turiel remains silent. It does not seem Lilia's words heed any reaction. So, in this case, declaring war. He had his chance. Alright, so in this case, we are now at war with him, so we win this scenario, I believe, by taking over his civilization's capital, which is somewhere on this map. As you can see, it is a very big map. Rotate the camera back to neutral, so given the scattering of our locations here, I'm going to guess it's either going to be in the top left or the bottom left. We'll just have to explore a bunch and find out. I don't entirely see why this is here. I see. Here. So we see the underground was taken. In this case, this is one of our allies in the underground world. There's 2 layers in the map. I believe the underground is slightly smaller than the above world, which kind of makes sense when you consider the volume of spheres and stuff. Anyways, since the, what are these? The mole folk, they seem to be doing pretty well down below. We're just going to leave them to it. And then keep looking for our enemy. Yeah. You guys can go over to Lob's Horror. Could explore here, but I'm tempted to take that fight, but I think I might also want reinforcements. So, order our troops back over this way real quick. And that will be enough for a full stack. We have a Soother we could quickly put into the army if we wanted to, which, honestly, I can probably take this with 5 units. Yeah, let's try taking this with 5 units. Alright, so, the Lair of Silk. No unicorns after all. Cave is dark and eerily silent as you approach. A thin layer of silky webbing covers the entrance. You and your party venture further through the maze-like cave, past cocoons filled with all sorts of creatures while searching for their secrets hidden beneath the cobwebs. Before long, the webbing gets so thick that it becomes noticeably harder to move. Then you hear something in the darkness. Though you struggle to move through the sticky web, you hear the excited chitter of the cave's many-legged inhabitants. They can sense their prey. So, we can either slay them, or we can set fire to the webbing around us. I can choose which version of poison I want. I can attack, which will mean that spider webs are there, which will slow things, rather annoying. Or I can set them on fire, which means that rampant fire, a bunch of stuff is going to be burning. Now, I think that setting stuff on fire is fun, so we are going to do that. Alternatively, we could retreat, but I could choose this challenge later, so we're going to set fire. In this case, we've got a couple of spiderlings, including a tier 4 hunter spider matriarch, a very powerful unit that we are probably going to copy with our mimic, so let's go ahead and get into the fight. So as you can see, a bunch of the map is set on fire as we ignited their webbing. They're going to take burn damage as they try and crawl through this, which is good for us. No creepy crawly legions going forward. In this case, now we're going to select our units. So we want to form a defensive line since they'll have to walk through fire to get us, and that is good. Going to move our front line up. Now I have 2 support units, so I've got a good chunk of healing available to myself. Means that I should be alright. Now they have the web ability and the ability to jump, which means that they can quickly reposition themselves if needed. We're going to see just what they feel like doing. In this case, I'm going to move my mimic up to the front since it is a powerful tier 4 combatant. I'm just going to brace myself best as I can. Moving up my mage as well so that I get a good position to fire from. Hopefully I can get some splash damage next turn. And then we'll just move our supports into position here. They're going to provide defensive warding. And that'll be the turn. See more of the fires kind of igniting around the place. They're going to do a jump right into the fire here, which gives them 1 attack against us. But they'll take 6 in return. That other spider doing this jump move. Very mobile, but only getting slight damage, which I can just heal up immediately after. Now, because the Mirror Mimic is a single entity, it does not lose any of its combat power as it takes damage. Compared to other units, like say these Soothers have only 4 models. That means that every time that they lose like 1/4 of their health, they lose a model, which means that they are then firing less effectively with their Cosmic Blasts. In this case, you can get a Charge Strike, but it will unfortunately retaliate against me, which is a little annoying. I think that we're going to go with a Cosmic Ablation to open up, so we're going to go Zap on you. And, because that was so fun, we're going to activate our Overchannel ability to do that again. Zap. You can see Star Blades affecting multiple units here. So I have a chance to Zap on you very well, which I kind of want to do. I think that first we are going to mirror this unit since it is... no? Can I not mirror you? Oh, okay, I can. It just gave me a null error. That's interesting. So I could attack and then get retaliated on, which is annoying. Instead, I think we're just going to go for some good old magical damage. I want to go Star Perch. That would hit both of them, but at the same time, doing a bunch of damage with magical bolts is pretty good, so we're going to hit them. Now, this is also healing our units, which is good. Just going to hope for a good old magical death blast here. We are slightly obscured, but it is a big target, so it's easier to hit. 70%, that will take it down, and then that lets us go to town on these. So as you can see, we will deal a lot more than we will take, so we're going to take that fight. Chomp, and chomp, and chomp. There we go. Yeah. Now, I have the option to try and engage on these ones. They're probably going to jump over and hit me. So instead, I think that I am just going to set up here. So it's possible they could go and jump into the fire to flank me, but I'm okay with that. We're just going to set up here and brace ourselves for the incoming charge. In this case, they elected to use a web blast, hitting 4 of us, which is a little bit of damage, which is kind of annoying, but okay. Well, you can see they jumped past and decided to try and flank onto my mimic spider. So I'm going to quickly rotate and punish them for that. Nope, they're just going to burn a little bit more. So I'm going to go ahead and hit them to deal as much damage as possible. Or I could try and go for a charge strike there, which will kill. Let's see, how much damage can we deal? We can get a pretty good amount of damage with these guys. All right. Let's see what we can do, shall we? I could also go for a 50-50 shot of magical blast there. I think I can get from the back, if I look right. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to go around the back like so. And this should now kill that spider. Blam. Which then frees you up to turn around and attack them, which we are going to do in a second. First, we are going to use our webbed soother here to zap them. As you can see, that killed a model, so this should mean that the retaliation does a little bit less damage. Attack. Attack. And attack. There we are. So they will retaliate with... Oh, actually, they didn't retaliate. Interesting. Why did they not? Oh, I see. They are blinded by our attack, which is a bonus effect, so they can't actually respond. In this case, then, we are going to... they could attempt to attack you, but I'm not too worried about that. I think I'm just going to go ahead and charge over and smack this one. Chomp. Could do a singular attack there, which would be rather annoying. I think I'm just going to use a final spell here, since it's pretty cheap, to remove them. Yeah. Actually, we'll remove these ones. Bam. Then we can just move you guys out of melee. Oh. Oh, right, because you're webbed. That's why. Okay. Well, unfortunately, they're going to live another turn, so we'll just have to deal with that. Oh, well. We'll get one more attack, I guess, which deals 2 damage. And, okay, deals a little damage. And then they should get killed by me this turn. Yes. Oh, they've just burned to death. Kill it with fire. The answer to all bugs. Wahaha. So, you can see we took a little damage across our army, but nothing critical. So, we're going to close that. Now, we've got the aftermath. So, we see the layer of silk. The spiders are dealt with. You can search the cave with ease. You find several cocoons, most of them empty or their contents decayed. Then, one of your companions calls you over. This one's still breathing. You quickly free the living victim, and after a moment of respite, he's able to speak. Thank the Godir for your arrival. My name is Lycros Baranza. That's a name. Lyrokos Baranel of Aster, a place I have apparently not found yet. We travel here to investigate the so-called safe haven, and then, well, he gestures to the other cocoons. I owe you my life, O Astral Lord. Beckons says, if you need my help in the future, you need only ask. So, I got a huge bunch of food for that. So I could send him home to Aster, or I could strip him of his belongings and imprison him. Given that this is my enemy, I get a captured enemy and a bunch of gold, and I get a little bit of bad points, but not enough to really break anything, so we're going to go with that. There we are. Now, if we go ahead and check our dungeon, which I believe I access through heroes, here it is. So if we look in our prison, we can see them here. So, inspecting them, they're a level 3 hero. They currently have a lance and a wolf, which is, well, that's one of the basic starting gears that you can get. Tell you the truth, I'm not too worried about them. If they had really good equipment, I'd grant them freedom and take their stuff. But as it currently stands, they're just going to sit in my dungeon and not be provided to the enemy. So there. In this case, Lob's Hollow is now cleared, and I want to eventually annex that, so I'm going to figure out how to snake my cities down this way, going into the economic view, which is located here. We can see the various tiles I would have to take over to get there, which is a little bit of a walk. So I might just build a small outpost here and then expand this way, which actually doesn't seem like a terrible idea. Could also build here. Eventually, I think I can convert this Ashland here into something actually usable. You can see ashlands are not really useful. I can only build a hut, which is a less effective farm. Either way, we still have plenty of time to look around the map before anything gets too spicy. Oop, we can see we've found some autumn fairies here. So, Lob's Hollow is ours. We haven't actually properly annexed it, though, so we'll just have to occupy it for now. Speaking of annexing, let's get ourselves another farm. Going on more production here. Oh, we see a basilisk and friends, so that will be our next target. Now, the Stone Conjurer has been boosted, but is not quite done. We could hurry the production along if we wanted to. I can also get a Tier 2 Town Hall, which unlocks my Tier 2 units, namely the Soother, which we've seen, and the Spell Shield, which is our shield unit. I'm going to go ahead and grab that as soon as I can. My hero has leveled up, giving them another level, so we can take the Sentinel ability, which means we strike first. So if anyone wants to fight us, we will instead punch them in the face first, which is very good. This also gives us bonus damage to retaliations, and since I only make one powerful attack, Sentinel seems pretty appealing. Alternatively, we could give them lightning weapons to deal a little bit of electrification. So I think that I'm just going to go with Sentinel for right now, since I like to hit back very hard, and let our Lord do that very well. So, as we saw, we have captured them, and other rulers have started a war. So, as you can see, war were declared and all that, so you can see all the various characters going about doing their thing. This little pikeman here is not going to be too much use to us, so I might actually disband them. Or I can just keep them around for right now and explore the map, which, that could also be pretty good. Oh, you can see another wonder down here, which I might want to grab, since this is nice looking terrain. Alright. Nothing else really to do for right now, so we'll just keep on going. You can see we've ended our turn here with movement left, so we're going to keep exploring up this way. Oh, looks like that's the edge of one of the enemy's territories. So I can see in the Fog of War, they've got a farm and a couple of other structures here, so this city's probably around here. We're going to go take a look next turn. Alright, that's all. Yeah, so there we can see one of their characters. This is one of their heroes. They have a druid's staff, a staff of decay, an evoker's robes, and they've got an orb of seeing. All items that I would like to steal. So, unfortunately, my mystic projection is not long for this world, but I can get information while I am here. So, there we are. We see the city of Arcadia, which I want to see. That is a Tier 1 village. So I don't believe that this is their capital. Right. Let's see. Their throne city has not been discovered yet. So this is just one of their cities that we're going to have to eventually conquer. So we have a nice little route that we can go up along here too. So we're probably going to try and expand that way once we've dealt with that infestation. We'll go from there. Anyways, we got our flying crow here. It's now captured that watchtower overlooking the sort of astral void. We go ahead and check out the world tree over here. A Tier 3 golden ancient wonder. As for you, you're going to take a look over here. The blighted tree, like the world tree, but worse. I'm just going to keep exploring around the place. Grab some of the knowledge stored in that little astral tier. I believe that's astral echo, actually. Astral tiers are different. Now we've got lightning focus, so we can improve on our wizarding units. We could also unlock the evoker, a nice little Tier 2 battle mage unit with lightning bolts and electrifying arcs, which is kind of tempting, honestly. I do want to generally be building my Tier 3 lightning spam units, which is going to be our spellbreakers, but this one could be useful as a stopgap. Alternatively, getting the extra vision buffs could be helpful. But let's see just what else we can get. I can get Storm Spirits to pad out my army with charged strikes. Evokers, a lightning torrent to do damage to them. I think that I want lightning torrent after all. So we're just going to shuffle real quick. With this, I can get my non-mystical units, the Starblades enchantment, which is quite powerful. You see, we need 2 more research cycles. So I think that we're going to pick up either lightning torrent to attack enemy armies or a scroll of attunement so that my other units get the Starblades. Starblades is pretty good. Adding on damage is very nice. I think we'll go Scroll of Attunement since there's no enemy armies right now. We can get our lightning focus casting. There we go. That's all there is really to do right now. I would like to found another city with another hero, but as it currently stands, I just need to decide where I want to set it up. Go into economic view. We can see we could set up here and then bounce down to this way. And then also bounce out that way, capturing a bunch of this stuff later on as we go, possibly expanding this way. I kind of like that idea, actually, of this just being our second city. So building on that pasture gets me extra food, and then I could expand down this way. Alternatively, I don't know what else is this way. For now, I'm not too worried about this. This means that I can get the Storm Scale and Plague Serpents, but I'm also not really needing it right now. I could also just build a little outpost here and then capture it that way, which honestly, I think that might just be for the best. So we'll do that. I'm going to go ahead and move along here. And then with our hero selected, we're going to... Where is that option? Here it is. Build outpost. So we're going to throw down an outpost real quick and then take this fight. So I could do combat against these, but these are not really a threat, so I'm just going to order auto combat and see how it turns out. In this case, my hero took a lot of damage, which I'm not too happy about, so I'm going to retry that combat and see if it goes any better. It's nice that they give you the option to auto combat, and if you don't like the end result, you can just immediately redo it yourself. Plus, it can have a combat replay, which shows you exactly what the AI did. Generally, the AI is pretty good, but in this case, we saw they like to get my hero punched a little too much for my liking. Just set this on the fastest mode since I want to be quick. Just going to advance our hero forward so you can see them still out of range for most of their attacks. Set our mimic up here. Put him on defensive deployment. Spellbreaker will go in the middle, like so. Defensive. You'll be moved up to here, providing warding, and you will be behind on the other side, providing additional warding for everyone. Yeah, just go defensively and wait for them to hit us. Okay, so the fire has been resisted, unfortunately taking a hit there. Right, so, see our serpent here did not have charge resistance. So, however, they do have statically charged, which means that when hit, the attacker takes damage. So we're just going to try and remove that before it happens. To begin with, we're going to go with Fulmination to zap all of these units. Zap, zap. And it gets me a level of Star Blades and Lifesteal. Next, we're going to follow up with Star Purge, which is going to deal big damage in a radius. Zap. As you can see, we got a lucky critical hit there, so very good for us. Got good shots on hitting that unit. Now, this flower here does have charge resistance and a bunch of other benefits. Hyper awareness, which is interesting since it appears to be a plant. As far as I'm aware, plants aren't the most aware individuals. It also has Demolisher, so it can go through some fortified things. Inquisitorial Mark, Legion of Zeal, Slippery. It's got a laundry list of enchantments, including Electrified, meaning that it's going to take extra damage over time. Poisonous Spores means that it can deal a lot of damage to a specific target, and it has a melee strike, which will hit us back annoyingly hard. But, either way, I think that going for a melee hit on you would be pretty good. I want to copy this Stormscale Serpent, so then I can get a better shot. Could also attempt to Magical Blast it at first, doing a bit of damage, which I'm not against. So, like what, actually? Let's go ahead and do that. It's the best shot here, so we'll just do this. 70% chance to hit, pretty good. Gonna go ahead and move forward. A Charge Strike will deal a lot of damage here, but I think that will be the best course of action. Alternatively, I could move up and get 2 good hits on you, although that will mean I get retaliated, which hurts. So, I think we will do that after. You can do 3 melee strikes, or you can do a little acid bomb. Alright, let's just move you up here and then smack you. Whack. There we are. You get up and smack it. Smack. And that'll be all. Then we'll just kill that plant next turn. You can see here, it attempts to do a little bit of damage on me, but I got first strike, so I hit it really hard. So we're just going to follow up with our casters moving up so we get a better shot, and then zap zap the plant to death. There you go. As you can see, better performance than the AI did, which is why it's worth manually resolving some battles. I'm going to go ahead and level up our character a little bit. We can pick Fighting for extra damage, or we can pick Lightning Weapons. Additionally, we have unlocked a signature skill, so we're going to take a look at what that could be. So, a couple different options here. We could learn Blink, which lets me teleport and get high evasion. Very good for getting out of a sort of tight spot. I might want to take that since that also gets me Astral Affinity. We could take Demon Step, which does a similar thing, although it does damage to the surrounding area. can summon elementals and animals, which is quite powerful. Summons are very good, although they are on limited time. Restoration to heal up target enemies, or sorry, heal up target allies, making it so that enemies are not so easy. Where am I trying to go with the sentence? Wow. Making it so enemies are not so easily able to kill them. That's what we're trying to say. Because I get a bunch of temporary HP and dispel negative status effects. It is noted that a target-friendly unit that is dead can be revived with 60%. So, if I do lose a unit, I can bring it back. But I can also do Dark Ritual, which means enemies in one hex take a bunch of damage. All corpses in that area turn into decaying zombies. So, this is very good if there's a bunch of zombies that I want to raise. I think that for right now, the choice between Blink or Demon Step is the immediate option. Demon Step does mean that I can pop to a location and then deal a lot of fire damage around me, versus Blink has a much longer range. Very tempting. Kind of like the idea of Demon Step, because fire damage is good, and we do have a little bit of burning going on. At the same time, I can't really say that I'm against Blink's long range and additional evasion. Plus, it gets me more astral affinity, so I think we'll go with Blink for right now, keeping our astral theme going. Anyways, I can get lightning weapons or extra fighting. If we look at fighting, that will add 3 physical damage. So we'll just deselect that. Versus lightning weapons, which does lower our physical damage by a bit, but also add elemental damage in the form of lightning. Also choose one of the other benefits here. That could be a lightning evoker, which is a 3-action ability, which lets me zap a bunch of units. The lightning then bounces to other targets within range. I can take the attunement star blades, which I am making use of, which increases my damage whenever I cast a spell. Note that this is a little bit less than if I had just gone with my standard fighting kit. Or, down to the support, I can take Inspiring Leader, which means that my army has less upkeep, which is kind of good, given that my army can get very expensive. This is a good talent to pick up. Also can use Restore or Vigor to quickly regenerate some things. I think that for right now, the chance of electrification is nice, but this is better when I have multiple attacks, since I can make that roll multiple times. Going with fighting just increases my overall damage output, which I'm not going to complain about, so I think we'll go with that. There we go. Alright, and we're going to continue moving onwards. Probably going to take on this spider guard instead next turn. Or we could try and take on this gold mine positions. Alright, let's turn off economic mode. So I can annex another province now. I probably want to get this gold mine going. What do I want to get next? So, we're doing pretty good on stability. I can get a wizard tower foundation going, which I would like a lot. A library for some more research would mean I need a forester, which I could build over here or over here. Decisions. Kind of want a Masonic Hall, but unfortunately that requires multiple quarries, which, as it currently stands, I just don't really have. So, to do that, however, we could change around some of our buildings. Let's see then. I do want that because getting more production means I can build more buildings, which is good. I could build a quarry here, really quick, and then in the meantime, as this is being built, I just transfer this farm over into a quarry, like so. In 3 turns, that will be built, and then that means I can finish my town hall, and then get the Masonic Hall building, although that does also require farms, so maybe we want to hold off on doing that instead, because we want to get that boost. We actually got extra population, so I can really expand here. Question is, what do I want to expand into? Once I level up a little bit more, I will be able to tap into the mana node and extra iron deposit over here. So the choice of grabbing this forester is kind of tempting. It does open quite a few good opportunities here. Alternatively, I could settle for building a hut on the way, which then would get me this mana node here. I can only expand so far away from my city, so I can't do a full spaghetti line across the map. Could also go towards this gold resource over here. I think that a second city here would actually do us pretty well. So that way I could get this outpost, then get here, here, and here very quickly. Also expand here. So building a city here is actually a pretty good idea, I think. But as it stands, I do want to get access to that mana node, so another farm definitely couldn't hurt. We will do that. Yeah. Annex province? Yeah, it's okay. I'm not too worried about a little infestation, even if they are a little bit powerful. So, there we go. Now, the mana resource here we will be able to capture once we get another level, which will only take us a turn or so, and then I can build another farm. So with that, we'll go back to our original plan of building a quarry. That'll get us the 2 quarries and 3 farms required. As you can see, I can't build a quarry here, unfortunately. But yeah, with that, we're just going to go ahead and continue the turns. You can see our evoker running along here. Ah, this just got interesting. A bunch of new units, or new characters just got added into the game. So let's see if we get an event pop up here. Yep, the Covenant. In the fog of war, Meander of House Inioch, Shira Snowblood, and Fangir merge. It seems you forgot to invite us to your mad attempt at unleashing a cosmic disaster, Meander says coldly. First, you brought conflict to innocent worlds, Shira continues, and now, this, Fangir nods silently. He does not fancy frivolous banter. The Covenant have followed the Shedrai to Grexilus, which is the world we're currently in. They will do anything to foil your plans. The result is that the Covenant and Shedrai are at war. So, they are trapped in past conflicts, but the victor rewrites history. Case, now we have a enemy alliance against us. I believe that this is a 5 versus 5, if I have my diplomacy screen handy. Yep. So we can see a bunch of people in the game now. Oop. See, this is the sort of super-powered, like, kind of ruler of the realm that we have to go up against. As it currently stands, Midgard Worldbender is in the lead. That's concerning, but luckily I am doing pretty well, and if my allies are doing pretty well, I am okay with that. So there. Now then, let's take a look around the world, shall we? Nice little bit of mountains around the place with some interesting little glowing sparkles on them. See here, a blighted tree that we could explore, or we can go ahead and grab another one of these astral echoes, which I like. Gorgon's Lair, which I can't explore currently, but I'm going to keep wandering. There we are. Yep. Given that we are at war, I would like to scout as much as I can. Ah, here we go. Meeting hostile citadel. Magistrate Aelia Starscepter of the Free City Citadel greets you with hostility. We, Onmar of Citadel, will fight for our freedom and stand against anyone who threatens our free city, even when they are led by an astral lord like you. Blood of invaders, thieves, and spies will nourish the field. So be it. So this is a free city that is aligned with our little golden enemy here. We're just going to go ahead and take a look at what they got. I'd love to have grabbed that astral echo, but unfortunately, not going to happen. So, as it currently stands, this scout is not long for this world. There's going to be an army protecting the city, and probably one coming out of here very shortly. So, we're just going to try and grab what information we can before we expire. It's just a astral echo, so it's not really anything valuable. In this case, you can see that because our town hall is not quite finished yet, we can't annex this, so we're just going to wait on adding more territory. We've got a spell ready, our lightning focus. So, as you can see, this affects our soothers, our arcanists, and our what are they? Our spellbreakers, yes. So we're going to enchant them with lightning focus blades. Or just lightning focus, rather. You can see one of our allies is withdrawn to the astral void. This means they were defeated in combat, so they're going to recuperate in about 4 or 5 turns. Other rulers have started a war, so we're just going to close out all of those notifications and go from there. You can see our arcanist here is just continuing her little quest to explore. Once this becomes a city, I'm probably going to start up a second army, and they are going to most likely take part in that. So I'm just going to start moving them this way so they can quickly rally up. See our hero here. I think we're going to go over this way first and initiate the fight. Now, I don't quite have enough movement to get into that fight, but if I select my Spellbreaker, which is on a horse, I can start this fight and actually engage. So I'm going to manually fight it because it's fun. And go from there. Again, as you can see, our casters and support units give us extra casting power, so we have a lot of combat casting points to use. This will be a lot of help when we get later on and have bigger spells to cast. Anyways, you can see I have the blink ability, so if I wanted to run forward, I could do like so, and then I could blink behind them, although that would probably not be good. So instead of doing that, we're just going to advance cautiously. I got a little too close there, I think. No, actually, that would be perfect. I'm going to advance like so. Okay, so moving up our mimic and whatnot. We've got a bit of a formation going here, so we're going to try and take advantage of that. Getting the high ground would be good since I would be able to shoot down, but currently stands. We're just going to move over to here, get that overwhelm tactics going, and enter defensive positions. And just move up like so, providing the buffs that we can as we deploy and defensively destroy. Now they should move forward here, putting them in our lightning range, and then we'll just give them a good old zap. Alright. So, Storm Scale Serpent, Lesser Stone Spirit, and a Brewer Ogre. I believe the Lesser Stone Spirits, yes, so they are resistant to fire and to blight damage. However, we don't really deal any blight damage, so it doesn't matter. Instead, we are going to go ahead and kick off with some elemental damage. I could do 15 damage across both of them, although the Storm Scale Serpent is pretty resistant in that case, so I'm not really eager about that. I want to hit them as best I can to cancel their defensive mode. Let's see, what would be the best target? Let's see, you do have Mana Addiction. Okay, so we get Lifesteal from that. So I do want to cast a spell first. I think that going for Cosmic Ablation is still the best choice of action here because it does good damage overall. We're going to give you a zap, like so. There we go, Lifesteal proc. We're going to go ahead and charge you up and give you a good whack. Go on to the faster speed here. Now, the choice of throwing down some nasty damage, which I'm going to do, as our tier 3 units showcasing their Star Purge ability. Now I have the Mimic here, which I believe can mimic either the Brewer Troll or Brewer Ogre, which has pretty good hits, or I can get the Storm Scale Serpent's Lightning Strikes. So I think that given the choice, the Brewer Ogre is a better unit, although it is just out of range, so we're going to move forward. Attempt to copy it, like so. Attempt to copy it, like so. There we go. So now with that, we can go up and punch it. Or, alternatively, we could choose to Magical Blast it first. I'm not too worried about the Brewer Ogre since it's mostly out of range of our stuff. We'll just do what chip damage we can. Moving quickly forward here. A little bit of a zap. Move you. Actually, you're okay to sit there. 1-4 gets me 20% more hit chance, so we'll do that. Anyways, we're going to move forward and then basically just beat the ever-loving snot out of this thing. Wham. Stab back. Wham. And with any luck, because I believe you are burning. Yes, you're burning. You should just cook off next turn. So we'll just end there and see what the Brewer Ogre does. Oop, actually hit us. Okay, so burning happens at the end of the turn then. Cool. In this case, move forward and enter defensive mode, which unfortunately we can't smack him out of because he has charge resistance. So instead, we're just going to use the strategy of zapping him a lot with magic. See myself moving up here, getting a better line of fire. Firing some magical bolts in. And with any luck, this should work. Alright. So, I'm going to weaken our enemy as much as possible first. See, I've got 90% chance to hit here, but I can move up and get even better. Give him a good zap with the old stabs. Go up and do the same here. They're just trying to tack on all the magical damage. I'm going to go ahead and throw a Cosmic Ablation because I have so much mana, I'm not too worried about anything. I could move up and punch you, but I'll take retaliation. Now, we're going to use our ability Blink here to teleport behind them. Nothing personnel, kid. And with any luck, actually, I'll be able to teleport like this, pop my sprint ability, and then charge into his backside for extra damage. Shot. So in this case, I took a little bit of retaliation damage, but it was very minor. So we're just going to go ahead and finish him off with a troll punch from himself. Smack. So as you see, again, minor damage across our units, but nothing we can't survive and heal from. We're going to put the Spellbreaker back in the army and then move into the next fight over here on the Iron. Our little outpost will be finished, which we can then upgrade into a city using some Imperium. And overall, all is right in the world. Yeah. So here we see the enemy hero has chosen to engage on our scout. Because there's not really much to do here. We're just going to hit the auto combat button since they're just going to go down. It did a little bit of damage technically, but that was an expected loss. We're sitting on a lot of cash right now and a lot of gold, which I will want to spend on things. Currently just banking resources so that I can get some very good units since I'm not really at any early threat at this point, so building a whole bunch of cheap early stuff doesn't really benefit me. In this case, we're trying to get the Masonic Hall, but we need another turn, so in this case, we can just build something in the meantime. Getting the Wizard Tower's foundation down for extra vision range on our city and the Imperium income seems pretty attractive, so we're going to do that. Additionally, I can get some spell shields out, which are a pretty good shield unit since they have the Stunning Flash ability, which gives a chance to stun enemy units. So I'm going to get a couple of them being built, which will take a little while since we don't have that much draft. One of the downsides of the way that I built up. I could get a blacksmith to improve our draft, but I'm also not really needing to build units super fast. And if I am in a rush, I can always pay for them. So, said, we've got a little pop-up. An outpost can be upgraded into a city. So, in this case, our outpost here, we can go ahead and throw down a work camp, which will let us annex a tile province, which increases our population very quickly. Or we can found a city. In this case, I'm going to get a work camp first, since I have a lot of gold. And that way, I can turn it into a city, which is basically a way of turning 100 gold into a bit of population. It will take 3 turns, but I think that's okay. So it will probably take that much time to level up the city anyways. Now then, let's go look around the world some more, shall we? I'm going to set this one to just auto-explore, since I've already found most of the stuff that I really wanted to find. Got our various locations over here. You can see the verticality of the map being showcased there. We've met Hostile Aster. So the free city of Aster. We're going to inspect the insolent city here. As we see, another hostile free city, much like the one that we discovered up here. So they're going to be scattered about the place, and we'll have to deal with them as they come. Generally, free cities aren't that aggressive towards you, so I'm not worried about getting a whole bunch of armies thrown my way, especially given the distance between us. It will take them a hot minute to get over this mountain line and then follow this road to our city. Go over to our lord here and try and pick another fight. In this case, if I hover over this enemy, you can see there's the little red hexagon kind of projected around them with the dotted lines. That is the range that armies can reinforce from, so if I select my Spellbreaker here and choose to pick a fight, you see that being in the reinforcement range, my army is able to join. So we're going to go ahead and see what the auto combat looks like. That's, again, a little more damage on my hero than I'd like, so we're just going to retry that fight manually. Yeah. We see them moving forward. They have I believe that's a wind elemental. Yeah, a wind rager, tier 2 unit. They've got a couple little bit wisps, as they're called, some spiders, and a tide spirit. So, a interesting mixed bag of units, but we're just going to bring our troops forward and see if we can't do some violence. There's a nice little set of choke points here that I can try and get them to cluster up in. If the tide spirit wants to move forward and pick a fight with me, I am more than happy to take that. In case the Wind Rager is likely to move up and try and smack me, so that'll be a little annoying. But by facing this direction, I can prevent myself being flanked and then enter a defensive stance. Move my Mimic up as well to do some of the same. Next, my Mimic is a little wounded, and I don't want it to become further wounded. We're going to see how far they can get. They can get to here and then possibly attack there, which I want to avoid. I'm going to go to here and use our Soothing Breeze to heal 20 health on the Mimic. And we're also going to move up like so and use the Soothing Breeze again. There we are. So as you see, the Soothing Breeze has the secondary heal, which in this case, it went onto our Mimic first and then our hero. Then we did it again to heal up our other Soother a little bit. We're just going to move our mages over this direction since we want them to be kind of in the middle here and getting a good line of fire. And then we're just going to see how much heavy magical artillery we can rain down on these fools. Here we see the first strike going off there. So they attempted to attack me, but because I have a first strike quirk, it means that I am able to strike first, as the name would imply. So the retaliation attack took one of their models off, meaning I took less damage. Here we see the spider doing a little bit of a leap in, going for a attempt at a flank attack, although luckily, because I positioned myself well, I did not take damage there. Or as much damage from the flank. See them throwing hands at my Mimic, which is able to slap him back, and we're going to go ahead and see what kind of damage we can do. So, given the Hunter Spider here has a bit of damage to its attack, 10, 4, and 2. You have a upgrade there. Just looking for the thing that deals the most damage. In this case, 17 and 3 looks pretty good to me. So we are going to go ahead and mimic you. Now we have the ability to punch them really hard. But first and foremost, we are going to do a little bit of magical damage. I think that a cosmic ablation would be quite good here. Hitting you in the back is tempting. Let's go ahead and focus down you. There we are. You can see Star Blades kicking off along with Lifesteal. You are going to go ahead and get a Star Purge going on these two. Just rain down some more artillery. Accelerate the game a little bit. If I want to, I can also turn on auto combat if the game is mostly decided and I just want to wrap things up. And get some nice melee strikes there from the flank, so trying to hit these is going to be very difficult because they are obscured and they have a resistance to ranged attacks. So instead, we're just going to free up our hero with 2 quick lightning blasts here. Bam and bam. Instead, we're going to throw hands as best we can. So, pow, bam, pow. There we are. Now, I have the opportunity to do some nasty, nasty damage against you. Alternatively, I could blink behind and try and see if I can't get a good old charge strike off. So, I could also overchannel if I wanted to throw more magic at this, but I don't really see the point in that. So, actually, we're going to use our sprint power to disengage ourselves. Are we immobilized? Ah, we are immobilized. That's rather annoying. So we can't blink after all. Darn. All right, we're just going to hit him. Okay. In this case, their retaliation was canceled because we are a shock unit. Now, they can attack, I believe. But if they do so, they will die to first strike. So, that is their problem. If they move away, they die. If they attack, they die. Either way, we profit. That's what you get, little puddle. You see the Wisp here giving a little bit of zappy damage, which unfortunately hurts a lot, but we heal from that kill. So I think that it is time for us to just run over and steamroller these guys. First, I think we'll go for a little bit of charge action here from our Mimic Wind Rager. See him giving good smacks there. Then we're just going to finish it off with a charge to the front, and these Wisps are out of here. Smack. Big old double-bladed axe fly swatting. So, that gets us some benefits, and yeah. Our outpost is continuing to be upgraded. We got a scroll of attunement, so we're going to research a new thing. Again, we're going to shuffle our research, looking for that lightning torrent that we talked about earlier. And there we are. Lightning torrent research underway. We have produced a wizard's tower. And now we are working on the Masonic Hall, which again will take 1 turn. We got a little bit of a buff there from our combat, giving us some rewards. So getting more wizard tower is never a bad thing, and we have the resources for it. So we're just going to start production on that. Next turn, we'll switch over to the Masonic Hall by rotating it in the queue here. And that will be the game. So in this case, we can also expand over to here. Let's see, this Astral Rift is slated to wake up in the next 3 to 6 turns, so that could be problematic for this region. We'll have to deal with it before then. Anyways, we're going to get another farm to try and further boost our stuff. Yes, I want to annex in the province that is in the infestation. Anyways, we also got a new improvement we can spend our Imperium on. Because I need 200 Imperium, I have to be careful what I want to spend this on. In this case, locking and shuffling research costs less, research structures cost less, and it is just overall economical. Alternatively, I could invest Imperium in getting seafaring, but since there is no seas, I'm not really attracted to that at this time. Getting this would mean that I'd have to wait a little bit longer to found my city, but I'm not against that either, so we're just going to go ahead and pick that up. Kind of wish I had gotten that before I shuffled my research skills. So this will give us a cheaper library in the future. Now, you can see that Shira Snowblood has withdrawn to the Astral Void, meaning that somebody lost a fight over here. But that's not really my problem, so we're just going to end turn and move on to the next. You see our pikemen and other company rallying to the outpost. I'm going to tell you to guard this location. You're going to rally and do the same. Yeah. We have another Arcanist here, who I think I'm going to pull back and have rally up as well. And then we'll get a second army online to play defensively for when this inevitably wakes up. We'll probably clear this out and then head back this way to deal with that problem. Alright, let's end the turn. A little sip of my old thermos here. Get some nice coffee. No. Because we know this is hostile and occupy, I don't really want to go into there since losing another scout would be a little bit annoying. I'm just going to set you... I'll just leave you there for right now. I was thinking about auto-explore, but that might get you killed. Instead, our outpost is going to continue its construction, so we're just going to move you back into the main stack that we have going. Then move you over towards this astral rift, which will probably wake up in, I'm going to say, like 4 turns. Set you 2 to stay here. Then you can rally your way back, and we'll go from there. Okay, so we have the outpost building itself up. We're going to annex this with our first work camp, and then move from there. As far as city locations go, it's possible I could have picked a better one. I could have moved up to here instead, which might actually have been the better choice, because then I could expand further this way. But there's nothing stopping me founding another city over here anyways. I can have a total of 3 cities, and I think that having a city here and over here is just fine. So there. With the benefit of hindsight, I do definitely think that founding the city here instead, and then maybe using this as just a dud province and moving over would be good, but at least with pastures, I can get a, well, I could have already built a farm there. Whatever. We take those. Means I don't have to have a dud province, so there. Well, I guess I'd need this either way to be a dud. Yeah, it's just the unfortunate nature of the map geometry. Alright, so my allies are moving around the place. We are going to just keep building up our little civilization here. Advancing our way over and along again. Gonna advance along this mountain range here, just taking a peek over. You can see that our ally Nim has returned to Siren's Refuge, which is her capital. So you can see the hero has now returned. She is a level 8 hero because they got a little bit quick started, as I am unfortunately only small level 3? 4. You can also see me healing a lot in my own territory now that I got here. Alright, Wizard's Tower is under construction. The Masonic Hall is available for construction, so we're going to go ahead and swap that over real quick because I want the extra production out of that. More production means that I can build my buildings faster since they will take a set amount of production. In this case, there would be 65 there. Once I get the extra 20 of the Masonic Hall, that would mean that things like the library here will only take a single turn to build. So yeah. Yeah. Alright. Our spell shields are well on their way, which I will probably rotate one of these soothers out of my army to feature. Given that I have a good chunk of gold right now, I think I'm going to hurry that recruitment along so that I have the unit available. Then I'm going to put it into my army, like so. The plan is to go ahead and pick a fight over here, and I want to be on full power for that. And there's not really much else to do this turn, so we'll just end there. Ah, cool, we got a item. So, in this case, we're going to open our hero screen. Since I got a item, we can now equip it. Such. There we go, confirm that. So, this means that I now have the ability to throw poison darts, if I so desired. I believe that we found, yep, this was on our auto-explore, so we found a unattended item, which, well, people just leave anything lying around. It's their own fault if it got taken. See, we can see now this is going to be active in 3 turns, since it said 3 to 6 a turn before. I was right on my prediction. So, picking this fight, 585 power versus 949. I feel pretty confident about this. We're going to go ahead and march over like so, using the same trick we showed earlier with our Spellbreaker marching ahead. Going to enable manual combat for this because I do want to make sure that I kill the right units first. So, unfortunately, there's a disruption pulse, which means every 3 turns all positive effects are dispelled. So, this is a little bit annoying, and I'd like to finish combat quickly. You can see they have 3 flow serpents, which will turn invulnerable after a single hit, so I have to hit them really hard, really fast. They also have the ability to blink, so I need to make sure I watch my back. We have a shield unit in our Spellbreaker with its special Sun Flash, so it's going to just move forward like so and brace itself. I'm going to make sure that my troops are protected on their flanks. Additionally, the enemy has a Astral Siphoner, which has the annoying ability to grab and pull things, as well as having a little melee swat. So, we're just going to move our troops up into a defensive position here, myself included. I'm going to move these soothers to here. our horsemen, or rather our spellbreakers, are going to go up, and we're just going to set up our best defensive positions possible. And hope for the best. Fingers crossed they don't do a huge amount of blink strike. Yes. Advance time slightly. So you see them just moving up defensively. They've given me the initiative, which is their own mistake. In this case, I could do melee strike, or I could take advantage of their own abilities, namely things like Astral Pursuit. To tell you the truth, not super duper impressed by their stats here. I think that I am better off just staying in my true form here. Unless I can... okay. Well, in this case, we're going to do a little trick. We're going to copy... Can we not copy allies? Oh, I thought we could copy allies. How unfortunate. Alright, well, in that case, then, we're just going to go ahead and whack one of these things. Let's get a Cosmic Ablation down. I do want to stun both of those and go after the middle one, so we're going to go ahead and use a Fulmination, since it does a lot of damage. Fulminate! Zap! It makes these two refuged and stunned. Next, we're going to follow up with our Star Purge on these two. 3 actually. Zabow! Then, using our hero, because we really want to tap into the damage, I'm going to overchannel, casting a whole bunch of spells at once. Do another Fulminate here, zapping them, which will kill off one of them in the back. We're really getting the old turn Magic the Gathering going now. We're going to do a Charge Strike here, which will send this one to the Astral for a turn, but it is also dealing a lot of damage. As you can see, these 3 have now been Astral Refuge. This leaves our troops the ability to move forward and do some good damage. To move up and get them in flanking position so that they can effectively hit. So, our Spell Shield will move up here. I want to try and stun this one using the Stunning Flash ability. So to do so, we're going to move into position here. And also advance with the rest of our troop. You can see I'm having difficulty getting into a good position to hit with this one. So they might just end up doing a heal. Actually, we're not that wounded, so I think we're okay. I think I will just move you over here to try and Magic Blast you. 70% chance, and we hit that. We're going to take another little shot here, just trying to weaken them. As we see, they're just dropped down to 1 model now. So, with that, we could make an attack, but they will retaliate. Instead, we're going to try and do our Stunning Flash and get them out of here. Oop, are they? They must have a immunity, I believe. Ethereal... that's odd. What is giving them stun immunity? Astral Torrent, Astral Membrane. There's another thing, which is when this unit dies, nearby units heal from it. So we don't want them able to do that. In this case, let's make sure that we get the Astral Flash done. I don't know why... I had to center it on myself. That's why. So in this case, it is centered on me. So I'm going to go ahead and do the little flashbang zap. Unfortunately, they did not... get stunned, so that means they will have the ability to whack me once next turn, but I think I can trade better than they can give. Anyways, since our Mimic is in position here, we're just going to enter defensive mode and hope for the best. Fingers crossed. With that, we see they have exited their refuge and come back and thrown some hands, so we're just going to hit them again. In this case, they've just moved around to try and smack our Soothers, but I'm okay with that. They're only dealing a little bit of damage, and I believe that we can still get some good damage dealt. So in this case, we can't hit them because they got retaliated. But this one, on the other hand, is able to be smacked really good. So we're going to go ahead and go for a kill. Wham! That gets our morale boosted a little more. As you can see now, on high morale, we have extra crit chance. So, unfortunately, these two are refuged, and we can't really do anything to them. And I want to weaken you, but not kill you, because that would mean healing your allies. Although, that said, healing them wouldn't really be the worst, since they're already kind of on the lower side, and I think we can handily win this. So, we're just going to deliver a little bit of magical damage to them. This will be a flat-out kill, but again, we want to try and get retaliations done where we can. So, chat, I think we're just going to risk it and give a go to old Magical Blast here. 1, 2, and 3. Blam, blam, blam. As you can see, they got a lot of hit points back, so we're just going to have to grind through this. Just position ourselves as best we can. Pop Soothing Mist on our allies as we need it. Trying to keep them healed up. And another one. There we go. Since we don't really have much to do, you're just going to enter a defensive stance, as are you. Just facing this way. We're going to pop your shield wall, which will also improve the defense around. And that will be our turn. So you can see we lost some morale there because I didn't cast a spell, but I figured I'd save the mana. Additionally, we got a debuff applied, which was the, whatever this is. Won't let me hover over it. the Disruption Pulse, which we saw at the start. So, in this case, we see this unit is currently Astral Refused, which means that we can't really do anything. We're just going to move to this position and wait, since there's not really much for us to do besides just, fortify up. Gonna keep you shielded, and you can just walk up here and, I guess, just hang out. So we're just gonna have to play the waiting game and wait for them to come out of hiding, attack somebody, and then get smacked. You can see, because they're on low morale, they are now running. Enemies fleeing the field. Do you wish to claim victory and win the battle immediately? I say no. We want to run them down, which we're going to do. So, just because I can, I'm going to pop sprint, and then run behind them and hit them with an axe. I am the Wizard King. Wham. And that is how you deal with a gold infestation. So, in this case, now that that is cleared, we get a bunch of handy items. In this case, I get a better great axe, along with a tier 4 weapon, a crossbow called Sky Piercer. Oof. So this is a very powerful crossbow, although my character is not currently outfitted to use a crossbow, really. I've not done my full skill reroll, so if I wanted to, I could turn myself into a sort of long-range crossbow combatant, which allows this ranged weapon to deal a lot of damage, but I would need to get the equipment for that. Anyways, we're just going to move our army back into itself. Now, taking a look at our hero, we can see I can upgrade from my current Great Axe to the Frost Great Axe, which is already just a better improvement. 13 damage, as opposed to our current 21. So 26 damage is better. Additionally, we get the elemental damage. We'll just confirm off that. If we want to, the Sky Piercer is very powerful, being that it damages enemies in a 3-line hex for 50% effectiveness. Tier 4 gear is quite strong, and you can see it goes very well with our color scheme, so I am heavily encouraged to use this. Then again, I'm currently kitted out kind of as a melee combatant rather than a ranged. So I would need to redo a bit of my talents, but as we see in our tree here, we could definitely do so. Picking up Eagle Eye to get extra accuracy and range would be quite powerful for that. Currently stands though, we can get Martial Expertise to get extra damage, or Fighting, which does the same. Just boosting our damage, since we have been a sort of slugging combatant, is pretty good. Yeah, I think that for right now, we are just going to go ahead and pick up... this buffs our ranged attack as well, so we're going to go ahead and grab that. Hitting ourselves up as a nice little ice cat with our big axe. We're going to close out of this menu and take a look at what else there is to do around the map. So, let's see. We can still scout along the ridgeline here, which we're going to do so, just trying to stay away from this hostile free city. You can see a bit of the more astral ocean void there. Lightning Torrent has been researched, so if we want to zap enemies on the map, we are able to, and we can choose our second Tome of Magic now. So, the Tome of Warding would improve our astral affinity even further. Alternatively, we could switch over into something like the Chaos affinity and pick up the Tome of Pyromancy to start igniting enemies. Since we already have a chance to ignite enemies, I am pretty eager to take further advantage of that. Making sure that we stack on a lot of burning is good. As you can see, Immolate is a good ability since it does 10 fire damage baseline, but can do extra fire damage if they are already burning. And given that we had, I believe it was Yaka's ability to try and burn enemies every 2 turns, this seems pretty attractive right now. Alternatively, we could go the complete opposite direction and pick up the Tome of Cryomancy for Frost Blades and Frost Arrows and try and go that ice route. Freezing or burning the enemy is equally attractive. And if we wanted to, we could go with the Necromancy route in the Tome of Souls, but currently, since everything here inflicts spirit damage, and undead are very vulnerable to that, and just generally susceptible to the angelic presence here, I think we're going to avoid Necromancy for now. Tome of the Horde is also a very powerful tome. In fact, probably one of the easiest no-brainers, since Spawnkin is a very powerful race transformation. Improves a whole bunch of your race's damage, along with getting evasion to your heroes. You do lose out on the Super Growth ability, which is a different higher tier upgrade, but you just get a huge damage boost for a lot of your troops early on. Plus, the Mob Camp allows you to quickly draft more units, and you can make a bunch of cheap tier 1s. So, if you want to play very aggressive and wide, Tome of the Horde is quite good. That being said, I do kind of want to set people on fire. It gives us another Pyromancer, or another tier 2 caster that we're probably not going to make use of. But Searing Blades is something we can definitely benefit from. Ignite, Fiery Arrows, and Immolate. This is tempting. Same time, we are focusing very heavily on magic, so let's see if there's anything else around here that gives us bonuses to magic. Tome of Faith would give our stabs a little bit of a bonus, along with the Faithful upkeep benefit. But at the same time, we're not really going down the order route. Tome of Beasts is something that we could pick up, along with the Tome of Root. Picking something for our mages is a little difficult, since as it currently stands in Tier 1, the only thing that really buffs mages is the Tome of Evocation, which we have already taken. Warding could give us the Stabs of Warding, along with Static Shield and Magical Wards. Inscribing our wards into ourselves to get that extra elemental resistance is kind of nice, but I feel like I kind of want to go with the Tome of Pyromancy just for the searing weapons and the immolate ability, fiery arrows and whatnot. It seems pretty good. Guaranteed inflict with burning, searing blades. Very good. Pyromancer as well, still. You can also show the tome library, showing all of the different tomes. In this case, we're going to go to all tomes, and you can see that there's quite a few of them of different tiers. For Tier 2, we could get something like the Tome of Scrying, which allows us to look at some of our enemies through scrying, or the Tome of Amplification, which lets us further amplify our magical units. In this case, we can also buff up our city, and our units get the Astral Blood bonus, which gives them Fortune, further buffing our crit chance. I think that we're going to go with the Tome of Amplification when we get it, but in the meantime, we just need to see what we want to actually go for in a moment. A tough decision, given that there is, I believe, 11 tomes currently available? Tome of Warding, Tome of the Horde, Blaze of the Horde. This is also very powerful. Let's see. Tome of Pyromancy. Well, fire arrows I'm not really going to use. Searing Blades, a couple units will use, which is nice. Ignite and Immolate. Tell you what, we're just going to go with setting people on fire. So Tome of Pyromancy it is. We'll get a little bit of the Chaos Affinity going.
Fire is sacred. It is the beginning and the end. It is passion and destruction. It is life and death. Harness the essence of the flame. Watch it bring your enemies to smoldering ruin. Behold the beauty in the ashes. As the inferno burns the land, so does it give soil vitality, bringing life from destruction wherever it spreads.
So that is a quote from Yaka, self-proclaimed god of fire, who conveniently is also a dude on my team. Oh. Anyways, we get the option of picking up Ignite immediately to set things on fire. High single target damage, but I've already got a ability that does that. I think we're going to go with Searing Blades, since we want to do a little extra damage to burning enemies, and we have some troops that can take advantage of that. In this case, we see we have now taken our outpost here, so if we wanted to, we could annex this, counting as a little Imperium buff. Given that we are making 52 Imperium a turn, and I would always like more, I think that that is going to be our call. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Next, we are going to found a city here, or we can get Palisade Walls. I don't really think we need Palisade Walls, though, since I'm not expecting us to be attacked, so we're just going to found a City of Nekos. Next, we have some spells we can cast. We can cast Lightning Torrent on the enemy army, wherever they might be. Not that we see anyone right now. Or we can take the Scroll of Attunement, which means that we get Star Blades for our troops. This applies to any unit that we recruit that is not normally able to get Star Blades, so let's just do that. It'll be done in 2 turns. Got some Empire development to do. So as you can see, we have gotten casting reserves, which gives us extra casting combat points and world map points. But unfortunately, we don't have enough Imperium for it, so we're going to have to spend like a turn or two getting some more. See that our allies' ruler, or maybe that's our enemies, that's Shira Snowblood, the pretty kitty if there ever was one. Unfortunately, up there, they are going to be against us. Luckily, well, they're a good ways away, so we don't have to worry about that. Would be down for some cat-on-cat violence, though. Alright, that being said, we are producing a Masonic Hall and Spell Shield in our city, so we're just going to end turn and keep going there. Here we are. So we see automatic movement finished. I'm just going to tell them to wait there, since this is just going to be set up for our second hero. Speaking of, I should recruit another hero. So we see Fangir moving. These are a bunch of the NPCs in the game, including our big bad evil enemy Turiel. I believe that, where is my chapter objectives? Here it is, quests. So, the World Vault, what we need to do is just beat out everyone else in the game. And yeah, objective 0 out of 1 victorious. So, we have a couple different ways of winning. There's magical victory, there's expansion victory, and military victory. Military victory is kind of self-explanatory. You just beat the snot out of everyone else. Expansion victory, I have to get a lot of provinces occupied, which is what I have been doing here around my city. And then I have to build 3 beacons of unity and ignite them, and then defend them for 15 turns. Or I can go for a magical victory, which requires me to bind 4 golden ancient wonders. So as we saw earlier, there was the world tree over here, so I would have to bind this one. Then I would probably have to take on also the blighted tree over here, and then whatever else I find along the way, to then again defend them for 15 turns and get a tier 5 tome. So we might be here for a little bit. Anyways, orders are required, so we're going to send our lord up somewhere useful. I could pick a fight over here by this Archon Blood, or try and engage over in this area here. As you can see, we've got one of our allies providing some vision here. A couple Marauder Guard there. There's some nice stuff here, namely the Clawmark Cave, some gold veins, mana resources, pastures, Archon Blood, and whatnot. So setting up a city in this location wouldn't be the worst. Trying to find something that I can get within 2 hexes of pretty much everything. Right about here looks pretty good. I can get the Clawmark Cave and then grab this Archon Blood. Ooh, and there's even some gold or something over here, I think. What do we have? Ah, a gold vein. Okay, so unfortunately that would be in the Ashlands, which currently I can't do anything about. Let's see if there's anything else I really want to grab. Getting this food stash can be useful. I think we'll just march our way down here. You can see this mana node is empty, but this automaton army of iron golems is going to feel the wrath of our new frost axe. Alright, we've got our scout continuing its way along here. We can see we've got our allies as well. They're just kind of doing a march along this place. Probably they are an industrious civilization, if I had to guess. Actually, I'm not sure. That is a bastion. Okay, yes, so that is a... Yep, they are industrious. So this means that their scout is probably prospecting these hills, getting a bunch of bonus production. Here we see we have your Scroll of Attunement, meaning that our Spirit Hawks here, they can get the Starblade's enchantment. So we're going to go ahead and do that. It'll increase our mana upkeep slightly, but we're not exactly bleeding money right now. Also, don't actually know where those Spirit Hawks went off to. I set them to auto-explore, and they've just kind of meandered off around the map. Ah, here they are. They're doing things. Alrighty, let's take a look. Where's the rest of our troops? So, I think that now is the time to recruit a new hero. You can have 1 hero per city, and if I recruit another one here, they're going to cost extra upkeep. So you'll see I get some extra gold increased cost. So, we currently have Alexi the Guide and Farissa the Talented available. Both are level 1 heroes. I'm not really interested in recruiting a level 1 hero, so I'm hoping that I will quickly get a level 3 hero available for recruitment. They have different quirks. Beastmaster in this case means they can conjure an animal, and Unstable means that upon sustaining damage, they teleport to a random location, which can be very annoying or very powerful. Also, they are missing 40 hit points, so that's a bit of a downside if there ever was one. Alright, let us just end the turn there. Okay, so we got new orders to be issued, so we're just going to keep exploring around this edge of the map. I want to try and find the enemy capital, because ideally I'll be able to knock out the Golden Boy very quickly in this game, since they seem to be the strongest one opposing me. But we have the ability to annex more provinces, so getting another mine here couldn't hurt. Actually, I say another mine. We built a quarry here instead. This would give us some nice gold income, which would then allow us to build a bank somewhere. Let's see where the bank is currently. I could also build a bunch of quarries to get a workers guild, which gives us a lot of production. Decisions. Decisions. Well, let's see. What do I currently want to have boosted? Getting a forester as well wouldn't hurt. Blacksmith to get better troop quality. Well, I do want to eventually get to tier 3 units, and eventually I'll need the tavern since my city is a little bit lacking in stability. Every time I take a new province, it makes me lose 5 stability, so I get negative bonuses when that goes into the negatives. But as it currently stands, we're doing okay. Workers Guild is tempting, though. currently sitting on a lot of gold, so for the moment, just getting another quarry and adding on more production seems pretty good. Want to really build up the city as much as I can. Oh, you see the Masonic Hall is almost done here, since we get such a huge boost of production. Could quickly throw down a shrine for more mana production, but I'm pretty good on that. Because I know I'm going to need the tavern eventually, and I have the boost for it right now. I kind of want to get that. Same time, that Wizard's Tower is very good for getting that extra Imperium going. Alright, well, since we are at neutral stability and it doesn't give me penalties until -10, I can get another 2 expansions in. Given it will take us 9 turns, I'm not really itching. We're just going to go ahead and get a Wizard's Tower going after this Masonic Hall finishes, which will be right now, because I have the gold for it. There we go. We can also see a bolstering matrix here. So if I want to, I can increase the effects of my various spells, depending on which affinity I have. I can also get some special province improvements down here. The channeling tower, in this case, increases my mana income and also increases it per conduit. So if I wanted to, I could put a conduit here and then throw down this next to it and get extra bonuses. Mystic Abbey for some extra research bonuses from the same kind of deal. Ritual Pyre gives me more mana per forester, so if I wanted to turn this all into a mana farm in the forest, I could. But back to what I was talking about, the bolstering matrix is here. I've got the Chaos bolstering matrix and the Arcane up here. Or the Astral, rather. A bit annoying that these aren't grouped together, because they are kind of alphabetical, but oh well. I can also get Arcane Battlements. So if I wanted this, Astral buff and healing spells grant 3 bolstered resistance, which means that I get a +3 resistance, which is roughly, I think it's about 30% more health for my units, give or take. Might be wrong in the exact math for that, but it's pretty close to it. So that could also do this, where Chaos buff and healing spells, they gain strengthened, meaning my units just deal more damage. Just depends what kind of spells I want to cast. Either way, we're just going to leave that for now, since our city is continuing to produce its troops, and we're just going to wait for that city to get founded. I hope that that makes us able to recruit tier 3 heroes. There we go. Element of surprise. So those golems I was telling us about earlier, they are now being engaged. Temperatures in the immediate area rise and fall intermittently as the group of elementals begin to panic at your army's approach. The Iron Golem, seemingly the leader of this group, wavers unsteadily before you. Seems aware that engaging you will result in almost certain death, but is unwilling to abandon its group. So, I could attack, which would lower my alignment and also give me an easy fight. I could allow them to go, which raises my alignment and means I don't have to fight. Or I could demand a portion of their primal power, which means I get a bunch of mana. I do want to get more experience, so we are going to fight. It's a fairly easy fight. There's a Iron Golem and a Iron Golem Assistant, which is a lesser form, and also a Wisp. So we're just going to allow manual or auto combat here. You see our spell shield took a little bit of damage, but I'm okay with that, so we're just going to close out of this. There we are. Unfortunately, did not level up there, but I'm just going to move over to here, and since we want to grab that for sure, we're just going to pop you out and then put you down there. Then I can go to the Smoldering Keep. In this case, you see our alignment has shifted to evil because we took some bad actions. We lose some relationship with the free cities and rulers that have neutral or better, but because we're currently in a realm that has everyone at war with us, I'm not too worried about that. There's a slight chance that our events will be a little bit negative, though, but 10% chance, I think we can live with that. Plus, if we ignore it for long enough, that'll go away. Alright, we're just going to end turn as that city gets built. Watching our allies move around the map. Take another sip of the old thermos. Okay. So, now we're going to remerge our forces here. I could take on the Smoldering Keep down here, and as you can see, they've now built a impronounceable city on the surface. We're just going to leave them to it, and I feel like going after the Smoldering Keep. This will be a nice little fight for us, getting some more experience. I don't really want to annex this, because it's a little bit close to them, and we'd be competing. Also, the terrain here absolutely sucks, being ashlands, so I can't really throw down any farms that I'd want, which means that my city growth is going to be heavily limited. Instead, we're just going to go down here and try and pick up another Astral Echo. As you can see, we are currently at 7, and hopefully, once I get the Altar of the All-Seers, which is built the Throne City, grants the Blessing of All Seers, which is extra vision range. So that means that I can just see farther on the map, which is always a good thing. Now, I don't know what I need to build that, but I'm pretty sure it is a tier 3 city, so I'm going to need the Mystic Spire in that case, which also will unlock the Spellbreaker. I'm waiting for 10 population to get that, though. Anyways, we've gotten our new city here, so we are in need of a new hero. So let's go ahead and check what we need to recruit one. Here we go. As we saw before, the tier 1 heroes, I'm just waiting for them to get cycled out so I can get a tier 3. And we'll just leave this hero list for now. We get a shrine really quickly to boost our mana income. Or we could get an evocator's abode, like before, to boost our draft and production and mana. So in this case, we just need to get a farm going for that. Same time, getting some more food couldn't hurt, boosting up that production. Still, getting a little mana because it's boosted right now I think will be the best course of action. And then we'll get the evocator's abode once we've got another population to build on this pasture. Again, we saw the heroes had offered to join, but we don't really want them. The city of Aster has sent a war party. So, in this case, the city of Aster is over here. But given how far away they are, I'm not exactly that worried. I think this is their war party right now. This is most likely going to go by my NPC ally and get absolutely clobbered. Since, yeah, they've got almost equal force and more troops nearby. So, I'll worry about that when I need to. Alright, Spell Shield's coming along, so I'm going to get some more troops into this army here. As it currently stands, these aren't really that impressive as far as any stats go, but they are troops, so we'll just keep them garrisoned here in case something quickly pops up that I need to respond to. Got my main army here, trying to clear that out. And I don't think there's anything else for us to really do on this turn. I'll just check these spells. I could do a Lightning Torrent. Just to show this off, actually, I'm going to charge up a Lightning Torrent, and then I will zap that incoming army just to spite them. Yep, we saw they picked the fight there, and unfortunately, or rather fortunately for us, they got dummied. In this case, we can see another force of theirs, led by a tier 3 hero. We've got a Dusk Hunter and a Lightseeker Scout, so not really much of a threat. They've got a single archer unit and a scout, along with their hero who has a support staff. So this not really a big threat. In fact, that's probably an overinflated power rating. I would not be worried about that fight at all, especially since I have about triple that in terms of force nearby. We're going to occupy this, and as you can see, we have a collection of pyromancers here and some inferno puppies. We're just going to engage in manual combat against this and see if we can't do a little bit of fire extinguishing. As you can see the map here, nice charred, boiled, and whatnot. We have our own effect, which is Ritual of the Pyre, which is going to set random fires around, although most of their units are resistant to fire, if not immune. So, we can see our units getting ready here. And we're going to just move up in advance. So, in this case, in the next turn, there's a 30% chance of them being inflicted with burning. Though I'm fairly certain that, let's see, Desolate Walk, Animal, Evolve, Fiend. Yes, they are unfortunately immune to burning. And they also shed fire where they go in some places, if I remember right. Fighter unit, land movement. It's one of these. Where is it? So moving through ashlands costs less, and chasms as well. Or chasms. Chasms. Something like that. Also, they are resistant to fire. But, fortunately, they're weak to frost. And they made the mistake of grouping up. So we're going to see if we can't punish that in some way, shape, or form. You can see they can go very far, but I'm not too worried about that. So we're just going to move our Spellbreaker, or Spell Shield, into position here. They are welcome to advance and try and bite me, if they want to try. We'll move our Spell Shield into position here, turning and facing the enemy. Just waiting for them to move up. I'm going to move my, actually, let's be clever about this. We're going to angle ourselves here. We're going to put my hero with First Strike and the retaliation with the Icy Great Axe. I'm going to set you up in a defensive spot. And the Mirror Mimic is going to move up next to you as well. We're going to move our 2 troops here and then provide a little bit of soothing. Here we are. Got some temporary HP back, and then you're just going to enter defensive mode. And I think that's all we're going to do this turn. Yeah. So if they want to run up and try and bite, they are welcome to. I've got so much defense that I am not really concerned about it. And they have currently grouped up here, so before anything, we are going to go ahead and give them a fulmination. See if there's any other spells. Nope, just our 2 spells still. So we're going to go ahead and give this a little bit of a zap. Like so. See a bit of damage dealt there. Next, we're going to tap our overchannel to hit him again. Another fulminate onto him. Zap, zap. And bam, more star blades added. Then we're going to add on our star purge, which should deal a lot of damage. Kablooey, critical hit. That is 4 units down in 1 turn thanks to 2 spells and some good positioning. So now, unfortunately, we are not in range to hit them. Or are we? By moving forward like so, we are able to do this, blinking behind them. Or rather, I can blink here and get into threat range of both of them, which I think I want to do. Do not. Okay, blink, please. Thank you. So this means that they will take retaliations if they try and move. So we're just going to hit this one. They have Vengeful Flames, so I take a little bit of damage, but I'm not too worried about that. I'm going to move up to here, and we're then going to use our copy ability on this one. Turn into one of them ourselves, and then throw a little bit of a firebolt on the front one. Swoosh. Next, we're just going to move up our other troops and engage. So, yeah. Good old bit of advance in here. Now, unfortunately, they do have the ability to Flame Strike, which is going to deal a lot of damage here. So we're just going to have to wither that as best we can. Our troops have pretty good resistance, though, and I'm not too worried. Especially if we deliver a very strong blast. Like so. Just enter defensive mode. Actually, can they use this? They're in enemy zone of control. So while I'm here, they can't actually do that. So that's very good coverage in our case. Now, if they want to try and do anything, they will be punished. So in this case, both of them are sitting here completely screwed. So we're just going to run up and smack that one. They're fleeing? No. No mercy. Move up and hit them with our new spell shields. Whack. Whack. See the mystical magical maces going off there. All right, that is the army cleared very quickly with barely even a scratch. In fact, I don't even know if we took any damage from them. So that is another keep cleared, which is just done more to level up our characters. Oh, we got a new spell, apparently. Our lightning torrent is ready. So we were going to zap that incoming enemy army over here. Just going to do so to spite them. You see, zap goes them. Now their units have taken a bit of damage they will have to heal from. Notice that has almost killed their units, actually. I'm just going to prepare another one of those because I could also get Searing Blades going. So we're going to do Searing Blades now that we've just decided to weaken them spitefully. We've got another spell shield added to the list. So in this case, with our current army setup, I don't think I need 2 Soothers in the army. It's just kind of overkill with double support. So you're going to go join the reserves, and you will move up and join the front line. This also means that I could rotate my hero into being a sort of ranged character with the Sky Piercer. Does have very good stats with the ability to pierce through enemies and do that. So, tempting. Going to continue upgrading my various attacks. Eagle Eye is pretty good. Could get the Searing Weapons or the Lightning Weapons. Decisions. Also Archery to improve my range damage, but I've not got that yet. Channeling Power. This improves, magic attacks gain 50% until the end of the current turn. That's very powerful. Good to know. Magecraft, Lightning Evoker, Star Blades. Whenever a spell is cast, I get extra damage. So this just seems like a pretty good safe upgrade since I'm casting spells every turn. Could also get this to reduce the unit upkeep in my army, which I'm not really against, given that my army is going to get a little bit expensive, especially considering the Tier 2 and Tier 3 units. I think that I will take the economical option and go with Inspiring Leader to reduce my upkeep. There we go. So that saved me 10 gold and 6 mana. And nope, unfortunately did not lower my Imperium upkeep cost for the Mirror Mimic. But still, we take those. We research Immolate to deal extra damage to burning targets, which I think we are going to. The Lightning Storm ability we had dealt area damage, but in this case, I want to see if I can't get some new fiery types. Again, heroes offering to join. I'm just going to wait until we get higher level ones. Get a new Empire development tree. So, oh, hey, Crimson. Nice to see you. Yep, we got our Knowledge Extraction. So if we defeat enemy heroes, we get extra points from that. We could also go down here to learn how to build roads or get extra cities. You see you're live? Yep, I'm live here. Doing my very silly things. I could get more casting points, but I'm not sure if I need those right now. Could wait and get defeating infestations to give me extra units here. Currently, just going to sit on my mana income because I don't think I need much. So, more casting points would be good. I do have good income. I'm going to take the casting reserves. All right. I think that's everything on our turn, so we're just going to finish that off. Oh, never mind. We're going to find a good spot for you to run off to exploring. There we are. And that'll be the turn. Now then, let's zoom out so we can see our new town has been founded here. It's currently being defended by our troops, since it does not have any walls. Just going to wait for the movement to stop, and then we'll probably take our third bronze wonder over here. I could probably set up a... actually, yeah, let's do that real quick. So I'm going to move my hero back one tile. Then I'm going to build an outpost here, which would probably annoy my buddy. Who has a claim? Me and this dude. Distant claim. Well, we're just going to build this here because they're forced to be our ally. And then we're going to claim this wonder as our own with that and move on. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and do the same over here. I should have done that the other turn. I just wasn't thinking of that at the moment. So, anyways, we're going to continue our explorations down this way, trying to find the enemy's capital. We've unlocked Searing Blades, so our Spirit Hawks and various cat troops are going to get enchanted with Fiery Blades now. As you can see, their maces now dipped in that red-hot chili sauce. Alright. Spells ready to cast. We can do another Lightning Torrent, but considering that that would be 2 turns worth of mana income, I'm going to just hold off. Again, level 1 heroes only, not interested. Yeah. Spell Shield is going to go up over to here, hopefully rallying with our troop. Yeah. We're finishing off the Wizard Tower in a bit there. Now, I do want to get some higher tier units as well, and the Spell Shields are pretty good, so we're going to try and get, I think, another pair of them for our other army here. They can make up a nice little front line, and then we'll go from there. And that will be the turn. I could also build units here, but there's nothing at this current level that I want to build from here. There you go. As you can see, the city of Sorcel has produced a Wizard Tower level 2, so we're going to go ahead and build our new building of choice. We get the shrine to very quickly increase our mana, but we're also noting the stability is a little bit low, so we're going to just get a tavern so that people can have a drink and go from there. Again, waiting for another hero. We're just going to build up where we can. The Evocators of the Ode will be able to boost next turn. Hero joining, again, nothing we want, so we'll just have to wait on that. Let's see. We're going to go ahead and waltz our way up over this way. Oh, actually, okay, you're going to step out of the army and go be a support troop. There we are. Then you are going to advance into the army, like so, and march on Clawmark Cave. Alright, I think that is all that we need right now. Moldering Keep will be ours shortly. There we go. Yeah. See our allies' troops moving over here to fight off this dire penguin. Dire penguin vanquished. See again that army of NPCs trying to move its way slowly across. Probably going to get intercepted here because there's 7 units to their 3. Considering one is a scout, again, really not worried. All the independents moving and doing their stuff. I am quite curious, since it doesn't appear to be down this way. Maybe the enemy's capital is in this northwestern quadrant somewhere. There is quite a lot of terrain here, and we did find one of those cities already, so wouldn't be too much of a stretch. Alright. Let's take a look down this way. I can see a watchtower over here that I want to go capture eventually. Gonna waltz my way along until we get past this penguin. Another tier 1 ancient wonder founded. So we could found a city, but we don't really need that. We're just going to build a work camp to annex this smoldering keep, which will, 1, give me a unit deploy location, 2, give me fortification health, and 3, give me brewer and butcher orders. Structure can be entered and fought by a level 1 hero. Okay, yeah. So, again, we can now expand our city's borders. There's not really that much that I want to bring into the fold here. I kind of want to get down here so I can get this mana, but I'll need a higher level city to do that, so... Currently stands, just getting another quarry would be pretty good. I can get the Workers Guild then with that. If we look at our improvements, which I believe we go to here, our provinces, we can see we have currently got 3 quarries and 3 farms. Getting the Workers Guild, we want to get 4 quarries minimum, and then a 4th farm so that we get boosted and make it much cheaper by 30%. So we're just going to have to think about where we want to expand to. In this case, I think expanding this way couldn't hurt, but that would also encroach upon our other city, so... Let's see then. Going down this way doesn't really get us that much. Unless... Let's check how far that is. Let's see, that would be... Have to expand from our city here. That would be 1, 2, 3, and then 4 to actually get to that gold, so that's a bit of a stretch. Turn off the economic viewpoint. Still, plenty of terrain that we can take advantage of in the moment. I think that capturing over here couldn't hurt either. That gets us some nice green terrain to build farms on. I do really want to get over here, though. Let's see. How far till we get the Mystic Spire? So still a little bit of population growth to be done. Alright. Let's just go ahead and take a quarry over... This is nice to get that sort of line going down for projecting. Or I could get a forester. Decisions. Paralyzed of choice. Alright, we're going to go here. That looks good. It gets me the option to capture this gold as well next turn if I want. Now we can annex a province, which we're going to do by building a farm here. In this case, this makes our Evo creator's abode much cheaper. Again, heroes tier 1, don't want them. Gonna get empire development skills going. So in this case, we can spend a bunch of our Imperium to instantly get a huge chunk of mana, which we are probably going to do. Whenever I research a new skill, the knowledge of another skill is reduced. So we're going to get actually both of these now because we can afford them. So in this case, we're also going to look and see that we've unlocked the ability to get extra things here, namely another Whispering Stone. Unfortunately, there's no allies to whisper to. And the Red of the Last Stand, so I can sacrifice a population but immediately gain 3 tier 1 units. This is nice if I'm getting rushed and I need to quickly change some of my troops over, or to quickly summon some of my population into troops. Those were words, yes. Anyways, as you can see, a outpost can be upgraded, but we don't want to do that, so this outpost is just going to be that. Yeah. With that said, our Soother is going to waltz her way down over to here and join the ranks. Yeah. See, down below here, we've found the Altar of the Stars, a tier 3 golden ancient wonder, along with some various desert nonsense. Our Spirit Hawk doing its good job of scouting. Outpost founded by our ally. Good old Astral Sea. Alright, we have researched Immolate. Yay, a pyromancy spell. So we're going to select a new research. With our new talent, this means that something else will be cheaper. I show the tome library of stuff that we could get. Let's check my tomes. So the Tome of Evocation, I've gotten most of the stuff from it that I want. Maybe getting this Lesser Storm Spirit as a summonable ally could be good. Also get the Magma Spirit if I so desire, summoning Firebolts. Ignite ability, 25 burn damage directly. And it inflicts burning. Grounds fire. That seems pretty good if you ask me. Let's see if we can't shuffle and find that, since we have so much mana. There's Ignite, but also the Storm Spirit. So, given that I want a good direct damage spell to use for fiery things, we're going to go with that. We built our tavern now, so we can go ahead and move on to newer and bigger things. Getting a storehouse wouldn't be bad if we had picked up a forester, but that'll going to happen next turn. Or rather, in 10 turns. Woof, our food production is not keeping up. Given this will only take 1 turn, I'm okay with that, and it also boosts our food production by quite a bit, so I'll quickly grab that. Built our Evocator's Abode, so we're going to see what we can make next. A vendor for some more gold, couldn't hurt. You also get the library and some other goods. I think that I want another farm here to get the Stone Conjurer going. There we go. Heroes offering to join, again, not interested. New Empire development skills available, which we had looked at, but this one, the Call of Chaos, defeating infestations gives me a unit, which I would probably just disband, so I think it's kind of a waste. And a rally has started, so I can rally certain units from my, so I've got the Lob's Hollow special landmark here, the Ancient Wonder of Bronze tier. So if I wanted to, I could recruit these units and just kind of muster them as special troops, but I'm not super impressed by either of these. I mean, I guess I could take them. I'm not sure if they're that much better than my usual troops. Well, come to think of it, actually. They are single entities, so Recruitment points. I can pick one of them. Yeah, a Storm Scale Serpent or a Plague Serpent. I think I want the Plagues. Storm Scale Serpent sounds pretty good. Because that's got lightning damage, and I can electrify enemies. So we're going to rally those troops once the Rally of the Lieges is completed. So I can also muster to reduce the rally time. I wanted to get more of these. Anyways. Let's see. Now, where did those appear? Still assembling roster. All right. Well, this should be recruited shortly. So in 2 turns, I will get a Plague. Not a Plague, a Storm Scale Serpent. Which means that I can cancel this other spell shield. I will have a nice little front line with the troops afforded. Maybe I want to disband that Arcane Guard, because they're not really the greatest troop. Especially when you just look at them having, well, only charge resistance. They do have first strike, so as a tier 1 pikeman, they're not bad, but they're also not that great. Alright. My domain is being invaded. Rather annoying here. So they might go after my outpost, which could actually be an issue. I'm hoping my allies would take them on, but apparently not. So we are just going to go ahead and zap them, because screw you. Zap. Blam. With any luck, they will attack them and punish that. Yeah. It's our turn founded here, so we're going to keep going around this way. Orders required. All right, we're going to head up this way. I do want to pick a fight with the enemy up here, but at the same time, I don't want to overextend myself. I'm going to explore this cave. Having entered the cave, you and your companions find the remains of a brutal fight. The carcass of an adult frost wyvern lies alongside her offspring. The 2 of them appear to have been ambushed in what was supposed to be a safe haven. Upon closer inspection, it looks as though the animals were viciously attacked by a wild dire penguin. I love how the penguins in this game are vicious. You freeze when an ear-piercing shriek resounds throughout the cave, and the same bloodthirsty dire penguin emerges from the dark, its rabid eyes fixed on me. In the upcoming battle, Gorging Predators will be active. All defending units have the Violent Gorging ability, which I believe means they can eat corpses and possibly inhale units. So, I can feed them until they can barely attack, which means that their weakened defenders activate. This means that they are weakened, so they deal less damage. But I think I can just take this fight straight on. Yeah. As you see, 4 dire penguins, truly vicious creatures, we are going to engage them in hand-to-hand combat. Or I guess paw-to-fin combat. Alright, we see them majestically waddling forward, as penguins are wont on to. They make funny noises. Squishy sounds, too. Yeah. Must be all the fish jostling around. Give me my fish. I guess it would probably taste like... What would... I'm gonna bet it's a cross between fish and bird, meaning I want them. So we're going to move ourselves forward here. Best we can. They are a melee unit with the Violent Gorging. Yep, so they can eat a corpse. That's alright. Flesh-eating penguins. Will wonders never cease. Move you up like so. Move you up like so. And then our spell shield is also going to try and advance. We have quite a few melee units currently, so we're just going to try and keep our lines steady and go from there. Yeah. And we can see our little volcano going off there. Interesting. Yeah. The mushy walk of the now on fire cannibalistic penguins coming our way. Let's see if we can't set them a little more on fire. They're in defensive mode, so first and foremost, Immolate is pretty good. Since these units are already burning, they will take extra damage from this. So we're going to go ahead and scorch these ones. Sploosh. There we go. A little bit of cook action. Nicely seared penguin steak. Next, we're going to pop our overchannel ability, since we have so much mana to use. I'm not too worried about spending, like, what's this, 24 mana? Yeah, that's nothing. We're going to cook these ones again. There we go. Leveling up to more Star Blades. I believe that, let's see, 10... we're going to copy the dire penguins themselves. So let's get some penguin on penguin action. There we are. We have our own version of the dire penguin with its majestic peck attack, which is very powerful right now. Woof. Alright. I can probably teleport behind those ones and get some really good damage. I just want to make sure I don't get rotated on. We're going to make sure we don't do. Anyways, we are going to move to here, I think. Gonna double check and make sure. Yep. Can't reach me. Can't reach me. Excellent. We're gonna teleport behind them and hit them in the back. Yeah. Blinking behind, we're going to engage in some fisticuffs, and with a good old merciless chop with a great axe, that is 32 damage dealt. Whoa. So, because we have first strike, if they turn around and attack us, they're going to instantly die, which is very good for us. I do want to rain down artillery, but I don't really have a good shot right now. However, I can do some nice little splash damage attacks, which we will do so. There's a star eruption. Or to move, let's see, the dire penguins can advance to here, and then they will be forced to stop. Which is fine by me. I'm going to move my spell shields here and take up a defensive line. That way the enemy will be forced into a choke point. Committing penguin on penguin violence seems pretty good to me, so we're going to do that. Waddle forward, my minions! Peck away! Ah, majestic. Anyways, you're going to enter defensive stance. You are going to also move up like such. I want you to be... How do I want to do this? I want you to move to here. So that way you've got overwhelm tactics and a shield wall formed. You're going to hang out here, and I'm going to heal you up a little bit in case they decide to get a cheese shot on you. There you go. And then that's going to be the turn. So the other penguins are going to be waltzing their way forward. Their morale is incredibly low, so once I get some good hits on them here, it should probably break. 6 damage, 14 in return. We got the better part of that trade. Alright. Now then. Going to go ahead and wait for our turn. We're going to activate our sprint ability so we can quickly run behind them like so. And then hit them in the back. Wham goes that strike. As you can see, they have now been reduced to atoms. We're going to move up our own penguins and commit further penguin on penguin violence. They all peck at each other. Really a majestic beast. Next, we've got our troops here, which are currently obscured. You can see by the red line going through our troops. But if I move them over, they have a 90% chance to hit, which is pretty good. I think that we are just going to be able to bring these guys down with a couple magical blasts. We're going to do our magical blast first, turning the speed up slightly. Getting 2 good shots off, and then we should be able to finish it off with a nicely searing mace to the penguin's face. Wha-bam! And there was penguin steak for all. Yay! I think we got it out of that without even taking a hit. Well, our spell shield had a little bit of damage, but it was already pretty low, so we don't really care. Alright. Cave of Carnage Aftermath. So the wild threat has been dealt with. You order the bodies of the frost wyvern and her offspring to be removed. As the others go to lift the heavy animal, something softly whines from underneath it, and a young frost wyvern emerges, the sole survivor of the pack. It seems as though its mother's body protected it from harm. It looks up to you and whines again. The young frost wyvern has survived the carnage of the cave and clings to you. So, I got a bunch of mana. I can use this as a mount, which is pretty cool. I can nurse it to strength or release it to the wild, which improves my alignment. Or, I can make a very fine phase cloak out of it. Now, it's worth noting that this does give me another teleport, but I think I already have a teleport, so I'm not really sure that I need a phase cloak. If I get the frost wyvern as a mount, that gives me a way of flying, which is very good. Now, I can't use this with my current great axe loadout, but I did want to use my new Skycaller crossbow. I'm going to take this as a mount. In this case, I can now transfer, go over to the Skypiercer crossbow. Then I will select the mount, and I am now flying on a majestic wyvern that I've rescued with my awesome crossbow. Confirm that. So, now it will take a turn for me to select my great axe again if I wanted to, but in this case, I've got my hero leveled up to be a new sort of ranged attacker, which is pretty good. I can reselect some archery skills if I wanted to by resetting my skill line. But as it currently stands, actually, given that I've got a tier 4 weapon and the loadout for it, along with some poison darts on there, since I got those earlier and forgot to hit equip, I think that we are going to reset our hero's skills now. So we're going to do that to buy him out. We're going to take the archery perk since it improves our ranged accuracy. And we're also going to get the archery ability again, really doubling up on that. I want the eagle eye, which means I need 1 more talent in here. So sentinel doesn't really do that much since we aren't retaliating. Sprint is handy for getting around the battlefield, but I've already got very fast movement. I could go with fighting, which improves our melee damage, or I could go with the other damage talents, such as searing weapons or lightning weapons. Now, searing increases my damage against burning enemies, so I'm very interested in that. We'll grab it. Next, we can get Eagle Eye to get that extra range bonus and really crank up the damage. And then lastly, Martial Expertise. That extra 10% damage boost. As you can see, we have a very powerful crossbow attack now. As for our ability, I think that, again, taking Blink would be a good step, since just moving around the place is useful. I could go for Demon Step, which deals a little bit of fire damage, but it's also shorter range. Still, that gets us some more Chaos Affinity, which at this point might not be the worst thing. Could also try and summon some other creatures, but I still think that either Blink or Demon Step are the ways to go. I think we'll go with Blink, since repositioning seems to be very advantageous for us. And there we are. Oh. Now we have our nice little crossbow shooting fire bolts and our Ice Wyvern. I'm quite happy about that, actually. Alright, now then. So, if I wanted to set up around here, I could build here and then get Archon Blood in a second. Also get some gold, some mana, and some, I think those are pigs or sheep. Some pastures either way. Alright. Well, I think that that is a good call to make, so we're going to move back to here. And on this tile of choice, we are going to build another outpost. Ta-da! Joining up our forces, we are going to engage this group here, using my flying hero. Right. And troops engage the Astral Serpent and other ethereal entities, but instead of responding, they simply wait, looking confused. Expressions of despair and turmoil wash over the features of the shimmering beings. I don't know how you read the expression on one of these things. Rather than displaying hostility, they seem helpless and bewildered by some unseen plight. Will you attack the pitiful Astral Serpent and other beings to leave the world behind, or... Oh, will you allow them to leave, or will you attack? Well, I can transport them there, so I lose some mana, but I gain some knowledge. I have a lot of mana. I think that I'm going to take the mana in this case. Or remove the mana and take the knowledge. There we go. That gets us a little bit of gold from resolving that conflict, and I think that's good there. Nothing else really to do this turn. City of Sorcel is producing what I want it to. Arculus is producing the stuff that I want. Again, still not finding the heroes that I want. Rather unfortunate. Give me higher level heroes to recruit. Wah! Oh well. Alright, so a couple independents are moving around. I was a little bit worried, so you can see here they've taken my keep back from me, so in that case, we're going to have to waltz our way down and take them out. But I think that we're able to get one good fight in here as well. Just quickly move over here. I think I can auto this. Bit of damage taken there I really don't want to take. Not sure why my hero took so much damage. Seems a bit silly. Especially since they're not even a melee character. Normally melee characters take a good brunt of the incoming damage, but oh well. Alright, so we've got a couple of, what are these? These are some sort of caustic worm, some Gortus piglets, and gargoyles, which shouldn't really be that much of a threat. Now, I can advance myself over to here. Lets me very quickly deal a lot of damage. Can I blink? I could blink over to here and get a nice shot down the flank. I actually like that a lot. Yes. Teleport to here, and then ideally this will be a good old shot down the line, like so. Bam! Bam! That is a lot of damage. Alright. Next, we're going to advance with our spell shields, getting them up into a good position. In this case, we're going to fortify up this line, like so. Move our mages over here, since they're likely going to move up and attack us. I'm not too worried, though. They can try and charge, but I'm not exactly afraid of that. Set up here for some good old magical artillery, and go from there. Just group you together. Turn and face, and hold the line. Alright, bring it on, you little piglets. And worms and gargoyles. What you're all doing hanging out together, I don't know. Ooh, everyone is burning. That's good. See them taking an attack here. Fortunately, I believe they're a shock unit, so that cancels retaliations. But either way. See a bit of regeneration action going on there. So, turning to stone, making them quite tough. Luckily, we have the solution called a shitload of magic. We're we're going to immolate the area, since that does good damage. Kabloom. Everyone gets lifesteal from that. Next, we're going to follow up with the Star Purge ability. You just destroy them further. Kaboom. We're going to pop our Overchannel, because when you're a Wizard King, why not? Do, again, more fiery damage. Kablooey. Alright. And now, because we can probably shoot through the windmill here, we're going to move over and do so. Like so. And this will be the kill shot of the ages. Kabam! That is a very powerful tier 4 crossbow. As you can see, we did that with basically not a scratch. Just some clever maneuvering. Alright, a Punisher Halberd. Ah, that's a good tool to use against large targets. It also gives you first strike and a lot of retaliations. So very good on a hero that wants to stand in the front line and take a whole bunch of hits. That said, we're going to move ourselves back over to here and do the things that we need to. Magic Shield is a little bit cheaper. You can tell by the exclamation point there. Target unit gains bolstered defense and bolster resistance. Now, I do like that as the option just to keep something alive, but I'm also looking to get some extra protections here. Oh. Next Takas, hey, nice to see you. Welcome to the stream. All right, let's take a look at what we got going here. So, seeing our Evocation Tome and Pyromancy Tome, I could get a Stone Spirit summon if I so desired. Alternatively, the Tome of Pyromancy still has a couple goodies in it, be it the fire arrows that I could unlock for my hero, though I believe Searing Weapons is actually the buff that I get from that. Could also get a Pyromancer myself with the Flame Strike ability, which can set a lot of area on fire, or the Fire Spirits to buff up my magical attacks. I think that getting the Tide Spirit would be best for us right now, so we're going to shuffle our research and hopefully we get it. Hey, we do. Nice. Alright. We produced a storehouse in the city of Sorcel, so we're going to see if we can't get another one of those. We can get a bathhouse to further improve our stability, but we don't really need that right now. Blacksmith to improve draft could also help. And we were going after, where was it? The Workers Guild, yes. We were trying to get that, which would be boosted by our farm. So we are very close to getting the 4 farms needed for that, so I'm going to just order that to be in its construction. Then hopefully in 6 turns we'll be able to annex a farm there, which I will then turn into a forester shortly after. Heroes still wanting to join, still level 1s, not that impressive. Oh, right. We're going to order you to fortify up inside of Arculus, and we'll go from there, yeah. Alright, let's see. We've got our 2 armies here, well, 1 army really, it's 6 units. We got the Clawmark Cave and the outpost about to annex it. I am a little annoyed that this got taken, because it means that I'm going to have to come back and recapture it, because my ally is deciding not to attack them for whatever reason. Yeah, sadly, I can't tell them, hey, this one right here. I'm not even sure if they're at war with them or not. I'm assuming they are, but... Alright, anything we need to cast? Nothing needing to go. We've got some active spells, lightning blades, and focus and whatnot, draining a little bit of mana, but we're sitting on a large stack of it, so I'm not too worried. I think that is all we have to do this turn. Ending, and moving on to the next. Alright, so we're going to move our army down this way, since we want to bring the full force to bear on them. And just merge you in there. Now, they haven't attacked my outpost and tried to raise it, which is kind of surprising, honestly. I guess they're just set on occupying the Smoldering Keep and denying us that income, which honestly isn't the worst idea on their part. So you can see we finished 2 more troops for this army. What did we want to get in here? So we want to get a support unit here. And then we had these 2 as our frontline troop. Be a 3rd one. So depending on what type of hero we get, we're going to ignore one of those. I'll just order them to move over there real quick. Let's see. We also have the option to get some extra vision range here, which is kind of handy. We could furthermore improve our spells. Ooh, we can now cast them on the first turn of combat, which is pretty good. I might want to get this, because I know I'll be defeating some heroes and getting a little bit more knowledge. Notice I get 87 per turn, so that's essentially 2 turns worth of knowledge right there. Could get the advanced sensing to get a better view range, but I don't really think that I need to scout anything right now, so Outpost over here has been founded. We'll get that work camp set up on it. Or we could try and tap into this being a proper sized city, which, given the surrounding environment, I'm not entirely against. Either way, we're going to go with the work camp first, since it's easier than trying to recruit population. Alright. You're just going to be chilling here. I could build some palisade walls, but I don't really think that would require them to burn us down, so they're also quite cheap. Let's build some walls. Anyways, I can annex a new province here, so I could get some gold mines going, or I could get some extra production. I think I want more production to keep this thing going. I need 2 farms, as we currently have a, I believe this counts as a quarry. Yes, it does. Tell when you hover over it here. There it is, counts as quarry. We'll just get another farm going here to further boost our production. Stone Conjurer coming along shortly. We've got the Lightning Torrent spell ready to cast. And, well, just not really anything to do. Again, heroes, tier 1. Wish it would tell me when there was new heroes. And the Empire developments that we already looked at. So, with that being said, I don't really think there's much else to do this turn. Just kind of a boring go-over. Oop, never mind. We can still advance into this corner and hopefully get to that watchtower. Yeah, ending off here. Seeing all the other characters moving. It's a bit of an interesting picture on the map. Just look out here. See just how much of the map is this kind of burnt up ashland landscape versus, zoom in a little bit, versus you can see the sort of uninhabitable astral parts of it. It gives this very pockmarketed look to it and with a lot of laneways that you can control. Anyways, the Smoldering Keep has been reclaimed by us. Ta-da! As you can see, just doing that there. Now then, we have the opportunity to attack here, which we are going to try and take. So, to move them quickly this way. If they want to pick a fight with us, they are more than welcome to. Given they have only 235 strength to our, well, 1100. I'm not that worried about it. I'm just going to ignore that request to join, since I'm pretty sure it's still the same heroes. Alright, could still get producing some more units. My income is a little bit taxed from all of them. As you can see, my unit upkeep approaching 121. I might want to get that talent that reduces my upkeep again. But until I do, I'm just going to keep our stack here safeguarding. There we go. Just a couple expenditures here. Honestly, I could probably disband these 3 tier 1 units since I don't really think I'm going to use them. Pretty soon, I'm going to start getting some higher tier units, and if I wanted to right now, I could get some, well, I can't actually get any tier 2 units because I didn't select them, but I could get either Soothers or Spell Shields, so I think we're just going to make the executive decision here to fire a couple troops. Gonna disband you, and you, and you, since you've just been costing me a bunch of mana, and that improves our income. Yay! Alright, that sets up everything here, and we're gonna just go with that. Because, let's see, got you as a shield, you as a fighter, you as a support. That's good for when I get a hero in there, and then I can fill out the 2 slots as I see. Anyways, you're going to go over to here and actually capture that. There we go. Now we can see even more ruins around the place. Still haven't seen the enemy's capital, so I'm betting it's going to be up in that top left corner, because that seems to be the only place that's not really explored. It's possible they might be down here, but given this is the direction of one of their cities, that's where I'm betting. Alright. Unless they're, for some reason, in the underworld area, but it doesn't seem to be. This is a nice little safe spot he's got set up. Wow, the AI really likes to build research posts for some reason. And mines. I guess they just don't like doing the boosting. They just go for the resources that they can't get otherwise. I guess that kind of makes sense. Still, it's not very optimal for trying to get a bunch of your city's buildings online. I'll just get them off camera since it makes their turn faster. See my ally over here throwing a bit of hands against some of the neutrals on the map. Alright, anytime. Ah, here we go. They did actually choose to pick this fight, or maybe our ally did. Yeah, we're just gonna auto-combat this, because yeah, they had no shot, absolutely. Alright, and that'll be that, so. With that said, I don't really think there's much more for us to do down here. We could possibly take over this free city if we so desired. We would have to besiege it for a couple of turns, because they have 45 wall strength, and we'd have to chip away at that. Alternatively, we could just go for the throat and try and do a 1-2 city punch, which I'm pretty happy to do. Also, we could take on this army with the Mage Bane, which is a powerful tier 4 unit. It's the ability to devour a mind. Oof. Clicking Insanity, which is uncontrollable and will attack random units. However, because I have a Mimic, I could then copy this unit, so I kind of like that. While this unit is in battle, spells cannot be cast by the enemy, so very powerful effect. If you can get one of these under your control in a PvP game, it is devastating because your enemy suddenly can't cast spells. But now that that is resolved, we're going to go and take that one on in a fight and copy it with our Mimic. Alright, we can also summon some Storm Spirits if we want to fill out our ranks. And now we get our third tome. So, like I mentioned, the Tome of Amplification is pretty good. Getting that Astral Blood to get the extra Fortune Attunement, very strong. Frenzying Focus, meaning that my battle mages and supports get increased damage, is also quite good. And the Amplify Minds, a little bit of stability loss in exchange for some extra knowledge is quite good. Plus, if I want to, in combat, I can conjure the Amplification Pylon, which makes my spells deal a lot of damage. Plus, this counts as a summon, which the enemies will then possibly attack, because I can put it someplace stupid, and they'll just all focus it instead of my troops. So overall, pretty good tome. I don't think there's a reason not to take it. Of course, each of the tomes has its own various benefits and drawbacks and whatnot, given that you have to choose one instead of the others.
Augmenting and amplifying its own essence. Any wizard can cast a spell, but a true master seeks to perfect it and elevate themselves and their magic beyond what mere practitioners think possible.
Yeah, there you go. Anyways, immediately Astral Blood is available for cheaper research, so I think we're going to go with that. Chain Lightning is tempting since I can jump lightning around at people, but I'm pretty good at just pie plating enemies as is. So we're going to go with Astral Blood. Alright, we can produce a new building here since our Stone Conjurer finished. I'd like to get the Masonic Hall, but I don't really see us doing that. Getting the Gold Mine could get some bonus income. Let's get the Vendor since we did end up being short on cash a little bit there. Again, tier 1 heroes, not interested. Ah, okay. So, we captured that hero, which we can now inspect them. So, we could take their various gear here, the Staff of Radiance and the the Robe of Resistance. Tell you the truth, the Staff doesn't really interest me. It's okay as a weapon. It's a tier 2, so it's better than some of the stock gear I get. The Robe is nice, given the extra resistances that I get, and also that I don't actually have any chest pieces right now, so I think that we will... They're a level 4 hero. There's a chance they might come back. Alright, we will grant them their freedom. Okay, fine, they get that. This also will improve our alignment ever so slightly. We're currently at neutral, so that's nice. Alright. Ooh, somebody has withdrawn to the Astral Void. So I think that means that their main settlement is right here, because it is what warped me. And I can also zoom in and see a bunch of windmills and stuff from farms. Plus, that appears to be a pretty big, important structure-y thing. I'm going to assume that's a ancient wonder of some sort. Anyways, Aster has sent another war party, which is rather annoying. I think we're going to have to go deal with them, because I'm not going to just sit around while getting bombarded by a bunch of war parties. And our alignment is now neutral. Yay! Unfortunately, you can't see the alignment indicator because my face is obscuring it, but you can just assume we're a little evil sometimes, for fun. Anyways, the reserve troops are just kind of hanging out here. Just going to keep them on guard duty because I don't really have a better use for them right now. If I do get a ranged hero, I'll want a third melee unit, and if I get a melee unit, I'll want a couple more ranged troops, but I'm just waiting for this to hit tier 3, and then I'll just basically build a bunch of my tier 3 units, the spell breakers, because they are pretty good. Also, they come on horses, which is very handy for getting around the map. Yep. Let's just keep you moving along. Yeah. Yeah. Again, checking the old heroes. Selection, recruit, nothing we want. Okay. Outpost has made Palace of Walls. Let's also throw up a Watchtower, because that's 100 gold, actually. That's a bit much. We're going to hold off on that. Still, we can recruit some units here if we so desire. All right, let's go ahead and annex that to get ourselves some bonus resources. Yoink. That gets us more Imperium. 77 per turn is really high. Not had this much Imperium in a game that I can recently remember. Could get some extra sensing range here. Not going to say no to that, since we have the money. And that, and maybe I get spells cast on the first turn. Okay, that could also be good. But I think right now I'm going to found my third city here, since this is a good enough spot. I can grab the Archon Blood when I decide, and then these other resources as they come in. Getting the gold and then the pastures and mana is quite good. Alright, let's see. Palace had walls. Don't see a problem with getting some of those, but market is also economical and boosted, so we're going to go with that. Sometimes it's better to go for what is boosted at the time, even if it's not the building you exactly want. Change you to anything else? A quarry? No, not really. It's not needed. More food and stuff, I guess. Could build a fourth city over here just for the economy. And to get the blighted tree. That is handy. Alright. Let's just ignore that. And, oop. Nah, we're good. We're just going to end the turn. The spell shield would be pretty good, though. There's a likelihood that I'll get a ranged hero, but I also want to get a melee hero because actually I can get any hero type because I can just reset their skills and give them the tools that I've got. Let's get into this fight. And can I actually initiate the fight this turn? I think I have the movement. Yeah, I have the movement. Let's get him. So we're going to engage in manual combat, squaring off against one of the spell eaters. Yeah. Alright. So, setting this to faster combat. I'm going to move up, most likely, and get a good shot on them. I do want to be aware of where these guys are able to move to, because I want to be in range. Setting up being covered here seems pretty good. I'm going to reduce the speed a little. So, this means they could get up and poke me in the face, which is rather annoying. Could also try and claw at me with these guys. Still, the opportunity presents itself to get a really good shot off, like so, and I think I'm going to take that. This gives me good damage across both this front unit and the one behind it. So we're going to take that shot. Bam. See, they resisted our burning, sadly. Let's see. Archer Martyrdom. Whenever a defending unit dies, all adjacent hostiles suffer 15 spirit damage and have a big chance to get condemned. Okay, that's a little annoying. And the Devourer of Spells prevents me from casting any spells on them, so. That said, we're able to move up and do our thing. I want the Mirror Mimic to be up on here so that I can get to that Mage Bane. Get one of our shield units going here and the other one going to the other side. I don't believe they have much in the way of big AoEs. This thing has the ability to inflict insanity, but I think that we'll be able to resist some of that. We'll get our Soothers up front here, trying to take the brunt, and the Spellbreakers next to them, playing defensively. I don't really need to heal anything, so we're just going to provide a defensive aura, and my hero is probably going to take a hit, but I'm okay with that. They're tough. See, our defense is holding. Take a little bit of fire damage. Burning. A little bit annoying. Alright. Now, try and get a good angle here. So ideally, I want to kill that, or copy it. We're going to move you up like so, and just out of range. That's annoying. Alright, so we'll probably have to do a melee strike then to get them. But I think that is perfectly doable. Either way, let's see. So I could get some handy kills here. Try and blow through a bunch of stuff. Trying to line this up in the best way possible, but I don't think I'm going to get a better shot than that, really. I do want to be out of the way, though, so see if we can't do this. That looks pretty good. Well, hit them, hit them. I could take a focus shot on you, or I could also try poison darts, but I'm not really that thrilled with that ability. Doing chip damage to you would be pretty good, but I think I'm going to go and try and get the splash damage going. So, bam, take out the Copper Golem and send the Spirit Hawk behind it. As my troops move up and advance and attack. I'll move you around the side so that hopefully I can get you tied down. Then as for you, good old damage on you would be nice. I can get a good Star Purge and hit all 3 of these. I think I'll do that. Kablam. Nice little splash damage there. Almost, that was 35, 36, 21. Let's see, so that would be almost, yeah, that was about 90 damage. That's a lot. Woof. I can get you tied up in melee, which is nice. Given it has melee strikes that deal 10 damage and a little bit of elemental, that is rather annoying. Don't want that to be hitting me very hard. At the same time, I would also like to see their units tied down and removed from the game, so let's see. Probably get you with a good old Mage Blast. Maybe we'll do that, actually. We'll move you up to here and move you into the midst, like so. Giving you good cover. Get a Magical Blast into here to reduce your damage output. Then, because you are a bit tougher than our Mimic, I'm going to hit the unit here. Take a little retaliation attack, but that's okay. Ouch. Ah, took a little bit of morale penalty there. How unfortunate. We'll get it back with this kill, though, as the Mimic goes smacking it. Yeah, cool. So, unfortunately, these units here, they are, let's see, I believe they had a morale, where was it? Ah, so these ones are much more susceptible to morale changes than the powerful enemies are. So, okay, seeing it here, affected almost double. I think these have a condition somewhere where it's like morale changes are half as effective. Large targets, ethereal, floating. It might just be tied to the tier of unit then. I know that lower tier units are typically easier to route. Anyways, let's see if they try and do the insanity effect on me. I couldn't cast a spell that turn, so I took a morale penalty. You'll see the elemental attacks here. Just a couple of fire bolts. Nothing too bad. It is flanking though, which is annoying. Here we see them moving forward, trying for attacks. They're doing a little bit of damage to our spell breaker, but our spell shield rather. That's okay though. We're going to now copy the Mimic. Rolling. Then inflict Devour, which I believe is uncontrollable attack random units. Okay, so I don't really want it attacking random units. That would be bad. Instead, I want you to fire on you, since that does oh. Okay, so if I make you the primary target that kills, still I want you to do more damage, since I think I could throw another splash attack or a flanking shot. Alright, you're sadly in melee. You can come around the back and hit this one. Wham. There we go. And get some good old magical fire going into you. So there is foliage in the way, so we'll have to risk it for the biscuit. Zap 1, zap 2, zap 3. So you see it grazed there, meaning that it kind of missed, but not exactly. Anyways, I think that we are good to go on this one. We'll just take a little retaliation. Smack, smack, smack. And this should be a kill. Wham! Alright. That is a Archon Blood claimed for us. Or at least it will be once we expand to this territory, which will actually take us 2 turns. That's annoying. Although I could build an outpost on this gold, which is then free, and then get the Archon Blood that way. I could then tear down the outpost later on if I need. I might actually do that. Can I get there this turn? Sadly not. Dang. Like that. And I have to deal with the war party sent by Aster. Alright, well, tell you what then. Since the war party has not shown itself yet, I think that we are still good to set up and fight for this little bit of gold here. We'll take this gold with an outpost, build the Archon Blood tapping reservoir thing. The city here will build up out this way, and then if I need to, I can transfer over stuff. And that should work out. So we leveled up again. I'm going to go ahead and take the Inspiring Leader to get that income, or upkeep reduction rather. Boost our income. Ooh, at the same time, if I kill another unit, I can get action points back. So that's pretty powerful. I think I'm going to get killing momentum for now. Grab that. Okay. And I think that that is going to be all we will do on our turn. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, so we have the ability to go over here and get into a fight, which we will do. I don't want to take the spell. Well, I want to keep leveling up my mirror mimics and stuff because they're strong, but I'm not sure about leveling up the spellbreakers, if I need to do that or not. Either way, we're going to pick a fight here. I will be a little bit bad and attack them because I want the combat experience. See what auto combat does here. Unfortunately, we lost a unit in auto, so we're not going to do that. Rather not have a unit lost for nothing. So we're going to engage in combat. You can see we have our heroes separated from our main force because they split off and attacked the head, which dragged the rest of our forces in. We've got a large plague serpent here with its nasty gaseous cloud around it, along with, what are these? A astral keeper, which is a nasty little support unit. You see it has, it won't let me hover over it, an astral blessing, which can give static charge and temporary HP to unit. They do not. Oh, they do have the astral torrent, which means that if I kill one of these jellyfish-like things, it will heal its allies. Which means that ideally I kill it when they're at full health, or I just don't kill it at all until the end when it has nothing healed. There's also a floral stinger. Really the dog's breakfast of builds here. Like, you just got this weird menagerie of units kind of tucked in together. Either way, we're going to move our way up. I believe that I can get a shot off on one of you. So you are a melee striker, so I just need to stay out of range of you. You've got range, but I'm not too worried, and you have melee attacks, but I'm, again, not too worried. If I get in range here, let's see, can this hit? Though, unfortunately, not go the angle that I wanted to, so we're going to undo that movement. Let's see if we can't get somewhere more beneficial. So I would love to be able to shoot down the line and hit both of them, but that was probably going to involve getting stuck in range with the floral stinger here, so. Oh well, we still have the opportunity of doing stabbings or throwing some wand darts at them. I think we're just going to go here and fire as we had originally seen, since this just gives a really good damage dealt. Bam, 38 on the draw. Move our mimic forward. Since they can't quite get into range here, we're going to be good on this. Move up as we please. We're going to keep this one out of combat since we don't want it to take any damage. See, just again, you can't quite get to me here, so I'm going to set you up on this ridge here with low foliage blocking them. There we go. Then we're going to move our spell shield over this way. Additionally, we'll have our magical support in the form of the Soother move up. And you will just go here to provide a little bit of shielding. Yeah. Do that, and then we'll apply our magical heal to you just in case you get popped. Just a little bit of shared healing. And you, let's see, you're at that range, so you get tied up on melee. You're just going to wait. And that'll be the turn. See the little fire effect going off as we trigger some of the burnings around the map. In this case, this plant got set on fire, which is good for us. It fires just a little poison spore, which is rather annoying, and it does weaken us. And wow, that's a lot of effects it's trying to apply. Alright, so Serpent has chosen to sit here, which means that rather than just, stand here, we are going to just waltz our way backwards, scooting and shooting, like so. And fire for effect. Blam. See the piercing shot going through and hitting multiple. You, I want to ideally get up there. Move you back to here. And you will be able to go up to here. Come on, let me clone you. There we are. Now we can get our own Plague Serpent going. Since we have the range advantage, I think that it's best for us to make use of it. I can Pieplate these guys. This will kill one of them and heal the Serpent, sadly, but deals a little bit of damage either way. Let's get you set up in front here. Since you'll be attacking with just one, I'm fine setting up there. Additionally, we're going to reinforce you from this angle. This way, they get the Overwhelm Tactics and the Shield Wall going. As for you, Mr. Plague Serpent, I mean, they could Poison Spore me, but I'm not too worried about that, so you're just going to defend. And the Soothing Breeze is on cooldown. Well, they can move up and try an attack here, but I think we'll just hold for now. Yes. There we go, get that warding going. Oh, and I could also inflict some spell damage if I wanted. So I think that just to keep our morale up, we're going to fire a Cosmic Ablation at him. Which I probably should have done first, since that would give me lifesteal. But oh well. Water under the metaphorical bridge. We see the Plague Serpent electing to go after our spell shields here. They take one hit in return, but also dish out a lot of damage. So we see the Burning Plant moving forward, trying to get into melee range. We're going to make use of our abundant mana and just kind of zap this one to finish it off. Actually, that's a bit of overkill. We're going to instead go on this one. There we are. Zap, zap. See Lifesteal and Starblade's proccing. I'm going to fire on this one, I think. Or we could give it one good hit. Yeah, it's going to die in one hit, so we'll just give that the kill shot. Pop, pop. There we go. So we can probably rotate you over and get at least one shot in. So I'm going to zap that with magical bolts. Maybe like so. Our support unit's going to give a little bit of fire support, in this case. 3 arcane bolts directly into it. And I think we're going to go for the crossbow shot to kill. And kerblam. Shooting a plant with a crossbow. Boom. 38 damage. Makes it piercing and fire. Nice. And that'll be the ball game as we're going to finish up this combat and claim a Amulet of Vitality. Very nice. So we're going to just immediately equip this to our hero, getting those extra 10 hit points. We've got the Robes of Resistance, and earlier on we had gotten some other equipment. So we're just going to confirm that now. See, we've also got this Great Axe, which I don't really need. I can most likely sell this if I don't really need some cash, but I'll just hold on to it for now. Punisher's Halberd is what I want to equip my next hero with because it's a very good item. The extra damage against large and cavalry targets means that I'm quite equipped to take on later game enemies. Plus, First Strike and Retaliations means that, well, if you hit this thing, you're going to be punished, and getting stuck into combat is rather unpleasant. That, or if I need a shock unit, I can equip the Frost Great Axe to really bring the pain. Alright. That said, orders are required, so we are going to go down and try and take over the city of Aster. First name, Dis. Anyways, our troops are rallying as they can. We have orders required here. Sadly, I can't traverse over the astral void here. It's just completely impassable terrain. So, that said, we're going to get up here as we can and try and skirt around the edge of the map. We can annex a new province here, which we intend to do in a bit. If I get a mine, I could build a mint. I could also tap into a forester if I so desired, and then that would be beneficial for getting a storehouse going, which would then boost our city. I think that for now, we're going to get to the tier 2 that will increase our gold income as well, and make it so we can annex more provinces, namely this pasture over here, which I want to get. Getting a forester up or this gold mine would be quite beneficial, though, especially since I could really quickly grab that. And an obelisk requires 2 quarries. I've got 1 counted from this ancient wonder over here. So that would be good for my mana production, although I'm sitting on so much of that, I'm not worried. Forester for the library, that does improve my tech, which I'm slowly progressing through. Leveling up my city, though, I wouldn't say no to, since I can just annex more. So we're going to make the economical choice between getting more gold in production or this. I feel like we should get a quarry here, since it allows us to build the Masonic Hall to increase our production again, and we get that extra gold, so we will do that. You see here now, that makes our market very close to completion. And after that then, we could build the blacksmith, the mana obelisk, or the Masonic Hall. Masonic Hall would require a 3rd farm, but I think that we could easily grab this tile in a turn or 2. So we'll just start work on that next turn. Heroes are now leveled up to 3, which is what we were after, so now we can choose which one of them we want. The unstable thing means that they can displace, but that can end up getting me kind of screwed, because if they get hit once, they'll teleport and possibly end up somewhere bad. In this case, Alexei the Guide, the sort of featureless fiend here, has Beastmaster, letting them summon a unit, so we're going to go ahead and inspect their kit. As we see, they can come with a Staff of Lightning, which gives them a little lightning blast attack, but we're probably not going to keep that. We're just going to recruit them and instead reconfigure their everything. So I'm going to keep the little faceless look because it is kind of cool. Anyway, I might actually change that to a helmet. So we're going to reset their skills since we wanted them to be a frontline fighter. We're going to give them the Punisher Halberd instead. Similar look here. Actually, I might give them the Frost Great Axe since I don't really have any shock units to hit enemies with. And it makes them a very mean frontline fighter, as we saw earlier. So I think we'll go with that. We'll give them the Frost Great Axe as such. I don't really have any other items to give them. I could give them the Poison Darts that my hero had, since they're a ranged unit already and don't need those. In this case, no mounts needed to be given, but we will redo the skills. So I want to give them Sprint, since it lets them reposition around the battlefield very quickly. And give them Fighting to deal extra melee damage. And then the Sentinel ability, so they get First Strike and extra retaliation damage. that will help out a lot if I switch over to the halberd when they have to fight bigger units. I'm going to go with that. Now that we have our heroes equipped, we can move them over to this front. As we see here, we have 2 frontline combatants, so we will probably want to get some ranged magical units in there. Although, since we don't have our maximum leveled city yet, namely the Mystic Spire, we're going to wait on that. We could get this, but we are currently a little bit short on gold, so we're just going to hold off on buying things for now. We're going to set Alexei the Guide as our governor. Actually going to change them around a little bit, so... Given that this is typically the mask used for supports, I'm going to switch them off it. So let's go ahead and see what they look like under the mask. Ooh, well that's cool. Check that out. A little stripe eye thing. All right. Kind of like the dreads. So let's see if there's any other good helmets they can get. Actually, it's kind of the mystical support angle there. Giving them the little sort of helmet. Earthen crown, flower crown, the wizard's hat. So you can customize your heroes to your heart's content. I think that I'm just going to have them go with no helmet, since letting the old threads fly is kind of metal. Sir Alexei the Guide. Instead of Alexei the Guide, you will be Alexei the Slayer. As thou are now a, well, melee combatant. Look at him go. Also, change your pose to something a little less passive. Screen. Actually, just set you back to, yeah, like that. There you go. Alexei the Slayer, red-eyed and ready. All right. I think that we are able to... No, we already had moved those, so there's nothing else really to do this turn. All spells have been cast and ready, so we're just going to end turn and move on to the next. See our allies moving around their territories, doing their things. They've recruited a, what is this, a razorback. Little porcupine-looking thing that can shoot spikes at people. Just like real porcupines. Again, seeing our enemy fielding some troops here. Is this the... That's not the same guy, is it? No, I don't think so. They've got a different loadout. Okay, so... here we go. Closer to the magic. A distinguished envoy of the Neko's Council appears before you. After the required formalities, she states her business. Your Eminence, you know us Nekos as a proud and illustrious people. We seek to elevate ourselves from the worldly muck of this realm. The envoy smirks. Not that you can tell under that mask. We wish to better understand the ways of magic. Over time, we might augment our kin with the powerful flows of the astral sea. Well, I plan to do that, so... If you support our quest to grow closer to magical currents, we kindly request you construct more conduits. Okay. I will entertain your request. Magic does not suit you simple Nekos, but farming does. I can decline and... lose some stability, but I gain a bunch of food. Or I can decide what to build on my land. I think I will get this, since this will give me a mystery reward and some bonuses. So, I will entertain your request. So the goal is to build some conduits, which means that when this city levels up, I can probably annex this real quick. 25 turns as well, and I can expand onto this and then this in that time. Additionally, I could build... I think I can get a conduit here. Yeah, so if I build this, I'll get a work camp. Reminds me, I need to do that. I forgot. We'll build that, and then we will march on the enemy. Yes. And we'll set our scout here. Just going to set them to auto-explore, since I don't really have anything else to click on with them. And I do want to get some basic buildings up, so a forester would do well to help me here. Don't really need anything else around the way, and this nicely fills out our territory. We'll get that built. Workers Guild's going up. Stability isn't an issue here, and a library will help our knowledge, along with getting, let's say, the Arcane Institute after. That'd be very good for our information. Vendor to boost our gold income even further. All the things I want. Alright then. His spell's ready to cast, but we don't need to cast any. Our ally has withdrawn to the Astral Void, and their ruler has returned. Okay, so we confirmed that their capital is up over here, so this is where we want to be going eventually. But for right now, we have to conquer the free city of Aster. Low stability. Unfortunately, this city has low stability, which means that in the unstable, I'm losing income, so we don't want that. We're going to instead build the I can't actually build. So we're going to swap over and build the town hall first. We'll keep this in the queue. That will allow me to build the tavern afterwards, like so. That's going to eat up a bunch of our income, but that will fix itself eventually. Yeah. Let me see, is there anything other clever things I could do? Force march my troops. And cast spells on the first turn. Tell you what, to improve my stability, I am going to spend money to get another Whispering Stone, like so. Then I'm going to send it to my own town here, which will then improve the stability by +2 for 10 turns. Until eventually I'll get a +20, and that should pull me out of the negatives. And that will be that. Let's finish the turn here and move on. See, our hero has merged, so given that this is 309 strength versus 548, I'm going to take that fight and see if I can't clear out some more terrain. And keep going from there. Our outpost about to be a city. Alright. The allies and enemies are moving, respectively. They're coming towards us. Ooh, 2 in a row, so we're going to line up for that fight. Tubercalis has been founded. So, we could recruit another hero, but unfortunately we don't have the gold for it. Also, if we look at our hero selection, oh, we did get another one. So, we still have our hero here, the unstable one, which has very frail hit points, which I don't like. Or we could go for the eagle-eyed Nixia, who is a militarist, which means that all of the infantry troops here have +1 defense, which is pretty good. As it currently stands, though, we are a little bit on the broke side, except for mana. I wish that I could turn mana into cash right now, but currently stands. We're just going to get ourselves some gold going, I think. We'll just set that up to go. Or do we want the Evocator's Abode? I am short on cash, so... But this also gives me production, which means that I get this faster. I think that we're going to go with the Evocator's Abode first. They are both boosted by a farm, so we're going to grab our gold tile here with either a Forester or the gold. I could transfer it over from gold. I think a Forester gets me the benefits that I want to get, like storehouses and stuff going, so we'll do that. Anyways, we have new Empire development skills. Not that I can afford them with my current Imperium, but if I want to, I can immediately summon a big ol' astral army of magical units with low maintenance, which would be very good because magical units tend to cost mana, and that gives me a big ol' wad of troops to use. I think I'll hold off on doing this until I really get into a fight. Philosopher Soldiers means that gain knowledge whenever your units gain ranks, so if I just keep my troops alive and gaining ranks, I'll get some more knowledge. I can get that in like a turn or two. I think I might grab that when I do. As it currently stands, though, we're just going to take our main army with our Wyvern Flying Lord and fly over towards the enemy here, which they have conveniently chosen to ignore in favor of just standing in the middle of the two of them. The AI in this game sometimes makes you scratch your head when they're your quote-unquote allies. Alright, we can see the Workers' Guild will be finished in a turn. I'm just going to pay the 14 gold so that I get the benefits this turn. I think that's worth it. Then we will see what else we can get. So I'm going to grab the Vendor since I want more gold, given that we are very much on the broke side. Getting all of our troops and stuff together has been expensive. We're going to move our way over to here, hoping to pick a fight with some, let's see, we've got some carrion birds, some ice spiders, and some storm scale serpents, much like the one I have in my own army, so hopefully mine's better. We're going to end the turn there and see what next turn takes us. I'm going to watch as our allies kind of wander around and the enemies hopefully trickle over to our outpost where we can meet them. Fighting in friendly terrain would be great, because then I can quickly heal up any wounds that I take and then move on to their, well, I say capital, but only town, really, so of course it's their capital. Alright, we see them coming over to here, trying to raid our ancient wonder that we have annexed. Now, they have lost that battle as our ally interdicted them, but we see they have, again, another stack of units here. Rather tenacious, aren't they? Astral Blood. So this is a minor race transformation that we are going to take on shortly. We could get Pyromancers now if we wanted to, but I think I'm about to get my tier 3 mages, and I don't really have a use for these anymore. Amplify Minds is a good spell. This lowers stability a bit, but gets me more knowledge, which I'm going to take. The outpost has been founded here, so we are going to immediately start work on a work camp. The idea is that we are going to put a conduit on here to then capture this Archon Blood, which gets me more casting points and even more mana. Not that we had a shortage of that. Plus, since we built this on a gold node, it means that the normal 10 gold cost of my outpost has been waived. So, handily, this is a break-even investment. Sorcel has finished its production, so we're going to go ahead and add on some new stuff to it. We could get a shrine if we so desired. You can see a lot of this stuff is grayed out because I just don't have the gold. We could get the Arcane Institute because it is so cheap, and frankly, why wouldn't you? The Academy would be very good, although we need a research post for that. Did we get the... I think we got the guild, right? Let me just double check our buildings here. Masonic Hall, yes. Yes, the Workers Guild. So our quarries are generating insane amounts of production, which means we can now change out a bunch of stuff over to what we want it to be. Now, I'm going to change you to be a research post because it's the only tile that we have that can actually be that. That will allow me to, in a turn, get the Academy for very cheap amounts, or rather 3 turns while it changes over. I can also swap some of my farms to other more useful things if I need them. Specifically, the granary would do me quite well, since getting the foresters up would help a lot. So I think I'll take this farm tile and instead change it over to be a forester. Let's see if there's anything else that I might want. I need 2 farms and a quarry. So in this case, I've got a farm here and, oh dear. I appear to only have the 1 farm. So we're actually going to stop that being transferred over. Instead, this quarry here, we're going to switch over to be a forester. There we go. I could change these to be a mine to get some more gold income, which wouldn't be horrible. Quarries here are producing pretty well, and I do need that gold, so maybe that's what we'll do here. If I can swap you to be a mine, getting me, I believe it's an extra 5 gold a turn, which, well, that will add up eventually. See, an outpost can be upgraded, which was the one we had already selected over there to do upgrades on. Now then, let's get our army flying down this way. They're probably going to occupy Smoldering Keep, but that won't be an issue, since they can't really take our outpost without besieging it for 2 turns. We've got the population going on here. The tavern looking to restore stability, but is not needed right this second since we gave that Whispering Stone, so we can set that on the back burner for now. The library is very quick, something that we could build, but I do want to get that Masonic Hall up, so that way I can get a lot of, production going here. Just waiting on 1 more population, and then I'll probably annex this tile so I could eventually get a forester there. But I want the boost for the Masonic Hall with its 3 farms. See, I've got 1, 2, and then 2 quarries here allowing me to build it. See, Nimue has returned to Siren's Refuge, which is her capital city. She's just doing her thing. Citadel has sent a war party. So, Citadel is the other free city on the map, which we encountered, which is up over here, next to the enemy's city of Arcadia. We want to expand up this way and eventually wipe all of this out, but for right now, we are focused on attacking the town of Aster and securing our flank, since our ally apparently does not want to block off all their stuff. You see, they invaded our domain there, and we don't like that. So next turn, we're going to go and beat their teeth in. You can see we've got a little bit of combat here. The event that goes on in this map is the Ritual Pyre, so every 2 turns, all units not owned by the Shadrai have a 30% chance of burning. Very nice. We're going to engage in some manual combat, so our units don't do anything too stupid. Also because it's fun. Alright, so we're going to buff up ourselves here. We've got our new hero here, the old Alexei the Slayer with his red face paint and his awesome metal axe. So, given we're facing off against some ice spiders and some storm scale serpents, those could be a little problematic. I believe the ice spiders have, yes, a frozen webbing, so there's a chance for units there to be frozen, which means they're kind of stuck. You can see they cannot move or attack, which is worse than just being webbed, which means you just can't move. So, not wanting to give them a great pie plate target, we've stayed just out of their range, so they'd have to move up to get us. I think we're going to keep it that way. So we'll move up our shield unit here, and ideally our fighter will go on the outside. We'll set up our soother in the back line here, and you'll see in a minute why. With this, we're going to activate defensive mode with our shield wall, protecting our units, and then we're going to activate the warding defense here, providing additional defense, and then we're just going to sit tight. However, because I can, I'm going to conjure a animal here, which should give me a random summon for a short bit. Oh, I'm kidding. We got some vampire spider hatchlings, although they're kind of hard to see in the grass. Let's see if I can't pull them up larger. Yep, so here we go, little cute vampire spiders. Their melee strikes have lifesteal, meaning they can sustain themselves quite well. They're also low maintenance, not that it really matters, since they're just a summon unit. You can see the combat summon, meaning they'll wear off after 4 turns, so they're just going to be a blade of HP as the enemy charges forward and bites into them. Yeah, that is what we will go with. Hopefully they will overly aggressively move up and smack those. See that web shot being wasted on our unit there, which is great, because that means that they aren't hitting the stuff that actually is going to stay after the fight. See the carrion birds moving up, the storm scale serpent engaging. First things first, we're going to take our turn. So we're going to go ahead and engage in a little bit of magical destruction. I think that some immolation is in order for these. Kill it with fire, a good term if ever. Let's go ahead and drop a little bit of burning, I think. Yes. This also will proc certain effects for us, namely the Star Blade's benefit, which means that we get extra damage on our attacks. Let's see, where is it? Okay, we get Lifesteal and the Star Blades. We have the Mana Addicted trait, which manifests here. Means that whenever I cast a spell, my units get Lifesteal, which is very handy for keeping them alive. I can attack this one with my Shock Troop, which lets me escape his retaliation, or I can advance up to here and get a good strike onto these carrion birds, tying them down. Not sure which I want to do. So I can eat the retaliation either way, which I might want to do. I think that tying this one down seems like a good play, so we're going to do that. Charging forward and around the attack pattern here. I'm going to get a good old swipe onto these birds. 27 damage. Good strike on them. Next, we're going to eat the opportunity attack, or the retaliation rather, by attacking with our summon, which has a little bit of bonus health. You can see it just got struck there, but that's fine because we don't really care that much about it. Next, we're going to move up our troops here. We can get a good strike on that side, and our Storm Scale Snake is able to move up here and get a good hit. We could also attack with our mages, or soothers rather. Might want to hold on. I'll hold on to the end to hit with them. In this case, we're going to get a good hit there. I'm going to move up and do a singular melee strike here since you are very resistant. So I'll take a little bit of zap damage. Hopefully, this will kill. Wham and wham. There we go. Now, we're able to move up our troops and get a good magical blast going here. You see these carrion birds about to eat a magic missile from our soothers. Nice 4 shots firing, 14 damage. Mixture of lightning, fire, and cold damage, or frost damage, rather. And that is all we got in our turn, so we're just going to hold off. Hopefully these spiders will try and go after our weakened one in the midst, and we can just all dogpile them. Unfortunately, they're going around the backside, hitting our... Ooh, our serpent took a nasty beating there. Luckily, our serpent is a single entity, so it doesn't lose any combat power as it takes damage. You can see the carrion there using one of their abilities, which is feasting on battlefield corpses. Rather visceral. Now, let's see. So, I believe our Soother can get a good magic blast, but I really want them to be ended. This means going into fire, which is bad. I do want to get a good hit on them, so we're going to activate Sprint, which lets us get around the place. Going to tactically position ourselves to here, getting a good back strike. Also going to pop a little Cosmic Ablation on them. Nice little mix of damages here. Bam! 24 damage, killing a spider, getting all of our units lifesteal. I'm going to swing and hopefully land a crit here. Wham! This also cancels the retaliation, meaning our giant snake is able to bite onto them for a big old meat chomp. Chomp, chomp. You can see our little cannibal spiders, or vampire spiders here, are doing their job. I'm going to have them move forward and eat this unit's retaliation, since they are a summon. Next, going to move you up into melee range, and move you up as well, so you get the adjacency from Overwhelm Tactics, improving your crit rate. I fire a magical blast here. Hopefully this will crit and kill. Doesn't look like it. Now we're just going to let our spell shields get the last killing blow on these carrion as they swing and smack birds. And that'll be it. So I did take a little bit of damage on the snake, but if anything, that's probably the best target for it since I don't lose any combat power by it being wounded. With that, we have secured ourselves a wand of poison darts, which we are going to open our hero screen and equip. You can see my main hero here. I'm going to go ahead and close out of that and swap over to our other hero, Elixir the Slayer. I'm going to get the wand of poison darts since this handily allows them to throw some poisonous darts at range. Given they are an axe character, they don't have any ranged attack normally, so that's a nice little option. Anyways, now that you've secured that, we're probably going to go over and secure this place as well, since there's not really much else for you to be doing right now. Alright, we can add another province. Like we said, we wanted a third farm, so I think we will take it. You can see the boost taking effect there, going from 6 turns to 5 to build this Masonic Hall. And that is where we are going to end off for that. So, we're going to end our turn here and keep it going. Hopefully this army will choose to pick a fight with us, since that is a very one-sided affair. Most likely they're going to be annoyingly evasive. We can see the river troll that we didn't deal with before. Might want to go over and capture that. So as you can see here, they're attempting to occupy Smoldering Keep. We are not going to let them do that, so we're going to march on them. This should be a very one-sided combat, so I'm just going to try and auto it and see how it goes. That is acceptable casualties. We're going to close out of that. Alright, so the question is, what happened to their hero? Let's see. They have withdrawn. Okay. I'm going to check my, let's see, where is it? My hero dungeon. Heroes overview. So in prison, we have a couple of them. This is one hero I believe we got at the start of the game who has a lance and a very simple mount. Not really that impressive, but we're just going to keep holding them. In the crypt, you can see the one that we had just killed there. Balaric Baronale, however you say it. They have a whirlwind blade and a chestplate of vitality. So both of these items we kind of want, but they're stuck to them. I don't know why we didn't deprive them of their weapons when we captured them, but oh well. We can sell their remains. Any equipment goes into my arsenal, and then I get a bit of gold. I'm not opposed to selling the remains back to the people who this came from, so we're just going to do that, get ourselves a little bit of cash in the pocket. Now, if we so desire, we can go over and look at our hero here. We could choose to equip that whirlwind blade that we just got, dealing extra damage per hex traveled. You can see this is 25 damage, just the basic physical damage, as opposed to the current split of 13 physical and 13 frost. The Whirlwind Blade does have the ability to Whirlwind Strike, which lets me kind of whirl around and deal damage, as opposed to the Frost Great Axe, which is just a lot of elemental damage. So, given the ability to deal, well, they're practically the same damage, 25 versus 26. The only difference is that the resistance is mitigating the frost damage versus the defense that's mitigating the physical. So, I think I'll try out the Whirlwind Blade since we had just gotten it. Additionally, we're going to take that chestplate of vitality, although it doesn't show up on the character. I'm going to confirm that. There we are. Alexi the Slayer, now dressed to impress with a nice little chestplate, getting additional stats. We're going to move through our allies' terrain here, headed towards their capital city. You can see they've got 2 armies in here currently. They've got the Angelic Transformation with a lot of Awakener battle mages. Wow. So, this could be rather difficult to fight against, given that they have the ability to throw a lot of damage out at range. However, if you can weather the storm on that and get up close, you can generally punch them out pretty fast. And I don't have a short amount of firepower in this army. Still, though, that is a healthy stack, plus the hero nearby with another Awakener. They really just like giving these guys full stacks of tier 3 units. Hopefully my ally decides to pick a fight there and do some damage, softening them up for me, but I might have to bring both of my stacks together to attack. In this case, I would like the academy, but unfortunately I'm still transferring this farm into a, not a conduit, a research outpost. Getting the shrine isn't really that important because we have enough mana. Getting the Wizard's Tower Apex would be very expensive, but also get me more Imperium, something that is always in short supply. See, I think just going with the market right now is the choice to make, since we have enough stuff to do it. So yeah. Market getting us 15 more gold, and then ideally the mint, we'll be getting a mine here in a minute, which will then give us the required gold income, right? Province, building a blank, so unfortunately it doesn't tell me what. Bit of an oversight there, but oh well, we'll just finish our turn off. Ah, goody. Your troops engage the Stormscale Serpent and its minions, but they cower in fear rather than put up a fight. Most of them try to hide, while others huddle on the ground. They seem to be begging for mercy through panic hisses and cries. Do I let the scared Stormscale Serpent escape, or do I attack them regardless? I'm going to attack because I need experience, and also they look delicious. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and fire an auto combat here, just to see. That's a little bit more damage than I would like, so we're going to just retry that manually. Alright. This is a fun map since the little pillars here provide electrical damage around the place. We see a warg and a Stormscale Serpent against us. That's perfectly fine. Lexi the Slayer is going to move forward with reckless abandon and bravery, as is to be expected. Apply a Soothing Breeze here, and then I believe that's all that we really need. Just summon a little... There we go. Got ourselves a young Caustic Worm. Cute. And that'll be the turn. Do the roar. Yeah. Ah. Ah. Alright, you can see our young Caustic Worm taking some damage there and inflicting some burning effects. So, that is good for us. Alexi ideally would go over and slay the Great Storm Serpent, but as it currently stands now, we're just going to trade a little bit of fire. Alright. I think that it'll be best for us to get into position to attack. So we're just going to move ourselves up here, like so. You can see these exclamation points here. This is magically charged, meaning I do extra damage, so I'm going to move into position to then zap this one. Zap. As we go there. So we can move forward and do a charge strike, or we can do a charge strike against this one. Given that I think we can just win this fight flat out, I'm pretty okay with just hanging out here. I do want to move you over and do a little bit of fisticuffs, though. I think that that is what we will do. So we're going to move you to here, move you up as well, alongside you in position. There we are. I'm going to move you around to do some nice damage there, but we will eat the retaliation first with our Caustic Worm. Actually, we will negate it since they are a charge unit. We'll then move into position and take down the wards with our Storm Scale Serpent, because ours is better. We could do a Whirlwind Strike, which would damage adjacent hero. Damage all adjacent. Oh, that's interesting. It says it damages all adjacent, but it's only enemies. Good to know. So we can now do a Charge Strike here to hit them very hard. Because I want to do just a little bit extra, I'm going to hit them with a Cosmic Ablation first. Bam. That empowers our troops as well and gives me lifesteal. So this means it hits just a little bit harder. And chop. Wham. Now, we'll just wait. They're probably going to attack Alexi, which is fine. He's a tough boy. Let's see. Oh, his morale is low. He tries to attack first because I have first strike. Alexi the Slayer comes and with 2 strikes fells the mighty beast. Down goes the Storm Scale. We have Electric Serpent for dinner. All right. Now that has freed up a conduit for us. Now I do have a quest right now to build 3 conduits. I will eventually turn this into a conduit, and then my plan is that this outpost here is going to annex this as a conduit, but I am in need of a 3rd one. It means that either I can wait 6 turns, and then hopefully once I've built up this into a higher tier settlement, I'll be able to annex this conduit, or I can set up a settlement over here to try and grab that. So I think that setting up a settlement here would be a good move. Just need to decide where I want to set up. So, building over here lets me grab the Blighted Tree along with this Hasteberry and a bit of gold and a pasture. So, setting up a city point here is not a bad idea. I'm currently on 3 out of 3 cities, but I can raise that cap when I please, just by investing a little bit of my Imperium. Looking at our current loadout here, let's actually take a look at Alexi, since he just won himself a very good fight. So, being level 4 unlocks his signature skill. We've got a couple of different options here. We can use Draining Blade, which deals damage to a target and heals you the same amount, so a very vampiric strike. We could go with Blink, which allows him to teleport, or Demon Step, which is a similar thing, but inflicts a bit of area of effect damage. I do like the idea of giving Blink. I had my main hero with Blink earlier, which let them quickly teleport around to do damage. Could also do Restoration to try and resurrect my allies, but Alexi is a Slayer, not a healer, so Virulent Outbreak for a nasty chance of diseases. And then lastly, we got Warding Bond here to transfer some damage. Draining Blade does sound pretty metal. Dealing damage to target heals you the same amount as the damage dealt. So that's a very good way of getting some health back, which can be pretty important. But still, the ability to quickly reposition, and since it only takes 1 attack point to blink an attack, as you can see, this little hashed out attack dot means that I can move forward and then blink, and I will still have 1 action point left. That is very powerful. The question is, do I want to go with Demon Step to do a little bit of fire damage around, or do I want to go with the Blink for a very far teleport at 6 range versus the Demon Step's 4? Plus, with this, I get Evasion, so, I feel like Demon Step is pretty potent, but still, the extra range afforded by Blink, that can just be the difference between me getting stuck in melee or not. That, or we go with Draining Blade, but I think generally speaking, with the lifesteal afforded by Mana Attuned already, yeah, you can see lifesteal, so unit's base attack heals it for 10 temporary hit points, for repeating attacks only 5, so I already heal for 10 hit points there. I mean, I can hit him really hard on stuff with Charge Strike and the Draining Blade effect, but I think we'll go with Blink for now. So, there we go. Alexi the Slayer can now teleport. Nothing but personnel, kid. Going with Fighting, that will improve his damage even further, now up to 30 damage. Now you can see with the charge attack, it can get extra 20% per hexes traveled, so you can get a 60% bonus on top of that. That is a lot of damage. I believe, let's see, 60% bonus on that, so that would be an extra 18 damage, so 48 damage on our charge strike. That's pretty hard hitting. Anyways, let's take a look at what's up here. So, we saw there was an autumn fairy earlier. Now, I only have a couple units, so I'm not sure I can really take that fight yet. And also, we see this. Ooh, that is a caustic worm. Let's see. Zoom in here and watch the frames drop. That is a very powerful higher tier monster. Very foul indeed. It's got heavy charge strike, a caustic eruption, and the ability to deal a lot of damage around it. Joining it is a bunch of various spiders. See the ice spider here. The hunter spider as well. We've got a bunch of young caustic worms. So unfortunately for Alexei the Great Slayer, he doesn't really have the troop count to go up against a full 6 stack, so we're just going to sit on this for the moment. That said, I can probably set up an outpost in this pasture and then expand downwards like so, hopefully turning it into a city shortly. With that said, we will look towards that. Also, our alignment has changed to evil, which means that we lose relationship with some rulers in free cities, but, well, given that we weren't going to make friends anyways, that's okay. Random events have 10% chance to be negative, but I'm not too worried about that. We can recruit some more units. Some more spell shields could be useful, but I really want to get this to a 10 settlement population. That way, I can build the Mystic Spire, which unlocks our Mighty Spellbreakers, the Tier 3 Battle Mage unit. Though I will need a lot more gold for that. So, that said, we have defeated our enemy for the moment. We're going to end our fight there as our little scout keeps going around the edge of the map. Map is a little bit different as the Astral Void is replacing all of the oceans that would normally be here. So where normally I'd be able to sail over these, I instead have to go around the long way, and it's why the map is full of black splotches, since, well, what normally would be water is just the weird expansive purple void. Makes getting around a little bit difficult. Then let's take a look. So Alexei, given that you can't really pick a fight right now, we're just going to look at what you can. Ooh. Okay, there's a Marauder Guard, a Plague Serpent again. All right, well, Alexei, you're an expert on slaying serpents, so you're going to go after them. We've gotten a market in our capital, along with some other benefits. City stability is quite high right now, very nice. We can get a bunch of different bolstering matrices here, but we don't actually need any of those right now. A couple of other improvements as well, or producing merchandise. I'm very close to getting the amount of gold I need, so I'm going to try not to spend too much of it. The Academy would be quite good. In one turn, we'll get this research post. So, in the meantime, since we are going to be building some units eventually, we're going to get the blacksmith building here. That will just give us more draft, which we can then turn into troops. A hero has offered to join. So, in this case, we could, again, recruit Nixia the Eagle-Eyed, the militarist that she is. I would very much like to recruit her. However, at this time, we are just a little too strapped on gold. And I don't have any units to really put in another stack to defend this city. So, Evocator's Abode will be done shortly. Let's see. How long will that take? Well, that'll actually finish this turn if I attract a population like so. And then, because I did want to get stuff over here. Let's see. I did want to get to that mana node. So I think that given we still want more gold, also more food, let's get the Forester or the Mine for an extra 5 gold. I don't think an extra 5 gold won't make that much of a difference, so we're going to go for the Forester. In this case, that also gets us a bit of food and production. Nice little 2-3 split. This also lets us build things like palisade walls quite cheaply, so that way our towns can't just be immediately conquered. Given that we are a little bit close to the enemy, that could be a concern. So, that is a little bit of an unknown here. I don't actually know what is occupying that territory, but that has concerns for me. I'm worried that something's going to come in and try and take over my town immediately. So, hopefully, the Western Front is resolved here. As you can see, a bunch of my allies accumulating, ready to take on that free city. Yeah, we'll just see how that goes. See a carrion bird of mine scouting around the south side of the map, trying to pick up various things, such as these astral echoes, which will improve my income a little bit. Give me a bit of knowledge and mana as I pick it up. See my allies moving around the place. Got a tier 2 ancient wonder down here, a silver rated one, the Ember Source Furnace. Now unfortunately, one of my enemies has found my scout here. So, given that they have a bone golem, and that this is a tier 1 fighter versus a tier 2 shock unit and a polearm along with it, and this is an impossible battle, I'm just going to disable casting spells and unfortunately give up that unit. However, I did take a skeleton down with me, so I'm pretty happy about that. Suck it, nerd. No victories for free. Alright, let's take a look. So, goody, Return of the Wizard King. As a Wizard King, you remember your first uneasy steps as you return from the Void, long before arriving on this realm. Time has passed since, you've already gained a following and made a name for yourself. The year of torment lie behind you, and you're able to live in the moment again. The astral flows bend to your will, and it is time to look forward. Thinking of how far you've income empowers you. How will you use this sudden surge of powers? I can use it to impress the entire realm, getting Imperium. I can focus on the people instead and prepare a feast, giving me a lot of food. I would actually like that a lot, because that gets me the population I needed to boost my town. I can create an army, gaining a spell shield, a tier 2 sword and shield, or I guess mason shield unit in this case. Or I could explore how to recreate this power surge, gaining some knowledge. I think that I want to get some food here, so I will give the people the num-nums they desire. This way, my town is promoted into a tier 10 settlement, which means that after this blacksmith finishes, I can very quickly build the Mystic Spire in 3 turns, which will happen very fast. Let's see. Additionally, I could get the Altar of All Seers. This is specific to the Mystic civilization I'm playing, which gets me extra mana income per Astral Echo. As you can see, I have 12 of them. So this means building this would get me an extra 40 knowledge in mana, which is very good. Plus, I get extra vision range. So I would very much like to get this, but in time. Also an academy, because that will boost my research rate. Anyways, I've got a work camp built here, so we're going to build a conduit here. This also gets us Astral Blood, which gives us a lot of mana and combat casting points, further improving our power. Now that we've got that built there, we can build a storehouse or some other things. See, this was what I was afraid of. Unfortunately, the enemy is rapidly approaching us, so we're going to need some defenses. I can quickly throw up some palisade walls here. Unfortunately, I can't hurry the production, which means that they're most likely going to attack and conquer us this turn, which is really rather unfortunate. Do I have anything that can quickly rotate over in time? No. There's a good chance we're going to, unfortunately, lose this mark here, although there is also the chance that they're going to get distracted and capture the Clawmark Cave instead of my town. So, fingers crossed. Sorcel can annex another province, but we really want this conduit down here, so we're just going to hold off on getting that until we get our Mystic Spire. Archon Blood acquired. Actually, we don't really need troops right now. We're just going to push the tier 3 Mystic Spire forward. I got some spells ready to cast, such as Astral Blood, which makes my race a little bit more powerful. So we're going to take 2 turns of casting to do that. My casting points indicated up at the top. Heroes are offering to join, but I can't afford them right now, so we're just not going to worry. And Empire Development skills are available, so we're going to take a look. Now, see, our tier 1 units cost less upkeep, although I don't really have many of those. I've got the opportunity of summoning... Immediately summons an army of magical units with low maintenance. I think that now is the time to summon the Ancient Astrals, so we're going to do so. In this case, you see a powerful army of magical units has just spawned here. We have a Tide Spirit, a tier 3 fighter, a Summer Fairy, a tier 3 support unit. We've got an Inferno Hound, fiery puppy if there ever was one. We've got a Lightbringer, a fun little skull unit that is capable of converting the enemy to our cause temporarily. And then we have a little Inferno puppy, which is like the Inferno Hound, but small. The Summer Fairies with all of their sort of strange flippery forms. And of course the Tide Spirit, which is the most excited puddle I've seen today. So, with that being said, this is going to be the Response Force, which is just the magical bullshit I pulled out of nowhere. Suck it, nerds. As you can see, our mana income has rapidly tanked because all of these are rather expensive. Taking a look at the costs, yeah, 19 mana, 18 mana, 13 mana, 10, and 10 respectively. So that is a lot of mana down the drain, but I should be able to take on that army with this. So we'll just see what war party they've sent out. Apparently, they are sending another company, which I'm perfectly fine with. We'll happily take them on. Where are they getting the funds for all this? I mean, really. Seeing all of this crap flowing out. All right. I'm probably not going to be able to take this on since there's quite a few troops, but if they want to come over the mountains, I will happily meet them halfway. Anyways. Town of Sorcel is keeping itself busy, as is this one. Right, we were going to let old Alexei the Slayer take his next slaying. Alrighty, you little serpent, come here. I'm gonna take another sippy of coffee, and you're gonna watch as my model freaks out because the tracking gets lost. Cat's gonna have a little coffee as a treat. Cat's gonna have a little anything as a treat. Alright, so we see another Plague Serpent here, and a Astral Keeper with its ability to fire magical lightning bolts. Also the ability to heal. So we're gonna move Alexei up, getting close to slaying range. Again, we got more birds joining us on the field. Move up the old serpents. Well, you in position, providing what cover I can. just out of range, as you can see here. So we're just going to deploy a animal summon here. Another nice little expendable unit. Deploying the spell shields with a defensive shield wall, buffing the units around them. Same with the defensive warding here, making us more resilient. And that'll be the turn. Just going to wait for them to move forward. See, a bunch of them caught fire there. That's a strange way to move. Okay. Went all the way around to do that. Our Plague Serpent moving forward, attacking the Caustic Worms. Getting bit in return. Sundered defense, very good. And it's pinned in. Now you see them attacking again. Always good to have the enemy attack your summons rather than your proper units. So, in this case, the Serpent here, we know who's going to go for him. But I also want to take those out very quickly. So, in this case, we are going to go ahead and sprint at maximum speed. Yes, I think that that's a good move. At the same time, we could come around the backside and get some devastating damage into that Plague Serpent. I think we're going to get the devastating damage. So, Lexi, going to come around the back and give him a good old smack. Wham! 47 damage to the back. So we're going to take these units and give them a charge strike here to cancel their retaliation attack. Let's see. A little bit obscured here, so I think that we'll get some good attacks going on here. And some good attacks going on here. Going to move around this. We can move from the front. There we are. 2 quick strikes to the head. Bop, bop. We'll bring this Plague Serpent down. 1 and 2. Down goes the Mighty Beast. Alexi didn't get the kill, but he did most of the work. We see our Stormscale Serpent ready to bite onto these carrion birds here with a mighty taunt. One of them goes down. Yep, didn't get the second one. Going to move our mages, our soothers rather, moving them forward, giving a good old magical blast. And just to make sure that these are in fact dead, I'm going to give them a Cosmic Ablation. Probably should have done that first to get all the buffs up, but it didn't really matter in the end. That, kablam. Now, all that's left is their support unit, which can give it a little lightning blast, which I'm not too worried about, because we have either a lightning-resistant Serpent or Alexi, who is a total beast. See them attempting to run away here. A little bit onto the Serpent, who's, well, it's called Stormscale for a reason. It's got a rating of 4 lightning resistance, which means that I am taking 41% less shock damage. So, now then. Alexi is going to do a big old charge forward, I believe. Yes. Charge. It'll be a 42 damage strike. Good hit if there ever was one. Have our soothers. We're going to hit them with the Cosmic Ablation. Again, order of operations. Should have done that first, but whatever. Move you here, just keeping that overwhelm tactics going. Hope for a critical magical strike. I am the wizard here. Down goes the Astral Beast. Bloom. You can see they didn't get to heal anything because they died before there was anything for them to heal. We did that while taking basically no damage. That is another pasture cleared. But as it currently stands, I would like to sort of annex this area. So if I build here, I can quickly grab this magical conduit, including the one that I was managing to get over there. So with that, let's see. We want to construct an outpost with the limited gold resources we have. Then Alexi should probably head down. I do want to clear out that conduit. Alrighty, Alexi, you'll clear out this conduit of the threats infesting it, a gargoyle, a lesser tide spirit, and a magma spirit. And then we'll get this watchtower to watch over this area. This is a nice little sort of safe pocket here. You can see by the sort of oceans of void surrounding it that there's not much that can get up here. So investing in a fourth city would be a good choice. Over here, this is likely going to be conquered in a turn, so that's unfortunate. But help is on the way, so we'll be able to take it back just as quick. Alright. I think that sitting here is the best choice we can make right now. Yeah. We'll just end our turn, as it were. See our scout moving around the place, capturing stuff behind. The enemy city here showing up. Hoping that they will try and push over the mountains and I can get one of them. So we see the enemy army has chosen to come out against us rather than put their full force to bear, which is their foolish mistake. Going to choose to attack this. A level 5 enemy hero, a Daylight Spear, and a Dawn Defender. I'm just going to auto this and see how it turns out. Not exactly ideal, given we have a bunch of damage on you, but I'm going to call that good enough for now. So, Given the amount of stuff they have over here and the fact we're probably not going to get into there without a lot of force, I think we're going to beat a tactical retreat and try and heal up a little bit more and then fight off this approaching army. So, in this case here, we will quickly move ourselves forward, putting the Inferno Hound in position. This means that if that hound is attacked by the enemy army, they will have to be retaliated on by our friendly forces nearby. Oh, we've got the Amplify Mind spell. Now we can improve our knowledge. We can also summon pylons around. Finally, we've unlocked the ability to construct additional pylons. Alright, now we could research, or I say research, we could annex a new province here, deciding what we want to get. Storehouse would require a forester, which we don't have right now, but we could get. Getting that would mean that I get a pasture, which I'm very much for. Whose army is that? I don't know whose that is. Alright. Mana Obelisk for mana if we need it, but we've got some expendable troops right now. Got a acceptable amount of instability, so let's just go ahead and get that pasture going. And we'll go ahead and bring up more food into the fold here. There we are. Let's go get a library. I think we will, since that is very quick. Ooh, and an Arcane Institute too. Oh. Still have to remember to get another hero once we get the gold. Empire development skills have been made available, although we lack a little of the Imperium to get the high stuff here. Research posts get extra knowledge, and conduits get extra mana. A very good choice if there ever was one. Spells can be cast on the first turn of combat, which I do quite like. A knowledge for heroes defeated. We get tier 1 reduction, force march, extra vision range, or siege. I think I'll just hold on to my Imperium for right now. Let's see. The remains have been collected, so let's take a look at what they had. A Druid Staff of Decay and a Robe of Resistance. Okay. I'm just going to sell off the remains, since that gives us some gold, which we needed. Could actually get a hero with that, I believe, so let's take a look at our heroes list, shall we? Here we go. Heroes, recruit. So, we had first the Talented, who is unstable. Such is to be expected. Or we have Nixia the Eagle-Eyed. How she sees anything through that veil, I don't know. Still, Militarist, meaning that she gets extra bonuses there. I think that I would be interested in hiring her. She starts out as an archer with a very interesting sort of split moon arrow there and a nice horse. So, see 2 levels of archery and a sprint talent. I'm going to go ahead and recruit her and outfit her with a different kit. Because rather than being the archer, I think that she can do better. For example, she could take up the Staff of Decay and be a powerful sort of support lord inflicting bleed and decay. Or the Frost Great Axe and follow the path of Alexi the Slayer. Or we could go with the Staff of Lightning, which is only a tier 1 item. We have options here. So, regardless, we'll give her the Robes of Resistance, since those seem pretty good. We'll keep her on our horse for now. I do like the idea of her having the Frost Great Axe, because getting those characters really punishing enemies is quite powerful. Alright, let's give her the Frost Great Axe then, like such, and we're just going to go ahead and close out of this. In terms of levels, we're going to reset her skills, giving her the same kind of kit that we gave Alexi following his footsteps. We'll give her Sprint, and then we'll go ahead and give her Fighting and the Sentinel ability, confirming all that. You can see I can reset the skills again, although it will cost me Imperium. So, with that, Nixia the Eagle-Eyed is now Nixia the Eagle-Axed, so she is going to move up and join this magical force. Unfortunately, her trait Militarist does not apply to most of the units in that army. Well, maybe fighter units. I think there's a couple fighters in here. Let's see. Where are you? Here we are. So these are fighters. You can tell by the cross swords icon, and these are fighters as well, so I get a little benefit. I can set a governor here, so we're going to set Nixia the Eagle-Eyed as the governor. There we are. And I believe that is where we're going to end the turn. Alright, so we got a safe battle here, chosen by... You can see Alexi taking on this fight, along with a friendly ice or snow spirit against a couple of these. So we're just going to auto-combat this. You can see just a little bit of damage, most of it onto the snow spirit, exactly the way we want it to be. Ah, good. We got a Crusader's Claymore. All right, that is a lot of spirit damage, which is not resisted by very many things. So there we go again, swooping to the wrong hero. Alexi, with his mighty Whirlwind Blade, could now go to the Crusader's Claymore, which does a little bit more damage. So this is 25 baseline versus this doing 10 and 15. So it is worth noting that spirit damage is not resisted by many things, but it does mean giving up the Whirlwind Strike ability. I think for right now, we're just going to keep the Claymore with its magical wind swirls around it. Right? Now, what do you want to slay next? Let's just keep you protecting this area around here and go from there. I will have to invest some Imperium to get another city once this levels up, and I decide I want to annex this conduit, but as just to get our quest done. This one will be leveling in 2 turns, which can then grab this over here. So while it is occupied, I don't actually need the mana node to be able to build a conduit there. It just means I don't get to use that resource node. Alright. So our enemy Turiel, the main foe of this campaign, is moving. Alright, we see Independence moving. Ah, so they decided they wanted to pick a fight. Alright. They're fools. Now, unfortunately, we don't have a hero in this fight, so I don't believe I am able to cast any spells, which is dreadful. You see us defending our township here with its various structures that we're going to be fighting amongst. You see what would be a wall, although it's unfortunately just a series of loose barricades right now. Let's select our next unit here. So we have our fairies here, which are able to give temporary HP and regeneration, which is very good, getting more HP at the start of a turn. They also have a little fire blast. We have our big tide spirit and our inferno puppies. All of these units are kind of expendable, so I'm not too worried about losing them. If they want to come and pick a fight, I'm happy to let them. Though he does have a crossbow. What kind of crossbow do you have? That is a heavy crossbow. Okay, a tier 2 weapon along with leather armor and a wolf mount. That's kind of funny seeing the wolf mount with the angelic transformation, given that they could probably fly faster than they can just, go otherwise. But still. See these dusk hunters with the same angelic transformation. This gives them the celestial unit type, so they are resistant to spirit, but vulnerable to blight and frost. So, if I was smart, I would have taken a bunch of frost damage into this campaign, but I didn't know that angel units were weak to frost. I guess Ice on the Wings applies to angels as well. Good to know. So, either way, we're going to move most of our troops over this direction. If they want to move up and blast, then okay, I'm going to let them. Quickly move our guys to here. Ideally, I want you to be really far up front so I can hopefully convert over these Sun Priests. Are they also enlarged? They look a little bit larger. I thought Sun Priests normally came with 3 units in the group, but I guess not. Either way, we'll move our fairies over here as well. Since I expect my puppies to get hit, I think it'll be okay. In this case, I need the convert to go through and stay alive. But I also want this Tide Spirit to stay in the fight. So I think that using the Bloom of Life... Ooh, actually, this is AoE. That's good to know. Okay, we're going to apply Bloom of Life to these two, so that way I get regeneration going beforehand. This way I can then use the little sort of Fire Blast attack. And now... Oh, I could have gotten the Infernal Hound, and I could restart the fight, but I think we'll be okay. I want to get up on these Dusk Hunters, since all of these are ranged units, and, well... If I just get up and bite them, that is good for me. So there. This will mean they'll have to fire through some cover, ideally. And that'll be our turn. Okay, we can see them moving over, not making any attacks. That is fine by me. Okay, who else do we have? The Sun Priest has chosen to move forward here, so we're going to attempt to convert it. Ooh. That's rather annoying. Why can you not be converted? Is your faithful trait? Resolute? No. Philisize? Faithful? No. Do you have conversion immunity somehow? Ah, okay, so Celestials cannot be controlled. That's rather unfortunate. So we're just going to have to do the classical approach of, kill them. A horror. So, I can go for Tidal Wave, which deals damage and inflicts wet condition, which is nice, because that means they take extra lightning and frost. I should have considered doing a frost water rebuild for this, because the frost damage is quite good against them. Still, I can go up and give them 2 good punches. The Drenching Phase teleports and then drenches. That's kind of cool. Alright, we're going to go ahead and give them a little bit of violence to the face. Pow, pow. Follow it up with a bunch of magical bolts. Zap, 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 zap. Oh, okay, I can cast spells. That's good to know. Do you have... Roll of attunement? Oh, you do have Star Blades. Okay, well. In that case, then, I should probably do something to attack over there. So, since you two have made the mistake of getting close, you are already burning, so I can deal extra damage with this. Let's just set your stuff on fire, shall we? And get cooked. Boom. good chunk of damage dealt there. We're going to move ourselves into position. Now, I'd love to get into range to hit them, but unfortunately that means moving very far around because they have a bit of zone control. On the other hand, I can move forward and bite onto them. Still, I can get very good damage dealt that way. Let's see. Are you immune to burning or burn damage? You're very resistant, but... let's see. Animal, a Desolate Walker, a Fiend, immunity to burning. That is quite good, so... Let's see. That is burning terrain. Oh, no, never mind. It's just regular terrain. It's just the burning effect on them. So instead of attacking their hero, we're going to go after their weak little squishy archers in the back, giving a little chomp chomp. You can see we killed one of the models there, reducing their damage by 1/3. And lastly, we're going to go up and try and get some good bites on... actually, we can move our fairies up instead. You see our fairies are flying, so they're able to advance forward, like such. All right. So we're going to go ahead and bite onto this one. Chomp, chomp. And then we will just go ahead and provide some warding. So that's already one of the units down. That was our threat. We're just going to see if they will try and teleport. Oh, they did teleport. Okay. They're going to fire a crossbow bolt at our water elemental, but that's fine. You can see that unit tried to move away, but instead got bit. They decided to move behind us and failed to attack. It's rather funny. Now then, let's give them a little bit of attention, shall we? So we're going to cast Cosmic Ablation on you to inflict a bunch of damage. Zap. Boom. Next, we are going to move our unit behind them to get them a good old smack at the butt. Chomp and chomp from the Inferno Hound. 2 good hits. Now, I think we'll give a little bit of ranged attack. So this does have the chance of missing since they did blink. So instead, maybe we just run up and slug them. I think we'll go with run up and slug them and encircle them as best as I can. In this case, I can only get 1 attack, so I'd much rather it be from the flank. So flanking increases your crit chance. Little chomp there, and that water elemental you just smacked in the face with an arrow has a word to say. Hi, buddy. That's a mean left hook. Punched him right off his wolf. And that's how you do it. That is another hero down and added to the body count. Yoink. Battle lost. All right, so we can now cast a minor race transformation, the Astral Blood. You can see our race here, currently fairly mundane, now turned magical sparklies. Boom. You see us hitting that magical juice shown along the arms here and across a bit of the torso. Yeah, now we are even more in tune with the magical flows of the universe. Anyways, our little force here that quickly responded is just in the right spot to clear out that little infestation. So we're going to order our troops over to him. And there we go. In a turn, you'll have your palisade walls up now because that's only 4 gold. And we'll get started on, I guess, a storehouse to expand faster. At the same time, a library is so quick. Let's get a library real fast and go from there. Outpost has been founded here, so we're going to get a work camp going, because, again, we still can't get a city without horribly taxing our income. So, I do want to pick a fight with these, but I know that I just don't have the materials to win that fight right now. So instead, we're just going to go after that watchtower, like we said. We've built a storehouse here, getting ourselves some bonus food. Everything is kind of going well here. Just need to get the tavern in a turn or so. We've also captured somebody, so we're going to take a look at them. They had a heavy crossbow, which is fairly mundane, and leather armor, which is also fairly mundane. Given they are a tier 5 hero, I don't think I really want to release them. I'm just going to hold on to them. If I so desired, I could build a improvement to my wizarding tower, such as adding the prison cells. Yes, so heroes in the prison can be converted or executed as I desire, which I might do after this because that sounds fun. Converting them over would mean that I recruit them as my own, but that carries a couple of drawbacks. Although I could also just take off their head and then take their stuff, which I am very interested in. You see this outpost upgrade to city notification that's already overdue. Right, so one more turn, and we get a Mystic Spire, allowing us to annex this mana node and then complete our quest shortly, as this one will be 1 turn as well. Yay. All right. See our army, well, our quote-unquote army, our scout over here, grabbing some more resources, more of these little mystic pickups. Unfortunately, our scout is currently facing off against Toriel. Let's see what he has. So he has the Archon's Deliverance, which is a tier 4 lance, which really fucking hurts. He's got the Visor of Farsight, which gives him bonus defense and extra vision range. The Evoker's Robes, which makes his magical attacks deal a lot more. He's got Demon Step and nothing else, really. Okay, so he's not really a mage. His Heavy Greaves, which do slow him down in combat, but give him really good defense. So he's an absolute tank with a 69% damage reduction. Woof. Ring of Resistance, further adding on to it, and the Orb of Seeing. So between the Visor and the Orb of Seeing, he can just see everything on the map. Also an Amulet of Vitality. So this guy's going to be a big pain in the butt to take down. So that being said, let's see. He's got Twin Awakening and Overchannel, so he can really cast a lot of spells, but doesn't have any real spell abilities on his own character. So could be worse. Could be raining. We're just going to auto that because that thing is... That's the equivalent of using a shotgun on an ant, so we weren't going to win that one. Fortunately, that does mean that he's down here instead of someplace more useful, like up here. Yeah. Alright, we've learned how to conjure amplification pylons. Protoss technology unlocked. We can get the Wayfinder enchantment, which is a quick little thing, but I would much rather get Chain Lightning, I think. Yeah. We've gotten that Town Hall, so now we can get our Mana Conduit built. Boink. Additionally, we have leveled up over here, so we can get our other Mana Conduit, which should complete our quest. There we go. After you build the last requested conduits, the Neko's Council Envoy returns in a good mood. The Envoy extends her arms as if to further widen the grin on her face. Outstanding work, my lord. We have the conduits to connect up to the astral flows all over this realm. We knew we could count on you. The Envoy smirks. I expect you to desire a token of gratitude. How can the Nekos reward your success? So, every city gets some bonus stability. Let's harvest the Crystal Discharge for extra mana per turn. Let the conduits boost our research, or let them pay more taxes. So, getting more gold is our main holding point right now. So, I'm going to ask for a little bit more gold. This is going to get us a healthy bit of income that we desperately needed. A new rally has started for Rally the Leeches. If we want to, we can get a large collection of Stormscale Serpents, which, to tell you the truth, that sounds pretty good, honestly. Let's see, I could get Plague Serpents as well, which are resistant to blight damage. But these Stormscales, I think, are just a little better. Tough call. So you've got Melee Strike, and what do you got otherwise? Melee Strike with blight damage that's not really resisted, and the Disease condition. Lowering resistances, very nice, very nice. As opposed to the Stormscale Serpent, which just kind of bites hard. And it will reflect damage. We'll go with the Stormscales, so we'll recruit a bunch of those into our armies. Or do we want to recruit those right now? Well, I could get more Stormscale Serpents for our friend Alexi over here. Would then bolster a lot of melee into that army. Really, I want ranged units right now, so instead we're going to go and get some Spellbreakers, our tier 3 mage units. Which, well, we are going to desperately need that draft income from our blacksmith because we really don't have much draft. Luckily. I was hoping that I would get that last Astral Echo, because that would put me to 15, which is just the amount that I need to get my Altar of All-Seers leveled up again. But, oh well, beggars can't be choosers, especially since I'm just picking up little glitter bombs I found around the place. Move our characters over to here and pick a fight. So, we got some gargoyles here, just defending. I could demand some of their power, I could allow them to go, or I could attack. I'm going to attack and just say, have at 'em, lads. No sweat. The Mace of Smiting. Now I can do extra bonk damage to fiends and undeads. Unfortunately, there's not really many of those around the map. Oh well. Alright, we've got the old army together now, so this will be able to hold this angle pretty well. Our outpost here is still leveling up. Yeah, I think that is all we can really do for right now. We want to get some extra Spellbreakers going. Where did my other army go? Here you are. As you can see, I've got a loose collection of stuffs in here. The Mirror Mimic being a very good unit, and my two Spellbreaker, I keep getting them mixed up. It's got a Spellbreaker and a Spell Shield. I keep assuming they're the opposite way around. And the Soother just for the healing. This is a pretty good mix. You want kind of a balance between ranged and melee units. Unless you're specifically stacking one thing as sort of a cheese gimmick. In which case, well, you don't really play by the rules then anyways. Let's see. So, Alexi has captured this place. Well, Alexi, you're not one to sit idle and not slay stuff, so let's see if there's anything around the place for you to fight. Nothing really that we can get to. Unfortunate. I haven't really scouted through here, but I don't think there's going to be much. Still, since our allies are covering these respective lanes, I'm not too worried about stuff coming and getting us, but still, we're going to move you over here. It's only turn 35, so these haven't evolved too much. We just need to get you some mages to complement your army, and then we'll go from there. Because, yeah, you've got a resilient enough front line. As long as we get 2 spellbreakers into that, you should be able to take on anything. I'll just end the turn there. Yeah. Alright, so another turn, another day. So we know that the enemy is entrenched over here with 2 very close cities, meaning that we will have 2 incomes worth of stuff thrown at us. If we want to take that on, we're probably going to have to bring the full force to bear. I decided that given that, you know, Aster is just kind of hanging out here and has the mountain range and the amount of stuff that I'd have to slog through to actually take over that, plus the fact that it's not really connected to anything important. Saw that their, who was it, Turiel had come down here at some point, but I think there must be a lane somewhere through here to actually get between these spots. I'm not too worried about them, because if they are going to attack, it's going to be a long walk. Plus, this outpost is only just kind of like here, because I wanted this ancient wonder. We're just going to fortify up in our little town here for now, and combine forces. Then, hopefully, we're going to send 3 full stacks into the enemy, and it will be good. I don't know why this random bastion is just hanging out here, but he's doing his thing. Anyways, we got a blacksmith coming up, and not really much else to do this turn. Is there any spells I want to cast? Amplify mines. That would be good. We're going to amplify the mines of this city. It lowers the stability a little bit, but it does give us more knowledge per turn. So in this case, the city is already doing pretty well. This one over here is also... Oh. You're incredibly stable. Okay. Well, let's fix that. So we'll just cast Amplify Mines again. Not enough points to do it this turn, but that won't stop us next turn. We'll just end the turn quickly. Fast turn, that. Not much to do. And go from there. See, we've got a nice little sort of realm spread along here with the 4 cities that we're going to have eventually. I will have to pay the Imperium tax to get the city up, which is 200. Then I'll need to raise my city limit or suffer heavy penalties to the economy. Planar problems. While connecting with the cosmos, you notice a disturbance in the astral flows. An overly curious mage has tampered with the mana currents. She accidentally opened a portal, drawing in magical creatures from the astral sea. Now she is hiding behind a barrier while the summoned monsters threaten the area. Will you rescue the mage and banish the creatures at its location before it's too late? I could help other fellow architects. Why do I get the... Chat. Was this the same lady who opened the portal who was like, hey, we need more conduits? Because this kind of sounds like something she would do. I think it's going to be us saving her. Alright, let's go, chat. Of course, I will help out a fellow Arcanist in need, meaning I get a Astral Boon, which is very nice. That improves my Astral Affinity, which is already at 8. I will also get a Mystery bonus from that. These creatures are lost, they need to be nurtured, not slain. I decline it. Lumos Brightstar, which is me, loses a bunch of mana, and I gain a Lesser Snow Spirit, which I don't really want. I also get an Astral Crisis, which means I'm going to lose a bunch of power on that, and stability. Or mages are resourceful, and she'll do fine. As much as I do want to be a, hey, you got yourself into this mess, girl, kind of guy, I think we're going to have to go help out a fellow Arcanist. So, in this case, we see a nice little conduit here. Ooh, you know what? 350 strength rating. 631 strength rating. Let's go get them. Just when things need to be slain, suddenly they appear. How convenient, really. Anyways, I do want to capture this before somebody gets any funny ideas. So, let's go ahead and found a city here. And, oop. Okay, let's capture this first. So, I can build a research post, which gets me a bunch more research, which I can't get otherwise. We're going to do that. But I found a city, and then we're going to see what is to come next. Given I really don't need more mana, I'm going to turn these over into... make a research outpost. Or I do want a farm. Can you be a farm? You can't be a farm, unfortunately. So, limited terrain here to farm, given it's mostly forest. I guess I could build a farm here in a turn or two. So we'll do that. the meantime, we'll see what we can make with our tech. I could get a granary to get some more food. Let's get the Arcane Institute, and then we'll turn you to a forester. That way, it will boost up our production of the granary, which makes it 30% cheaper. So you are pretty good where you are here. I could start moving up here and raising some stuff. I think for right now, I'll just sit on the border and then maybe try and draw out a fight. I don't want to get hit by that level 15 hero, though. We got that tavern built up, which means we can now quickly throw together some stuff, such as the armory, which I don't have enough quarries for, unfortunately. I could get that Altar of All-Seers, which does get me some nice knowledge and mana income that I can't build otherwise. Or I can get an academy for more knowledge. Well, Alright. Still looking pretty good on the gold, 370 of it. Let's get that Altar of All-Seers, because I can't get that anywhere else. You're going to be producing some more stuff. And Arcane Institute sounds pretty good here, so we'll get that. We're almost done. Just pay 2 gold for that. Yoink. Then we'll build some basic walls, just so you don't get captured by anything. And we'll amplify your mines. Next, we will cast another Amplify Mines, this time on this. So, we've amplified the mines of all of our cities, making them much more resourceful. Yeah. I think that is a good way of spending things. You can see in our active spells, we have 3 Amplify Mine spells being cast, which are pretty cheap, actually. So, invest your Imperium. Yes, I know. I'm going to invest in, let's see, a extra city cap. So I can take this one again to increase it, although it gets very expensive to do that. It encourages you to play, not exactly narrow, but within your bounds. So if I really wanted to sprawl across the map, it would take a lot of resources. Imperium is probably the hardest resource to come by in game. Anyways, I think that's all we need right now. I was trying to get you more draft. Armory, 3 quarries. How many quarries did we have? Only 1. Oh, 2. Okay. Well, I could rotate something out for that. Let's see, do you need to be a farm? What was it that I wanted farms for to boost? A mint? No, that wasn't it. Search post? No. Conduits? That conduit's pretty useful. I don't think I need that as conduits. Let's make you... Ooh. Make you a research post, because I can't get those otherwise. And then... I do want you to be able to build stuff quickly, so we want that armory to go up. It means we want those quarries. So we'll take a couple turns, such. We're going to need to convert something this turn. So the question is, do we want foresters or do we want farms? I do need some quarries and foresters, but I already have those. Granary needs 2 foresters. I think I can afford to give up a farm in this case. So we will. We'll convert you into a quarry. There we go. The pastures will be fine. All right. I think that is all we can do on this turn. Just take that fight next turn. Go from there. Yeah. Okay, so wanted to start off strong. Let's see Alexei slay some stuff. So go ahead and take in the fight here. As you can see, it's tilted in our favor. I'm going to auto combat just to see how the AI does. So they lose a unit. We can do better than that, chat. Let's go get them. All right, we're back on the amplifying pillars here with the conduit of magic. So we see we are outnumbered. Unfortunately, they have chosen to pick a fight with Alexei the Slayer, which is not going to end well for them. Yo. They would hurry up already. There we go. Okay, so Alexei is going to move forward like so. Stormscale Serpent is going to go with him. Let's see, we'll move you to here and you up to here. Alexei is going to break out the little summon as is tradition. They'll be able to move up and smack it, but that will be their own peril. Anyways. I want you to stand there. I want you to go around the other side. Otherwise, we'll get kind of hemmed in. Alright. I think that we are going to... Where is it? We're going to restart this fight real quick. The button to do it. Here it is. Just going to restart the combat because I messed up my positions there. and do this a little bit better. Because I was not thinking about the terrain limitations. There we go. Alright, so Alexi's going to move up to here. Storm Scale's going to go with him. You're going to go around to leave here. Means you can go there. Alright. You are going to summon the animal companion that you always have. They can get up to here or here. Fine. This will be in their threat range, which is just great for us. Now, given the choice, they're probably going to attack the weaker one, so we're going to move to here and then brace ourselves for extending our wall. Additionally, we're going to move to here and provide warding. So this unit now has 7 defense and 9 resistance, meaning that the elemental attacks here are really not going to do much. They can do a little bit of damage with their stuff, but that freezing blast might hurt. Oh well, I'm sure that we can take it, so we're just going to end the turn there and watch as they move up and get immolated. There's the immolation proccing. A couple of them are now on fire, taking a little bit of damage. Alright. Bit of frost here, slowing him, unfortunately. And we see the attack. Oh, wow, they're all going for Alexi. How rude. I guess they identified the biggest threat on the field. The wisps trying to do a little bit of lightning damage. Alright. Well. Let's see. They have unfortunately grouped up here, which is their own damn fault, and they're going to get cooked. So, burn. Oh, big damage. Everyone gets their bonuses going. Alright. In this case, we're going to, let's see. So, do you have charge resistance? You do not. So, in that case, you can get around behind them handily. Because they're a skirmisher. We're going to go ahead and I could use the blink teleport, or I could run. Running increases the damage I deal, so I'm going to do that. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. Wow. Same time, I want to bring these ones down in one turn, so I think I will. I'm going to move around and hit you with canceling your defense mode. Chop from behind with Alexi's Majestic Strike. Oh, I could... Oh, I didn't think I could have done the Whirlwind Strike. Although I did want to remove the retaliation on this one, so... In this case, we're going to move forward like so, magically charging. And hopefully get some extra damage in. I could have also attacked with this to remove that charge, but... Let's not think about that for now. Get some damage on you. Or you. Just move up like so. Move you to here to get that extra damage. And then I do want extra crit chance. So let's go to here and see if we can't get this kill. 50-50. We take it. Alright. We'll remove their attack by hitting with a charge strike like so. 11 damage, canceling the defense and retaliations. We're going to take the spell shields here. We could give them a good smack, or we could try and go for a stunning flash, which is a chance to stun them. I think that we can just kill them here if we get a good hit. Wham. And wham. Not quite. Either way, our Scale Serpent is going to go ahead and give them 2 good melee strikes. So wham and wham. Now, if they want to attack Alexi, they're going to take a lot of damage in return. And if this one wants to, it's probably going to die immediately. Yeah. Don't know. Does Alexi have first strike? Overwhelm. He does have Sentinel, so that gives him first strike, meaning that any attack on him is going to get instantly clobbered back. Let's see what the does. Those wisps are going to be annoying, shooting a little bit in the back, but luckily we have pretty good resistance. See the spell breaker or spell shield taking a little bit of damage. Bam, bam, and oh, just those hits. Okay. They chose to attack him, which is rather annoying. I'm kind of surprised. Why did he not attack first? Ooh, there's their tornado attack, spinning and throwing us back. Strange. Does Alexi have a debuff on him that makes it so he can't strike back? Ah, he's slowed. That's why he couldn't attack. How unfortunate. But luckily, we have an answer to this, which is to run forward and smack him. So, in this case, I'm going to just use this charge to quickly kill this dust-raging creature off. And we would send you in, but you'd get retaliated. So instead, you're going to come around, Alexi, and give him a good old whack with the sword. Chop, chop. And then that'll be a kill with your serpent. Alright. Next, I want to get up into melee with these two to really reduce their damage. So we're going to hit them with a stunning flash, which should, hopefully, take him down. So we're going to hit him with an immolate first, just to get that extra damage dealt. Boom. Goes that. Star Blades and Fortune across the group. Plus, I can move up to here to get them extra crit chance. And with that, we're going to issue a big old flashbang to these wisps. Pop. Bam. Unfortunately, 2 stuns resisted, but still, good damage either way. I could do an attack here, but I am a little worried that I might take more damage, so I'm going to give them a Soothing Breeze, just to keep them a little bit healthy and not take as many damage as in the future. Alexi should be able to come in and sweep this in the next turn. We see the Wisps here. Both of them critically low on morale here, about to attempt to flee. See them being punished by our spell shields. They move back and attempt to attack. In this case, that was good for us because it means that no damage dealt that wasn't already dealt. Alexi taking a couple hits here, who is about to go and remind them that they are, in fact, mortal. Alrighty, let's move on up into here and hit him with a Whirlwind Strike, which should utterly annihilate him. Spin to win! Lexi, 1 swing, 2 kills. Let's go. They don't call him the Slayer for nothing. Alright. With that, a little bit of damage across the crowd, but nothing we can't recover from. Alexi getting a level from it. The Plane of Problems Aftermath. Who the heck are you? It's a undead ice goblin thing. Ugh. Summon monsters banished again. The White Witch drops her magical barrier. Thank you. She comes forward, enthusiastic, waving her wand. My field research has never yielded more valuable results. I have another interesting hypothesis that needs confirmation. I don't suppose you would mind if I... In which direction do you see the White Witch of the Necrotic Goblins? Huh. There's Necrotic Goblins on the map, chat. Okay. Which way do I want to steer her before her magical experiments cause more damage? I get the Astral Boon either way, which is very nice. And I get extra stability. Her Destructive Tampering will make a useful addition. I can add a White Witch. I don't want anything to do with this lady. Invite her to share her findings to the court. I get Knowledge. Okay. Instantly finish Chain Lightning. Or let her continue and get more mana. I am very good on mana. I'm just going to take her notes and stuff and then quietly ask her to never come by again. Ever. With that, Alexi's going to just walk back into friendly territory and recover a little bit more. Yeah. We got our Spellbreakers coming along handily. We've got the Armory going up as well. Should finish shortly. And we're right on the border of Arcadia over here, which we do want to start kind of raiding and pillaging, I think. We could just full commit to be an evil this run. I mean, we're already at negative 15 alignment, so that's not so bad. Let's go ahead and get up into here just to pillage the gains. This way, this will hopefully draw them out of hiding, and we'll be able to pick a fight. Chain Lightning Research. Let's get some new stuff. So, this gets us another tome. We picked the Tome of Amplification last time. Let's see what we can get this time. Tome of the Doom Herald is very good if I want to try and do morale damage. Tome of the Inquisition. Okay. Beacon. Tome of Fertility if I want something like Nymphs. Unfortunately, their Seduce ability does nothing against the Celestial type enemies here since they are immune. You get Tome of the Glades to create forests and give me a archer unit. Though I don't really have any archers already, and I didn't take any buffs to help them out, so we'll kind of skip past that. Tome of Artificing, or Artificizing? Artifice, we'll call it that. And get extra crit chance, although I've already got a lot of that. Very good also with Siege Magic, since it lets me break down walls easier. Let's see. Tome of Mayhem. You get Gremlins, which do fun little things. The Behind You ability is great, since you can attack an enemy and spin him around, which gives you really good flanking opportunities. Curse of Misfortune means that I can make them fumble their attacks a lot more. Fumbling means that they reduce their damage by half, and also is often caused by low morale. You might see that a bit. Sowing Confusion can displace enemies. That's quite good. Get the Tome of Revelry to get a little bit of the old boosted power there. I want stuff that will improve my mages further, since they work pretty well. Guided Projectiles does improve my battle mages quite a bit. Scrying the enemy will let me see them fairly well. Also, Mental Mark means that enemies in that radius, they lose evasion, meaning I can shoot them faster, or shoot them better. And they also have Sundered Resistance, which means that they take more damage from elemental stuff. So, Tower of True Sight makes you... Ooh, I can spot invisible camouflaged enemies. Not that there's very many of those. I feel like just going all in on the Astral, like I've been doing, is pretty good. True Sight is handy when I need it, and inflicting marks can be pretty good, especially since I'm trying to make my mages more powerful. So, let's go ahead and get that. I can get Precognition for my characters, meaning that physical, range, and magic attacks ignore accuracy penalties from the obscured condition caused by units in the way or certain terrain. This is very handy because this means that when I have units in the way of my mages, I am still able to attack. Uh-oh. Looks like VTube Studio has frozen up. Wonder how long that's been like that. Let's just fix that real quick. I'm going to get very big for a quick second here. Yep. Hello? Ah, there we go. Hello, I'm back. Must have frozen up when I had ran it. Sometimes this app does it for... Well, I don't actually know why it does it. I just know that it does it after leaving it open for a long enough time. Either way, the Catboy is back. I'm no longer just a PNG. Now I'm an animated PNG. Yay! Alright, let's get the tome of scrying going. Bill Nye the Scrying Sky.
Awaken your mind's eye to gaze beyond the physical realm. Secrets near and far will reveal themselves, and the truly observant will even be able to peer into the immediate future. Your enemy's look of shock when you deftly sidestep their attack before they have even launched it is truly a sight to behold.
So, with that, guided projectile sounds pretty good. We can make our mages even more accurate, so we'll go ahead and try and work towards that. Got palisade walls up on our new city here. Get a couple other upgrades going as we need them. I would like to get the academy, but unfortunately we don't have the stuff for it. And the mint would require a mine, which we would have to build here, which we could do. Getting more income is never bad. Mana obelisk for more income, like I mentioned, but I don't really think I need that. Our stability is quite high. Wow. See, a blacksmith. I don't really have anything I want to produce here or can produce here that's meaningful, so I think just getting some forest. Don't even have a forester that I can really get. Yeah. All right. I guess going for the mint would be a good play. So let's just convert this quarry here over into a mine, since that is in this territory, yes. That will let us build up and get into the mint, which needs 3 farms. So with 1, 2, 3 farms, we're going to keep it that way, I think. Granary or the mana obelisk. What do we want to build for now? Archer battlements, not really necessary. We do benefit from a bathhouse. The blacksmith gets me more draft, which then gets turned into food, so I guess that's an economic upgrade. Or I could just say I want the granary and say screw the boosts. I think that might be the play. Yeah, we'll just go for the granary. Get ourselves a little bit more leveled. Oh, we could get a forester, actually. That's handy. Oh well. Let's see, could expand down here, but don't really have a reason to. More farms, more quarries. Let's get this forester going, shall we? There we go. And the hero has leveled up. So once again, Alexi the Slayer coming in and doing what the name implies, slaying fools. Getting him even more damage would be quite good. Could also invest in some other things, such as the Inspiring Leader trait, so his army is cheaper, but I'm not too worried about army price right now. Let's just make him a better combatant, shall we? There. Alexi the Slayer. I think that's all we have to do right now. Moving my way up to here, trying to get some offensive action done against them, while Alexi manages the home front here. We want that Spellbreaker to finish up sooner rather than later. A little bit unfortunate that I neglected to build draft beforehand, but, well, such is the price paid. Alright, orders required. So, Alexi needs to go slaying again. I would very much like to clear out these so that I can improve this new city that's being founded, but unfortunately, we do not have our units yet. Still waiting on that Spellbreaker to come through. Probably with the Spellbreaker, I'll be able to take them on. It's a pretty fair fight, but I'm just worried that I might get a unit lost to something stupid. And then that would be rather unfortunate. So, for now, we'll just have you chill for a bit, healing up. Alright. Tithe Collector. Okay, we're going to move forward a little bit here. I want to be still in combat range of my allies. Let's see, is that just barely there? Okay. Now we can see the enemy. So we see here is Vanyara Solian, I suppose. Crossbow wielding with a bunch of very good gear, actually. This was the same equipment we saw on, what was his name? Turiel himself. So I wonder if he transferred it over or not. There's also that Astral Echo I want to pick up. Speaking of, we've gotten some improvements for astral stuff. Love that to be built so then I can get this. We'll need quarries and foresters. Oh my. This counts as a quarry, so I need another forester, which will happen in a turn. Meantime, I suppose that we could get a shrine, or we can just start work on the plaza, which we will. There we go. Anyways, all is well in the world. You're hanging out, doing stuff. Yeah. See if there's any Imperium investments we want to make here. I could get knowledge whenever your units gain rank, which is handy. Spells can be cast first turn of combat. I don't think I have any other uses for Imperium right now, so let's just get it when our soldiers level up. That way we get a little bit of knowledge every once in a while. Not that it's that much, but I mean, we're already leveling, so why not? Alright, letting the allies take a turn. We're on to turn 39 now, so we're making okay progress for how this game usually goes, especially considering this is like a 10-player game. Turn order going through here. Moving left to right, little dot indicating such. Oh, you can even see their little respective emblems. That's nice. Alright. Now then, what do we got? Still no response from them. That's kind of surprising, given that I've just kind of burned down their stuff. Burden of guilt. Oh, well, that's rather rude. Okay. Ow. Okay, we're just gonna move on to this one, and I guess, what is that? That could be bad. Just advance. Ah, that's what I was afraid of. Yeah, this is the response force coming out to meet us. A lot of high tier powerful units here. Okay, so we might want to get out of here. At the same time, we have already committed to attacking this, so I think we might just have to bite the bullet here, because that is not what I wanted to see. Mage Bane is really bad for us here. Plus, there's a bunch of inquisitorial skirmish units. This is not looking great. So we are going to have to rely on the classic cheating, which is spam. Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and give a little lightning blast to you. And encourage... Okay, so they are going to heal from that, but... Wow, that actually dealt a lot of damage to that unit. They don't have a lot of health. We're going to charge up another one of those if we can. Or we could try some summons, but I don't think those will help. So, in any case, we are just going to try and get out of here while we can with what we have. We will most likely be attacked next turn, but I think that we'll be able to respond. In this case, we're seeing a lot of enemy armies in the fog of war. If I lose these units, that'll be an unfortunate setback, and I might load a save, since I can win this. It's just, it would take a long time of rebuilding, and that would be rather boring. Alright, I'm going to move into the town of Manafont, which is going to need its own respective hero. Someone following. Let's see. Let's open our heroes list, shall we? And recruit a new one. Again, you, the unstable. Ooh. Karina the Commander. Unaffiliated. Retaliator. Ooh, that sounds quite good. Let's take a look at her kit. Okay. Mystic Mace, a little kettle helm, and a white horse. We're going to recruit her. Okay. Let's give you, because you have Retaliator. I wonder, is there a maximum number of retaliations? Because if I get +2, does this give me 4 retaliations? That could be. We don't know. We're going to find out. Either way. Good to go with you. Then. Wait, we've got our Awakener going. So we'll just take the 2 of you, actually, and move over to Alexi's place. Yes, there we go. Well on your way. Move the horse a little faster. The Manafont has been founded. Should get some walls up, but also get the town growing as well. Evocator's Abode would do well. Are in desperate need of some food, so whatever gets us that best would be probably this. Extra draft, too. Nice, that can be turned into food. Let's just start on the evocators, shall we? Yes, there we are. Alright. Produced a granary here, as was planned. Mana Obelisk or a Mint. Mint is going to be in a turn. Could make a Mystic Spire, but it's not boosted, so that would be very expensive. An Estate Hall. Okay. That'll get us some more food, so let's just go ahead and do that. Ah, we can annex more provinces. Wonderful. Now I want a academy. Oh, I built a forester there. How silly of me. Archer battlements or the granary. We can get the granary going in a second. Just turn you into a research post. Or, ooh, there was something I wanted with a farm, wasn't there? Was quarries? No. Stone conjurer? Right, you needed 2 farms, so that would be expensive. Well, let's just get a farm going either way then, because I'll need one of those. And go from there. Yeah. Oh, I can get a vendor too. No governor set. All right, well, Karina, the commander, welcome to the club. You are now into this new city that Alexis has been defending. We'll just have you meet the enemy shortly. Now, this might end very poorly for us. We're going to see, because I am not expecting this fight to go well. Yeah, looks like they're moving into full force, so this is probably going to be a loss here. Oh, boy. That's a lot. That's a lot, wow. Okay, that is... Shish, okay. So I won't be able to cast spells, and I'd have to go down fighting, taking all of this stuff that I've built up. I think I'm just going to load a save here. Yeah, because I don't see myself winning this one at all. Just too much stuff. And even then, after winning that fight, I'd still be so hamstrung that... What? What? Huh. Okay. We take those. Holy shit, I did not expect that would work out like that. Wow. They must have just... What the hell happened? We gotta watch this replay, chat. Okay. Alright, so... We go out into a big old field. Okay, cool. Accelerate through. So here's all the mana tapping and stuff. Okay, empowerment. Cool. Getting a bunch of healing done. Everyone layers up. All right. They do the same thing. So if empowering, cool. What the hell? You move forward and... Oh, wow. Okay, that's a lot of damage that just happened. Wait a second. Hang on. What was that? Go back a bit. Like, what did he do that did so much damage there? Because these are all already damaged. Did he just fire the crossbow or what? Okay. Buff phase happens. Yeah. Powering, regeneration. We've seen this. Can't cast any spells. Burn all the enemies. Right. Let's see. So that goes through there. Yeah. All right. So what happens on this turn? Because these are already damaged. Does he just move up and shoot one or what? So if one of these armies is damaged, I might be able to manual fight this if they're just going to like group up like that. Because if I can kill that, I can start raining down. This might... Oop. Very aggressive blink and crossbow shot. Okay, that's 1 kill. And then sprints back. Okay. Firing again. Ooh. All right. Healing momentum. Doing good. Okay. Maybe this is winnable. Well, it is winnable. We know we got the auto-resolve from it, but... Okay, you're moving all the way up there very aggressively. So, there's the spells. What? Oh, that's the enemy casting spells. That's what's getting me the abilities. Okay. As long as they keep doing that. We see Sundered Resistance off there. Okay. So they go and cast... Okay, they attack you a bunch, but I probably heal you a lot. Going after you guys. Ooh, never mind. That is a dead hero. Okay. I didn't lose the hero, though. How did that happen? What? So that happens there, and then it all moves up to here. All right. Okay. I am confusion. Because my hero died, but on the auto-resolve screen, they weren't dead. So what happened? Okay. Bunch of fighting. Moving around. Crossbow shot. Good kill. Right. Critical momentum. Yep. Cool. Going for kill shots and whatnot. Right, bit of fighting there. Morale high. Been pretty good in this. Yep. Damage there. Okay. Watching the AI fight is interesting. So they're just kind of doing their whole thing, going through. It's very messy all over the place. Did they heal? I don't know how my hero had died there, but okay, morale's back to neutral. Got fights going on all over the place. Magical units taking fights. I really want to kill that astral fiend thing. Stops me casting spells. So if we just look at all this, yep. Okay, my hero's really wounded there. My turn. So do I sprint or teleport out or something? How does this go? So no spells. Okay, very low, but what? All right, getting an attack off there. You get. Okay, so that turns around, getting a kill there. You get a heal. Okay, come in and save those ones. How the heck did I win this fight? Well, I didn't actually win the fight because I didn't play it. I just had auto-resolve. You gotta have to load a save, but... Okay, Awakening. Cool. Empowered. Moving around, doing stuff. Cool. Oh, okay, there goes my hero. But my heroes didn't die at the end of the combat. Did I just win the fight and they survived or something? That's weird. Going through, seeing the fight. Yeah. Okay, so they're skirmishing, swinging back and forth. Cool. All ganging up on the one, as one does. His flank. It's like turn 5 or something. Okay, there's a good hit from the flank. Spell shields are pretty good units. Okay, so those spears go down. Alright. Despite being, like, really advanced tech-wise, these guys take a lot of damage. Maybe I just have a lot of buffs. Or experienced units. Okay. They go through, they raise a series of pillars over there. These take damage. I guess that stuff is still working, right? Okay, attack there. See, there's the enemy hero Turiel, who's doing a ton of stuff. How the heck does the AI turn this around? I really want to know. Like, this ended up with a victory for us, which just doesn't make sense. Okay, there's a kill. Fighting the Angelics there. Oh, I converted one. Okay, that's good. They got... Oh, that was a Mimic. Never mind. Probably... I'd lose the Mimic. I know that for sure. So they're going to focus that. Yep, Mimic goes down. Lightbringers get jumped here. They're doing mage damage. That stupid Astral Walker Siphon's still alive. What the... Okay, so healing goes off there. So the fairies did a lot of work for the healing. Cool. Seeing lightning evokers. Right. Just fighting here, getting a kill. Cool. They go down. They've got like 2 units over there left. We've got our little mage, the fairies. Yeah. Ooh, they got poked. Bad. Okay. And so, do we just win this off of the Spellbreakers? The Spell Shield Spellbreakers just kind of slugging it out, I guess? I don't know how they kill Tyrell, but this is a replay for the ages. Alright, so those are just going to get slaughtered because there's no way they're winning against that hero. He's got melee power on them and they're really damaged. Yeah. Okay. They're just going to keep doing attacks. He's got to blink behind him, stab him. Yeah, that checks out. Okay, that's another one there. So we can focus down this one. Then what happens? I don't think I win this one unless it's like a morale shock loss or something. I see their morale is really low. Is that it? Okay. Ow. Retaliated on. Nice. So that's one of the skirmishers trying to fight. So I can't actually kill their hero, I don't think. Or I don't, rather. So do I just get a morale win here because I killed this one? They're routing? Okay, they burned up. You're still in the fight. I think they're just running. Yeah, he just runs. What the shit? Okay, Huh. So yeah, I just managed to kill everything else in the army and he just routed off. I I still have, like, some of my army left. Okay. Can I just gonna quick save that, because that's cool. Just load files. Okay, so that quick save should be... Actually, I'm gonna save here on the off chance that I don't do as well as this. We call this Wild Auto Battle. There we go. Those are words. Because that's insane to see. I'm gonna try that manually, because I turned out pretty well here, even though, like, I think both of my heroes died, but they're not dead. They both have half health. They just not die in auto battle or something? That's weird. Let's see if we can win that on the manual. Because I think if I try and snipe their spellcasting unit at the start, then I'll be able to take on, like... Yeah, because if I just stack the right side, they're already weak there. I can probably sweep across and use the splash damage because I get double shot. Alright, we are going to try this manually. Yeah. Tempted to... Let's see. I could move up and try and get a cheeky shot off like that, which seems pretty good, actually. Yeah, alright. If I go here and then blink, I can probably get a good shot on you. See, I want to kill you in the back, so if I go over here, that should work. No, not like that. Dang it. What? If I blink into here, they will get in melee with me, which is less than ideal, but I can also slippery escape afterwards. Oh, no, I don't have the escape. Dang. Okay. Still, I can probably get, like... Let's see, what's your range on this? It's 5, so let's see. I need to shoot this, so it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? I think. I can always restart this if that's the case. Go here. Blink over to you. Okay. So I shoot 1 crossbow shot. Bam. But, what? Oh, it grazed. Oh, man. I was really hoping that would be a cheeky kill shot. Dang. Okay, so that's not good. Means that I'm going to take a lot of return fire here. Okay, so we're going to quickly move our spell shields. Not there. Up this way. We need to rapidly respond to that. Our spell breaker is going to get as far forward as possible. Let's see, our spell shields. I need someone to hold the mid, so they're going to be the guys to do it. Along with our... Ooh, I could... If I can get a clone on that Mage Bane, then I can deny them spellcasting, which is really good. So we're going to want our Soothers to go up as well. And we will give them both healing. Yes, there we go. All right. So all the magical units here are kind of expendable because I just need, like, chaff and fodder. I'm a little worried about those Lightbringers converting stuff. If I go into middle, they're going to all stack up, but that's also good for me because then I can get a bunch of magical attacks into them. So we'll try and do that. Nixia, the new, is going to be along with. Get our Inferno Hounds along here. Yeah, you're distracted for a turn. That's okay. Our own Lightbringers are just going to be magical artillery. We will put some Inferno Puppies over here to try and bait them. So hopefully the AI will go after them. Then lastly, we will do this to get a good old heal on them and a regen. Nice. Just face it this way so you don't get backstabbed. Okay. That'll be our first turn, so hopefully I'll get double taps going with you, because I think I can just win this off of stacking them all up and using the crossbow a lot. I'm so impressed with the auto-resolve. Okay, so the auto-resolver, it definitely, my heroes got killed, but it brought them back because I managed to win, and the auto-resolver just was like, yeah, you didn't really die. Just got knocked down. Still, we're going to see how well we do in this battle, because we are horribly stacked against, it's under defense and stuff. Yep. Thank you very much. Just keep your magical stuff going. Accelerate. You're just going to move up and skirmish. That's okay. I can heal these units a bunch. I don't think they have much in the... Ow. Ow. Okay, so that hurts. Zap, 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 zap. They're just going to all move up and stack up. Okay. So first things first, where's our Mimic? There we go. Yeah. Be defensive, Walt. I know. Good shot. Is it still your bloody turn? Okay. So, what? What? Oh, crap. Oh, crap. You berserked. Okay, that's not going to work. Because if I lose you, that's just the game over. All right, we're going to have to do this again because I got unlucky with that fumble that was going to really carry it. Okay. So we'll try this again. Less stupid this time, though. Acceleration. Alright, similar plan, although instead of trying to blink forward and get that cheeky shot, I think I can get a cheeky kill on you still, so let's see. Go up to here. Sadly, let's see, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right there. So I want to be in range of you. Hit that one and that one, ideally. See, that'll be, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think here. Right. Okay, you're in range, so this should kill, hopefully. Yes, don't fumble, please. Fuck! Alright, so your fumble attack, okay, just, you screw up the first attack, even though the replay showed you hitting it. Whatever. Auto-resolve and play actually is apparently very good, so. We're gonna stop doing the cheeky cheese there and actually do this the smart way. I'm gonna group up with you here. Yeah, you're single entity. I'm fine with you taking a little damage. Not there, actually. I want you in shield wall. There we go. Defend, and you're going to defend here as well. The Mimic needs to come up on the right and get that spell stealing thing so that they can't cast anything. I've got my spell breakers in turn. We're going to move up and do magical stuff. You're going to go here. You're going to go here. Yeah, we'll keep you alive as best we can. Inferno puppies, or Inferno hounds rather, will go here, along with our hero. There we go. Group up all the stuff that we can quickly. Move you to here because you fly, and then we'll also just group up for a really big heal right here. Because that way, all these have regen, and then I can send the puppy off to draw their attention. Nice, nice. Defend there. You're good where you are. Okay, I think that's everything we can do. So let's do this the serious way, shall we? Alright, just gonna accelerate through their turn because they're all just gonna stack up and defensive ward and stuff. Luckily, they don't have very many awakening units. In fact, I don't think they have any awakeners, so yeah. They're a high culture, so I'd be really concerned if they have the awakened condition because it really turns them powerful. As it currently stands, we are pretty much good to go on that. And they have lined up very nicely there, so. Okay. 80% or 100%. It does get me past the stink flowers, which is good. We're going to go for that 100% and hope for the best on this shot. Blast. Just out of range. Okay. Maybe I can go for that one instead. At the same time, that gets me a really good shot, so. Alright, fingers crossed. Please hit. Bam. There we go. That's the kill we wanted. Excellent. So now we can get another really good shot, or we can move over and try and get that other one, but I want to set that up for the next turn. Plus, I want that Mimic. Where are you? There you go. You're going to set up... I would like to do a big old blast on you, but I can't get in range, unfortunately. So I'm going to send you guys down mid, ideally. So yeah, you don't really have any big artillery in the midfield, just a bunch of fighters, so that's really good for us. I'll just make a shield wall here, if there ever was one. Set up like so. And you are just gonna empower everyone around you. Big old turtle wall. Bam. Right, I want that spell breaking thing so I can deny them magic. Love to get a big old attack on you, but it's not going to go well. I'm just going to put you in the foliage. We could also go further aggressive. It's left flank. It's got him, which I can't really do anything about since he's just insanely damaging character. We're just going to send you off as a distraction. Hopefully you will draw the enemies away. As our Summer Fairy, which can heal again for a little bit. Lightbringers are just going to move up to here. And with any luck, they'll get a good shot on something that comes into range. See, our Tide Spirit is able to teleport, which is nice. Can also keep enemies back, so if you want to run up here, it's okay with me. Has to remember he's got Sprint, so you can get one extra tile. Yeah. Oh, he has Demon Step as well. That's not good. All right, so we're just going to set up and cover here then and fortify. I'll put you here so that you can defensively ward against incoming stuffs. Like so, boosting defenses. And then hopefully you are just going to be our little response force. All right. Could get down and try and get some damage on them. It's 50% shot only, though, and that makes you take a lot in retaliation. But if you want to charge my line, I am perfectly happy with that. Seeing, again, large. So I really want that thing to die, but good damage on you either way. If you want to move up into melee with me, that's okay. I can get out multiple different ways. Just gonna fire. Bam. There we go. Good old hits on that. You... Tell you the truth, I just want to keep you there, because then I can drop a nice attack there. So we'll just defend. That is the best we can do on our turn, really. Trying to play this very technically, while the enemy heavily outnumbers me, and has a unkillable super being. Yeah. They're not a tier 4 or 5. Well, okay, they're a tier 4, but they're not a maximum strength one. And they did just cast a spell, which means that I get my lifesteal effects. So I might be able to just slug my way through this, assuming that I am able to wither the storm. So we see attacks coming in here. It's going to accelerate this. Yeah, they're casting their spells, whatever, sundering my defenses. They're doing little awakening actions. Okay, yep, distraction, just like we wanted, keeping them occupied. Okay, the Lawbringers take a little bit of a hit. Blink teleport, rather annoying, but not the worst. Yep, that midfield is taking damage. Okay, I can get that Mimic clone. Oof. Hi there, buddy. Okay, that hurts, but it's just the Hound. So, front line is holding. Our fairies can hopefully heal that, along with our seers, or soothers. Alright, let's see. So, first things first, I don't actually have any healing. That's annoying. You don't have a retaliate. Let's try and do this. There's a very low chance this works, but on the off chance it does. There we go. Got one stun at least, so that's good. Okay, do you have a heal? No. I would need to get into melee with you, which is doable, but you're also fucking tank. 12. Ugh. You just don't take damage. Cool. Either way, let's even this fight a little bit, shall we? Yeah, I am going to mimic you. Yoink. And then... probably, let's see, so we're going to want that thing dead this turn. It means I'm going to have to move up and hit it, and it's pretty resistant. Okay. We are going to blink to, I think, here. I want to be able to shoot that, and also hit that thing in a line, ideally. Line down, that would be great. I need you to be able to blink and also get a kill, ideally. So let's try going to here. I also need you to heal. Well, really, I need this Mage Bane to die. That's the most important thing. So we're going to blink behind it here. Damn. That'll unfortunately hit allies, but that'll deal friendly fire. Dang it. We'll kill it. Well, actually, I can move you over one. Okay, we're going to do that. So, I'm going to move you to, I think, here. Cool. Rotate and defend. Excellent. Now, we're going to try and get this thing killed. Hopefully. And just in case I do, I'm going to pop over channel first. And I want you to take maximum possible damage. A Star Purge. Oh, that's a really good Star Purge. Okay, so I need something with range that I don't have. Meh. Alright. There is no dice. I need you to move up and hopefully get a little bit more damage on you. That's a guaranteed kill if I can get that hit. So, can I get that hit is the question, though. we're going to try for it. So we're going to move you over to here. Give him a good zap. There we go. And with any luck, this will kill. Bam. Yes! All right, so that got that kill, which means we can now move and shoot again. So that gives us opportunities to kill stuff here. Depending on the angle, we'll have to hit directly behind it, but at the very least, we could get a good shot on you. I'm just worried that you'll fly over and stab me, because I'm a little low on health. If I go to here, which I guess I'm going to have to, because I'm now committed, we're going to see just how much damage this does. That is a good chunk of damage. Right now, we just have to hope that they don't respond and kill me, because I am very wounded. Wait, what? Why don't I have spells? Enemy Mage Bane. What do you mean, Enemy Mage Bane? I have the Mage Bane. This Mage Bane's dead. What? Power of all spells. While in bout, cannot cast... Hey, what? Does it not update? Because I've not... Huh, that's annoying. I was hoping I would be able to cast a bunch of spells this turn. Okay, so their pikemen are set up here, which means that we can rain down on them, hopefully. So either the skirmishers, which are higher tier units, or the daylight spears, which are... Well, can't convert, sadly, but we can do some fire, so we're going to do that. Pew pew. A little bit of spirit damage there. Throw some stuff into the mid. So unfortunately, these stink flowers are distracting, which means that everything is a flanking attack. You can get some good hits in, though. So you are primarily spirit damage, okay. I definitely want you to be defensive warding, which makes them more resistant. Yeah. Okay, so you're locked in. Hitting you would help, but I don't really have the tools for it. I guess I could rotate over and try and hit you again, but you're probably just like basically immune. Yeah. 57% reduction, not happening. Still, we can give you some good bites. Chomp chomp. And you're also stunned there, so that's good for us. Let's just try and keep our units alive by defensively warding to boost your stats up. So yeah, 8-7, that's pretty good health. Maybe I should have used you to charge in. Anyway, we're going to need you to take on... It's not a good fight for us. So, you're just going to be... Let's see. I don't want you guys to get up the hill and get stabbing at us, but there's not really much you can do. We'll get attacked either way. Our puppies are stuck. Okay. I think the best play right now is to just set up... Can you... Oh, you can actually push them back. Okay, you're going to do that then. Splash. There we go. A little bit of damage, a little bit of pushback. And it does remove the burning, but it also pushes them back a bit, helping us. Yeah. Since you have, let's see, Starblades tuned. Okay, you got Sentinel, so that should mean that you get a retaliation against them. Ideally, I will set you up to fight here. If they want to come up and fight, they can. And you're just going to entrench yourself, being very defensive. I really need that Summer Fairy to be able to heal here. At the moment, you're just going to throw some magical fireballs, which are going to miss. Okay. Luckily, we should get a bunch of stuff set on fire this turn, and hopefully that Devourer of Spells thing kicks off, because their Mage Bane is dead, even though I cloned it. I don't know why it's still considering the Spell Devourer active. Away. A bunch of temporary HP there from the lifesteal. Ooh, their morale is low. That's good for us. We just need to kill off a couple more units, and we might trigger a mass rout. Because you don't actually have to kill all the enemy. You just have to defeat them morally. A bit of chip damage going in on our various units. Okay, that's kind of annoying. Ouch. I have a teleport, though, so I think I can get that. And they shouldn't have anything that can really hurt us too bad here. We're just fighting their pikemen. Oh, okay, they flew around behind us, getting our Inferno Hound. But we're holding pretty well with our shields. Alright, so our guy gets attacked there, but that's just a shield unit. That's fine. Alright, let us... Let's see. So they are on fire, and they're just a tier 1 unit. Okay, my turn. Yes, good. Okay, unfortunately, I am going to get retaliated on here, which kind of sucks. Unless they die. Which they could. So can I get a Star Purge? That's a pretty good hit. Also go here, trying to weaken both of them. I don't like the odds of that. We're gonna do that. Star Purge. Bam. Okay. Go and kill you. Freeze up a bunch of stuff. Ooh, it could give the Devourer Mind. Insanity. Is that at range? That is at range. So I could... Okay. Oh, I can't attack their minds, unfortunately. So that's some really good damage on that. Let's see. Alright, what are the odds of me being able to heal here? Sadly, we're in enemy zone of control. Means we'll have to get some good hits to get out of here. Yeah. Luckily, we probably do that, I think. Good shot to get you. Could sprint over and smack that in the back, which will free up this lane, but that'll also lead this side getting overwhelmed. You'll have another turn until you're able to fight effectively. Well, for now, anyways, let's just focus our fire on this one. Send all the bolts we can, and hope for the best. That's a really bad chance to hit, so we'll go for this instead. Right. You can actually get a kill here, which is pretty good for us, so do that. Sure, you'll take a hit for it, but wham, wham, and wham. Another good kill. Their morale is starting to waver, so... let's see. I would love to be able to get over and smack you, but I just don't have the movement. Probably won't get the kill either. So I'd like to sprint here. Move behind like so. Then give him a good old chop. Whack. Let's see. If I turn around, that will kill them, but it will also mean that I'm heavily damaged. Maybe I can tag you out somehow. You're engaged on either one of those, which sucks. So you can't retaliate. You don't retaliate, actually. You only get like a light swing against them, so that would only be 7 damage. That's not bad. I want to get another flash off to try and stun you. But getting there, it's, is it worth getting up on those Dusk Hunters? I think it's worth getting up on them. But I'd have to push through to get that. Damn. Right, either way, for some reason, the stupid Mimic is still being considered as the Mage Bane Interdictor. What? I mean, Mage Bane... Okay, that's got to be a bug, because I copied their Mage Bane, and it's saying that I can't use stuff. That's rude. Anyways, we are going to go ahead and, because you two are in a line, we're going to move to here, taking that retaliation hit, and kill you. Bam. Goes that. Really good damage. Alright. I can then reposition and try and get another shot. Preferably on one of you. Do I want to hit you? Also get an attack there. Ideally, I'll stack up shots, but if I can just take down some of these guys that are threatening me, that would be welcome. We're just going to try and hope for a crit here. 1, 2, 3. That's a good kill. All right. Enemy is critical, so we might be able to get some cheeky shots here. Let's go here for Overwhelm Tactics and try for a critical hit, I guess. Bam. Good damage. We just need to kill off a few more of them. And if let's see, so they are threatening me here, but that's only a single unit, which is pretty good for us. I'd love to move you in here so then you can provide defenses, but this puppy, honestly, this thing is probably just going to be expended here, so we're just going to take the hit, whack, and whack. There we go. Enemy is fleeing. Do we want to claim victory? No. Run them the fuck down. Everyone attack. Yeah, attack, attack, attack. Let's go. I did not think I was going to be able to win this until I looked at the auto-resolve, and it said, hey, you're good, dude. So, yeah. Maximize all the damage you can deal. Everything attack. Yep, I know that we will take a hit here, but cool. Turns out you can just morale break the enemy, even if their stats are superior. We take those. Anything else on my turn? No? Okay. Still annoyed that the, I did this without spells, too. Like, I took their Devourer, and yeah, all right. Cool. Yeah, don't let him escape. Run him the fuck down. Wham. Yep, fairies, I don't care. Fire blast them if you can. You guys too. I think your attacks are stronger. I might be able to get a good healing breeze here. Alright, so we're gonna move you out of the way, I think. Like so, and then pop healing. Not you. Gonna undo that move. You're just going to go run down that because you're fast enough to do it. Chomp, chomp. Good kill. All right. You're going to move over to here. And then you're going to move up to here. And then Healing Breeze you. There we go. That gets you 3 shooters. So you're going to take your shots. Zap, zap, zap. Good hits. You're going to get behind him and give him the beating of a lifetime. I cannot believe I actually managed to get this. Whack, 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 whack. And then ideally, this is... Alright, so that will hit our stuff. Cool. We can probably get... you're slowed, unfortunately, so... I'm going to try for it. Let's defend there. I can get good hits on you. The flank, too, so... Wham, wham. Ham. Yep, that Mage Bane is still convinced that it is stopping spells, which is unfortunate. 5% chance to hit. Yeah, I don't think so. Alright, let's just move you as far up as we can. You two in the line are. That's unfortunate. Can I get an attack on you in the back? 5% chance to hit. Well, it's taking worse shots. Let's try it. Get a hit on you. Okay, we take that. And then hit you, and that should splash over. Bam. There's the one. And then if I move you forward, that'll be another kill. Let's do that. Bam goes the other. This crossbow is awesome. All right, and that'll be our turn. We're not letting him out. No. This is our chance to finally get some momentum swing. I cannot believe how well this worked out. They are going to retreat. That's fine. They're just an Inquisitor unit. All right. He's going to try and retreat and not get far enough. Yeah. Nixia the Eagle-Eyed. Yes. Queen Slay. Let's see, so they are burning now. Additionally, the funeral pyre stuff comes online. You are good to go. Hit that guy. Wham! Down he goes. Executioner's axe to the back of the face. Oof. You're gonna try and... Can I teleport? Do a little more damage, but... deals damage and inflicts wet. It's not much damage. Better just to punch him. See if we can't get anyone into range in time. Not really, no. Dang. Alright. Well, either way, that's still free damage we can deal, so let's get him. All the stuff that we do this combat, they can't heal from and are going to be a long ways away from recovering from. Sure, you get it. Tell you what, you get some fairy dust. You did good. Just going to brace you there. You're going to move on. So you get a hit, but I think I can get a kill shot on you. Right? Maybe? Perhaps? Let's see. I can get a flank shot there. Go ahead and do this. Bam, bam. Then hopefully you... 90% chance. Kill him. Bam. Right to the back of the head. Run him down. Alright, that means it's just these two left, and I don't have anything that can get in range, unfortunately. Alright. So, we're just going to end the turn there, because that's everything that they got. Alright. And they're just going to run off the map. Cool. We take those. That is a hell of a fight that we managed to win. I did not think this was winnable at all, but still. Enemy routed. Yep, down they go. That is their faction leader dead, meaning I get his stuff. 3 of them fled the battle. So yeah, 2 stacks, no units lost against 3 full stacks. Vastly outnumbered. Well, okay, say vastly outnumbered. They had like 25,000 to our currently 1958. Yeah, we take those. Absolutely. Save the game, please. Gonna save this as a no, wait, hang on. Improbable victory. Woohoo. So, ridiculously stacked fight. Level beyond me, like 15 against 8 and a 4. Yeah, let's go. So, that means that they just got absolutely clobbered. They've got another unit, but that was most of their main stuff here. So, we can push on to their main city and not let up the pressure now. Although I am worried about Citadel. They probably have a full stack in there. Yeah, you can see that pair moving around. That's probably them. So, whoa. Look at that damage dealt. So, unfortunately, didn't quite get a level out of that for him. Oh, wait, hang on. I did get a level. Oh, okay, cool. So let's see. I can get Sprint or Sentinel. Sprint could be very helpful for being slippery. Let's see. Visions of Woe. Units in a 1 hex radius fumble their attacks. Kind of handy, but I still want you just killing with that crossbow. Draining Blade. Deal damage and heals you for the same amount. I might want to take Draining Blade. Reckless Rage. Gain extra melee damage. I don't use melee. Let's go with Draining Blade. Because that way, if I ever have to stab someone, I can do it with a Vampiric Stab instead. All right. And then we can get, let's see, I can do attunement, channel my power, magic attacks do extra damage. I don't really need that. Star Blades does get me bonus damage, which is always good. Inspiring Leader, making my army cheaper. I won't say no to that. Same time, just, you know, more damage and utility. Let's go with Sprint so we can quickly move our way around. So we're going to take Sprint because that was a impossible fight we just won. And being able to really reposition, because when I get a kill with this crossbow, I get 1 action back, which means I can move again. And because I have the Wyvern, I can fly basically anywhere, which means I can line up and do a ridiculous amount of damage. Okay, we're basically out with these 2 units, so they're going to have to go back and recuperate. Means we're going to need some replacement troops. What can we quickly get here? Nothing really useful. I could do some summoning. We still have some power. All right. Yeah, we need another Spellbreaker or 2 in the fray. Let's see. What if we got ready? A Lightning Torrent. Okay. We're going to actually hold on to that, because we might need that later. Another Amplify Mines we need, so we'll get that going. Just going to move in on you here. So auto combat will probably kill him, but... No, okay. I'm still... Okay, I want to make sure that I don't take any unnecessary damage here, because if I can push into the enemy's, like, major city here without taking much more hits, I can probably get a foothold. And then I won't have to worry about running all the way back to get my good units. You can see this same battlefield, but from the opposite end now. Just advance forward. And, because I have spells, I can throw mana at them. Gonna be really good. All right, so let's see. So first things first, we can't cast spells on the first turn, unfortunately, but we can do a lot of damage. Just want to make sure that I get really good damage dealt. So let's see, where is... So our fairy is going to come over to here, like so. And you're also going to move in like this. So you're going to cast Soothing Breeze on you. And now the fairy is going to fairy dust... Oh, actually... Can move in another unit. There we go. Now the fairy is going to fairy dust all of them. So I've got a bunch of extra health here. And move up probably to, I think, like up here, right? Let's go to like here-ish. And then I think I can blink up to here. Which lets me then fire on you like so. That's really good damage. So wham goes that shot. Half their health bar taken off instantly. I like that. We're just going to move up with our spell shields because they're pretty resilient. And our Mimic is a single entity, which means it's also very good at taking hits because it doesn't lose combat power. Spell shields, again, going to advance along with our... we can actually get up and fire a bolt at them, which I kind of like. We're going to do that. So move you aggressively forward, even though it may be a little risky. Still, 2 units. We can take them. More damage dealt. Just going to move the Inferno Puppies up as well. Got all of our support stuff here. Just going to move them up for the sake of it. Get you as close as possible. And hope for the best. Ideally, they don't cast a spell and kill off my hound, which would be very rude. You can still move technically with sprint, but we're going to not do that this turn. We're going to hope that they advance and try and do some damage. So there's our defenses kicking in. You can see the Inquisitors moving up, probably going to do some crossbow shots. Yep, so unfortunately, crossbow shot. For them, rather it's unfortunate, it didn't actually do any real damage, just hit our temporary HP, which we're fine bleeding off in this fight. So now, I'm going to bring out the real damage, which is going over to here. And why can't I cast spells? What the hell? Oh, that must be it. They must have a spell jammer in their territory. That's why I couldn't cast spells. It just doesn't say. I was wondering about that. Spells blocked. Yeah, so normally I'd be able to cast spells, but they've got their province improvement, which prevents it. So we're going to fire once, which will deal a stupid amount of damage here. Kerblam. And then fire again, because we get the free reload, and that is how you do it. No damage taken. Let's go. Yeah. Yeah, there it is, the Spelljammer. So we're going to want to pop that really fast. I don't think they have any armies nearby to punish us for this, so we're going to pillage that improvement, which will disable it. And then, ideally, we will just kind of entrench ourselves and refuse to get up. Yeah. All right, so back onto the Eastern Front. We did want to give our boy Alexei the Slayer the support he needs. So we're going to take our 2 new units here. A ranged unit, the Spellbreaker, is going to come and support him. He's going to join the ranks. There you go. As you can see, we got the Spell Shields and a Stormscale Serpent. And lastly, we've got our newest hire, Karina the Commander, whose specialty is that she has... Where is it? Was it Watchful? Yes, Watchful. So she is quite good at stabbing people. I think she has 4 retaliations if the game will let me. So this is a very melee-heavy army. I'm probably not going... Well, I'm going to run her in it for a little bit just to get her some XP during these fights. But after that, I'm going to give another Spellbreaker there. Of course, most of our reinforcements will be diverted to the Western Front. As you can see here, we are decently wounded, but still in the fight. We've got some good regeneration going, and we're going to see just how far we can take this. I am tempted, if it will let me, check our combat ranges real quick. So, like, if I go 1, 2, 3, I can set up and besiege their settlement now. I definitely want to do. Yes, I want to start a siege, I think. So let's do so. All right, we're going to add siege projects. So sabotaging the supports means that we would be able to destroy some of their gear here. They have archer battlements, a caltrop stash, and some ballista towers, along with stone walls, which are keeping us out. Tower bombardment is very handy and only costs mana, so that's a little bit of a cheap way of getting rid of their stuff. Undermining the walls can be quite helpful as well. We want to break through this as fast as possible, really. So if you take a look, here's my fortification damage. I deal 10 per turn, and I have to break down their 60. So ideally, I'll take up 15 damage here. That will break it down in 4 turns. So you can do a headlong assault, which will damage all of our units, which is not great. Tower bombardments. Half the defenders' towers are destroyed, meaning I get rid of their ballistas. That's very nice. I think I'm going to have to go with undermining the walls, because I want to open up more spots along the walls, and sabotaging the supports. So that means that their caltrop stash will not take effect, because that would mean that they would have a bunch of spikes hitting around the place. That gets us 15 siege damage, which lets us break through this in 4 turns. So we are going to engage that siege. Now, because we are here, we are going to be in range of our friendly support. So in case this army comes down, we should be able to take them. You can see one of them sitting pretty right here. We've done some pretty impossible feats already, so we're going to just keep going on that. I get a Tower of True Sight, which makes it possible to see invisible enemies. Now, marking enemies is quite good because I can reduce their evasion, and that makes me even stronger for doing damage to them. Also, I can reduce their resistance, meaning they take a lot more magic damage. We're going to go with Mental Mark. Hero has leveled up. Good. We need to upgrade her abilities, so let's see. We can get her Assassinate, which is a chance to instantly kill units. That's pretty good, not going to lie. Summons are also very powerful. Dark Ritual means I can summon some zombies and stuff. I think we will go with... That takes a full action. Let's go with Assassinate, since it doesn't take any actions and we can kill enemies. So if we run up, we can stab somebody in the back with Assassinate, and then it's still hit with our Charge Strike. Just upgrading your melee damage. I'm still liking just playing aggressively with you, so we'll go with Fighting as we improve your charge damage again. Just ready to take people's heads off. Executioner's Mask on. Alright, we've got a bunch of our magical sort of troop collected here. I might want to swap commanders here, because if I put you into this army, all of these guys are fairly mobile, which means I can move you around the battlefield more effectively. Actually, you've only got, 32 movement floating. Floating, flying, very fast, flying, very fast. Okay, I might still want to make that change because I have you as flying, and that means that this army is all just kind of the walking troop. Alright, Lightning Torrent is ready. We're going to hold on to that again because I still want to just zap somebody. You can see I have spell slots available, meaning there's a limited number of spells I can juice up. I'm charging up one right now, and I've got one in the pocket, so I intend to zap on somebody as soon as I can. We have new Empire development skills, namely we can free cities with the Whispering Stone. instantly provide you vision. That's not really that useful because I don't have any free cities aligned with me. Let's see. Anything else I can afford? 199 Imperium, not really that much. And as you see, their ruler Turiel Tolarim has drawn to the Astral Void, and Citadel has sent a war party. So that is most likely going to be these units here, which I'm not that worried about. This is just cannon fodder. And Aster also has sent a war party, but my ally is in the way, and they're probably going to attack my outpost. They've got 2 full stacks here to take it. I think we're going to sit pretty for that. Right. Could build some more troops, but really I don't have any place that I want to build stuff from right now. Let's see. You are a... I could build a spell shield. Oh, I don't even have the cash for it if I wanted to. All right, we're just going to end the turn there then. So. That, we're going to keep eyes on what's happening up here. See my allies moving around the map, trying to fight on their respective fronts, I think. There's a couple of different enemies around the map, but... Oh, wow, he's picking a fight. Okay, your loss, buddy. We're just going to manual this to make sure we don't take stupid damage. Stupid damage is a amount of damage taken when you could simply avoid it, so we're going to try and avoid that as best we can. You see the terrain here has changed a little bit. It's similar to the last fight, although now is significantly more burnt and barren as we fought over it a whole bunch of times and burned down the provincial improvement of the Spelljammer. We could move up and fight there. Ooh, they are in a line. That is a bad thing for them to be. So, in this case, we're going to first find our healer, provide some Soothing Mist, and get our ferry over here. Quickly go this way, and we'll group up a little bit, I guess, first and foremost. Move you to here. And we'll move you guys over. I can't quite get in range. Okay. We'll move you to here. And then we will provide Soothing Mist, Blooming Life, rather, to all of you. There we go. A little bit of healing action done. Could have gotten more, but I don't think I'll need it. Anyways, we're going to recklessly advance to here, which might look like a stupid thing to do, until we blink teleport to their side, like so. Let me see. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. Be there, rather. Blink, and I... just barely out of the line of fire. Dang. I was hoping it would correct over and hit them, but... Alright, that's fine. They can run over and stab me once if they so desire. Actually, I can sprint, which means I can correct just a little bit here. Do I want to? It does put me just out of range. Dang. Alright, well, I didn't really do this the proper way then, but still. We're going to give him a good old crossbow bolt to the face. Bam! Bonk. See a bunch of damage dealt there. And the rest of the troop is just going to engage. Oh, fortunately, you're now burning. You can be a little on fire as a treat. It's fine. That is the caveat with setting a bunch of fires. So our Mimic's just going to move up. And, yeah. Going to advance with everyone else. Alright, stay out of the fire. Except for our Inferno puppies, who don't really care about fire. Yeah, that is everything we can do this turn. Yeah, they're fine. We're going to see what they do. They take defensive postures there, and they're going to try and shoot me back. Though no damage is going to be dealt, because it's all temporary HP. They're going to move up like so. I really wish I hadn't used Sprint, because now I'm kind of stuck in here. But... Alright, so we're going to get some free, nice damage on them. We have a lot of mana, so let's go ahead and... Well, let's just use a bunch of spells, because we can. There we are. And pop a Cosmic Annihilation. Ablation. But a Cosmic Annihilation sounds a lot cooler. Bam and bam. They are a support hero. You can tell by their sort of defensive warding icon here. You are going to get blasted here. Zap, 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 zap. There we go. Going to move up our ranged support units to here, where they are able to fire down, getting a little bit of chip damage, although there's not much we can really do since it's spirit damage primarily. Move the elementals up, and the... I don't really want the puppies to engage, so they'll just go around the outside. I could probably get a good smack into you, but I don't really think I need to right now. So my plan is to go to here. Nope. Just out of range. Or just out of kill shot range, rather. I wish I had saved a spell to hit them with. Oh well. In any case, we can still give a devastating blow. Would it be better to do Draining Blade on them or Crossbow Shot? What do they have more of? More resistance. Okay, we're just gonna shoot them then. Pew. Ah, okay, that's interesting. They've got a reactive teleport ability. I wonder what's giving them that. Let's see, they have Displacement. Yes, that's the one. Also, they've got Frail. So there was a hero that we had offered earlier that had the same abilities. And in this case, they are very squishy. You see, they've only got 50 HP instead of the standard 90 or so you'd expect. Which is why they are basically dead right now. And I don't think there's much they can really do about it. I could go up and pick a fight here, which sounds pretty good to me. I've got temporary HP. We're going to advance with our Mimic as well. And go up here to get the flanking bonuses. We're going to advance to here. We're going to copy them with our Mimic ability. Turning into them. Surprise. Then we're going to hit with you to eat that retaliation. Then kill them with themselves. Ain't that a little feat of irony? I'm not sure if that's actually irony, but so. Units that can still act. I don't really care about any of these things moving up. I guess the healers can move up, whatever. Just move the lot. Alright, cool. Actually, I'm not going to move you up because you might get killed. Alright, and that'll be the turn. Yes, good. Now then, their hero is going to attempt to do something, which is, in this case, run and... Okay, they fire a single magic missile. Alright, buddy. I got bad news for you. You burn to death. Rip. Blurg. Alright, well, that's them down. And that is them besieged still, so go us. We just need to hold this. Ah, goody. Echoes from the Void. As a Wizard King, you have seen the astral void, and memories of it haunt you. Even now, you find your mind drifting back. You are haunted by lonesome creatures spent floating in the... Wait. You are haunted by lonesome centuries spent floating the vast nothingness of the void, where monstrous voices from your past twisted and distorted your deepest convictions. You saw visions of a grim future riddled by loss and insanity. More than once, you felt your soul dissolve in the endless void. In the darkness, you had but one thing to hold on to, a piece of who you were before. What memory preserved your sanity? Founded empires that witnessed wizards and kings. Get some Imperium, which is very nice. I mastered the Forbidden and Lost lore, which improves my knowledge. I was an artist of the arcane, getting me some more mana, available because I have high astral affinity. Feeble mortals reveled in my splendor, which gets me a city stability boost, not that I really need that. Or I erected wizard towers in infinite realms. This gets me a bunch of production. Now, knowledge does advance my tech tree by 1 turn, but I think that getting production is a little bit harder right now, so we're going to go for that. So that will make it so I get almost the Altar of the All-Seers completed this turn. Just a little bit of money will make that go by. Then, with that, we can get the Academy going. We can get one of these bolstering matrices, but in this case, I don't really have any buffing spells that do that. It's mostly offensive evocation magics I'm focused on, raining down fireballs and the like. So we'll go for an Academy to improve our research. An Academy, if you will. And maybe a granary afterwards, because num-nums are good. Alright, let's see. So we wanted to pick a fight over here, which we are going to do. So we're going to go here, and then, because we can't quite get you into the army, we're going to pick this battle and go for some combat. Yeah! Alexi the Slayer is our greatsword-wielding badass, who has so far pretty much cleared up the entire infestation on this side of the map. He is the hero of our Eastern Kingdom. I'm going to move him up forwards, and I could probably... I'm worried about that web attack. So let's see, that is 4? So 1, 2, 3, 4. They can land here and then affect stuff along here, so I just have to remember that I can't be there. Anyways, we're going to try and bait that out by cleverly summoning our animal companion forward here. Meaning that hopefully they are going to jump early and spray all over that instead of one of our more useful units. Move up like so. Now, how many retaliations will we get is a question I want answered. We're going to move our mages into the middle to be as defended as possible, and then provide extra warding over here. In this case, we're going to turn and face this way. Now, I want you to be ready to stab a whole bunch, so you're going to be working the flank here, because you've got a very good pike. In this case, it is the Punisher's Halberd. This gives us 2 extra retaliations and the first strike ability. On top of that, we've got the Watchful trait, which gives us an extra retaliation. So I think that this should give us 4 retaliations. We're going to see if the game has a cap on it at 3, or if it... Oh, okay, it does cap out at 3. Good to know. I wasn't sure at first, because 4 retaliations would be very interesting. But either way, all good things capped at 3. We're going to deploy defensively here, setting up our Spellbreakers in position as well. You can see they've got the little bit of veterancy going. Our troops are very experienced in facing monsters such as these, so with any luck, it will bring us victory. We're just going to set up here and hope they web. Come on, do it. See a little bit of immolation going on there. Passive effect of the world. Oh, that hit allies. That's a little annoying. Okay, you can see some of their entwined thralls throwing sticks at us. Ow! Okay, those are not the fairies I thought they were. These are autumn fairies instead, which are a battle mage unit with big old vortex blast attack. They're going to keep attacking here. Now, with any luck? Yes! There was it. We baited out the attack we thought we were going to deal with. I just realized those were the wrong fairies. There's 4 types of fairies in the game, and each of them do something different. I was using the summer fairies earlier that had a heal. So, speaking of heals, let's see. So we've got a nice little spot here that we can drop some fire on, which I am okay with. This guy's going to cancel that attack first. So you can make 1 attack, which will trigger a retaliation from you, which I'm kind of okay with. Randomly trigger that one. This Grimbeak Crow, if I remember right, its melee attack has a chance to blind, which we don't like. So we are going to do this, which will just free up the spot. Attack them, which means they will now retaliate, which means they will not hit our more important 3 units. Let's see, we can go in and do a whirlwind slash there by popping sprint, but first we are going to set the area on fire. Bluey. You see that also gives us a bunch of magical powers. Now we are going to demonstrate just why Alexei is called the Slayer. Actually, we're going to first hit them with this. Have to do order of operations here so we don't friendly fire. And now we are going to move in and see if this can't. Oh, well, that one's just a little bit too healthy. Okay. Fine. Need a magic bolt. Now we are going to demonstrate why Alexei is called the Slayer. Spin to win! 3 kills! Let's go! Now we're going to move our polearm up here to hopefully engage on the enemy as best we can. We could try and sprint past them, but I think that'll get them a little bit stuck. So instead, we can see they might be able to go around our flank, but they will only get 1 attack then. I'm not too worried. So we're going to deploy and destroy like that. As you can see, they're now tied in, and so if they try and attack us, they're going to eat a lot of retaliates. We can also then move forward with the rest of our force. And see the autumn fairies in the back, unfortunately, are on cooldown. Unfortunate for them, rather. We're just going to move. I don't want our snake to take too much more damage, actually. So instead, we're going to move forward like so, and just pin in these guys. Just eat the snot out of them. And for now, we are just going to keep you sort of safe in the reserves here and deploy in defensive mode. And go from there. Hopefully these spiders will not swing around the flank. Actually, that'd be okay. Oh, hey, Platinum Meg. Hey! Hi, Meg. Welcome to the stream, everyone. I'm NekoboyBlue. Some of you might know me from Platinum Meg's stream. Pretty kitty Catboy variety streamer. Hello. Get the old ooh face out. I'm playing some Age of Wonders 4 right now. This is the matchup where we are showing off Alexei the Slayer and all of his awesome power, as we are about to see just what we can do to spiders. So, Meg, I know how much you like spiders. You want to see something cool in a sec? Let's go ahead and give this one a little bit of cosmic obliteration. Actually, we'll just obliterate this one first. Bam, there it goes. You can see various effects popping off as we are the astral sort of attuned faction. I believe it's the Mystics, they're called. We're going to move forward here, just getting a little bit of chip damage dealt. Wham on you. And then we're going to move our mages up as well. Move you to here. We have some fairies that are also squaring off against us that have been very rude. So we're going to move to here and throw some magical bolts out. And with any luck, let's see, we're going to activate sprint so I can get in range. Ooh. Actually, we're going to swing around like so. You get that. Then you can just get a nasty, nasty charge strike to you, which will be teleports behind you. Nothing personnel, kid. Swing here. Spiders should be obliterated if they're inside your house. Well, these ones might be. We never know. Maybe you'll find them in my house when you're raiding my cheese fridge. You owe me for that still. All right, let's go ahead and hit these ones here with our maces, and then we're going to give a good old little poke in the backside to these juicy, delectable, wonderful ice spiders. Don't these look friendly? Yeah. Essential to the house hippos? Okay, now, just because I am a house hippo enthusiast, I will excuse this for once. Charlo Soup, thank you for the follow. My vision is a little bit faded right now because I've been streaming for 6 hours and throwing a bunch of magic around. Twister, thank you for the follow as well. We're going to give it the good old stab. 1, and this will be a 2. Stab with a halberd. Magic will do that to your eyes, yes. And as you can see, that is the Marauder Guard army defeated. So this has freed up our berries for us, the haste berries, which make us go fast. Fruit of the hasteberry bush grows in the blink of an eye with a popping sound that almost sounds like music. Those who have consumed the fruit speak of a fizzing sensation and a zesty, tangy taste, as well as their limbs immediately becoming lighter. Quote from Roderick Fingwing, Local Flora and its Applications, Part 1. Spiders at your doorstep are A-okay as long as they stay there and don't go inside? Yeah, well. I mean, if you don't go into your spiders, there's a 0% chance of you joining like the Spider-Man teams at the Spider-Verse, so it comes with a cost. Anyways, we're going to look over at the western front. So here we have our resident lord, Lumos Brightstar. We have gotten ourselves a Frost Wyvern mount and a epic Sky Piercer crossbow, which is very dangerous, along with a couple of benefits such as Amulets of Vitality and a Wand of Poisonous Darts. Currently, we are laying siege to the enemy city of Arcadia with the nearby Free City, quote, free. They are a subject of the Arcadians, or in this case, they are subjects of Turiel Tolarim. So, you must sleep and go to work. Go to sleep. Yep. I may go to sleep. I may not. Depends how long this goes for. In this case, we are charging a couple spells. We're going to hit the Amplify Mind spell on our nearby city here, Manafort. So in this case, this will lower the stability of the city by a little bit. You see them now on the negatives, but it's okay. This raises their knowledge a bit. So even though it makes them a little bit unstable, it's a small price to pay. I'm going to move into friendly territory now and try and take on this beast next. A giant caustic worm. Look at that lovely little face there opening up like something out of Dune. All right. So we are joined by Kareem, the commander, who is currently commanding nothing, as she is our newest hero hire. And we're just going to keep going from there. He's just a little hungry guy. Yeah, he's just a little hungry, you know. He's a little hungry guy. Just look at that big old mouth. He also has a caustic eruption ability, which is very annoying because it does huge area damage. All right, so you're just going to chill out here in Manafort next to the big old worm and just wait for the next time. Needs a snack, maybe some cheese? Well, I was cheesed to meet him, but he certainly wasn't cheesed to meet me, so we're just going to have to abide by our differences, and he's going to be grounded to dirt in the next turn. Now, I'm planning to capture these haste berries, although I need to decide with what I want to do. In this case, my Evocator's Abode needs a farm, and this just so happens to be the perfect terrain for it, so we're going to get that for our haste berry farm. This gives us the buff of them, adding on to the list of collectibles we've gotten. You can see there are 3 magical materials here that we're making do of. Anyways, spells ready to launch. We have a Lightning Torrent in our back pocket and Guided Projectiles, which are going to improve our battle mages. So I'm going to start casting those now using my casting points. They won't be available until next turn. We'll go into our Empire Development Tree to look at our various things. As you can see, I'm playing very heavily into the Astral Affinity, and we're going to be trying to pick up some other stuff here. Let me just take a look. So I could also get a bonus for gold income per tier of unit killed. As you can see, my gold income is pretty high, but I don't have a lot of gold. So I think we're going to invest in this first and foremost. There we go. Now, we've also captured one of our enemies, so we're going to take a look at them. They have a Staff of Radiance and a Robe of Resistance. So as it currently stands, we could convert them, or we could also execute them. Or we could grant them their freedom and just take their stuff. Currently, we're facing off against a very, very overwhelming force led by Turiel, and we're also trying to kind of, conquer the realm a little bit and steal all their tuna. What do we think, chat? Should we grant them their freedom? Should we convert them? Or should we execute them for their crimes? Give you all a minute to decide. As it stands, we've got a Lightning Torrent ready, and we can see there's some enemy armies scattered about here, ready to cause problems for us. So let's just deal with them when we can. All right, back at our capital of Sorcel, we've got some more Spellbreakers under production. I think that's all we've really got to do right now. Unfortunately, the Free City of Astor has a whole bunch of units in it that are going to start pouring over this mountain range and threatening us. But luckily, we have an ally here interdicting them. You can see we've got none other than Burn the Bowstring, a expert mole crossbowman atop his mighty majestic pony. Besides that, we've also got a large company of just general troops here, none of them led by a hero, but this is a good number of units to get in the way of the enemy advancing towards us. So we're going to keep it that way. As we zoom out here, we can see the larger map as a whole, our various cities outlined as the frame rate drops immensely. The map has this very nice sort of hand-drawn look to it. You can see the various mountain ranges and stuff. A bunch of it is still obscured by the fog of war, unfortunately, or rather that's just actually the astral void. We're playing on a map that has astral void instead of oceans. Given the kind of difficulties involved with traversing this, nobody has bothered going through it, so it's just created a bunch of various choke points across the map, leading to some interesting laning. We've got some outposts scattered about, collecting magical materials. In this case, we've got Archon Blood, which is the mighty and enigmatic Archons fell in the past ages. Their blood infused and changed the lands in certain places, and now travelers often report feeling strangely invigorated when crossing the hallowed ground. Mysterious substance found there can be carefully cultivated and gathered as raw magical power. This gives us extra mana and extra casting points per turn. So, with that said, our kingdom currently stretches in the, well, about the dead center of the map. I've got a nice little sort of spaghetti line along here. You can see some of our allies in yellow and blue along here, along with the red and orange here. We take a look underground, we can see the majority of this kingdom is actually capitaled here in Gauntlet, a mighty underground city. Age of Wonders 4 rather, has 2 layers that you can go through currently. I believe there's talk of a later expansion adding a 3rd. It's a very fancy capital. You can see they have a lot of research posts and mines around the place, and it is quite well built up. This is unique to the, the Industrious Civilization, I believe it was? Yes. You can see the Grave Underlings, the Mole Folk. They've got the Earthkin transformation, and they are led by Yidgard Worldbender, a dwarf. In this case, they have traits adapting them to the underground, where they currently find themselves. And yeah, that is their capital city. If we go over here, we will see the capital city of Sorcel, and the majestic mage spire that I've been carefully constructing all this time. My wizard tower is better than theirs. You can see over here we have Siren's Refuge, which is a similar city. I believe that they are... yes, they are also mystics. However, you may notice that they do not have as much of a wizard tower. Like I said, mine is better. Comparatively, over here we have Shadowhaven, which is... Is this also mystics? I didn't realize we were all playing mystics. This is me in one of the AI campaigns that we are currently playing through and seeing how far we can get. It's the 5th and final scenario, and I'm 42 turns in after streaming for like 6.5 hours, so it's been a bit of a slog. Still, could be worse. Could be raining. Alright, we're going to just wait for the AI to cycle through their turns. You can see the little dot up here as they go through their respective roles. And hopefully this city we are besieging will be opened up soon. You can also see me currently burning down their Spelljammer, which was preventing me from casting spells in the last fight, which would have been very helpful, but unfortunately was not to be. We're going to maneuver ourselves around here. Let's see. Floating, floating, floating. Alright. I think that... Let's see. What do I want to transfer? So we have 2 turns until we breach their walls and can directly attack them. I'm going to send out my riders real quick to grab this Astral Echo, which takes us to 15 in total. Every 5 of these, I get an extra 20 knowledge and mana because of a building in my capital. Fortunately, they're just out of range there, so we're going to quickly position ourselves. Now, with this little dotted red line, we will all be in position to reinforce each other should they come over and attack. He is currently sparkly and off in the Astral Void for another couple turns, so he won't be able to engage. And I'm making my way towards roughly over here somewhere in the Fog of War. Yeah, I think that's it. That should be around his capital area that I'm trying to burn down. So, with that being said, let's go back over and see what needs doing. We could keep burning down stuff, but as it currently stands, we don't really have a need to do that. We're planning on capturing this and adding it as a vassal of ours. So we'll just fortify up here. In our case, over on the Eastern Front, we're going to combine our armies into a full 6 stack and take on this Caustic Worm. So we have 1,000 army power versus their 505. The only thing I'm worried about is the Caustic Worm, but we should be able to take this on pretty readily. So, let's engage in some manual combat, shall we? Yeah. Alright. So, we are attacking the rogue marauders, as we can see the majestic giant worm there burrowing down, and then re-emerging somewhere else. Where's he going to pop up? There he is. So, in this case, we're just waiting for it to be our turn. Alright, we're going to move forward with our halberdier. She's going to take a position here and enter a defensive stance. Next, we're going to send up some shields alongside her. The shields have the unique benefit where when they go into defensive mode, they project a 1-tile radius aura around them, which increases her defense to ludicrous levels. She has a 65% physical damage reduction and a... let's see, where is it? A 52% damage reduction to most of the elemental effects in game. So, this is very good, and we are going to move up with Alexi as well. In this case, Alexi is going to summon his pet. He has the unique ability to conjure that, which is going to be conjured here. We'll just use them as a blade of armor. In this case, we see they are a young caustic worm. So eventually, they will grow up into this monstrosity, most likely eating each other since we only see the one, assuming they live that long. Summons don't typically last that long in this game. Next, our little Spellbreaker Cavalry are going to take the high ground. They are a long-range artillery support unit. While we can't move and use it in the same turn, we can rain down a Star Purge on the enemy, which does a lot of damage. And next we have our goodest boy, the little Stormscale Serpent here. As you can see, he has a little tongue. Lick for me again. Blam. Do it. Do it. Do it. Come on. Blam. Anyway, so we have our Stormscale Serpent. He's got the Searing Blades attachment, so his fangs have special fire enchantment, along with lightning blades that are going along him. So he's statically charged, so anything that hits him will take heavy damage in return. And then lastly, we have our Soothers, our little faceless gals here, with their covering veils and their supportive salves, able to lob little blobs of lightning, or in this case, a soothing breeze at our allies. We're going to move up here. Since we are next to our allies, we get the shield wall benefit from our spell shield and the overwhelm tactics from our culture, or rather from our body trait on our species. We are the catfolk here. We are the race of the Nekos. We are mana addicted and have the benefits of astral blood in our veins, making us incredibly mana juiced up. Yes. We are naturally resistant to a bunch of magic, and we have the overwhelm tactics, where we try and team up and take down bigger opponents. Yeah. So, with that being said, we're going to go to the last remaining unit, which is just going to be our cavalry on the hill. We're just going to set up defenses and end our turn. And we're going to see what they do. So, as you see, random fire effect just went off there, which has a 30% chance of setting anything on the map ablaze, or anything hostile, rather. You see, they came and tried to attack us here. In this case, landing a devastating hit, although getting stabbed for their trouble. See the spider doing a little jump, attacking our storm serpent, them taking lightning damage in response and a retaliation attack. You see the spider here casting its frozen webs, unfortunately freezing our caustic worms. But they have made the feeble mistake of going up against us. So, in this case, unfortunately, we have had our defense sundered, which means we will take more damage. However, we can inflict a very big hit on them. To do that, I don't see a reason to do anything but charge forward and strike. So we're going to do this, charging, removing a good chunk of their health, and then following up with a bunch of good stabs with our Giant Slayer. Heroes are quite powerful, especially when outfitted with the correct kit. I almost said outkitted with the correct fit, but that's just about addressing their drift, which is something you can do. The customization in this game is a little bit insane. Anyways, let's see if we can't call the stars on them. Unfortunately, they're just out of range, but we can still get some good rain on them, so let's just do that. Rain hell! Boom. Oh yes, and I almost forgot. We can do our special cosmic ablation attack, or we can immolate them. Let's immolate them. Kill it with fire. This is a frost spider. There we go. You can see our entire force has now been buffed up a little bit. Unfortunately, the caustic worm is frozen, so we can't really do much with that. But our spell shields can then move over to here. We'll just give them a little bit of a defensive buff. There we go. We can then cast a spell to attack here, or we can choose to engage in fightsies. I think that in this case, we will try and position for a better attack. Let me see if I can get a good spot anywhere. This will be good enough. Then we're going to cast a magical bolt. We have 30% chance to electrify them. Let's hope we get it. In that case, they resisted, unfortunately. But now we can engage in some snack on spider violence. Let's see who wins. Chomp. Stab. And bites. And bites. There we go. Snack win. As is tradition. All right, that's all we can do on our turn currently. So we're just going to pass it over to the enemy Marauder army. Rawr. You see their caustic worms moving forward. Don't attack my worm. Attack this worm. No! Alright, so I'm going to just accelerate time a little bit there, moving them forward. Alright, so the enemy has foolishly decided to move up like that, which means that we need to smack them a lot. So we are going to teleport behind them. Nothing personnel, kid. And slash. See, one hit kill on that. I'm going to go ahead and take our second attempt at a good old strike. We can inflict some devastating magical bolt fire. Ooh, that's almost a kill. Because I have so much mana, I'm just going to immolate them a little bit more. Cook them. There we go. Fortune for everyone. Improved crit chance. 70% chance to kill. We're going to take that. Zap. Oop, that's a miss. That's a hit. And that is... Oh. Almost, but not quite. So instead, we're just going to move over to here. And we'll move... Actually, we can get you with a charge strike to remove that. Oop. We'll just take a hit there, but that's fine. There we go. Now we can get a good old smack on you. Stab, stab. Now, because I don't want to take any more damage on these, I'm just going to try and move up and do the best that I can with them. We're going to move into the space here and hopefully get a good old whack on these costume worms. 1 and 2. There we go. Now, these spiders here are... They have frozen webs, meaning that they can spit at us like so. That is a 4-tile range, so they could go 1, 2, 3, and 4, hitting both of our troops here, so we don't want that. Instead, we're going to move around to the side here. Note how they can get up here and do barely any damage, so we're just going to set up and defend. And with any luck, we're going to set up our Soother here, so that might cause them to instead go 1, 2, 3, 4 on them. We're going to undo that move real quick. Would like to do some damage to them, but also not take much in retaliation. So we're just going to try and go over here instead and get a quick kill. Let's Magic Blast the spiders. There we go. You can see the enemy's morale is low. If they hit super low morale, they may just flee off the field. I don't think they're going to live long enough to see that happen, though. So let's see what they do. As you can see, the immolation triggering again from the center of the map. Burning inflicted on those spiders. Yep. There was the spider blast I was afraid of. See, worm on worm action. Now the burning effect kicks in and kills them there. See the last of the spiders here. So we can't quite reach, or can we? With sprint, we are able to get super close, and that is a charge strike kill. So Alexi the Slayer, spiders be gone. Stab. And that's the ball game. Alright, so Rogue Marauder Army dead. A little bit of damage on our good boy Stormscale Serpent. And another level earned. Huzzah! That's from not holding spider hands. You see the Crusader's Claymore added as a little trophy of war, so we're just going to take that. In this current state, we already have one of those, actually. We've got 2 of them now. I'm currently using the Whirlwind Blade, which is another sword, which allows me to spin around doing whirlwind strikes. Let's improve you even further. So, I'm really trying to get to killing momentum, which means that after he kills a unit, he's able to attack again, which is incredibly powerful. You can only do it once per turn, though, so you can't just domino the entire team. That being said, lightning weapons does electric damage, and searing weapons does extra fire damage. And it's a good chance to inflict burning, which is a damage over time effect. Let's see. We could go for electrified, or we could go for burning. I think that I want to go with electric in this case, because we already have a map effect trying to apply burning. So, why not double up? There we go. In this case, now this area has been mostly cleansed. We have the Blighted Tree here, which is a level 3 Ancient Wonder, 3 skulls worth of difficulty. It is incredibly difficult and challenging, and most likely has a tier 5 unit or 2 defending it. So, while I am confident in our force here, I'm not sure that we have the stuff to take it on right now. At the very least, we can retreat to our town of Manafort, or Manafont rather, and then rest for a little bit before claiming this gold vein. See, in 2 turns, we will get a population point that we can attach to that. Hero leveled up, which was our comrade Karina. We're going to give her her signature ability here. We could take Blink or Reckless Rage. I think that Reckless Rage would be pretty fun on this because while you do 30% more damage, you do take a little bit more in return. But we saw that her defenses were pretty good, so we're going to give her Reckless Rage so that she can stab anything that gets close to her. Also be given her Sentinel since she has so many retaliations. Sentinel, in this case, it gives us 20% more damage on retaliation attacks, so we're going to have a lot of fun with that. She's got her little glow and halo crown she came with. Anyways, we've got guided projectiles now in our various units. I don't believe that I have a swordsman in my army. I'm not sure why he's here. We're just going to call him Doug and not worry about it. There we go. Guided projectiles added. Cool. Anyways, we have spells ready to launch, which would be Lightning Torrent, like we had seen earlier. And with that, we can still cast some spells. Could I do another Amplify Minds? I can't stack 2 Lightning Torrents, although I do have a spell slot available. I think I'll just hold on to that for now. As you can see, I've got a bunch of Amplifying Minds active because I want my people to be smart. 355 knowledge per turn. Very good income. Gonna ignore that. Man in front has low stability. So this is the caveat. When the city gets a little unstable, in this case, I lose 10% of my income. We can fix this, though, by building some structures. Or, in this case, I'm going to take from here. Let's see, you have 26 stability. Actually, you have 16 stability. Okay, so it's better to take from you. I'm going to take one of my Whispering Stones that normally are used for diplomacy with the free cities. I'm going to give to you to improve my stability, because that will add +2 every turn. There we go. That should fix that problem, and I don't think we have anything else to do this turn. We could get some extra troops and stuff, but that costs money. A spell shield wouldn't be bad. Can I build you over here instead? I can't build a spell shield here. Okay, we're going to get a spell shield just for added oomph to our front line, because our troops here are getting a little bit worn and weary, and we want to rotate out some of our stuff. In this case, I'm just going to take our Inferno Hound here and run it back to friendly territory where it heals much faster. You see it makes its move onto the map. Yeah, that'll be the turn. Now, hopefully this army from Citadel is not too stacked. You can see it's mostly pikemen with a support unit, a Sun Priest. Then they've got a Defender and a Hunter. Town of Citadel. Their leader is currently wounded. You can tell because they're sort of blued out like that. Now then, let the Independents do their thing. There's a watchtower over there I should try and grab to get vision. They're still continuing to do their advance, attempting to reinforce this city. As you can see them quickly trying to recruit whatever troops they can. In this case, one more turn until the breach. Require orders, again, at the town of Manafont, since there's nothing more to do over here, and I don't really think I'm going to take on that Ancient Wonder. Well, okay, there is a fight we could have over here, but that's not really in our terrain, and honestly, it's going to be their problem anyways. So we're just going to rotate over towards the western front with our troops here. Send Alexei the Slayer over to slay some fools in the western areas. Now we've got a Spellbreaker as well, a powerful caster cavalry. We'll send them up to over this way. Mental Mark has been researched, which means that we can mark our enemies and more easily hit them. We're going to look at what we can get. We could get a Evoker, which is a tier 2 mage unit, which we don't really have a need for right now. We could summon Watchers, which are handy little units. They have lightning bolts, which can fire repeatedly, and a Psychic Gaze, which has a good chance to stun and mark the enemy. In this case, this is a very easy way for us to quickly reinforce our troops, so we're going to take that. It is also made slightly cheaper because of research techs we've gotten. All right, now, since our city stability is kind of on the down low, we're going to invest in a bathhouse. Go ahead and do that. You can see some of these are boosted, making them 30% cheaper because of various buildings. In this case, a Caltrop stash. We have a mine and a quarry in our domain, indicated here and here. So, in that case, though, unfortunately, we do not have the stuff to boost a bathhouse, making it cheaper. As you see, there is not a lot of farming going on in our domain right now. Our food income is mostly supplemented by other sources, such as city structures. So, we can annex another province, like so. In this case, getting the estate hall currently. Let's see, what boosts the estate hall? 3 foresters. I've got 1 forester only, so I can't boost that, sadly. Getting a mint would be very good for us. I think that we'll just expand and get some more quarries. How about here? Yeah, that looks good. Get a quarry there. Our estate hall would be done shortly. In fact, actually, I want it to be done this turn, so we're just going to hurry that along. Next, we can invest in a mint to get even more monies. Let's see. Now, the Toproculus can annex another province, which we will. See, the granary requires 2 foresters, which we have not currently got, but we can get. Let's just check the map if there's anything I want to get up here. Not really. I think that just going down this way would be best, since we can get variety here. This is guaranteed to be a forester, since I can't put anything else there. But I think that annexing this as a forester is our best call. Trying to link up our territories just to give a nice cohesive look. Anyways, a lightning torrent still ready to cast. Given that I think that they're going to be starting some shit next turn, we're just going to go ahead and hit them with lightning spell. Number 1, zap. As you can see, that deals some damage. Note their missing health bar here, but they are going to regenerate that. So, what do? We just hit them with it again. Zap. They say lightning doesn't strike twice. They've not met me. In this case, they're going to regenerate some of it, but they'll still have a large chunk of their health bar missing. And, just in case they survive, we're going to queue up another one. Right, Empire development skills are available. We have reached far into our tech tree here, so we can get the Rite of Conjuration to conjure a defended magic material. This means that we can very much improve our terrain, although this will mean that we'll have to go and slay those, respectively. That said, we can give that to Alexi as a job. Alternatively, our Throne City gains knowledge for each magic material we control. In this case, this will be a plus 30 to our already formidable 371. I'm just going to save up a little Imperium, which I should get next turn, and then take that Rite of Conjuration and let Alexi continue his slaying career. Alright. The Sands, their ruler has returned. Yep, as we saw here, it is their city. Just kind of hidden in the fog somewhere around there. You know, we have low stability, but that's not really a problem. We will resolve that shortly. They're just a little unhappy right now. We'll give them a tavern. Yeah. There we go. Actually, because we got this boosted with 2 foresters, we're going to start converting this into a farm. That way we will get the boost again after the granary is complete. Then our little Inferno Hound will run back. Friendly terrain. We're going to cancel movement there. So in this case, we see our armies have merged a bit. I think that I want to shuffle around my troops a little. So my leader is going to go into the army of magical beings. And then my sort of axe lady is going to go into the secondary army here. Oop. Keep opening that by accident. There we go. So this is our more mobile force compared to our less mobile force here. It's just going to sit entrenched. If they want to come and fight, they are welcome to try. They will die. Yeah. With that, we are just going to end our turn and see what happens. Yeah. Okay. You're going to hear the sound. This is Neko's food bowl. I got num-nums. Do you have num-nums? Mm-hmm. Num-num-num-num. Hold on. Okay. Oh. This is good. Anyways, we can now attack, so we are going to do so. The enemy army has not chosen to attack us, which is kind of dumb on their part, because they are about equal to us. Instead, we are going to breach into their walls and engage combat with them. Hopefully not eating too many damaging attacks in return. As you can see, some of our troops are a little bit hurt, but luckily we can quickly fix that. In this case, you see them awakening. The High faction that they are playing has the ability to empower certain of their units, giving them extra damage and certain special abilities. You can see they are also angelic because they have gotten the angelicized race transformation. So we've got a bunch of holy orcs with halos and wings. In this case, the ballista towers are unfortunately going to be a bit of a nuisance until we take them out. Luckily, we have just the tool for the job, which is our mage cavalry. I'm going to move forward and blast away at them. Sadly, we cannot reach the target as it is very high up, but we are able to move forward anyways, trying to breach into their walls here. I'm going to move forward like so and enact defensive postures. The ballista tower, it has a ballista shot, which launches a heavy projectile, although it has to reload every other turn. 20 damage is significant, but not a, well, completely game-breaking amount. Next, we're going to try and move some of our supportive troops over to here. You can see we have our grabby boy, a mirror mimic, with his little creepy face. He's able to clone enemy units and take on their abilities. We're going to try and group up some of our guys here as best we can. So. This is done so that we can move like so, and then cast a Bloom of Life on everyone here, giving them a big old chunk of health. Oop, I can't actually center that. We're just going to move it here. Then, you're not... Oh, you can't cast it on yourself. Okay. Slight change of plans. We are going to move you to here. Then you're going to get Bloom. There you go. A little bit annoying with some of the targeting sometimes, but that's okay. Just Going to move up to here and then Soothing Mist on our hero, so that way we are able to take another hit. As you can see, I'm not actually healing my units. I'm just getting a bit of temporary hit points so that their actual hit points do not deplete in this fight. And I've got a very powerful crossbow right now, which allows me to blast through enemies multiple at a time. I do kind of want to take out those ballista towers, so let's see if we can't get in range to do so. So is that. Zoom out. Yep. Okay, I should be able to hit you, like so. Bam. In this case, instantly killing it. There we are. Now, because I have killing momentum, I am able to fire again. I could shoot and then hit them, or I could try and take out this other tower before it shoots. So, in this case, we only grazed them, which dealt half damage, which is rather unfortunate, but we can live with that. Alright. Unfortunately, my ability is on cooldown, and these are going to deal a lot of heavy... That's actually a lot of damage. Ouch. I don't like that. We're going to move up like so, and hopefully get some good damage dealt. The pikemen have a bonus against large units, such as my hero here, so this could end poorly. Fortunately, I have a plan for the next coming turn. Let's go to deploy defensively here and see what we can get done. Now, I think that it may be worth it to sacrifice the Inferno Puppy in this case, since it is a summoned unit and we don't really need it anymore, and also dog bad. So we are going to put it here and have it enter defensive stance so that it eats up the enemy's turn. I'm going to move up. I wonder, can I... Because this technically counts as a unit, right? Can I mirror a ballista? Okay, can't move there. What if I... Oh, it's on cooldown, that's why. Okay. Well, we're just going to move over this way anyways and enter defensive mode. And I think that is all we're going to do on this turn. I was really hoping to take out both towers with the crossbow bolt, but unfortunately, grazed shot happens. You can see the random effect of burning going off on the map. A couple bits of damage going across there. A little bit of empowerment and strengthening going on. Strengthened, for each stack of it, you deal 10% more damage. But this also means that they cast a spell, which improves my units. So, although that Sunder Defense hurts a lot. Ouch. That was their tier 3 units AoE damage attack, which hurts a lot. In this case, they're getting Awakened, which means they get extra damage on their attacks. So, you can see the Inferno Puppy doing its job, taking the hits, even biting back a little bit. In this case, it occupied them from doing more impactful damage, so we take those. And then the burning was removed, unfortunately. So. Alright. They got one last move there, so... In this case, we are going to go ahead and actually... How do I want to do this one? So we're going to do Overchannel, allowing us to cast 2 spells in one turn. Check their resistances real quick. See, they're very vulnerable to frost damage, which unfortunately we don't have any of. Let's see, what do we have? Ooh, Chain Lightning. That sounds handy. Let's just hit that. Bam. A little bit of damage. And then we're also going to do another Chain Lightning. Bam. Further empowering ourselves. Now, I wonder... I'm just going to move this up here. Can I mirror a... Okay, so I can't mirror a Ballista Tower. They did actually think of that. That's good to know. But... It is a Daylight Spear, or do I want to be an Awakener? So if I move to here, I could be an Awakener and get their Exposing Blight attack. Alternatively, I could be a Daylight Spear and get their nasty little damages. Either way... want to position myself so that I can shoot down the line here, which looks like I can do. Ideally, I will get a kill. So we're going to move to here and... Oh, actually, we're going to try and do our Tidal Wave attack, which will push all of them back. Splashy, splashy. Flat. See a lot of damage dealt, and they are all knocked away. Handiness of having elementals. I think we're just going to copy you and then give them a good old whack, shall we? Let's do that. So we're going to copy their Daylight Sphere. As you see, our Mimic now turns into them, which lets us fight them on their own terms. Now, I would like to go around and hit this, but I feel like that's kind of a waste, given that I do have a ranged unit right here. So instead, we're just going to maneuver our way up here. And you could actually go up and attack it. I think we will do. Whack, whack. Tearing down their fortifications. We can go up and most likely deal with this one. Let's see if I can get this in just one attack or not. Will that kill? That will kill. Okay, so we're going to move around the side like so, and then zap. There we go. Their towers are defeated. We will not be eating crossbow bolts today. Or ballista bolts. What's a ballista but a large crossbow? Anyways, we are going to be looking to do some damage to them and rack up a couple kills. So we want to move the minimal amount possible to do that. Instead, we're just going to move forward and start zapping away at these ones. Is I can still get some cheeky kills here if I so desire. Let's see just how much damage. Just barely not enough. So I need a little bit more to get that, unfortunately. Now then. Question is, can I get a cheeky kill here? I can get a cheeky kill there. Okay, that's good to know. So that one's in the kill range. Can I move anything over there to get a shot? No, it doesn't look like it. All right, so we're just going to throw down with the best of them here. And overwhelm tactics let us get extra magic into them. Move our shield units up, and with any luck, we are going to stun them with a stunning flash. Unfortunately, they resisted our stun, but now they're going to have to deal with being attacked by the last thing they expect, themselves. Also be moving our fairies in for a little bit of magical damage. Try to deal as much range damage as I can before committing to melee, because that way I have an advantage and they retaliate with less, as you see there. Now then, I could go for a quick shot here, which seems rather enjoyable, actually. There, get a shot. Okay, we're gonna do that. Bam! As you see, I killed a unit there and got my killer momentum, which lets me move back here and then handily get this kill as well. Bam! Double tap. We're just gonna enter defensive mode and go on to the next turn. There's a lot of things at play right now. I'd love to explain this game to y'all, but, well, we are about 7 hours into a stream, and there is a lot of mechanics being stacked on top of each other. Either way, we can see them awakening themselves and powering their attacks, moving down to take up the breach here as they attempt to fire on my lawbringers. Or lawbringers, or maybe lightbringers. Well, they're dead now. They weren't really much use because that unit's main purpose is to try and convert enemy units, but since they have the Agilicize effect, they are immune to conversion, which is really rather rude. Alright. So. We have 3 idiots who have decided to get in line. Let's see. Fulmination, Cosmic Ablation. Really need fulmination anymore, so we're gonna add chain lightning to our favorites list. There we go. Speaking of chain lightning, chain this. Zap. See a lot of damage across them there. Now I can get in range to hit the 2 of those, which I think I will. I got a better shot. Not really. Okay. We're just gonna go to here and shoot our crossbow, killing one of them. Thank you. Then we are going to I'm going to move up with the water elemental and beat the snot out of this one. Wham wham. Tide Spirit go burr. And lastly, going to have our little fairies come over here, wing them with a magical missile, and then probably end this with a crossbow blast. Kablam! And that's how you do sieges. We lost 2 units, unfortunately the Inferno Puppy and the Lightbringer, but we didn't really need either of those. Those were just additional summons that I brought into the fold because I needed to pad my numbers out. Now, as you can see, we have taken over the city and are going to do our best to hold it against the encroaching enemy forces. As you can see, they've still got a couple of reserves in that citadel. So, we're going to have to hold this for now. Now, I can either absorb the city into my fold, although I'm at my current city cap, so that's a little expensive. I could also migrate them, killing a bunch of their population, which is a little bit evil, but I turn them all into Catboys, so I'm tempted. Or I could lastly vassalize them. If I vassalize them, they are subservient to me, but they also have their own sort of independence. In this case, I think that's the best choice because it only takes 1 turn, and, well, it's just easy. Plus, then I will get additional troops spawning that I can then push forward with, rather than have to try and fix that mess myself. As we see, they have a fairly ready army, but we are just going to once again remind them that they should not be standing where they are. Zap. We're going to keep charging that, because we have enough mana to throw at the problem. I can literally chain cast this every single turn, and I don't run out of mana. It's awesome. Alright, we can also summon Watchers now, if we want a capable Tier 3 Battle Mage unit. Let's see, we can get Crow Companions to improve our Scouts, although we don't have any of those right now. Let's take a look at our tomes, shall we? So there's a lot of tomes in the game, as you can see. They go from tiers 1 to 5, so in this case we have tier 1 Tome of Pyromancy, which could eventually, as we research more, unlock the Tome of the Chaos Lord, which is a rather fun way to play. In this case, the tomes I've chosen are the tomes of Evocation, Amplification, Scrying, and Pyromancy. So I got a little bit of fire, a little bit of lightning, a little bit of amplified power, and a little bit of what are you doing over there? Ooh. In this case, Tome of Amplification we've pretty much filled out, although I do want to get Frenzying Focus going. So we're going to try and reroll until we get that. By shuffling with a bit of mana. Hey, first try, let's go. Now, Manafont has produced the building in question that it was building. So we could get a vendor to further improve our gold, which is still always on the struggling side. We could take a mine over here in order to get more gold mining going, or we could take the research outpost to tap into this conduit. All of these are options. Or we could try and invest in the Mage's Plaza. Personally, I think that we still really need to get this city going, and since we only have one farm and would like more gold, I'm going to take the gold currently, because being broke sucks. Okay, so the Stone Conjurer gets us more mana and some production, so we're going to invest into that. Yeah. With any luck, we'll be able to build a Forester here, which will improve our storehouse, and then we can go from there. One of our heroes is leveled up, Nixia the Eagle-Eyed, whose eyes we still cannot see. Oh, we could even give her eagle eyes if we wanted. Not much help when you're using an axe. Either way, Martial Expertise improves her damage by 10%, so we see it jump from 1616 to 1717, which then further is improved by her charging. So we're just going to keep stacking on the old damage there. Yeah. With that said, I believe that that is all we have to do on this turn, unless there's something I'm completely missing. We're just getting our reinforcements trickling across the map now. We were saving up. Oh, right. We were going to go ahead and, as we get here, the Rite of Conjuration. We're going to summon one near each city in my empire, which we will now do. In this case, we're going to see that there will be magical materials spawned somewhere. Where are they? Ah, here we go. Here is one. And here's another one. Though it does not appear that Manafont had one spawned. That's rather interesting. It must be because I don't have a free tile for it to spawn into, so... Oh, wait, hang on. Oh, it did spawn. Okay, there it is. It's just on the other side of the Blighted Tree, and we couldn't see it. That means that we'll have to conquer the Blighted Tree to take that magical material, unfortunately. It's a Rainbow Clover. Normally, you don't see a Ancient Wonder and a magical material in the same tile, so we kind of just broke the rules there. Alright. Anyways, moving onwards, we are going to be grabbing our respective stuffs and moving forward, so... You see here, we have a butcher ogre, rather, and a couple of other random assortments of enemies. This is kind of a chaotic realm since, well, it's just the way it is. Let me see if I can't showcase it. Here it is. So this is a fractured world, which means that a bunch of the stuff has been torn up. There is a forbidden domain, meaning that there was a no followers allowed kind of thing on the door. And we just happen to be followers of the, who is it? Follower. No, wait, we were in an alliance, not followers. That was it. We're in the sort of bad guys alliance, and we are going up against the Holy Protector, who is ruling over the place, and there's also the Custodian, who's in charge of it all, who we just beat the snot out of. So, anyways, moving on with the technically English language that I'm speaking here, we're just going to end our turn and see... yeah, we're just going to keep you on the border here, and go with that, since they only need to be in our territory to heal. We are. So, Arcadia will be ours at the end of this turn, assuming they don't try and start anything, which means we can then also heal up at an increased rate and hopefully take over their city, since most of their army seems to be deployed here. See our allies moving around on the map. Not that I care much. They're fighting against their own respective targets. I just need to take out the big guy, and then it should be pretty easy to wipe out the rest. There's still quite a bit in this game that I have to do before I can get a proper win, as I will show in a second. As you can see here, Arcadia has now turned green, signifying them as our ally. They spawned an army of what appears to be 6 Awakeners. Make that, yep, 6 in total. So this means that this city is relatively safe for us. We can see the enemy is right next door, though, so we still have some work to do. We see them currently retreating back from us. Zap. I can do this all day, buddy. There we go. Anyways, we're going to issue orders to our Spellbreaker here, who's going to run up with the rest of our forces and try and rally. Since we are healing at an increased rate here, we're just going to set up in defensive positions and hold out until we get a full stack series again. Ideally, we would be doing this with 18 units, but I have not fielded enough troops to really get a full stack going against them. Still, this is good enough for our purposes. We're just going to order them to wait there. And you can wait there. Actually, we'll just combine the two of you. There we go. Trying to keep ourselves clean. Anyways, we can annex another province at our capital. There's nothing really that we want to take at the moment, so we're just probably going to add more quarries and stuff to improve our production. Let's see. Anything I really need? Granaries. I guess food income's kind of getting important, so we'll add that after. And then probably just going to... Ooh, I could get a forester over here connecting our territories. There we go. Nice little uniform border gore. Yay. We've acquired some astral dew. If we get all 3 of the liquids, the Archon Blood, the Astral Dew, and the Tranquility Pool, we'll get the Cosmoflux Elixir, which means province improvements with mana and resource nodes gain extra knowledge and mana, the 2 resources involved, which means that we'll just have to get a couple of those. The city was released as a vassal, which was over here in the Arcadia region, and a free city is available for negotiations, which is this one. So, in this case, we can give them a Whispering Stone to improve their relations with us. So we're just going to take this one out of our capital because we don't really need it. And instead, we are going to go ahead and click on you and give a Whispering Stone, which means eventually they will improve their relationship with us and vassalize with hope. That, or the ally, or I say their old allies will try and vassalize them. It's a bit of a bidding war, and we have weapons, and, well, we have more weapons. Everyone has weapons. The pointy stick is no match for my magical missiles. Alright, we can see them going to poke at the air over there. See if we can show them the error of their ways. Alright, allies again moving. Neandor House Iniach. Or Iniach? I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce it. Bells are ready. Alright, well, there they go. Running off to do whatever. We should try and take this as soon as possible. Ah, Hearts of Iron. Well, there's another paradox aim. So, obtain a Tranquility Pool. Astral Lord Lumos Brightstar, I urgently request an audience. Your hero Nixia the Eagle-Eyed visits you with a concerned look in her eyes. Not that I could tell. Our defense is lacking. I arduously serve your ambitions. For you, I ventured to the wilderness and invade your rival's territories, Nixia kneels. But now I've started a family, with my priorities have shifted. These days my mind lingers with my family inside your borders. I've witnessed the ferocity of our enemy's forces. Our realm's protectors cannot withstand them. We need powerful reinforcements. Nixia the Eagle-Eyed frowns. I can manufacture golems, defenders of our homelands. However, building them requires some Tranquility Pool. Could you secure that? So, if we do this, we get a unit as a reward, which probably should be a golem of high quality, probably an iron or gold, if we have our good luck, and a mystery reward. So, golems offer good protection. I will deliver the Tranquility Pool. I don't really know if there's a Tranquility Pool on the map, so let's just take a quick look where the nearest one is. Oh, okay. That's actually not bad. Oh, wow, that's right next door. We can get that. Yeah, no problem. Sure, lady, we'll take that. Yoink. And now we just have to go over there with a hero. So in this case, we are going to select from our hero stack. Karina the Commander is going to run down here, and we're probably just going to... we could build an outpost and then take it, or we could just build the outpost right on it, because I'm feeling kind of lazy. I kind of just want to build the outpost right on it. Technically, you get more by building a research post, but I'm a little worried that they might spaghetti their way over to this. Actually, you're tier 7, so you've done 1, 2, 3. Okay, so you can't actually cap that. That's fine. Either way, we're going to send her down here on her merry adventure, probably taking over this place as our outpost. Or we could do this one. We'll do this one, I think. Actually, they have a better claim on that, but we can claim here easily, so we'll just go here. Orders required. The Inferno Hound has fully healed up, so we can send it back into the fold of our forces. There we go. Additionally, let's see. You are melee, you're ranged, so we've got a good mix of units in there. Unfortunately, we can't see them, so we can't zap them, but we will try again in a moment. Just ignore that orders request for now. Okay, you're good. And then you are another Spellbreaker, which is going to go and reinforce our troops. I want to keep producing them because they are good units. So, there we go. Sadly, you can't get anything right now to improve my recruitment ranks or recruitment rate. I could build the apex of my wizard tower to improve my Imperium, but that is not exactly a high priority right now because I've already got all the Imperium for the stuff I want. Lightning Torrent, spells ready to launch. We're good on that. One of my allies has withdrawn. Okay, and I was complimented. Yay! Thank you. I can't negotiate with you because you're currently in the void, but thanks, dude. And also complimented by my ally. Yeah, you're good too. How do I, way to send compliments, I think. No. Okay, thanks, lady. Yeah. Lightning Torrent, yep. Those are enemies. So this is, that's a Druid of the Cycle, a powerful late game tier 4 unit. Kind of a spooky, scary nature skeleton. So, life from death. When this unit kills another, its cooldowns are reset, meaning that its various effects can go off cooldown. That's pretty powerful. Luckily, it is nowhere near my territory and not my problem. So, anyways, what is my problem is that there is a bunch of guys in my borders, and they need to get out. So, Lexi the Slayer, you know what to do. Get them. Well, in this case, they have a tier 4 unit, which we can show off. Cool. Real quickly accelerating into combat here. See the ogre just kind of setting up. This is a phase beast. So this is a powerful teleporting unit. They have a heavy charge strike, which hits really hard, and the ability to blink to a nearby location. They also have displacement, meaning when they get hit, they will teleport to a different location, which makes them very difficult to pin down. Also, universal camouflage means they can't be seen on the world map, which is why that 3 stack of units actually ended up being a 4 stack. I thought it seemed a little weak to defend a territory like this. Either way, we are going to do our typical play, which is moving forward and summoning our little friend here. In this case, we get a Gore-Tusk Piglet. Kind of a cute thing when you look at it in a weird, ugly sort of way. Reminds me a bit of a pug if it had a longer nose, just with a big old bug eyes. Ugh. Anyways, we're going to move up our troops through here. Good old Stormscale Serpent doing its thing. Our troops in position to cast some spells for the defensive formation and just go from there. And let's see what the Phase Beast wants to do. See, we are distracted by some of the map effects. This is the Distracting Whispers, 90% chance to distract. In this case, it means that every attack on us is flanking. See some of their ice spirits moving forward, and unfortunately freezing our serpent. That is actually really annoying. 30% chance, dang. Thought I had better resistance. Alright, we see our spell shields here getting absolutely jumped on. Response to that, I think that there's only one answer, which is to teleport and smack the shit out of these guys. Blinks behind you, nothing personnel. And smack. See them teleport there, which is actually kind of right where we want them. Sort of. They don't retaliate, but I do have to move, annoyingly. Still can give them a good smack. Let's see. Could do some chain lightning action across these. Ourselves some really good shots, or I can just focus entirely on bringing you down. Chain lightning is a little more damage, 60 across the entire group, but I really want these ones to go down, so we're going to focus on them with Cosmic Ablation. Bam. Lifesteal applied to everyone. I should have done that first in hindsight, but oh well. In any case, since we have our seers here, we're just going to move them back for a second, and then cast Soothing Breeze here to heal up. There we go. And you're healed up and able to strike effectively. Now, I do want you guys to attack, so I'm going to just move you back a little bit and then zap you as best I can. Zap, zap. Then with any luck, I'll get a crit here and they will die. Nope, nope, nope. Dang it. Oh, wait. The piglets! Piglets to the rescue! Piglets versus Phase Beast. Yes. Excellent. Now, the piglets are unfortunately going to be flanked by everything, but the piglets are kind of just there to soak damage. So, we're okay with that. Ending the turn. Now we've got the little porcupines over here, the razorbacks that shoot their quills. We've got the ogre over here who's probably drunk off his rocker. Yep, there he is. He's trying to free... Oh, he froze me twice in a row. That's rude. They're really going after... Oh, okay. So you see they went here and did their quill attack onto my soothers. Now we see the lesser snow spirits coming to beat the snot out of the piglets, which is okay by me, because we don't really need them to do anything. Okay, so we're just going to use them to cancel that retaliation real quick. Whack. Nice. And then, I believe that you are needed to take out that brewer ogre, because he is a big problem. I can't actually do anything with you. Unfortunately, the Soothing Breeze is not off cooldown, so I can't heal anything up, but I can get some good strikes into you. Or, we can deploy the pie plate or the chain lightning. Let's do chain lightning first. Zap everyone and get that crit rate up. Zap. Then we can deploy the old Star Purge on them. Some more area of effect damage. Kablooey. Also removing their strengthen, hence the purge part of it. So, see, you can get a really good runner and smack him, but I think I want you to take out the ogre. So then we're gonna have you go forth. You're kind of in the way, actually. It's a little awkward. Okay, you're just gonna pop your sprint and see if you can get around there. Yeah, should be able to. Oh, just short. Dang. Well, let's see if we can't do something. We're going to Magical Blast you. Then we're going to run up with you and hit you. Whack, whack. There you go. Let's kill. And then the Brewer Ogre is probably just going to stand there and punch up our Lizard. But that's not good. Might actually kill him. Don't like that. Don't like that at all. Is there any way we can get him killed? I don't think so. Go. Hopefully his morale will be low enough he'll fumble his attack, and we'll see if our serpent survives. If not, we might be redoing this, because I'm not losing my snake. Whack, 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 whack. In this case, his low morale meant that he missed a bunch of his attacks, only grazing them, dealing half damage, which is good for us. And now, I believe that the coup de grace is in store. Stab. That's another one for Lexi. We take that. Now, brought into the fold is our Silver Tongue Fruit, which means we have our Whispering Stones granting extra allegiance. This means that Arcadia here will be brought into the fold in 12 turns instead of the 20 before. That's good. And then you have another place to slay, right? Yes, over here. That needs slaying. That is a big spider, a ice spider matriarch. Look at those tusks on it. Oof, and the icy behind. This game is very cool. It's got a whole bunch of sort of common fantasy tropes and monsters, and it just mashes it all together wonderfully in this Civilization-style game. Yeah. We've got Frenzying Focus, which means that our units gain strengthened whenever they attack. So we're just going to go ahead and unlock our Tier 3 Tome. We can get the Tome of Teleportation to summon those phase beasts we had just seen. We can get a Mass Recall to teleport our units around, but I don't really feel like teleporting right now. Tome of Summoning is powerful. We can get Arcane Restoration to quickly heal a whole bunch of our units. Or Arcane Surge, meaning that our magical origin units are really powerful. We don't actually have that many magical origin units. Half of our army is composed of them, but in terms of really building into them, we would want most of our army to be instead of just half. We get Arcane Bond, which increases our... Actually, this is a different ability than I thought it was. This means we have a 90% chance of mind controlling a enemy magic unit, or just dealing a stupid amount of damage to them. Unfortunately, our enemies are mostly made of flesh, not magic. And we can additionally summon the Astral Serpent, which is a fun little, is that a Tier 3 unit? Yeah, so this has some potential, but I think we can go for something else. We can go for Necromancy, or Tome of the Doom Herald. Doom Herald is quite fun, because I can siphon morale away from the enemy, and we were finding a lot of success in depleting the enemy's morale. Prelude of Doom means we can demoralize the enemy, giving them a lot of morale debuffs, causing despair and whatnot. Cruel Weaponry means we can also really exploit siphoning the enemy's morale. I think we're going to go with this. Plus, if we really wanted to, we could get the Banshee, which is a undead unit. Very good at spooking the enemies with its special wail, which has a 90% chance of reducing morale, and it inflicts weaken. So, go summon the Doom Herald.
The darkness that creeps from shadow to shadow not only brings disquiet, but also carries the promise of your arrival. Dim the light of your enemy's spirits, shroud them in despair, so that their weapons clatter onto the ground and spells do not issue from their lips.
Oh yeah, also the narrator is really cool. So, with that, we can choose Joy Siphoners to steal morale, improving our own and depleting the enemies. Since critical hits are really good, we're going to go for that and improve our entire species. We've gotten a couple more things here on our collection list, so I'm hoping to fill this out pretty well. And... oh yeah, Lightning Torrent. Where are you? Still haven't seen them. So, in that case then, we're going to cautiously advance into the enemy territory just to see them. In this case, here's their stack. Now, it's a rather low-level stack. Ah, there it is. There's the stack of Awakeners. So funnily enough, these free cities are actually really hard to take compared to the cities of the proper stuff. So we're gonna have to do a little bit more work than just zapping away at them. We'll have to actually get some real troops in here. By real troops, I'm not to say that these guys haven't been pulling their weight. I mean, heck, these spell shields are surprisingly good. I mean, they got elite rank. They've been around and in the thick of it. But at the end of the day, we are going to need some more powerful magical monsters, such as the Spellbreakers, or something like our Watchers with their powerful psychic gaze. Yes. Alright, let's see. Our Slayer army is on its way to kill that spider, so we'll just keep them going. Go over a little more. Alright, I don't think there's anything more for us really to do this turn, or at least not that I can think of. Nothing in here. Nope, looks good. So we're just going to end it there. Right, you can see, again, more of the characters moving. See various figures that were going to be starting shit, trying to move away now. That is a exposed army if I ever saw one. So we're just going to jump on that real quick. That is free real estate. I don't know actually why they're sending them over. There's no real reason to be here. See, got a crossbow, advisor. Okay, well that's just a generous donation. Thank you. Ooh, right. Actually, now that I think about it, I should check the remains list. Where's my heroes? Go. In our prison, we have our character here. Which one is it? It's you. Yeah, we could have executed you to gain some stuff. Or you the same. Could sell that again. Crypt. Nobody in our crypt. Okay. Well, let's just execute a couple of these characters. Yep. It'll impact our relations. That's fine. Gonna off with their heads. There we go. Yep, nothing wrong with a little execution, just a little aligned on evil. It's okay. Anyways, let's see if there's any new gear we want to equip. Robe of resistance, leather armor. Nothing really that great here. A couple mounts, nice to have. Don't really need you, so I'm gonna unequip that. Nope, unequip confirm. Thank you. And that'll be on cooldown, and I'll equip somebody else with that. Anyways, the old Slayer is going to go after these ones, and because I have the Spellbreakers here on their horses, they can ride ahead and engage the enemy. This is a fairly safe battle, although they do have the distracting whispers, which is rather annoying. Still, we're going to fight it. Yeah. Alright. So, once again, the usual tactic. The Ice Spider Matriarch has a freezing web. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, targeting right here. We'll hit this. Ideally, I want to set up something in the trees then, which I can do. Go here and deploy our... What did we get? Oh, we got a little Dread Spider hatch. Spider on spider violence time. Yay. Right. Next, I think that we want our shields to be up here. You also have a web and a leap, so you can go 1, 2, 3, 4. That's right. Wait, what? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, yeah, that is the right terrain. Cool. We'll just set y'all up. You would hit. Need to recount. 1, 2, 3, 4. And splashes there and there. Okay, so I can't. I gotta be here. Cool. Here, and then we'll go here, and then you can go over here. Manage the flank, and then we'll hop to this, and then heal up you with Soothing Breeze. Yay! And then you will just deploy and do the same. Yeah. Defenses deployed. Let's see what they do. Distracting. Unfortunate. So, okay. They're just going to rotate up and try and pick a fight. Their fault. There's the stupid web that we managed to juke out. See them moving forward with their little air elemental, or wind ragers, they're called. And then their Gortus piglets are just chilling. We should go and engage on that Ice Spider Matriarch before she does anything too dangerous. But, let me see. Can I get a good chain lightning here? Not really. They're a little far out, so. Okay. Could hit you, but I won't jump. I can hit you and get 2 hits, but not super thrilled about that. Do extra damage because they're already burning. So a good old Cosmic Annihilation sounds nice. Let's just hit you, since I have a feeling that you'll be a problem otherwise. Zap. There we go. I want you to ideally clear them out. Or, okay, so I can't engage you, sadly, because you're already in the thick of it. You can take a hit, which is, I think, okay. Yeah, you can just take a hit and kill this. Whack, 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 whack. There we go. Next, our casters are now freed up to drop a nasty little surprise on them. A bluey. And I have very bad chance of hitting that, so I'm not going to even bother. I could bite that, but it won't be enough. So we're just going to go around and do this. Good old strike. Whack. And we'll follow it up by keeping you engaged. Or we could actually, possibly, keep you pinned in there. There we go. You'll advance to here. Nice little magic bolt. Wham. I want to get behind this thing, ideally. So we are going to just do that. We're going to run forward. Then we're going to blink behind it. Then we are going to strike it, ideally. Let's see. Got 3 fortune, got a blink, we got star blades, and we got lifesteal. So we're just going to hit this thing. Actually, I'm going to see if I can't. Oop, I didn't mean to do that. Just wanted to read the tooltip. Either way, we're just going to give some damage in the backside of this thing. And then hopefully we will just brace up here and it will attack the weakened one. Yeah. These little piglets I'm not too worried about. They can attack something if they want. See, their morale is very low. Indeed, they are attacking our useless spider as Alexi goes for the kill on the back. See them going after my awakened... not my awakened, my spellbreakers. Awakeners are the other units. We're just going to go around and smack them with our magical maces. Their morale is very low, so... I'm going to go up here and give them a good old blast. Zap. Moving forward with our mage cavalry, we get into position to give them another good shot. Gotta give them another cosmic ablation. Empowering everything. Mage cavalry, raining down magical bolts from afar. And lastly, we are going to give him one good old chop to the back of the head. Slash! Another one for Alexi. And that will be that. A nice clean victory. A little bit of damage across our front line, but nothing we can't shrug off handily. Especially when we have the time to heal before we get into another fight. You see already them mostly healing up. What is required. So in this case, we were going to engage on that. So let's just move over and do that. Bada bing, bada boom. Absolutely easy fight. Just gonna auto-resolve this. That's... How the heck did you screw that up? Alright, well, we're not going to let them do that, unfortunately. What did they honestly do? Like, how did you manage to take that much damage on a support unit? Or were you just running them into the face of the, like, plague serpent over here or something? Weird. Right. Either way, the old plague snake goes forward with its little nasty fart cloud gas. You can see a crossbow on this character here. We looked at them before. Nothing exactly exceptional. So... That said, now we're going to move the old eagle-eyed forward. Got my mage cav going to come around the side. Let's see. We have our summer fairies here with their healing aura ability. They're just going to really quickly pop that. Let's move you up and you up. Let's go like this, yeah. That'll give us the most benefit. Bluey. I want to fire on these ones and ideally get a lot of damage dealt. So we will go like so. That is a big old shot there. Look at that. And kerblam. See that shot doing a nasty splash damage line in the back because it's a special tier 4 weapon. So do they have anything to really punish us here? They do have exposing light, which is rather annoying, so we don't want to be in range of that. Move the hounds up front to take the brunt of their aggression. Our mimic as well. Just stand here. Little lankly boy. Boy there, and you, I think, just want to provide a bit of defense. There we go. And then you can just hang out here. We can see them taking a shot at our elemental, which is okay. We made 2 little magical bolt attacks, 3 magical bolt attacks, 4 magical bolt attacks. Are you quite done yet? So our Inferno Hound, unfortunately, taking a couple of hits here. Trading it back in return, though. The Hound is still something that we can quickly cycle back to our own territory, so I'm not too worried about it. Currently stands, though. I want to fire a shot like this. Bam, killing one of them. We're then going to teleport over to here. Like so. And then fire another shot. Bam. We're going to move up with our cavalry mages and try and get some shots into them. Magic bolts on their hero. Oh, right. I forgot to immolate them. How silly of me. There we go. Buff up the everything. That could have been a lot better. Alrighty. Let's see. So you can get up here and hit them pretty hard, which is nice to see. Alternatively, you can get behind them. This does remove their burning, sadly. It's not something I really want to do. Get to here and then kill you with a magical bolt. Zap. Should put your morale even... it's not negative, unfortunately, but it's low. Get close enough to attack, but I'm worried that they might kill my Hound then, so we'll just keep it back for now. You over to here. Kind of position myself as best I can. Love for you to be able to get up there, but just sadly not quite fast enough. Mimic can just hang out. You don't really have anything to punish me here. I heard a scary noise in the apartment, so I've returned to hopefully calm down. What's happening in the game world? We are picking a fight against one of the enemies that decided to foolishly wander into our territory. As you can see, they are currently on fire and being attacked from all sides. We are moving around our troops on the flank here now, just trying to bring up the last dregs of our forces. Gonna fire a little bit more magical blasts into them. Trying to get through this quick. I could punch them with the elemental, but... Actually, how much damage do they deal? So they can either shoot a crossbow for 26 or stab for that. I'm just going to move this thing up here and... Actually, I'm just going to brace in defensive mode. There we go. Because that way they are in threat range, so they can't fire their ranged weapons. But it also does not put out the fire, meaning they take burn damage. Conquered a castle and used the same team to try and defend it from neighboring. Yep, so we took over the enemy's forward sort of town, city, castle thing here. And we're... Really? She had it teleported over here just to shoot my dog. That is a next level petty move. Lady, you're going to pay for that. First, we're going to... Let's see. We're going to run over with our Lankly boy. Do we want to run with the Mimic? I don't think so. So I'm going to run over here. How do I want to do this? He's evasive as hell, so that's annoying. Not a fan of dogs, apparently. Yeah, she shot mine. So first, because she is already on fire, we're going to set her more on fire. Or... Now we're going to use Cosmic Ablation for a nice little single target zap. Bluey on her. There we go. See everything going off there, popping all of the buffs possible. Next, because she is just very hard to hit. Hey, you know what we're going to do? We're going to get right up next to her and then use the old Draining Blade. Stab her. This will heal me as well. Get stabbed. I may have stolen her soul. It's a mix of turn-based tactics and Civ. Yes, so the overworld functions very much like a Civilization game, but the combat is a sort of tactics game very similar to Heroes of Might and Magic. So if you like either of those games, you will definitely enjoy Age of Wonders 4. I highly recommend it. There is a new expansion coming for it pretty soon, I believe, which is adding a 7th culture, or playable civilization, which is essentially sort of a very aggressive Spanish conquistador type. They are industrial and have flintlock pistols and steam tanks and all the other cool stuff, so yeah. Playing 2 hours of Civ 4? Yeah, Civ is one of those games that once you get into it, it is very addictive. For example, I've been streaming this for 7.5 hours, and I am still playing. In this case, you see our Inferno Hound here got very wounded, so we're going to send our puppy back to our own territory to heal. We need orders for our army here, so we're just going to keep ourselves in friendly territory for the moment, trying to hold the city of Arcadia that we've conquered recently. We've released them as a vassal, so they summon their own army of Awakeners, a tier 3 battle mage unit. We're looking to try and conquer the free city of Citadel over here, which has its own fair share of defenders, also a bunch of Awakeners. I could sleep, but also don't because I'm still very afraid. Well, I'm not going anywhere, and apparently neither are you, so. Seems like a lot of fun. Yep, it's about... It definitely does get the sort of one more turn absorption into it. It's a reasonably priced game as well. I think it's about $40 US. It's been a minute since I looked at the Steam store since I bought this back in, I think it was like February. Anyways, the city of Arculus here needs to get some new things built. Let's see, a blacksmith. We can get a tier 3 town hall, which improves our gold income. A bathhouse. City stability is kind of low. Uh-oh. Just use something. Ah, boy. Little bongo cats. Alright, I like it. Approved. Anyways, let's give some orders. So we're just going to order these guys to hang out here for the moment. We're grouped up with our allies, so they can't really pick a fight with us, but we also can't pick a fight with them. So this is just all going to devolve into no man's land, since they unfortunately have 2 good stacks of troops. Well, actually, these are pretty crap soldiers. These are their scout units, which aren't really a threat to us. They've just got some basic tier 1 swords and shields. It's just these Awakeners, because they have so many of them, and the exposing light ability is area damage. I don't really have a good defense against that. So, we have a number of spell shields moving forward to reinforce our line, and once we get 3 full stacks, we'll be able to steamroll our way through. Oh, we're just going to work our way towards doing that, getting more spell shields going into the fray. Oh, right, I have Rally of the Legions up. I can get that. So we're going to get another Stormscale Serpent or 2, I think. Maybe a Plague Serpent in there as well, because they're kind of fun. And we can just recruit these. Ka-ching. There we go. Play turn-based games? Yep, turn-based games can be a lot of fun. There's plenty of titles out there. XCOM, Civ. Those are the first 2 that come to the top of my head. Yeah, turn-based games, a lot of fun with that. Very addictive in their own rights. Real-time strategy has its own appeals, too. Let's see. Mystic Projection. I don't really need to build anything. Ooh, I can build a mine. Or I can build the conduit. I think that getting the... I was going to get the Forester here so that I can make my storehouse faster, so we're going to do that. Oh, what are you doing going to sleep? Nobody's played an EP pipe here yet. Jeez. Alright, hero has leveled up, so here is our wonderful Slayer, Alexi. We're going to give them extra power. So in this case, we'll give them killing momentum, so when they kill an enemy, like a giant spider, they will be able to attack again. Very powerful, and I've been totally abusing that with my special crossbow. Still got that lightning torrent I got to use. Oh, and Frenzying Focus. This will empower our battle mages. Yes. Kill! I'm going to enchant our forces here. You can see the summer fairies that we had recruited through our magical means, along with our spellbreakers. Yes. Spellbreakers and our soother in the middle, now empowered with Frenzying Focus. And one of our allies has unfortunately been bested in battle by... This was the Druid of the Cycle, the spooky lady with the old wooden skeleton. She's unfortunately a powerful unit, better than the ruler that she just fought against. So that means that our ally is kind of getting attacked up here, but that is all holding its own. This is not my problem. This is... that's annoying. Alright, so this is a city called Celestia. It's 12 population. Luckily, they appear... Yeah, okay, they are getting a bunch of their stuff burned down. So my ally has been doing their job in their lane, keeping them occupied here, and allowing me to essentially expand up and then push forwards. So now this is going to be a bit of a problem, and you don't have the ability to solo that, sadly. Dang. All right, where's Alexi? Alexi, you've got a new job. You gotta go over here and kill him. Well, it means I need to pull you back for the moment until I get reinforcements. Could I do this with 2 Awakeners and just a really strong front line? See, that's a bunch of melee. Got a bow. That's a eagle bow, so respectable enough. Mask precision, okay. Did I actually get the bones from that person I killed? I did, excellent. So now we can inspect them and see what they got. So in this case, they are just a very basic character. Level 3, which is a bit better. Oh, that's interesting. They've got the old rainbow cape going from the angelicized form. We're just going to sell those remains for a cheap little 80 gold. Gonna take a look at you. You, again, more of the same. Just another sword and board. More boring cape. Sell your remains. Then as for you, yep, again, more of the same, so just gonna sell them. I don't need their bones. I'm selling them to the soup kitchen. So yeah, I'm being environmentally friendly. Reduce, reuse, reanimate. The Necromancer's Creed. Another spell shield going down here. I do want to get a blacksmith going here, which will require quarries, unfortunately. Also needs... Stone Conjurer would do me good. So after this tavern is built, we're going to get that. There we go. Need to clear that out as well, so this will do us well. Spellbreaker is going to finish up next turn, so I'm just going to recruit another. Actually, kind of want it done this turn so I can reinforce you. You are able to go here, and then you are able to get bought out. There we go. Power of money. Screw the rules. I have money. I'm going to run over to you, and now we have 706 power compared to their 463. So we're generally better than they are. I could launch the attack this turn, which I think I will. Yeah. So we're going to engage in manual combat against them and see if our 2 wizard cavalry and our excellent retaliating pike woman can handle him. She is just going to go into reckless rage mode and stab the shit out of him. You see them flying across the battlefield looking all prissy. Blah. They're Dawn Defenders here and their Daylight Spears. Interestingly, their Dawn Defenders only have 3 models. I thought that they would have more numbers like the Daylight Spears do, but maybe not. Anyways, we're going to move up our cavalry here, like so, and put them next to each other so that they get adjacency bonuses from our Overwhelm tactic. Their spears are just out of range, which is exactly where we want to keep them, because we are just going to rain down a lot of magic on them next turn. And then, let's see. They don't really have anything to do. They could move up and shoot us, but I'm not too worried about that. We're just going to move up like so. Actually, if they want to come up and poke me, I am A-okay with that, because my stats are a lot better than theirs at 7-7 versus... Oh, actually, never mind. They are braced, so they get better stats. Still, against a hero, they are going to take good retaliation damage, and I am okay with that. So, just going to deploy in defensive positions, hope that they charge me, and then I'm going to drop a fireball on their head. See the immolation going off there. 30% chance for them to get burned. Oh, he's awakened a bunch of them, which does count as casting a spell, so I get empowered from it. Oh, they have a summon. That could be a little troublesome. Here, their spears fighting against mine. I give some in return. 18 damage, a lot more than their 10. All right, and they've chosen to foolishly cluster up. So, let's just wait for them to finish doing their stuff. We're going to give them a little bit of the old chain lightning, which I think is a good idea. Target cannot affect. Okay, so I can choose one of them. Is there a way that I can make it bounce to him? Ideally, it would bounce to him and not the pig, but oh well, we're just going to chain lightning the pig. Zap. All right, now we're going to give the old thing called Why You Don't Stay Grouped Up. This is called Star Purge. Goodbye to your good stuff. So, Star Purge is really effective against the High faction because they rely a lot on their power coming from their dormant talents, which are then awakened by various abilities. Awakening gives you +3 spirit damage on your attacks. It used to be +4, but that was a little overtuned, so they toned it down. When you're in the awakened state, you get a bunch of bonuses. In this case, these are defensive shield units, so they get extra defense. If we look at their pike units, when they are awakened, they get Awakened Guardian, which means they can retaliate. So if I was to attack, they would stab me back once, and then if I attacked again, they would stab me back again with 2 retaliates. You can tell by the little sword icon below. In any case, though, we are just going to basically give them a good old pie plate attack. Like so. Bloop. And that is a 2-fer. So now, because we are in position here, providing a nice front line that they can't advance through, we are going to go ahead... I don't actually need more melee attack here. You have Slayer, you have Overwhelm Tactics and Watchful Sentinel, but you do not have the ability to get a action point on kill. So we're just going to stab once, stealing some of the life with our Mage Blade. They give us 2 damage in return, and we stab them again. And now they have all fallen over. And now, if we look here, we can see we have a nice little covering arc there. They are able to come around the side here and attack if they want to, but we're going to blast them with magic missiles in a turn. So, their move. And the funny thing is that they are technically on a mount, even though they have wings, which, for whatever reason, makes them move faster. You can see them annoyingly giving 3 arrows into me there. And that flank attack that I was talking about. You can see here, unfortunately, with our flank exposed, we cannot retaliate, even though we had 3 strikes we could. So, in response to that, we are just going to do the normal, reasonable thing, which is to cosmically obliterate them. There we go. You can see, again, all the abilities powering up here. Just going to move forward a little bit, along with you, and you. And then we're going to give him the old magic missile. And zap, zap, and zap, zap. Ooh, that was a crit, I think. Actually, no, that wasn't a crit. They just hit that hard. Wow. Next, we're going to pop Reckless Rage to increase our melee damage by 30%. Rawr. Huh. Fun fact, girls don't tell you they can do this, but they can. They can increase their damage by 30%. They just have to say, I'm going to get a little reckless and go gamer mode. Next, we're going to stab him in the face. And your little dog, too. With that, we are victorious, and we have added another body to the pile. Oh, we've actually captured them. How nice. Let's take a look at their stuff. We see they have a bunch of actually kind of nice items for us to take. Ooh, 20% accuracy. We're putting that on our main hero. And the Ring of Opportunity attacks, meaning opportunity attacks deal 30% more damage. Very good. So, in response to this, we could grant them their freedom, which means they go home, and we take all their stuff. We could convert them, which takes 6 turns and is way too long. Or we could execute them. What do you think we should do, chat? Take their shit? I agree. Off with their head. Ripper. Oh, and look at this. Oh, I had to turn. Hang on. If I lean to one side or the other, maybe I could... Either way, you can see with me hovering over our alignment now, we have reached very evil at 40. Yay. Executing prisoners, pillaging provinces, just a little bit of crimes. I'm not held accountable for my actions. I am cute. Anyways, I'm just going to move back into that territory. Got their remains. We're just going to look at them. Because we killed them and took their stuff, we can just sell it. So yeah, let's go. All right, what else did we have to do on our turn? So we stopped the invasion force. We just need to clear off this province here. So we will do that in a second. We've got more spellbreakers along the way. And I think we can recruit some spell shields here as well. There we go. Just getting some more troops for our armies moving forward. Trying to get a full 18 stack of units to go into the enemy territory to our northwest, and hopefully we'll be able to take over that free city. So taking a little bit. I'm going to go look up here and see if there's anything going on. Okay. We'll be back if there's more spooky noises. Okay, chat. Well, you heard it here. We need to send spooky noises so Meg comes back. Oh. Send our troops up over here along with Halberd Lady. Orders required. Again, just holding the fort down for the moment. I don't want to push too far because it will end up with me being punished. You can see that. Are they building an outpost? That's rather rude of them. Somebody needs to go correct that, but I don't have the forces to take on the stuff over here yet. Just going to keep our troops here for the moment. So our cell has produced a granary. If we get a mint, that would mean more money, which we otherwise would not have. I think a mint is fine at this point. Don't really need to play around all the boosts, even if it is something that would be good. Let's just get what is most helpful for us, including in this case, a storehouse. Yeah, your stability is okay. You can annex another province. Wunderbar. Let's see, what do we want to grab? Well, the State Hall would help with our food income. We need a bunch more foresters. Currently, we only have... How many foresters do we have here? We have 1 forester and 2 farms. I think a quarry might be in our future to get some good upgrades going. Or a vendor for more gold. Bathhouse for stability. Since we are -5, that could be helpful. You don't want them to be smelly. You also want to get a quarry. I think that I will get a quarry here, because then when I get another population, I can transfer this conduit over and probably do away with this outpost and instead add this all together into one settlement, and that will be good. Yeah. Let's see. Academy. Stone Conjurer is fine. Spells ready. Amplifying Minds. Summoning. Yeah, I think we're okay for right now. New Empire Development is available. Oh, goody. Magical Origin upkeep is reduced by 20%. Ooh, that means that we can make our summoned units cheaper. Which I might actually want to pick up. Research posts get more resources. Spells can be cast for a turn in combat. You know what? Let's take Quickening, because then we can cast spells right off the get-go. Alright, we've had our buddy returned here. See old Yidgard. The old squat man with his big ol' Godbreaker hammer. Big ol' bonk stick, that one. He's got the breastplate of the champion, too. So the Materium Affinity is very good for giving you certain items. We go ahead and take a look at it here. On their side of the tree, you can get guaranteed items like the Breastplate of the Champion when you hit 100 Affinity, which is very strong because you get a really good melee stats. There's a couple other items in here, I think. There was another guarantee, wasn't there? Actions gain defense, gain gold, city structures. Maybe it is just the breastplate, but either way, they can get a very good breastplate for use on your hero, which makes you pretty much just a melee slughouse machine, which is a good thing to be in this game. Remember, kids, you can be the most powerful wizard in the multiverse. It doesn't make you immune to being punched in the face. Alright, Storehouse is going well there, and I don't think we need too much more from Tier 1 buildings. So we will just go ahead and call that a turn. See our armies rotating around the place, including our Dougie, who's just run home. Actually, you heal in this territory just as much as you do in ours, so we're going to keep you there. Cool. Yeah. I should probably reinforce my numbers with a bunch of watchers and stuff, so we'll do that. Since I have so much mana income and just nothing to spend it on. Let's see. Lexi the Slayer, you're still wanted around the place. You want to give you another Awakener, or not Awakener, a Spellbreaker, so the next one will go to you. That'll just be another turn. Do I want to give him a... Ooh, I could give him one of the magic eyeballs. That could be good. I probably want the Spellbreakers to actually go to the front line, since their splash damage is much more needed, rather than the Watcher's single target destruction. Alright. Let's go ahead and summon a Watcher in Alexi's army. In this case, this little floating eyeball goober here is our weapon of choice. It's got lightning bolts that it can shoot at people, including demolishing fortified structures. And it has Frenzy, along with the electrification. The Psychic Gaze means that 60% chance to stun a target, and it also marks them, making them less evasive, easier to hit, demolishing again, and Frenzy. So, if I do anything with it, it gets stronger. Alright. Let's see. So you were slated to go... Oh, beans. I've taken that. I wanted that. That's going to be rather annoying. I might fail this quest because of that. I was worried that they might spaghetti line their way over. It would seem that they have. I didn't think that they had the range to do that. They must have made this a tier 3, which is... Oh, it's a tier 4. Holy shit. Seriously? The heck? It's a tier 2 village. They already got this thing to tier 4? I don't even have mine to tier 4. I only got tier 3 going. Damn. I guess you can get that. Huh. Okay. That's interesting. Missed opportunity, sadly. I wanted to claim that. Because that would give me, where is it? Would give me a tranquility pool to get the Cosmoflux Elixir. Darn. However, with the Art of Diplomacy, we can trade magical materials. I can get their tranquility pool. Exchange for a shitload of gold. Forever. Fortunately, I can't afford that, so I'm just gonna say never mind. And cast another spell. We're gonna get another Watcher, because they are good. Reinforcing the front line. I like our support unit here. We've got our Tide Spirit in the fighter front line, along with the Spellbreaker. I want to get some more melee units in this, because I've got a lot of range already. In this case, let's see, the Inferno Hounds, I mean, they're okay. They're only a tier 2 unit, but they are also very fast, so that's quite handy. And low maintenance, so we'll just get them into the army. Then just need one more melee unit there. As for you, you're a melee unit yourself. Ooh, we got new gear, right? Right. Eagle bow. Yeah. Couple of new toys. Ah, right. Let's get you the poison darts. Confirmed. And how about a chest plate of vitality, since you're up front trading blows a lot? Oh, yes, and the mask of precision. Can't forget that. Ring of opportunity. Ah. All right, since you're on the front lines a bunch, and you actually know, I know exactly who to give that to. So, we will go and find our other hero, Tarina the Commander. Inspect herself. Because she has the magical poking stick of retaliations, she's going to get the Ring of Opportunity. And she's also going to get some leather armor to improve her defense. And I think that's all we get. Yeah. Confirm that. There we go. And now, over here, we're going to look at our good old Lord Lumos Brightstar. They are going to get the Orb of Seeing to improve their vision range. And the Mask of Precision to make them an even better shot. So there. And there's some horses and stuff we could equip, but we got a Frost Wyvern. Why would we want a horse? Yeah, we can see the enemy is foolishly moving to... I don't even actually know what they're going to go and do there, because there's no reason for them to be over this way. Unless they wanted to lull me into a false sense of security and attack. Ah, I'm onto your clever tricks. Let's see, so... Melee, flex, range, melee, melee. So I've got at least 3 melee and a flexible, so I'm going to keep that way. Oh, now I do need some watchers. Yeah, so... You are just, again, going to hold your ground. You are... Ooh, good. My storm scales have recruited themselves. Nice. It is actually a little expensive. Yeah, it's not too bad. This can be another army, so we'll put you into the forces of our Karina. Good. You'll also need to get a mage in there. In this case, we want these 2 awakeners brought to the front line, I think. That'll be the 3rd stack that we're forming. Just going to get some extra troops in here in case we need to reinforce on the go. Rather than lose any combat power, we can just cycle out things that are not being used. Defending the home front, of course, we have Alexei going around smacking things. So he was slated to go up here and kill that. I might actually just be able to kill with this army I'm putting together. Don't worry about it. Instead, at the very least, we can go and take that fight. Spell's ready to launch. Oh, we've got Summon Watcher going. Let's see. Lilith Nightweaver has returned. A new rally has started, so if I want to summon more plague serpents, I can. Or ogres. Or sun priests. I don't really want to recruit any of those right now, since my troops are... Ooh, my domain's been invaded. Ah. Oh dear. Okay, this is not good. So, this is a tier 5 unit, a Earth Titan, who is a big boy. He has a super strong charge strike. That is 30 damage off the bat, and a Seismic Slam, which just does devastating damage in a radius. Tier 5 units don't screw around, and I don't really have a good counter to that. Except, I have also recruited a Pike Woman, who is very good at poking big things. Notice this extra 40% damage to large targets. Alright, so we are going to really quickly readjust and defend the home front, because that southern invasion was completely unexpected. I did not have vision here at all. Where did they even come from? I haven't seen them all game. They must be down here somewhere. Oof. They just decided to cleave up this way. I guess Siren's Refuge wasn't very close to them. Alright, well, Arculus, you are now suddenly a defensive bastion, and we really need a way to hold you. Like, now. Archer battlements might help. Gives us some archer posts. Arcane battlements. Arcane amplifiers. Let's see. Grants magical attacks extra. Okay. I think we really need to get those up, like, now. So, yeah. Hold the line. This is low stability. We'll worry about that in a second. Bathhouse. I do need extra resource. I could just pay for those arcane battlements next turn. That's okay. In the meantime, we will just summon a bunch of bullshit here. Yes. Automatic movement. You are just going to go into that army there. Right, there we go. Ranged, melee, ranged, melee, melee. 3-3 split. Nice. Okay, you need to be over here, like yesterday. Kind of wish I had teleportation right now. And yeah. We will go with it. You can see, again, more stuff happening over here. They've just founded an outpost, which is a nice forward base that they can then try and attack our stuff from. They could turn this into a city if they want to invest the Imperium, which is entirely possible. But, ooh, here we go again. Fighting a war on two fronts is not something very fun to do. Just ask Germany from, like, I don't know, 1943 onwards. You can see here they have besieged my settlement, so I must now quickly deploy in defenses, which is going to be basically me just seeing how much stuff I can get out very quickly. Okay, they are 18 siege strength, so adding those battlements now doesn't actually do anything. I can't, yeah, there's no point in adding them. Can't build anything here either. All right, so we just need to really quickly get all the troops we can, which is going to be not much. All right, reinforce with whatever we got. Yep. Go ahead and drop that watcher here. Splat. And then this thing, let's see, what do we got here? You are Fangir, and you have a hero as well. Okay, we're going to just zap you with the old lightning storm. Bluey. Then, can I get another summon? I can summon a storm spirit. Anything goes at this point, really. So we just need all the stuff we can get. Let's get another spell break. Oop. I can't get another spell breaker in time. Well, maybe I can. Got one turn. All right, how fast can you go? So we're going to just do a little trick here where we give you a mace instead, and then a horse, so you can go very fast. There we go. Now you have 48 speed, which means that you'll move ever so slightly quicker. And hopefully get there in time. And then I can just quickly swap your loadout once you're into the range. Y'all are going to run down here as well. Yeah, so this will be broken open like a pig in a second. So I'm just going to need basically all of the powerful magical attackers I can. This Earth Titan is very resistant to everything. But the good news is that despite its very high defense and high health bar, its resistance is not out of the park. Just have to bring it down somehow. We're going to need more watchers. Alright. Meanwhile, on the northwestern front, we are going to just continue our play here to hold. Hopefully they will be lured into attacking us and not do something incredibly stupid. We're just going to set you guys to guard duty, actually. There we go. You're just going to wait here. Joy Siphoners has been researched, so we are now able to siphon joy from the enemy. Let's see our tome library. I want to take a look at the tier 3 tome of the... Or the tier 2 tome. What? Ah, right. Because they changed the tome systems. If I want a tier 3 tome, I can only do it when I have a certain number of astral affinities. So I need to get the tier 3 astral tome. In this case, I just took another tier 2. Either way, cruel weaponry would do very good for us, so we're going to shuffle our research until we find that. Cause despair, hex radius of losing morale. Powerful, but not exactly what we need right now. Still, that is quite useful. Alright, we're going to go with that because that's a combat spell, and we can get that quickly. City is under siege right now. Manafont, on the other hand, is doing well. We're going to build it some walls just in case this kind of thing happens. We got a spell shield here, and our domain is invaded, as we know. The city has low stability, given that it's under siege. I'm not surprised. Let's just see if we can't hold the line here somehow. Ah, goody. More reinforcements. So, we just need to hold out a little bit longer up here. And eventually, we'll be able to push forward. I could probably take that fight. I just want to make sure that things are kind of stabilized and that my ally doesn't get clobbered, although I'm giving them time to build up, which is bad. I might just have to bite the bullet and see what I can fight here. Took impossible fights already tonight. Oop, they're advancing. Okay, this means that I can take these two in a fight and not get completely slaughtered. Right, art competition. Magistrates... Vanya... Who? Ah, okay, my vassal. Cool. Alright. Magistrate Vanyara Solian has invited you to an event celebrating culture and artistry in Arcadia. Many aspiring master artisans eagerly show off their work. An actor's monologue is interrupted by another artist claiming the stage, provoking glances of spite and jealousy. That's a dick move. Vanyera Solian hums thoughtfully. Even our finest artists are not above competition and rivalry, it seems. They want us to pick the one who we deem the best? Did any stand out to you, Astral Lord Lumos Brightstar? Artists from Arcadia present their finest craftsmanship in hope of gaining your favor. Who do we commend? So, singer who performed a truly enchanting aria gives me an astral boon, which is nice. It gives me increasing stability in my cities, and the more astral points I have, the better it is. So 34 stability, very good. That gives me bonus resources too. An act to cleverly expose the alliances and intrigues at court gives me some more Imperium, although I'm already pretty good on that. And art is for the weak. You can appreciate the beauty of bloodshed and battle. So I get a whole bunch of draft, and I lowered my relations with them, which is not going to make us make friends sooner. And I'm also fairly evil. That said, I really need troops right now. And, getting that extra Spellbreaker is kind of important. So, unfortunately, sorry, bud, we're not going to be friends, but art is for the weak right now. We need troops. Let's get the old boys into the fight. Marching forward with all the crap that I got. Trying to get everything within the walls. If they're smart, they might break off and try and attack my guys here. But with any luck, they don't do that. You can see here, we're going to quickly rally up to you. And, nope, wrong unit. Then we're going to trade you over to running the Punisher Halberd again, as we saw before. Yeah. You really need darts or something, I think. Actually, it's better for you just to be braced defensively. And you should go into here. There we go. We've got a bit of a defensive troop. A lot of magical artillery. But still, we got some nasty upfront fight power. For the truth, I think we just need more frontline at this time, so... ourselves a... well, ideally, these snakes will join the fight, but... I wonder, because if I try and pick this fight, they are going to get dragged into it, which... it's not bad, but it's also not great. So if we just go like this... this way, all of our units are in threat range, so if they try and rotate and attack these ones, I can still pick a fight with them, and I'm not completely screwed. Oh, I can also summon a Watcher as well, so let's get one last magical artillery unit into our mix. Our armies are a complete mess right now, as we've just summoned all of the crap we could, and we've gone into the negatives, unfortunately. But we should, hopefully, be able to get a hold here. We're going to tech Joy Siphoners. Well, I've actually teched it already. We just need to cast it. We've got our troops ready. Go Alexis the Slayer. See if I can't get him anything else to help with. Nope, looks like that's going to be all. Could give him a Crusader's Claymore with that nasty spirit damage, but I think that the Whirlwind is going to help us a lot more in this upcoming fight. Yes. Staff Decay, nice tier 2, but that's also a support weapon, and I'm playing much more aggressively than support. You're just going to wait there. We finished a mint in our capital, which is good. Money is anything we want. To quickly fix our mana income, we're just going to grab a shrine. And some stone walls could help as well, but we've got 50 strength, so I think we're okay. Doom Deep Trench. Extra mana and stuff, so this gives us another thing. That is quite tempting, actually, because we are going a little bit into the evils, and getting extra mana and knowledge is quite good. Let's just handily replace our forester here with that. Click on this province here. There we go. We'll just finish off our shrine to quickly get that, and then go from there. Wizard Tower Room of Recall. This can be helpful because it means our ruler responds faster. I can also teleport them back to my throne if I'm threatened like this again. Mana Font, on the other hand, can annex another province. I think that we want to get this up here, since that will get us more production and gold. I am, again, a little short on the gold. Mint might help, but I don't know if we have a quarry yet, so we're going to go with the quarry. I've cast Burden of Guilt. Oh, that's rather annoying. I've taken some spirit damage. Oh, that's okay. I think our troops shrugged it off and healed no problem. Now, Aster has sent a war party. Okay, so Aster is acting uppity again, but we still have our ally with their nice little fortifications here. Oh, look. Golems. That was what I was trying to get this Tranquility Pool for, if I remember right. So, let's go ahead and end the turn there and see if they launch the siege or not, now that I've got a pretty good response force. It's going to be a hell of a fight against that tier 5 golem, or the Earth Titan, rather. But we have a pair of heroes that I'm pretty confident in, and with any luck, we'll beat the snot out of them. Alright, they have declined to attack, which is good, which means that we can now take the initiative somewhat. So we'll move ourselves into the city proper, and try and get ourselves a little reorganized. So I want to have a proper mix here. It is nice to have the spell shields in the formation, but the Stormscale Serpents are single entities, meaning they are very good at tanking. You need a lot more front line. So I think that the Watchers, being that they're just summoned units, are going to go out of formation. here. We're going to keep our Lord, who is the expert frontliner, along with a shield unit to protect her. I think we will instead take in a Stormscale Serpent with you. And let's see. Do we want more frontline than that? I mean, we've got 1, 2, 3 frontline, and then 2 magical ranged artillery, which, honestly, these are very fast units, so I probably want them operating on the flanks. I'll tell you what, we're just going to move the... actually, I did my numbers wrong. I want these guys to act as flankers, really, so we'll just move them over to here. There we go. Same can be said for you, so you're going to go out there. And then we're going to get a... Let's see, you need range. So 1, 2 into you. There we go. 2 ranged units, and you will have 1 and 2 ranged units, and a just healthy chunk of frontline troop. So I'm going to split the Stormscale Serpent up like so, and the Plague Serpent up like so. This way, we have our Cavalry Lance, which is a bunch of Spellbreakers that can quickly maneuver around and try and run down the enemy and get their Cosmic Bolts where we need them to be. And we've got our main frontline Sluggers all grouped up together with the defense of a Soother and a Spell Shield in there as well. So that will hopefully hold, and we are just going to take the fight to them. So we can see we've got more power than them because we handily summoned a bunch of Watchers to reinforce ourselves. And we are going to engage manual combat because I don't see the auto-resolve winning this one. Or at least not in a way that I will be happy with. We got a very good win earlier, but that was just luck. And most of the enemy mispositioning. So, as we can see here, our troops are getting their powers up. And I'm getting a lot of casting points. But the Earth Titan is no slouch. And oh boy, is he a big boy. Big angry boy with a sword in the eye and arrows all over him. We see also a lesser form of him, a stone spirit here. There he goes, moving himself up. They're all grouping into 2 respective formations. And there's a 3rd one over here. Again, looking at the Earth Titan, we see it is resistant to charges, meaning that I have to hit it very hard. Oh, it has Excavator. That's kind of cool. It is fierce, meaning it loses very little morale and cannot rout. It's a Juggernaut, meaning it can just bulldoze its way through a bunch of stuff. And is immune to status effects. So no matter how much I try and electrocute it or set it on fire, I'm not going to have any luck. But, with that being said, they have made a rather foolish mistake, which is they have all grouped up together. So the question is, do we want to do fire damage, or do we want to try and electrify them? Seeing as how they seem to be a little resistant here. Let's take a look. Arcane Guard, yep, generally resistant to stuff. Seems they got a similar transformation to me, where they are resistant to all this. So, in that case, good old, let's see, where is it? Cause Despair. That could be a new fun toy. Just lowering their morale enough so that they rout. And hopefully we can get a good hit on them. I think we're going to do that. So we'll hit them with the old Cause Despair here. 5 units now despairing. Seeing their morale go down a bit there. Also, all of my troops empowering here. Really quickly accelerated. There we go. See our ranged lance here. Going to move up as best as they can. This will take us through the poisonous mushrooms, which is something we don't really want to do. Just move up like so. Then with any luck, they are able to walk forward and technically attack, but I'm not too worried because that's just going to be 1 attack and they're going to get zapped back to the Shadow Realm. Anyways, this Stone Spirit here. Let's see. Can this one evolve, actually? I forget if it does. Nope. Doesn't evolve into an Earth Titan, thankfully. We're just going to move up a bunch of our snacks into formation, like so. Move our shields into the middle to provide better protection. Snakes on the flanks, and these shields providing the extra defense. They don't really have anything that can punish us, because I don't see any big mages. They do have a web ability with their special spider mounts. Ooh, and they can also summon a spider. That's rather annoying. But in terms of big area damage pie plates, we don't have much to worry about in that regard. So we're just going to go ahead and advance as we classically did against the various monsters that plagued us. Oop, that was the sprint ability I did not need to pop. Meant to do Conjure Animal. Either way, we've got a Gore-Tusk Piglet now to just kind of YOLO into them and to take whatever brunt of damage you can. We're going to move up with the Watchers as well, trying to get the best shots and forming just a general battle line. In this case, we have good foliage here, which we can defensively position ourselves in. And ideally, we will be able to get them to advance on us and just gunline them. So there. I believe that's everything in position. We're just going to brace ourselves here with our nice little firing line. Since we have so many Watchers and Spellcasters, it is best for us to take this position. See the burning effect go off. A bunch of them caught on fire. Stone Titan, of course, obviously immune. They cast a spell, which was the Static Shield. So that will now empower us. Oh, they unfortunately do have something that has a blizzard attached to it. I wonder if it's... Ah, yes, they have a hindering blizzard spell. Yep, there's the big AoE damage that we were afraid that they might bring. Although in this case, they have moved forward and made themselves vulnerable, which is just fine for me. Here we see them advancing into a position where they can stab us, but it's very minimal damage, nothing we're too worried about. Little evocation attack there. And the big old Earth Titan rotating to the right side here. So we will need to draw this thing away by using our superior mobility. Alright. With that, we're taking a little bit of lightning damage on the front line, but still, we are able to retaliate equally, if not greater. Alright, so now that we see this, I want to get these guys out of defensive mode, which means we need to shock them with something. Luckily, I have just the trick. We're going to run our little piglet to the back here and hit them here. So we'll cancel their defense, which means that now they're also not providing their allies with much damage. It means that we can get up. Oop. Oh, you were immobilized? Oh, that's annoying. Slowed and immobilized. Dang. First use spider webs. We'll have to do something about that. Unfortunately, Soothing Mist does not free us from that, but I can still provide some good healing to our units here. See, this will heal both of our serpents, which is good. Zoink. A little bit of temporary HP on you. We can bring the old magical artillery onto you, or we can go for a nice little precision shot. Who do we want to get with this? This is also long range, so we might want to save it and just go with our lightning bolts for now, since we have 70% chance to hit, and that's pretty good. There we go. Good little bit of damage dealt. After that, we're going to do that again and just zap away at this one. So what I meant by gun lining, we just have a very convenient line of fire to zap. There we are. But we see the enemies, their morale has now shifted into even lower categories. I can probably get a bunch of these to rout in a second here. We cast another Despair. So do I want to hit their hero? We're going to hit the lower rank ones to try and get them to go. Yeah, now they are very likely to rout. And also, I get a bunch of empowerment, which, funnily enough, I didn't actually have before, so I could have hit them even harder. Anyways, fighting into pikes with our serpent is a bad idea, but we might be able to get a really good strike. We just had to worry about that Titan coming around and smacking us. Ideally, we want to get the first strike on it, since that 30 damage is not going to be increased by its charge. So, getting out of here just means we take one retaliate, which I'm okay with. Let's just move ourselves back in a second. Let's see, what is your threat range? So you can get up front a little bit, but you're also very slow. Right? Right. 32 move speed. Well, actually, that's average. Either way, we're going to retreat from the enemy to here. Like so. Ouch. Little poke. They're still in the threat range, so we're going to go a little further. And there we are. We are outside of their range, and now we're just going to use our magical bolts on them. See, the pikemen can unfortunately get up to us, but it shouldn't be too much of an issue. I just need to keep this Titan out of reach. Now, if they move, he will be able to hit these ones. They are unfortunately going to have to move back a little bit more as well. We're just going to take out this guy, I think. There we go. That is pretty much neutralized. Love to deal some damage, but I want to keep myself as far away from them as possible. So there. I think that we will just go around like this, since that gives us good spacing, and give them a zap. There you go. Last one down. Another pip on the morale board. Likely, these pikemen are going to come chasing after us here, or try and tie up our Watcher in melee. So to compensate for that, we're going to put ourselves in the Lucky Clovers, face this direction, and then enter defensive mode. If pikes want to come and hit us, I welcome them, because they can just try and attack this. Otherwise, they can try and tie us up here, but that's not really that great. These are defensive units, being pikemen and shields, and not really meant for the aggressive attacking. Now, this Gortuss Piglet is likely going to bite it. Anyways, I could then choose to recklessly charge into here, but I don't really like my odds. That Spellbreaker, though, is going to be an issue. So, here's what we're going to do. Because I can't actually get you out of here. So let's see. None of these negate my immobilization. You're just going to have to brace for the turn. So, just order you to entrench. get these shields up front to do a little, or I could try and engage you. Plague Serpent going up and engaging that means that I do get a attack on them, but they're also braced, and then we get 3 strikes on me, which I don't particularly like. I would much rather, I think, get up front, like so. Try and wither the incoming storm as best as possible. Oop, didn't mean to go that far. Now, these can unfortunately drop a nice little pie plate hitting all of my troops here, which really sucks. So we're going to advance a little more, meaning that they will only be able to hit 4 of them. So yeah. Could also advance over here, but that would probably not be ideal. And I'd still get hit anyways. So we're just going to entrench ourselves here. And I think actually engaging that's not the worst idea. Yeah, we're going to go up and hit them. There we go. And a little more on them, too. There we go. Now, I could recklessly charge you in and blink teleport out if I wanted to. Or I could try and get on one of their heroes. Might be able to snake a kill there, because it's a lot of physical armor. Maybe not. Ooh, that is very tempting, getting in the middle of that and dealing a lot of damage. Well, YOLO, chat. Let's see what we can do. Teleports in the middle of y'all, and let's send it home. Wait. A lot of damage all the way around, but unfortunately now they are very exposed, so we're going to rely on having sprint next turn to get ourselves out of here. Yeah. Alexi is a total beast, though. I'm not worried about him going down. You can see them casting a couple spells here, which further buffs us. Accelerate through that. See them? Yep. A couple hits here. It's fine. It's fine. Oop. It's a lot of damage, actually. They're using a summon instead of doing something useful. Here's that charge that I was talking about with the pikemen. Choosing to attack our storm scale serpent, rather, because they have the bonus versus large. Here we see them attempting to move forward instead, or maybe they actually attacked us. Our first strike proc. So again, we can see a bit of damage coming up here. So we shouldn't go down here, I don't think. Yep. Fumble raise, excellent. And has also lured the enemy into being right up on us. So there we go. Ooh. Ah, crap. I didn't think that was going to rotate. Okay. So that's bad. Scheiße. That was a misplay. A reckless one. I'm not happy with Alexi going down like that, because I did not think they were going to do that. Means we're just going to restart that fight, because Alexi going down, unacceptable. I'm pretty sure I could resurrect him, but that means a... Well, I mean, I was just going to try and see if I could do silly things there, and that was really stupid in hindsight. Either way. A little bit of save scummage, but we take those. Now then, let's go ahead and continue our plan to cause despair. Hit 4 here, or I can hit 5 here. Maybe I should... Nah, I'm going to hit the ones that I did last time. Despair. Again, same sort of plan to go around the right side with the cavalry, just executed better this time. And we see zap goes you. So you guys are out of range. You are in range. We don't really care. I can't really get in range with anyone else, so we're just going to go here. And then go here. Next, same idea, moving up the storm scale serpents, along with our troop to here. And then we are going to summon our animal companion. 1 second, chat. Sorry about that. I knocked my little food bowl onto the floor and need to pick it up. You might have seen my head freak out as the tracking got lost. Always fun when that happens. Anyways, let's do the same plan that we had last time, because it worked pretty well. We're going to move our formation upwards, like so. Get our soothers up as well. Rawr goes the snake. We're going to move our pike woman up, putting her in high foliage so that she doesn't get shot by things. Then we can give her a defensive formation on the sides, like so. And ideally, our floating watchers will be in position where they can use their scrying gaze, or their psychic gaze, to hit somebody and stun them. Yeah. Move you up a little bit more. And I think that is all we got. Alrighty, Fangir, let's see what you get. So we see them now moving, or bolstering the resistance on their Stone Titan by the looks. This, of course, is a spell which buffs our units. Just zoom through that. See them casting their ice bomb here, which is a little annoying, but we can heal through. Actually, we don't need to heal them. We're good. There's the earthquake again. A little bit of damage, but nothing we can't shrug off. Moving up. Yep, a little bit of damage there as well. All right. Phantom's going up here. I should be able to kill them off quickly. There's the annoying zap. Gonna put this all on double speed. Yep. Attacking our little expendable unit. Stabby stab. Okay. The old Stone Titan is going up the middle, which is going to be problematic for us. And we get a good spot where we morale shock people, or are we just going to go for the damage? You know, I think just going for the damage might be the way we play this. Let's see. What does a bunch of damage? We might be able to get some kills here, which looks pretty attractive. So let's go ahead and do that. Killing off one unit there. Zap, zap. That gets us a morale boost, which is very nice, along with all of our Star Blades activating. Very fun to see all of the buffs chain. Anyways, since we're in position, we can quickly take you out, or we could rain artillery fire. Artillery fire does seem pretty good. I'm going to rain artillery fire instead. Nice little pie plate attack here. Zap goes one. Then we're going to go ahead and fire another one off here. Zap goes two. And since this is just a little bit of damage... Okay, that's actually a little more damage than I expected. Let's see. Can we get a shot onto you? Sadly, not quite. Still, we're going to try and stun this sword and board unit here. With any luck, it goes off. And marked and stunned. Excellent. So they're out of the fight for a turn. Now we're going to do what we should have done the other time, and we're going to keep units stunned. We're going to try and stun their Awakener so that they can't use their big area of effect attack. Second gaze resisted. However, can they do it again? 60% chance to stun. And marked and stunned. There we go. Let's go. Again, troops up front. You are unfortunately immobilized again, but we're able to take the fight to some of them. Where's that little spiderling? So that would eat the retaliation, allowing my serpent to move up. I'm worried that you're going to do your big slam attack, which projects a big ol' area around of no-go zone. So I have to be careful where I put my troops, especially when some like you. Keeping you there is okay. Move up with you and fight, or I could get a nasty flank attack with someone, though that may leave me open to being smacked, which is rather unfortunate. How do we want to do this? Or magic shield, rather. Well, we do need to get up and engage. They are stunned, which means they're out of the fight, so I can just kind of pick on this Phantasm Warrior, although they're not really that good, and they're also in defensive stance, and so it's really not in my best interest to attack them right now. Going right here, I just want to keep you facing this way, which is fine. I could go and try and put you in defensive mode, which would be countered immediately here, but it would also maybe do something. Right. You know what? I think that we need to really just find a way to take down the big guy. I could go around the back and smack you pretty good, or I could have you blink over and kill this Phantasm. I think that's probably the best play. How much damage do you do? And it might not be enough since they have very high physical armor. Definitely get behind them, like so. And do this. Boink. Get a good charge strike here, but they will definitely retaliate, and that will hurt a lot. Still, could be worse. See, they have a little melee strike, which is rather annoying to deal with, actually, now that I think about it. Maybe this wasn't the play. So I can get a good old whirlwind attack here, dealing good damage to both of them. Or I can bull strike you. Hopefully that kills. Might. What's your range? You're just gonna be a range of yes then. Okay. Could I get another pie plate on that? Probably not. Well, we will just eat their retaliation here instead. Like so. There we go. Move up like this and get the kill. There we go. That's what we're after. We got a high chance of doing some serious damage. Or we could try and reposition ourselves. Might want to move to the front of him. So that way you won't get a flank attack on me. Might actually be the play. difficult trying to decipher how I best want to do this, especially since half my units are apparently just out of range. Like, you're stuck and you're stuck. It's really annoying. Getting into a fight here ain't bad. This is not really a threat on that flank, so I think we'll just go up here and see if we can't stun them. So, up, and they are stunned. Excellent, which means that you're now vulnerable. So, it has some warriors. They're also stunned, which is good. Want to keep you alive as much as possible. I think I might need the heal next turn more than this turn. So just move you to here, getting that old overwhelm tactic, and blast you in the flank. Zap, zap. Next, let's move you up to here and give him a good old strike on the side. Whack and whack. I could have gone for the attempt at the stun, but I'm not too worried about it. Instead, we're going to go here and try and finish him off, taking retaliation, but still trading out well. See, the enemy's morale is starting to crumble, so we're chipping away at them ever so slowly. I'd really love if you could get up into them, but unfortunately not. Currently stands, though. Since we just want to contest the backfield here, we're just going to move you up aggressively and hope for the best. Keep you defensively deployed. As for you, I would really like to charge you, but I know I just can't quite get the hit. So, this might be a misplay moving you to there, but I'm really worried that you're going to come over and just stab me in the back for a flanking attack that will really hurt. So instead, we're going to move you to here, and then hack and slash. The biggest one Alexei ever did fight. We got 10 life back from that, so that's good. I think I can move you to here. Ouch. And do some really good damage in this case. Or I could move you further up and try and zap onto that. I think we'll just try and take care of you real quick. So I can just click on that with the spell next turn. It'll deal a little damage, but the cavalry are fine. Anyways, we're going to end our turn here and see where we go from there. And yeah. That's a big old bolstering going on. Definitely trying to buff up the big man. Oop, there's the earthquake smash. Taking out our little spiderling and doing a little damage to our troop, but not the worst. They waste their turn doing a summon, which is fine. They also waste their turn. Well, I guess not really waste, but it's a tier 1 unit that I'm just going to slaughter in a second. See the phantoms moving forward, hacking at our plague serpent. 2 slashes real quick. No retaliation, unfortunately. All right. Ooh, what the? Oh, I see. They just moved up and were upsetting. Okay. Either way. On the left flank. Yep, those fire elemental types are... Oh, never mind. Those are earth... stone spirits with a burning effect going on as one just crumbles in front of us. All right. Now then, let's get some damage dealt. So, what is on the verge of routing? You can route, which makes you not a problem. You're unfortunately too happy. So are you. Want to just... All right, let's just go ahead and Cosmic Blade you. Zablam. There we go. Everyone gets lifesteal and fortune. Cool. I want to bring down the big man, although that's going to take a lot of firepower. Luckily, we have a lot of firepower. We move ourselves into position, like so. And, ooh, actually, can you hit from there? No, you can't quite. Unless you do this. Aha. Kablam. Critical hits, and we're just going to fire everything we got with our Mage Cav. Get grounded as the Earth Titan goes down and becomes one with the terrain. Nice. So, now we are able to move up with our various units. I would love for you to attack one of the big targets, but it doesn't seem to be there's something close. So you're just going to go on them, retaliate, that's okay. This is a nasty flank we can pull off, which we kind of can if we kill that. Alright, so that's going to be a bit of a fight. Unless we just zap them. Okay, we can flank attack that. So we're going to do this, just zapping on those spiders. There we go. Then we're going to move our sneaky snack up and attack them. Like so. We have to engage with them, but I think that our watcher here, not quite in range. Dang. All right, we'll just move them up a little closer, like so. And zap, zap. I was hoping that they would start routing, but unfortunately not quite. We'll just advance to here and fire. There we go. Magical blast, if there ever was one. Zap. I really wanted them to be gone. Do I have anything that could poke that? You're stuck, unfortunately. You are... Ooh, you have a wand of poison dart. Excellent. That will kill you off. Blam. There you go. That will also lower their morale. And I think one of them is routing, right? Yeah, you're on the verge of routing, at the very least. Now we can get our mace unit up and hit them. Whack, whack. And even more of their units are on the morale low scale, so we can just push forward and try and get them. Let's see. So unfortunately, you can only get one attack, so we'll just make do with that. Then move you to here and move you to there. You will attack him in the back, stab, eat one of the phantoms, and then you'll go whack whack. There we go. Excellent. I'd love for you to get through there, but sadly no dice. You've got a really good shot on their Awakeners, which we are going to take down with a magical bolt of energy. Pew, pew, pew. No, we are going to run them down. All right, you can get a good kill here. Smack. You can get a... I could go after you. I don't want to do that, actually. Only get so close. Well, that thing's going to die anyways, so I'm not too worried about it. Let's go after their heroes, then, because they'll do a runner otherwise. Pop Sprint here and Reckless Rage. Rawr! And we're going to go here for that nasty flank and stab, stab. There we go. Now, all the troops are going to run off the field, but luckily we have some cav, which might be able to run them down before they make it off. They are very fast, though, so we'll have to worry about that for a bit. You can see the immolation effect going off there. All of them are now burning and running. Although, with routing, they are apparently immune to that, so that's handy. The retaliation attacks that should have all hit them. Luckily, they are electrified, so burn. Alright, you are in range. I think that still technically counts as a kill for us, but it's just a summon, so not really a big deal. Stab. You want to inflict as much damage on their heroes as possible. No point in really attacking you, because you're the lord of their faction, so I can't actually perma-kill you. Killing you would be very good. Oh, dang. Can't quite make it in this. Alright, we're just going to have to hit them as hard as we can with whatever we got. Do we have anything that can do it? Mental Mark, Ignite. I think just the good old Mystic Faction Ping Cosmic Ablation will do. Kablooey. There you go. 18 damage dealt. So all this damage is going to be permanent. As soon as they leave this battle, we are definitely going to be running them down. Oh, I should have done the spell first. Would have done a little more damage. It didn't matter. Still, can't actually get anywhere close to them, so we're just going to end the turn there as they run off the map. Chasing down the routing units means that the next fight will be much easier, hopefully, as they just both leave the battlefield on their spider mounts. Tails tucked between their legs with our hardy defense. There we go. As we can see, all of their forces, save for their two heroes, retreating now. And we are just going to... Ooh, where did they go? It might have been that they just retreated back off this way, in which case we are going to pursue. Don't see them anywhere. Could also just be that they got sent back to the Astral Void. That can happen as well. Either way, the home front has been secured. Our troops are in good health. We didn't lose anyone. We just took a little bit of damage across the front. So that's a tier 5 unit killed. We've got our Spellbreaker Cavalry Lance here. That is quite good. Along with a lot of them up here already. Do you want to have another hero up here? Let's see. So we've already got our Lord and support there. Keeping Watchers in the army seems pretty smart, because I did like how mobile I was able to move those Spellbreakers. Alright. Maybe I'll put some more in there. Generally liking how this is kitted out. Okay, maybe I'll take the Inferno Hound out. No, I want 3 fighters at least, so keep them together in the front lines. Orders required again, so our riders have currently won their battle and need to be rotated up to the northern front. But I also wanted our sort of group here to go there. This is 1, 2, 3, 4 melee and 2 ranged, which is not exactly what I wanted. These Watchers, I wasn't planning on keeping them around, but they have proven themselves to be quite useful, so this is a respectable enough army. Let's see, you have a little too much melee. Let's see, 1, 2, 4, so if I take out one of you, like this, and send you back, there we go. We can get a high mobility unit into you, like so. Same plan goes here, where I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 melee. So I want to keep a shield unit because they're quite good. But at the same time, the serpents are single entity fighters up front that are very tough. Stunning flash, though, that's quite good. Tough call between these two. I think that the spell shield is probably the weaker of the two, given, you know, just keeping your full fighting power going up front is important. So we're just going to send the spell shield out as well. In this case, we are going to take the Spellbreaker here and put it into the army. There we go. It looks like a pretty good stack. We got 3 powerful mage units with a Serpentine front line and Karina the Commander with her big old giant killing... I was going to say spear. I believe it's a halberd? Halberd, yeah. Oh, and her level up. We can get Searing Weapons, extra defense, making her even tougher. Lightning Weapons to stab at the enemy and make them deal extra damage. Or Searing Weapons for burning. Could also reduce our upkeep with the Inspiring Leader, although we are currently still in the green for the moment. Let's see. Fighting is also good for her, just increasing the damage she deals with that pike. I'm all for that, so let's do it. Alright, so she is going to rotate up to the northwestern front, as Alexei is always our home guard. We're going to keep the spell shield here that we had recruited, and move him up as well. Cause Despair has been researched. We used that last fight. We could take Magic Shield, although I don't really see the point in it. Let's see, where are those tomes we have? My tomes, please. We go to the Tome of the Doom Herald. We could get Prelude of Doom, demoralizing the enemy. Cruel Weaponry, which is quite effective, something we definitely want to pick up, so let's shuffle and look at that. Prelude of Doom, unfortunately not what we're after. There it is, Cruel Weaponry. Really gonna take advantage of the fact that our enemy's morale is always seeming to be low, especially with the build we've gotten. We've gotten a Stone Conjurer here, which is quite good for us. Could get the Academy or the Shrine. We're still good on mana, so I'm not really worried about the Shrine. Again, Eternally broke, so the Vendor just boosting its power. Got the Palisade Walls up here, so again, we can get the Town Plaza, or the Mage's Plaza, which is the Town Hall 2. That gets us gold, much in the way that the Vendor does, and it also unlocks a bunch of Tier 2 stuff, such as the Tavern, so we'll take that instead. Fangir has returned to the Astral Void, and Citadel has sent a war party. Okay, so. Alright, Citadel, show me what you got. I have almost got my stacks all in order here, and we're going to go from there. Yeah. Let's see. I was rotating to kill off the stuff in the Blighted Tree area. I don't think I can take it. I don't know. It's a pretty... Ooh. Okay. Thanks for the donation. We take those. Just gonna quickly take a look at his corpse and see if he had any goodies. So he just decided to suicide. Prison Crypt. You get anything on you? Got a battle axe, which I guess can bleed or taunt. That's kind of cool. A little helmet and a set of leather armor. And that rainbow cape that I still kind of want. Oh, and a frost shield. That's kind of nice. Fortunately, I don't really have any need for you, so you're just going to become money. And I think I could probably take this on. Still just want to max out and get all my heroes together. So you're just going to execute on those orders I gave you and move up to here. Here we see the reserve cavalry at the ready, as needed. Just want to check what's down here, since they came through here and I didn't have any sight. Yeah, there is some stuff down here. Alright, well, tell you what. That is an ancient wonder if I ever saw one. And there is a gold node next to it. Ooh, there's also some Archon blood. I already have Archon blood, but... tempting. So I could... This is kind of funny. I could build a outpost here and then another outpost right next to it, I think, and cap both of them. There might be a minimum distance, though. So, Tournament Hill would give us more Imperium. Not that we're exactly short on it. Ooh. Teleportation Mastery. Armies are restored to full hit points and regain half their movement after using a teleporter. Shame I don't have any of those in the domain, but still. You can get extra magic for the materials. Or I could get the bonuses to research. Yes. Also, cities can build the teleporter province improvement. So if I want to get teleporters around the place, that could actually help quite a bit, rotating from the northwestern front to the southeastern. However, unfortunately, my vassal will not build teleporters for me, which means that I have to just kind of deal with it on my own. Magic Origin, upkeep production. Again, still making a lot of bank. Let's get extra knowledge. This should bump us by 50 or so. Yep, there we go. All right. Tournament Hill could be fun to send Alexi into. Yeah. That does involve a bit of walking, though, and it's not really in my best interest. So we're just going to go and clear out that area. We've got, again, more of these spell breakers and stuff here, so we're going to merge these together and just send everything up to the northwestern front. I should get about 24 units or so up here by the end of this, and that'll be enough that I can easily take on anything here and replace my losses as I suffer attrition. Yeah. Set the production here. Getting a blacksmith would be handy if I was to need to recruit again. Same time, the Doom Deep Trench. Didn't I already schedule the building of that? Yeah, I'm about to build that. So let's just finish that off. There we go. A little bit extra research and mana. And you'll see that I cannot build another one. What? I can? Oh. Well then. In that case, don't mind if I do. Just get that little evil alignment going and see if we can't benefit from it. Unfortunately, stability here is suffering, so we're going to need to build a bathhouse to keep our income up. And we'll just hurry the production for this turn since it takes a little gold. A little gold for production ain't that bad. My ruler has leveled up in the front lines, along with having a bunch of stuff available. We're just going to really quickly tab through to get all that out of the way. And yeah. Let's see. I could get you Cruel Weaponry, meaning you deal extra damage against low morale, which is excellent. 30% bonus damage is great. Just going to take that. The Joy Siphoners are available, so we're going to transform our race with this, making us able to steal enemy morale with every attack. Truly no fun allowed, indeed. Let's see. We could prepare a Lightning Torrent, which I think is a good enough spell to just zap enemies with. And yeah. Empire Development we already looked at, and that'll be the turn. We are, again, a good old case of flat broke. That said, that means we are spending our money, which is something we want to do. If you have a huge surplus of resources, that means that you're not properly utilizing them. So, at least in this case, we know that we're spending our money on stuff to improve our economy, rather than just, accumulating a massive gold. I wouldn't say no to a check for 2,000 right now, though. Alright, we can get some battlements or a mana obelisk. Unfortunately, we are out of money for other things, so maybe just producing merchandise for a turn will be the play. That way we get a little extra gold. Lightning Torrent is ready, and we're just going to close out of that. And that is all we really have to do right now. All of our troops are ordered to go their places. You can see a bunch of our income is being spent on unit upkeep, which is most likely going to be in our Spellbreakers here, given that they are 22 gold apiece, but also very good. Ooh, you can see the effects of the Joy Siphoners around the eyes there, turning them kind of evil looking. And also, we get the bonus XP from the bathhouse, however that works. If anyone didn't know it, apparently taking a bath improves your XP gain by 10%, so remember to bathe regularly if you want to level up properly. Yeah. I just wanted to finish the rallying up here, and then we will take that fight. I probably could win this as is. Yeah, it's fine. Just hang on. Oh, Logistics Man, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Pull up a chair. We are holding the northwestern front against our foes here in Citadel, and hopefully we will have enough troops to quickly smash through them and then take the fight to the west, where we see our enemy rebuilding their power. Turiel Tolorim, unfortunately, our current leading foe. Alright, opponents are moving at the moment. I'm just going to wait for the turns to go by. There we are. Independents are now moving, which is this faction. You can see they have a nasty stack that we need to clear through. If you show your settings for this game, also are you using the new content coming out soon? I was thinking about getting the new DLCs. I had kind of stopped playing the game for a bit and was thinking I could get back into it. As for settings, I'll show that as soon as I resolve this. So, Delvers of Secrets, the chairman of the Nekos Council, comes before you, an ornate book in her hands. This, she says with pathos, is the legacy of the Nekos. In ages past, tribes, kingdoms, and entire realms have disappeared into the mist of time. The knowledge seemingly lost forever, but with great dedication and spellcraft, much that was forgotten can be rediscovered. Like runic messages carved deeply into the hidden roots of this world. We have compiled a book of tutelage ready for transcription so that all Nekos may be guided to study the past. You are wise, this ancient study will reshape them. So I get the Mark of the Owl trait, which means that I have +2 Shadow Affinity. Cities gain knowledge from cleared ancient wonders in the domain, which I have quite a few of, if I remember right. Actually, those might mostly be outposts. Cities of this race have -20 stability when there's no cleared ancient wonder. So that is the downside. If I don't have an ancient wonder nearby, I am going to lose a bunch, which is most of my cities. I think only one of them has an ancient wonder. So I don't really think that's worth the +15. The past is not comprehensible to the masses. Let me enlighten you. So I get extra knowledge, which would be very nice. Or I forbid such dwelling in the past. Shape rather the future, ere all the Nekos have turned to dust. So in this case, I get extra stability. I think that I will just take a little bit of... actually, I am struggling with stability right now, and the extra income could be good. We'll go with the stability. We've researched our cruel weaponry here, so we will deal with that. And Prelude of Doom, demoralizing, sounds good. Now, I did say I was going to show my settings, so if we go ahead and take a look at our graphics. Currently running this borderless, I've got a 3080 running this, render scale 100%, VSync is off, driver workaround is on. Currently, I've got this on texture quality high, anti-aliasing off because I didn't really notice a difference. Terrain high, soil cover high, shadow high, subspace ambient occlusion on medium, soft particles reflection volumetric all high. On the world map, let me just hit apply. On the world map, I'm currently running it at about 30 or 34 frames per second, which is good enough given that it's not exactly a high-intensity game, or at least not a fast-paced one. I'm trying to say a fast-paced one. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but settings of the game notices. Oh, I see. I thought you meant graphical settings. Okay, yes. In that case, where is the old racial overview? Yes, settings, and I think options menu. Let's go to the diplomatic view. All right, so in this case, where am I on this? Am I not on this list? Seriously? Oh, here I am. I'm blind. So, in this case, I am the Wizard King of the Nekos. I am running a race of Mana Addict, Astral Blood, Joy Siphoning Catfolk. I've got my leader here. We've got the Resistant and Overwhelm Tactics traits. We have the Culture of the Mystics with the Mana Addicts and Powerful Evokers, so our mages are super strong. This gives us a stupid amount of casting points in combat. And yeah, so far it's gone pretty well. This is the 5th scenario in the Rise of the Godir campaign, as I'm just slugging it out absolutely here. If I load a save, I'll show you the options here. So you can see it is a fractured world where a bunch of the void breaches have torn apart the land. This is why there is no oceans. We have a forbidden realm, meaning the Celestials that are trying to keep us out are, well, they're trying to permanently condemn us, making us a lot more vulnerable to status effects. Additionally, there are the Holy Protectors, meaning that, well, you've got all these celestial enchantments into the realm, so very holy place. We broke in to steal all their tuna. And the Custodian's Dogma, so all the inhabitants here are subjects of the Custodian, meaning there's no free cities, except for this one that we kind of created by vassalizing one of their cities. The Custodian is somewhere up over here. It is Turiel Tolarim, and we are trying to beat him up. He's currently built a outpost on our border, and I'm just a little nervous to move out here and weaken myself, because I've got a feeling he's got something hiding back here that I've not scouted out. So, that said, we're going to quickly unstable a little bit. We're going to get that tavern. Hopefully that stability will help. We can annex more provinces along here. So, let's see. What do we want? An academy would do well for boosting our research. We could also get a market to help with our low gold income. I think the market will be good after we get the bathhouse. What do we want to boost, if anything? Some more farmland couldn't hurt. Definitely want to get the Masonic Hall. Knowledge is power? Yeah, to an extent. Advancing through the tech tree is something that's very good to do. In this case, I've got one more research cycle until I unlock my next home. So unlocking higher tier stuff is good. That said, there's also a big strength in economy. As you see, I have currently got 4 cities pumping out stuff and a lot of troops flowing up to the northwest here. So yeah, I would say just generally having more stuff is the way, whether it's knowledge, gold, mana, or production, or any of the other resources. In this case, we see our enemy that we defeated earlier, or beat into a fight recently. Their city is around here somewhere. They sent a... Where was it? Yeah, so they sent a invading force up along this route, then came out of here, and I got attacked by a tier 5 Earth Titan, which completely caught me off guard, because I have not seen that guy all game. I don't even know how he ended up here, because it's just like a long route of nothing. I'd expect them to be taking on my allies down here. But either way, we can see down here in the bottom left corner, wow, so that's where you've been all game. This is one of the other Godir in play. This would be Meandor of House Iniok. So we're just going to ignore their meanderings since we've dealt with their armies for now. We've got a couple of our troops going up here, including our new commander. Yeah. That is going to be all we got on this turn, and we're going to go to the next. Alright, just waiting for the AI to do all their respective moves. I'm hoping that when I knock out the big bad over here, it will take out most of the problems in the realm. Although I might have to go around conquering everything, which, I mean, I won't say no to. It just will take time. Alright, let's come to our turn. So, Sorcel can annex another province. Not that there's really much we need to bring into the fold. But, because we do have the guild, building more quarries would be good for us. Mana Obelisk to get a little more income, or just some more gold. I do want that apex in my wizard tower, but I just unfortunately can't afford it right now. Let's see, a Spelljammer could be good. Ritual Pyres, Resonance Fields. That gets us a little more casting points, but we've never run out of points for that. Let's see, nothing really to help our economy besides the Mana Obelisk. Estate Hall gives us food, which does let us grow. Okay, tell you what, we want the Estate Hall, so we're just going to go ahead and grab ourselves a farm. And then we will take the Estate Hall. There we are. Hercules can annex another, so I could get another quarry down here. You're very low on stability, which is concerning. This might push them over the edge into a big ol' angry mode. Yes, they're in a state of unrest. So in this case, we will need the bathhouse, which is currently boosted, but we just don't have the gold for. So just hurry the production along for this turn, and then produce some gold for the next. There we go. Okay. Manafont can annex more. Okay. So you can get that library as well pretty soon. I don't really know which I need here. Let's see. You've got a research post, some farms, foresters, and a quarry. All right. Since I just want to secure my northern border here and make sure they can't expand into me, I'm just going to build another quarry there. I've got a spell, which is a lightning torrent ready. I've got a stupid amount of mana because I'm playing the Mystics. And if you take a look at their Empire development, they've got this handy talent, which just is a fat check for 1,000 mana. Yeah. I do kind of wish that I had the material one, which is 2,000 gold right now, because I am constantly floating just above broke. And we are going to need to do a fight. Ooh, that is a good position to take a fight if I ever saw one. We're going to advance our forces forwards, including our cavalry regiment. So we can see we're just in range here. Pretty safe fight. I'm going to just auto-resolve this and see how that goes. And if it goes poorly, we're going to manual it, as the game takes a second to auto. Minimal damage. Our Inferno Hound took a little bit of a beating, but nothing we can't shrug off. We're just going to call that a win, because we don't really want to sit around every fight manually. Well, some of them we do. I'm just going to move you back to be a reserve. Then we're going to, because we just cleared their 2 stacks, move on to their city. Yeah. Fortunately, don't quite have... I might be able to get this. Okay. I'm going to have to be a little cheeky about it, though. So, what we're going to do is this. We are going to move our hero out of the army stack. We're going to besiege. So we start this turn. We can add our siege projects. Sabotaging the supports sounds like a good idea. That said, that won't actually get us very far forward, but it does deny them the caltrops, which would be rather annoying. So we're going to do that. That is all the money we have, even though it doesn't make this conquered any sooner. Now, we're going to just quickly combine... No, we can't quite make it there. Okay. Can you move one further? Yes, you can. So you're going to move into this stack. Then you're going to move into this stack. There we go. We've got our 3 stacks in sieging range, and we're going to conquer this free city, free it as a vassal of ours, and then move westwards to conquer more. We also leveled up from that, so we're going to see Nixia the Eagle-Eyed here gets another rank. Oop, I had it open already. She has been kitted out to do a lot of early aggressive damage. You see all the expertise put into fighting, and with Sentinel and Sprint, she is able to get places that hurt with her axe, along with having the Assassinate ability, which I've not actually gotten to use. I want to get Killing Momentum, but I need one more skill in here, so we have choice of Cruel Weapons, which is good against low morale, Searing Weapons, or Lightning Weapons. To tell you the truth, I want all of them, but I think Cruel will be the best, since I can typically rout enemies a lot with my morale siphoning effects. Anyways, Lightning Torrent is not really needed right now, but Cruel Weaponry is definitely wanted. So we're going to enchant our force with this. Don't ask how we enchant Water Elemental. I think we just put it in his fist and the fangs of the snakes. So there we go. That said, there's not really much more to do on our turn. We still have some leftover casting points and a lot of mana, but I'm not really sure what else I can put on, so we're just going to end the turn there. And with any luck, we will be able to besiege this. Oh, we've already besieged it. We will be able to break this open like an egg in about 2 more turns. I don't expect them to be able to pull any wizard tricks out of the hat. They have a lot of awakeners, but once we get on them in melee or just tie them up with other debilitating effects, they shouldn't be that much of a problem. That said, you always kind of have to respect a big ol' spam of units that have a area of effect blob, so you have to make sure you don't fall victim to enemy pipe blading. Alright, let's take a look. So, now we can properly organize our forces. Gonna get the cavalry out of the main stack, moving in again. Benefit to them is that they are very fast on horseback and can quickly reposition themselves. So, that looks pretty good for now. I would love this Tide Spirit to be full health, but we can get by without. In this case, we just have our little Inferno Hound here waiting. We're just going to order you to stay. Prelude of Doom has been researched. Now, we need to get our next tier tome. So, I can get the tier 3 tomes of the Shadow and the Arcane, but unfortunately, it's tier 2 for everything else because I don't have the necessary affinities. So, in this case, Tome of Teleportation would be handy for getting my people around to somewhere. I could also summon Phase Beasts, a nice heavy charge striking unit. The Astral Trade Relay would also supplement my gold income. So I could get this and start building up my income, which is kind of tempting, I'll be honest, and teleporting to move around would be very handy. Let's see, I can grant my mages the ability to phase, which can let them teleport. That's quite handy. Or I could go with the Tome of Summoning to improve my summons, getting myself Astral Keepers and Astral Serpents. I don't really think I need either of these, since I've already got some pretty good summons, and that I can bring out some Watchers. Arcane Bond means that I can try and mind control enemy arcane units, but I don't really see those. We're going to go with the Tome of Teleportation, because getting around this map, since it is very big, will be quite helpful. I also get the Chrono Gate, which means that I can get some extra resources per adjacent research conduits or research posts. Plus, I get the Quick Phase ability, which means that my heroes with a tech into battle magic can teleport. So, let's go with that.
The mage who fully utilizes the potential of magic to expand their tactical options on the field of battle. That is a cunning mage. Imagine a hapless commander, all prepared for an oncoming assault, only to suddenly find themselves facing a pincer attack. The art of teleportation provides endless possibilities for the truly creative tactician.
That is me doing my best impression of the narrator. Thank you. So yeah, Tome of Teleportation. We can summon Phase Beasts. We can Mass Recall. Bind Gold Ancient Wonder. That is a good ability. This is one of the win conditions that we can get. Emergency Teleport. I think we're just going to shuffle and see what else we get. Ooh, not anything I wanted. Actually, let me just make sure that I'm not being stupid and that I can actually get the thing I'm going after. Where was it? Here we go, Tome of Teleportation. Looking for that Astral Trade Relay. I should be able to get it. There we are, Astral Trade Relay, getting that gold. So, I've unlocked the ability to bind Ancient Wonders, which is one of the ways to win in the game. Free City has declared war on me. Who the heck are you? Oh, Morn. You were not there before. Did you expand? That's interesting. Huh. That is a new city, so yeah. Aster was here, but they... Interesting. Normally, free cities don't expand like that. I'm kind of curious how that got there. Huh. Oh well. We'll just, go with that. Alright, our ally has been sent back into... Oh, wait, actually, have they returned? Was that what that said? Where are they? Are you in the void? No? Okay. Well, whatever. Didn't really read that notification, just saw the name and was like, yeah, that sounds good. We're just going to end the old turn there as we move forwards. Ooh, I should have used... Actually, I can do that this turn. So, as you can see, our enemies have evolved a little bit. We've now got to face a Storm Giant and a Phase Beast. Luckily, we've got our reinforcements handy, so we should be able to clean this up pretty fast. Alright, you can see a whole bunch of effects going off there, getting me additional magical power. I have 145 spellcasting points, which is more than I can reasonably spend. Like, even if I were to spam these spells, I won't run out for, like, 5 turns or so. With that being said, the old giant here is a big boy. Let's take a look what he's got. Ooh, look at that electrifying. So he's got the big old hammer there. Heavy charge strike. Charge strike. Electrics. Puns. And the tempestuous smash. This means he can deal a whole bunch of damage to a target unit, and enemies in a line behind them will take additional damage. So, also has the ability to call lightning on a target, which makes him both a threat from range and in melee. So, see a focused gaze. The range is increased, so that probably means you can strike me from like 7 hexes. Not very good at this part of the game. Auto works most of the time. Need help on how to fight these battles and suggestions. Part of it is just figuring out which one of your units works well. Auto resolve is a problem that can happen with a bunch of different games. Total War, for example, is something that can be built into an auto resolve game where you just never end up fighting. You have to end up figuring out what your units do best and how to properly position them. Because you can always restart a battle, it's quite often good to, instead of just auto-resolving fights, just go for the manual fights and try and properly position yourself. In this case, I'm going to move my collection of serpents forward, like so. And I'm going to get my hero to go with them. I am a little worried about that lightning strike, though, because it'll hit up to 2 other units within 4 hexes. I'm not going to be able to dodge that, so I'm just going to have to brace for it as best I can. In this case, we're going to move forward. Since Tsarina has a very good ability to kill giants, with her melee strike dealing an additional 40% to large targets, she is able to get up with the Punisher's Halberd and put it somewhere nasty. So she's just going to go up here. In this case, I could get extra casting points, not that I need that. Instead, I'm going to try and position you in a place that will give me good cover. So, for example, here. I can immediately deal some damage to them, and they have all very nicely grouped up for me. So we're going to see what's the best attack here. I could use Chain Lightning, which would deal some nice damage bouncing between them, or Immolate, which will set them on fire. Let's see. I could also Mark them, which will sunder their resistance, and honestly, I think that's probably going to be the best effect, because we have very powerful magic. So we're going to quickly sunder all of them here, debuffing them nicely. And as you'll see, that will also buff up my troops, because we are the Mystic faction. I'm going to move up on the left flank with my spell shields here, and my Spellbreakers are going to try and move as far as they can, hoping to get some good shots next turn. I've got a nice little ranged Star Purge to hit them with. See, they have the Focus Gaze, which is empowering a lot of them, so their ranged attacks are going to basically just guarantee to hit me no matter what I try and do. I'm going to move my Watchers up as well. Who watches the Watcher, indeed. Moving to here and hoping to get some good shots on them. Fortunately, the Storm Giant has a healthy amount of electrical resistance, so we're not really going to be able to zap him down effectively with the Watchers, but it doesn't hurt to try. I can probably get a stun off on one of the other units. That phase piece is going to be rather annoying because I expect it to run forward, teleport, and then strike at my troops. So with that said, there's not much else to do this turn, so we're just going to end here and see what they do. Now you can see a Immolate going off there, or call it Immolate. Immolate Pyromania, it's a map effect. Oop, there's that blink strike I was telling you about. As you can see them charging forward, hitting our little heart circle here. The Giant doing the same. This is not going to go well, and bonk. That is a almost dead serpent. Wolf. This might kill it with a magical bolt. Yep. So, unfortunately, nothing could be done there to save that serpent, but still, it's only a tier 2 unit, and at this stage of the game, I can quickly replace it. Honestly, it probably did better thanks to my economy being gone. There we are. Just gotta finish the turn off. So I could attack these again, or I could try and do a morale debuff on them. See, they're at fairly high morale right now. I could also try and sunder their defense even further, making them take more magical damage, which I think is going to be a good thing. So yeah, sunder defense. Let's try and stack that all the way up and make them incredibly susceptible to being shot. Where did that mark go? Here we go. We're going to mark them like so. And then we're going to unleash whatever power we can. In this case, I can't hit him with this, but I can hit him with this. So there's a 49% chance to stun him, which is quite good. So flipping a coin here, and marked, stunned. All right, so he is out of the fight for a turn, which is quite good. Let's see. Can we hit anything here? Unfortunately, not quite in range, which really kind of sucks. I was hoping to be. So we can bring a bunch of our other units to bear. We've got the ability to drop a nasty surprise on them here in the form of a very, very strong area of effect spell with our Spellbreakers. This also removes any beneficial buffs they might have. Now then, so we can see that they have repositioned here, which gives us a nice flanking opportunity because they are stunned. So we can go and stab them if we so desired. Let's see. I'm thinking I might hit them with a stun as well, trying to get a good shot in. Nope, there's the hit, there's the mark, there's the stun. Excellent. Lowering their status resistance by a lot made it so they were much more likely to be hit by that, because I think otherwise they would have probably been flat out immune given they're a tier 4 creature. I think this is a tier 4 as well, yeah. So, since they will not retaliate here, we're just going to move our Serpent over to try and get a good attack into here. We'll attack their little Spirit Hawk here, hopefully getting a kill. Just one. Oh, there we go. That's a kill. Now we are going to, because they are stunned, see just how much damage we can deal. So we're going to activate Reckless Rage, getting us 30% bonus melee damage, even though we're going to take an extra 21% or so. So, in this case, we're just going to go for the old stab. Bam, bam. 1 to the kneecap, and 2 to the kneecap, and 3. So that's a nice amount of damage. Giant Slayer indeed. I need to just bring a little more fire to bear on it. So we're going to see what we can do here. We'll probably advance forward with you, and the Serpent most likely to follow. I can't quite get you in range. I can get one last shot in it, which is nice. Is there any better thing for you to do? Not really, no. Alright, so in that case, I think that we'll just move down here so that we get a little overwhelmed tactic bonus. Oh, I could have tried for crits there. Hindsight 2020. Electrify that, and then we'll just move down to here with our Serpent. Engage Bracing, and there we go. I think that's all we will do for right now. So we did lose a Serpent, which is still unfortunate, but replaceable. Rally of the Lieges will proc sooner or later, and then we can refill our ranks. Probably with stronger stuff. Here we see them healing their Giant, but I'm not too worried. I think I can bring it down this turn before it gets too many retaliations. Their Ogre is just kind of running around the back along with their Spider Summon. So, let's see. Can we bring the beast down? Alright, I have you in range with a lot of damage, but unfortunately you are also awake now. I'd rather not get retaliated on by that, even though I can do some great damage to it. So, let's see. I think that's a little far to jump, unfortunately. I'd also like you to be brought down, preferably. Let's see, so you will teleport after I shoot you, which means I only get one really powerful attack. I would love to hit you with a Psychic Gaze, but it's probably not going to be the case. Instead, I think that, let's see, Cosmic Ablation does quite a lot. Causing Despair could lower the morale. Conjure the Amplification Pylon. Constructing additional pylons is never bad. This just gives them something to attack here, so we're going to go ahead and do that, because it'll block off this Ogre. There we are, using the terrain to our advantage. Now we are empowering our entire troop formation. And unfortunately, it does not start with a move, but it is a blocker, so let's see. You're in the threat range, which is not what I want. Anything that can attack. Okay, so we might be able to just zap this thing to death, which might be the best play, although I do also want to do splash damage. Ooh, that kills. All right, we're going to do that. So that will kill here. The bluey. There we go. And their threat level's greatly reduced. I can easily kill this, but I want to do it without getting hit back, so let's see. Watcher, a bunch of lightning damage. Can I get you into position to fire? Not easily. At least not with enough power to do what I want. So, we're going to give it a good old zap. And figure, hey, why not? Let's just unload fully. Zap, 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 zap. I don't believe that you have first strike, so I should just be able to get this bite off. But I also want to attack over here. Instead, we're going to use our hero to stab them in the knees. Kablunk. Giant Slayer, indeed. Down it goes. Whomp. Now we're going to advance forward and probably get some good attacks in there. I don't have any other range damage that I could really throw there that I want to. Well, I guess I could zap them like that, but I'd rather attack these guys up top. Alright, we're just going to move up here and hope for a crit. There it is. Excellent. So you can see their heal effect went off, but there was nobody close enough to take advantage of it, so it just means we can move into cover here and start zapping away. The Ogre is a single entity, so we won't deal that much damage, but these spiders are also not really a threat. I believe that these are just a summon. Nope, okay, they're actually a unit, so I'll have to deal with them eventually. Still, we're going to take this time to zap them. Kabloom, kabloom. Good critical hits. Now, this ogre is... Oh, unfortunately, not quite on the route to running. The route to routing, as it were. Haha. I entertained myself. Anyways, we're going to move our troops up and try and get around the backside here. The amplification pylon will probably take the brunt of his attacks, but it is just a summon, so we don't really care. See the defensive wall go up. Yep. Here he is chopping away at it, which is just fine by me. We're going to take our pylon and in turn blast him with lightning. Not my turn yet. There we go. Sometimes takes a moment for the turns to trade over. Oh. Unit already acted. Did it already zap him? I think it must have. Oh well. So where's the... I swear there's a combat log. Here we go. Alright. Turn begins. Butcher Ogre takes burning. Amplification use magic blast. Oh goody. It auto-attacked. Very nice. Static shield. Burning. All things that are unpleasant, but not my problem. We're going to go ahead and give it a little bit of a zap. Hopefully one of these crits, and this will instantly kill. 1, and 2, and 3. No crit, sadly, so we'll just have to finish him off another way. In this case, we have a spell shield that is in flanking position, so we're just going to run up and smack him in the butt. Wham! Down goes the ogre, pot, pan, and all. Yeah. So, like I said, we lost a Plague Serpent, but that's okay. Not the most important unit in there. Plus, it gives us a little more income that we can take advantage of. Continue to move up and reinforce, even though we don't really need it right now. We have acquired our focus crystals, which were these resources. This gives us extra gold and knowledge. Plus, all units gain a extra 10% XP. 31 for that whole group seems good. Yep, definitely a trade up. I probably could have played that in a way that I don't lose a unit, but I don't really feel like re-rolling it. Yeah. It's okay to lose units now and then. Oop, I didn't mean to actually step onto that tile. This was allies, technically, so we wouldn't want to do that. You can see they are slowly... okay, actually they had an event that made them very mad at me. So we're just going to ignore that because I kind of did something bad to them, but, you know, whatever. They'll be a tributary sooner or later. Anyways, where were we? We were looking at the home front, which was getting cleaned up. Alright, we're going to go into combat against this. So, Stack of Marauders. As you can see, they have evolved into a Chaos Eater, which is a nasty little creature here. Wonderfully designed, though. I love the mouth on this thing, just the way it's kind of carved apart like that and twitches. It's got Chaos Bolts, which are nasty little shots. They can deal a random type of damage, so you can't exactly know what you're getting hit by. Misfortune, which means you increase your fumble chance. This means that you will deal half damage. And Havoc Magic, so it's got a chance of random negative status effects. These are very good when you want to stack a whole bunch of negative debuffs and just make it hell for your enemies. Plus, attackers within 2 hexes have a chance of gaining random negative effects. Actually, that's just a random status effect, so it could be positive or negative. Interesting. I think that it's just negative, though. I haven't seen this ever apply a positive. Plus, it's a melee mage, so even when this thing is in close combat, like a 1 hex range, it can still do its stuff, and it's got the Mark of Misfortune, which was the fumble chance we saw. Plus, consume chaos, and you target adjacent ones and remove their negatives, and deals damage for the status effects. So it stacks on a bunch of things and then removes it. Also, it heals. And then there's the Nymph, which is, in my opinion, the real threat here. With the Seduce ability, it can mind control some of our units, gaining control of them, and I'll have to take this thing out in order to get my troop back. If unsuccessful, I get distracted, which just means that everything is a flanking attack. So this is a very good way of inflicting debilitating debuffs on your enemy. It's because either you steal their unit, or everything deals extra damage and has chances to crit. So we're just going to go in with our good old hero, Alexa the Slayer, and see how we square up against them. Alright. Our various effects rocking off there. You can see it doing its little... I've never seen it run around in a circle like that. It had the zoomies. Gonna have to mark that in the VOD. Let me just mark that as zoomies. The Chaos Eater zoomies. Might make a clip out of that. Anyways, let's take a look at our units. So we've got a nice little collection of troops here, balanced faction. So we have Alexi the Slayer with his ability to summon an animal, which is going to be very good, given the enemies will most likely get distracted by it. We'll run him up forward, and then do just that. There we are. In this case, we got a Gortus Piglet, a nice little shock unit, much in the same way that they have theirs, although mine is a lot cuter. So there. We do advance as well into high foliage here, so any ranged attack they could possibly throw at us, probably from the nymph, will be mitigated slightly. The spellbreakers are able to move up very fast, and we can put our soothers in the back to provide support. We've also got our watcher here with its floating movement power, and a little storm scale serpent, which is going to be our right flank. So we're going to move up like so, and ideally, I think that putting our guy here, I'll keep him outside of range. Yep. We want to be outside of melee range so that we can use our Star Purge next turn, preferably on them. In this case, we see that they've grouped up a little bit, so we can either decide if we're going to go for a morale win, which is entirely possible, or if we're just going to go for a kill. I kind of just feel like going for a kill. Ooh, at the same time, getting that Sundered Resistance increases a lot of damage they take, so let's go ahead and sunder the resistance of all of this stuff and make it easier for us to shoot. Because our really big damaging units are our Watcher and our Spellbreaker, which we're just going to brace for now. That's all we've got to move on our turn. I could have changed the facings, but I don't expect to take any fire from my weird flank, so I think it's okay. Ah, there's their little ability. So as we see here, the lucky clovers they had gave them fortune. Unfortunately, they had a purge, so that means that our spell has just been negated. I believe that's one of the nymph's ability. Yes, they can remove their negative effects, so probably should have gone with damage instead. Usually, yeah, it gets regen as well. So you can see here our little Gore-Tex piglets taking the enemy's attacks, which is just fine because that means they did not attack us. The nymphs instead elected to remain in the back, not using the seduction ability, which would be taking us there. See them hardening up a little. So yeah, every 2 turns, all defending units gain rally, which means that they get a bunch of morale and fortune. So it's the correct call not to go for the, what was I going to say? The morale victory. Instead, we're going to try and mark units here. These copper golems are a little annoying, so I think we're going to probably take them out first. I would love to be able to hit more targets here, but we're just going to mark these guys to take extra damage. And then with that said, we're going to go ahead and throw down a big ol' AoE blast. Blam. All right. Next, we've got the ability to throw some bolts around. We have the ability to just trade out decently here, which I'm not entirely against, honestly. I do have an idea here. A bunch of damage. Okay. Alright, chat. Here's what we're going to do. So I could get up on this Chaos Eater and do a lot of damage against it. I could also try and get on those nymphs in the back line, which is probably a pretty good idea, too. Alright, here's what we're going to do. We're going to run forward like so. We're going to use our Blink Teleport to get behind them into cover here. So this way, the Chaos Eater can attack us, but it's got a very low chance to hit. So instead, we're going to attack the nymphs, slashing them from behind. This will hopefully keep them tied up in combat, so they won't be able to use their ability as they're in my zone of control. And since I've got a very powerful attack, if they try and leave, they will be heavily punished for it. Next, we are going to go ahead and engage the front lines. So in this case, I could probably do a good poke there and take less retaliation damage. You can just easily kill those piglets. At the same time, I want you to make this guy sit down with stun, but we're just going to settle for trying to stun this one. Since they are flying, they can pass over this terrain that we're trying to use to provide cover. Alright. In this case, let's see. Got a magic blast going. Couldn't do a lot of damage to those piglets, although that still won't kill them, unfortunately. That means they can move forward and shock attack. Or, yeah, they can do a shock attack on us, which will knock us out of retaliation mode. Still, I think that attacking here is the best play we can make. Just give it a little 1, 2, 3. You see they get the first strike on us, unfortunately, because they are a spear unit. So the shields are just going to go bop, bop, and bop. There we go. Next, we could deliver a magical blast here or here. This does mean the piglets can move forward, but they will then be stuck against our shields, which is okay by me. I'm just going to give them a smack here, and with any luck, they will take some more damage from something. Could go up forward and try and kill that, which I think is probably the best play, actually. Just thinking about just leaving them, but there's... Well, are they burning? They are not burning, unfortunately. So we're just going to try and see if we can't get a lucky crit. Maybe this will kill. 1, and... Oh, just 1. Oh, there's the 2. Alright, and that is 2 enemies dealt with already. So unfortunately, these woods are on fire, so we're going to take a little bit of burn damage here, which sucks, but oh well. We've got enough resistances and HP to shrug it off. In this case, we see the Chaos Eater lumbering forward. Gonna go for its Blit attack there. inflicting insanity and misfortune. Rather annoying. However, I think the Mysoothers can cleanse that. Maybe not. I think they just heal. Yeah, they do just heal. Okay. So as you saw there, the nymphs got a good old slash. Instead of electing to move forward and just try and attack my cavalry and miss. Their fault. So, you can see regeneration kicking in there, and the reckless sort of attacking that's going on. Luckily, this is a mage unit, so it does not retaliate against that, and we're able to just get some good damage. And they've all clustered up again. How foolish of them. We are going to hit them with a mental mark again to lower their resistance, making our magical attack more powerful. There goes all the effects. Alright. So you can see there, that is basically a kill. We're going to check our Watcher, see what it gets as well. You see, it unfortunately has these gargoyles in front of it, which I don't want to be there anymore, so they're not going to be. Go laser eye powers. Another benefit of the Watcher is that it is a single entity, so until it is killed, it is hitting at full power compared to our other multi-entity units here. So I think I can kill the Chaos Eater this turn, and then it'll probably just be these gargoyles left. Let's see. A lot of magical bolts will definitely take this thing down. Might be able to even get it with just a nymph. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Do you have, unfortunately not quite yet. Ooh, actually, we can do a really cool thing. So, here's what we're going to do. We are going to weaken the crap out of this thing, like so. Zap, zap, and zap. So we are going to move forward like this to get overwhelming, and then we are going to blast you with magics. Bluey. We're then going to take our hero and... Oh, where are you? Okay. Oh, we actually killed the Chaos Eater. Didn't realize that. Anyways, we're going to go forward here, and this will take a retaliation. So we'll just do this in the right order. We're going to run forward to here, where we can quickly get a backstab. We're going to use our Whirlwind Strike to hit them all around us. Slash, like so. Oh, unfortunately, they just barely lived that. So, are they burning from anything? I hope they have a debuff going. Regeneration, fortunately not. So, instead, we're just going to take down these guys with a good old smack in the face. Now, the nymphs can't really do anything. They can't use the seduce because they're in our zone of control. They can't really use their regen because they already used it. So the best they can do is a poison blast, but they can't even do that because we've got them from behind. So in a second, we're about to watch the nymphs get tapped from behind by our boy Alexi. Send it. Burning, so we see them getting cleansed, or getting fortune and rally rather. And the burning damage go off. Alrighty, Alexi, do your thing. Local Catboy taps nymph from behind with a big sword. Incredibly damaging. Slash! And down she goes. Compared to the nymphs of the past games, they are a little less suggestive in this, although they still do have the seduce with its lips icon, so. There we are. Again, Alexi, the majestic cat, gonna go back home to the town of Manifont. Recover a little bit there. Now then, let's check on the northwestern front, as we are in a new day now, advancing up. So as we can see here, the town of Citadel, heavily under siege. They've got their Awakeners still in there, but we've got more forces than they are able to handle. To our west, again, that outpost is still just being held by Turiel, so we're not too worried about having to do anything there. All seems to be well in the kingdom. See if there's any new upgrades I can get. Armies restored to full when they use a teleporter. I can build teleporters. I think I'm okay for right now. Could get magic origin upkeep reduction, because I am bleeding a little cash. Also, free CDs increase the range, or I can get knowledge per heroes. I am killing quite a few heroes. Might end up taking that. All right, let's get magical origin units cheaper, because that way we get a little more gold and a lot more mana. Plus, because heroes keep showing up, we might as well just take the ability that lets us turn them into knowledge. There we go. This is not really much else for us to do. Just producing some gold right now, since we don't really have the ability to do much else. Let's see. Manifont is working on a tavern, and Sorcel is building an estate hall. We've got the bathhouse almost completed here. To tell you the truth, I don't think there's really much else we need to do. I could get a bathhouse. Ooh, that is very unstable. Okay, we will get the bathhouse after all. So, there we are. Good thing we caught that. I was just going to let them produce cash, but we are getting wildly reduced income rate because they are very unhappy with us. You can see our ally moving around up here, collecting various of their forces. You see they also went and got the Banshee units, so they've taken some similar tomes to us. In this case, they have skeletons, so they've definitely dipped into the necromancy. They're also getting invaded by enemy heroes from the Citadel faction. Yes, that free city there that we are currently besieging. There are allies moving up here, trying to just scout around the place. Anyways, we have another mostly full stack of units that we're going to push into the rest of our troop. There we go. Just hopefully one more turn, and then we'll be able to finally conquer them. Now, this will make a full stack nicely, so you kind of just want the cavalry corps, honestly. I'm going to just move you guys over. Click on that by accident. There we go. We got our good old cavalry corps assembled, which is consisting of our various spellbreakers, because they can move very quickly along a flank. We can also use the Inferno Hound to intercept anything that comes along. We've got one more joining the corps. There we are. Spellbreaker cav. Good stuff. And we can have these fill out our front lines. Now, we've produced the bathhouse here, meaning we need to build something else. We could get the academy or a shrine, or in this case, I want the market, because, again, it's still broke. Bunch of spells ready. Prelude of Doom. We can demoralize the enemy. That could be fun. Alright, tell you what. Just gonna hold on to that since we've got both of these ready. We'll just zap that enemy army with the absolute overkill of spells and go from there. New Empire development available. Oh, goody. So now we've got a ability to assign Whispering Stones to other Empire's vassals to gain their tribute. So we could try and sneak some of that in. Alternatively, we could get the Crypt Blade item, which is a nasty little tool for backstabbing people with. Units killed with this weapon transform into a decaying zombie. So, it's a nice little tier 4 miscellaneous item. This is kind of tempting. That said, I'm not exactly sure who I'd equip this on, but still, it's a 0... that doesn't actually require any action points. So, we're going to pick that up, because we don't really have a use for Imperium right now. Anyways, we're going to give that to one of our troops. Let's see. I was thinking about trying a golden ancient wonder over here, the Blighted Tree. And if I take my boy Alexei here, the Slayer, and give him the fabled Crypt Blade, he is able to deal a devastating amount of damage every turn. That's it. I do want him to level up just one more time, so then I can get the ability... Where is it? Actually, does he already have it? Oh, he does have killing momentum. Okay, so I think we can take on this ancient wonder as soon as we're healed up. We'll just head back to our territory for now and heal up our serpent. So we've got a nice little healthy array of troops here. It should work pretty well. I don't know exactly how strong this will be, because it's also gotten past the point where some of the infestations will level up. But we'll give it our all anyways. Our domain has been invaded. Oh dear. So here we can see invasion force from Aster, the city over here, has decided to come by. And apparently my ally decided to not do anything about it, which is a little annoying. So we're just going to take our troop here and rotate onto that and kill it in a turn or two. Alright, not really much else to do, so we're just going to end the turn. Opponents just moving. You can see them crawling along here. As the game goes further and more units get unlocked, it takes a little bit longer, but luckily we are progressing at a reasonable pace, especially if I don't have them on camera. They tend to move pretty quickly, skipping animations and whatnot. Now the Citadel is almost ready to crack. And see them wandering off to go stand in a berry patch, I guess. And teach their own. Now we can take the town. So, I'm going to go ahead and besiege. So we have our cavalry corps here on the wings, and we're going to bring in some other troops here. Namely, we're going to take... Not you. A little annoying how it clicks like that. I've already got a bunch of shield units in this army, so I don't think I'll need more. This one, I've actually got quite a few shield units. Wonder how that happened. Either way, let's bring some single entity goodness into you. Actually, given the nature of this, I've already got the 2 shields here and the mimic, so Snake probably belongs in this army. And these shields can go into here. There we are. That gives us a nice array. We've got a support unit, a couple of frontline fighters, and all of our ranged support in one army. So, let's take it to them. So need to make sure I get the angle of this right. So we're going to attack the 1 here, which will then initiate combat. This is going to be a very easy combat, given the just massive overpowering. So I'm actually going to auto-combat this, just to save a little bit of time. There we are. As you can see, we got through that without basically suffering more than a scratch. A couple shots across the way, because we're obviously going to take some damage, but nothing we couldn't afford. Walls breached? What do you mean? Are you Okay, march into it, I guess. Not gonna let me... Oh, there we go. Okay, we can now vassalize them. Just wasn't letting me until I touched the exact center of the city, I guess. Cool. So now this will be friendly in a turn, and we can really quickly heal up our troops. And yeah, everything should work out. Checking on the home front, again, one more turn until they're ready, so we'll just ready that up. Manafont has produced a tavern, taking their stability back up again. We're going to give them a bathhouse just to make sure that they stay civil, because we don't want low stability, because when we get low stability, if you look here, you can see it's got a scaling chart. Unstable means that we lose income, and losing income is bad. However, if we are in high stability, we get extra production, draft, and food. Note this doesn't do anything for these other resources, such as gold, mana, knowledge, and, of course, Imperium, which is very valuable. We can only produce Imperium in our capital, where they are a little bit grumpy right now. Maybe I've overexpanded the domain a bit. Actually, it doesn't seem to be that high. Why is everyone so grumpy? Maybe it's the Doom Deep Trench. What does this get? Minus 10? It's not so bad. Maybe... I thought I already gave them a bathhouse. Oh well, maybe they can just be grumpy. We're okay with that. Spells ready to launch. Again, we had those spells ready, but we don't actually need them. Domain invaded again, so we're going to initiate combat here. You can see it's a bit more of an even fight, but again, we're going to try the auto-resolve, see how that goes. Yep. Acceptable losses. And by acceptable, I mean none at all. We're going to upgrade you now that you've gotten your new level. See, I can get you cruel weaponry or martial expertise. Extra 10% damage flat out is pretty good. It's an extra 2 damage on that. And that will just apply a whole bunch of times over. Yeah. Now that we've dealt with that little invading force, I did want to annex this Tranquility Pool, but unfortunately they got to it first, which means that I'm probably going to fail the Heart of Iron quest, which means I won't get any iron golems. Oh well. Now then, we have captured one of them, so we're going to take a look at their stuff. In this case, they have an eagle bow and a chestplate of vitality, which I want because it gets me extra defense and hit points, which is very important. So, given the choices of either granting them freedom, which means that I get good boy points. I'm not sure if you can see on this, but I am not going for good boy points. I am being evil. We are going to execute them and take all of their stuff. Yoink. There we go. The remains have been collected, and we're going to then sell their remains to get that fat stack of cash. Oh, yeah. So, the estate hall is almost done, getting us more food, which should help out with our population a little bit. Then, let's see, what do we got? Sorcel has low stability. Oh, yes, of course you do. Whatever. You're fine. We're going to end our turn there. Just closing out of that menu. And we'll watch this turn green in a moment, and spawn should be 6 units. Probably 6 Awakeners, if it's anything like this one. Come on, vassalize, as we watch the bar go across the top. Oh, and we can see another little astral moat over here that we're going to pick up. The echoes, which give us bonuses every 5 that we collect. There we are. So as I said, oh goody, a battle of wits. On the high rostrum at Sorcel, the grand scholars of your empire are competing in public debate. Demonstrated the knowledge and wits of the chosen children, the Godir. Oh, chosen children. Oh, that's interesting. There is a race of frogs called the Chosen Children. I thought this was referring to the Godir, which are the sort of faction leaders in this game. Anyways, the frogmen have become famous for each of the participants is laying out the inevitable proof of his own world theory in eloquent ways. Their performance marks another high point in this scholastic golden age of your people. To declare the winner, you must pick the most compelling dictum. The world is the luck, knowledge is the key. I would receive 420 knowledge, which generates a bunch. So if you notice this, that is an entire turn's worth of knowledge almost. Knowledge inspires people to greatness, which means that for 6 turns, Sorcel gets stability. You may note that Sorcel is currently a little bit grumpy, so that might be good. Knowledge is the winds that lets us sail the astral seas, which gives us a whole bunch of mana. In this case, I'm going to say knowledge inspires people to greatness. True facts. So we get some stability there, meaning our city is now back in the positives. And even better, we are getting the stable bonus, which gets us more draft, food, and production. Yeah. Now then, with the army as healed up and ready as it's probably going to be, these are not exactly the greatest units, and this is probably going to end bad, so we're just going to pop a little quick save here, in the event that I do something incredibly stupid. We're going to go into the Blighted Tree and see what is to see. Double. There we go. We're going to explore. So, poison and protection. The majestic bladed tree unfurls before Alexei the Slayer, light shimmering through its leaves. Something stirs in the canopy. Help! Help! Great hero, help! Scampering down the massive tree's trunk are spring fairies, their cheeks streaked with tears. Their pointy ears twitch as they cry out to Alexei. Please help us! The poisoned horn god and its horrid fiends assault our treetop den and seek to consume our friends and babies. A horned god, a powerful tier 5 mythic plant unit. A devastating reclaiming bolt and a wild eruption ability. Similar to the giant we fought earlier, or the Earth Titan. Tier 5 units don't mess around. In the upcoming battle, the poison tree is active. The tree has been affected by a plague and is secreting poison. It means that all flora obstacles are poisonous, so we have to be careful where we step. Every 3 turns, all attacking units have a 90% base chance of suffering poison. So, that's going to be rather annoying. In this case, we can aid them and attack, which is a actually pretty even fight, even though we're against a tier 5 unit. We can search for an antidote, which means that growth in mana font is blocked for 6 turns, but the poison antidote means that until the end, all support abilities will dispel poison on the target. So, with that could be nice to get rid of it. This does mean that we're going to lose 6 turns of growth, but I don't really see much point in growing mana font right now, because it's not really getting any new territories that we need. In that case, we're going to search for an antidote, and ooh, not just 1, but 2 of the big ones, plus a entwined scourge. Ooh, this is going to be a little bit much. Plus, they get a nymph in there too, and an entwined protector, a nasty defensive unit. You can see it's got that gooey face here and that big old scythe arm. Light blades, ugh. And the fetid legion. So, this might be a little more than we can chew. We're going to see. Earth Titans, mind you, they are very powerful, but can be felled. This will truly be a test of our abilities and to see just how much Alexei can slay. Supposedly, it's an even fight. I'm not sure I believe it. Alright. Very big boys doing a big old lumber. You can see them awakening certain plants. Dealing with summoners is very difficult because you have to either kill the summoner, which in this case is probably not going to happen, or you have to deal with the relentless summons they bring out. In this case, they've got the animate flora, which means a lot of this I'm going to have to clear through. Additionally, since they have the nymphs here, which are going to need to go down first, they have regeneration, which is quite problematic. I think that mentally marking them would be good. At the same time, the nymphs have the ability to remove status effects in a radius. So nymphs are very strong support units. Now then, we can move forward with our troops as best we can, but unfortunately we have to dodge some of the poison stuff here. So that will be annoying. Still. Move forward with what we got. Okay, so we're going to summon some of our stuffs. There we are. Move our Watcher up and probably get some good shots on those. Ideally, I will get a good stun on one of the horned gods and then be able to bring it out of the fight for a while. But that is, again, ideal. No guarantee that we're going to get that. Got a pretty good shot on one of you here, so we're going to do that once we cast our first spell. Same with you. Going to move upwards to... it's poisonous. How annoying. We're going to move up to over here, which will give us a bit of obscuring. Okay. We can just provide some cover for our ranged troops. This will... Actually, here's what we're going to do. We're going to move to here and just turn and defend. There we go. We can get some damage dealt. But I probably want to kill off one of these things as soon as possible. So, let's go ahead and do that then. We'll use a Cosmic Ablation just to zap it good. Bam. That triggers all of the various buffs that you would expect. Fortify up here as best we can, defensively. Should have put you. Well, we'll just fire some magical bolts and go from there. Just gonna have to chip away at this until we resolve it. I don't think that this is winnable currently, but we're still gonna give it a shot. Because there's a lot of health to get through here, and the regeneration from the nymphs is really gonna be crippling. Alright. See the first poison blast going off there. Oh, okay. That's good. The regeneration was used on them, so that means it's not being used on the other bigger units that could then regen for turn. Bit of chip damage going on here, but we're getting some defenses. little bolt of poison onto our expendable unit, which is fine. In this case, they use Sap Strength on a unit that we just summoned, so that's great. Now, getting to these guys is going to be annoying, but we should be able to tie them up in melee, since I don't believe that they have a melee attack. Reclaiming Bolt, yep, single attack, and a 1 hex radius, which deals physical damage, but I can tank through most of that. Alright. Let's see. So these Entwined Protectors are going to be problematic, but I can still probably get into the front line and deal with you decently, since you are a ranged unit. Alright. So we want to deal with that really quickly. So at the same time, we also want to pin them in. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to position you here. Get a little bit of a charge strike, which will just deal some damage. Tap. That will then handle them for the immediate moment. Next, we are going to try and land our first shot against them here. So we're going to go ahead and let's see, where is it? Yep. We want to hit them with a mental mark, making sure that they take extra damage because we lower their resistance. Do so now. This will then empower the rest of our troop. Next, we're going to eat a cookie because it is delicious and I was hungry. And then I'm going to hit him with Star Purge to ideally deal a lot of damage. A bluey. We almost took that nymph out with a critical hit. That was really good. Now, because that Horn God is problematic and can do a wild eruption on our formation here, we're going to try and stun it. Ideally, this will hit, but still, low chance. Alternatively, we could go for the safe kill on the nymph, which I quite like. I think we're going to go for the safe kill on the nymph. I really don't want any of their big units to be able to heal. In this case, then, we're going to advance forward and pin in both of them. So we could go for a charge strike on either, or, in this case, we're going to go with a Crypt Blade. I really need to deal some damage. So I'm going to hit him with this. Real quick. There we go. And then we're going to hit him with a Whirlwind Strike, which should hit both of them and deal some good damage. Slash. In this case, we're chipping away at them and hopefully going to bring this one down soon. As you can see, our unit formation is a little bit clunched up, but that's something we can deal with. So we're not too worried about this one. We could take it out because it could melee strike us otherwise, and I think it doesn't actually have an opportunity attack. So it would tie up our ranged units for a turn, which would be rather annoying. In this case, I think we'll just bring down both of these ones. And since we can move our support unit a bit, we will do so. Where is the best spot for you? I'm worried they're going to erupt like right along here, which will hit all of our stuff. We don't want to be standing here in a big group. But if we move over here, they could also erupt in the middle, and then that would hit us again. So not really a good spot for us to stand. But in this case, because I want to try and keep my units as healthy as possible, I'm going to choose to use Soothing Breeze right now. And then keep them alive. There we go. So then we will be able to move up and ideally engage on a bunch of their stuff. I might be able to get a Flash Wand off. We're going to check what resistance these guys have. In this case, they've got 3 status resistance on top of their already high 5. So our chances of getting a stun on them is pretty low. But I'm hoping they're just going to turn and choose to attack this unit that's currently occupying. Ideally. We could also then go up and inflict at least 1 hit, or we could just go for the easy kill here. I think that going for the easy kill might be the play that we want to make. So we're going to do that. Pop, pop, pop. 1, 2. There we go. Good crits. That also gets us a little closer to the super high morale, which will increase our crit rate and damage output. We've already dealt with a couple of them, including the nymphs, which were very problematic, because they would be able to heal and remove those marks that we applied. We're just going to hope that they will not do too much powerful stuff this turn. In this case, we see the tree men powering up, and the Entwined Protectors having to move forward. Yep, they're going to get a flank attack off of my hero, which is a little annoying, but as far as things go, that's not a lot of damage. You see the Entwined Protector run backwards, and they're going to try and focus him down. It's really rather annoying. Hopefully he can tank through this. A lot of focus fire going on him. Luckily, though, he gets the lifesteal attack, which does good damage as he moves backwards. Alright, Alexei is being a beast tanking all of this damage, but we need to help him out up there. So, to do so... Oof, that hurts. What was that? Poison antidotes? Nope, that wasn't it. Poison tree? I don't actually know what that was. Check the activity log. Let's see. That was... Beings weakened. I don't know. Okay. Either way, though, we are able to deliver some good damage to the Entwined Protector here, which is a shield unit that we don't entirely need to kill immediately, because these are the big threats, and we really want to bring them down. In this case, I would much rather go up here and destroy you as best as I can. Getting into the middle of them would tie up a lot of them, because they don't really have the ability to do much in melee. But it would also mean that we can take retaliation, except we won't. We are going to pop our sprint ability to get into the midst of them, like so. Then we are going to go ahead and try and kill this one as best we can. Actually, we're going to undo that move and be clever about this because I want to immolate this. That's only a little damage. I wonder if it's better to go with the mental mark. Sadly, we cannot strike them again, but we can deliver a nasty amount of lightning damage. We're just going to move our troops up to where they will most be beneficial. This guy's going up to here. See, I can get some very good lightning damage on either of them. And I could also get some good shots in the back. Smack them pretty well. All right, here's what we're going to do. Go up about like this. I would love to get a heal on him because I don't want him to go down, but at the same time, I would like to put him here so then I can contest both of these, because if that eruption goes off, that's going to be a lot of damage. Still, this is a lot of single target damage with poison bolts. Maybe I can tie them up. No, I wouldn't be able to get there in time, unfortunately. Actually, I've got the snake. I can send in the sneaky snake. Yeah. Sneaky snake will go forward and get up on them, like so. And I think that, because I do have some elemental damage here, yeah, we're just going to try and see how much we can weaken them. These guaranteed hits pretty well. Because I don't think that 10 fire damage is really going to do that much, even if they are burning. In any case, ooh, actually, the amplification pylon could help us here. I don't know if they will target it instead, but just adding more health onto the field can do very good things. So, in this case, I think we'll put it right about here, so that way they can't rotate around this way. That will give them something to shoot at as well. Hey, Crims, nice to see you. Alright, let's go ahead and deal some damage. So, with that charge strike, we're going to advance forward, and I would love to do the whirlwind strike, but it's unfortunately still on cooldown. Got a bed? No, I'm playing Age of Wonders. I'm having fun. Let's see, I could get a nasty blast there. Additionally, ooh, good low foliage cover. Also run up to here, although that would put me in melee range, but it does get me a guaranteed shot on the Horn God. Could move you a little further. Actually, I can move you a little further. There we go. So this means that they will have to move out of the way. I've been streaming for 10 hours? Oh, no, I haven't. It's only 9 hours and 46 minutes. Plus, I had like a 5-minute preamble, so it's not that long. Let's see. So now we're going to go ahead and use our electrical bolts to kill this Forest Horn God. Zap, zap. Big win. All right, let's see. What else do we want to go on? So in this position, we have the ability to smack about many of them. I could also teleport over here if I want to make sure this one's tied down. Considering I've got you tied down, I think that's probably actually going to be our play. Should have just used one of those last turn, but oh well. Get a good smack to the back of this one, or I can do some good damage on this one. Either way, given that the Horn God here is kind of pinned in, I'm not too worried about him, so... still, I would keep him from doing anything, because he'd have to move either way, which means that I then do serious damage. Though, ideally, I'd be facing this way and just contesting both of them. So, we're going to just fire on this one with everything we got. Trying to bring it down. Some good crits going off there. And then we're going to try and hope for one final crit. Wham. Fortunately, not the case, but it has 4 health left, and I believe that it is electrified, so it should take lightning damage and die. That is good for us. In this case, we're going to take this and, let's see, where did I want you to go? We've got to hit this to cancel the retaliation attack. Whack in the back. And then you as well are going to give it some good old smack to the back, because they chose to rotate attack. And then lastly, I could attack either one of these, but that would then free you up. So instead, I'm just going to turn like this and enter defensive mode. That way, if any of them try to do stuff, you get a good old swipe to the back, which is very high damage. And hopefully that will work out. This one should die to damage over time, and then these two should be contested. And ideally, we will get it. See the various effects going off there. So we've got the tree's life effects going on. Or the blight tree, rather. Not exactly a tree of life. Here we see the entwined effect trying to go down. Instead, they're just choosing to root me, which is just fine, because that's not damage. They attack our summon caustic worm, which is fine, because that is not a unit that we really actually care about. Enemy is wasting damage, and we are getting good value. You can see that electrify going off there, and burning as well. The amplification pylon doing its good zap job. Now we can just bring these two down. So these are both burning, so I think that the answer is to immolate them. Let's see, enemy units in that hex sustain damage, so we're going to do that. Good old fire damage, because they are plants, they are weak to it. See that good shock coming through there. Alright, Alexei, the tree feller. Could go on either of them. Hard to decide which. Or I could also go and get a running start. Quite tempting. I want to keep them contested, though, so I'll have to make sure that I move up the appropriate units. I'll take 4 damage in retaliation here, but that is perfectly acceptable for me. Give them a good old swat. They'll get 1 in return, like so. But we're going to bring down those entwined protectors. Now, quite glad that we managed to make it through this. I'm going to try and get a psychic gaze onto this one to stun it. There we go. Marked, which improves our accuracy, but does not stun it, unfortunately. I'm going to have these guys come through and deliver the knockout blow. Zap, zap. There we go. Next, we're going to move up you to a position where you can effectively zap you with magic. Then we're going to move you into a position here where you'll be able to attack. And lastly, are these omniscient? They might be omniscient. Shepherd of the Wilds, Fearless, Siegebreaker, Juggernaut, Fierce, Demolisher. Says it has a circle around it in each direction, so it doesn't appear to be able to be flanked. Fae, no. They are vulnerable to lightning. Well, I guess trees don't like getting struck by lightning, so that checks out. Forest Walk, Plant, no, okay. Either way, we are just going to move our hero back a little bit, like so. Just lining up the old charge, and give him a good old whack in the back. Shot. There we go. Get some life off of that. And then give a good old bite. And hopefully, with one more, we will be able to do this. Tell you the truth, when I saw that there was so many units in this area, I did not think I was going to get through this. I expected them to just drop all of their ranged attacks on me, and then I was going to be completely screwed from slash damage. Instead, we've got their little horned god penned into a corner, and, well, I think that he's going to go down in a second, so let's just hit him with another magic blast here to weaken him, and see if this gets the kill. Yep, Alexei the Slayer, bring it down. Down goes the horned god. Alexei the badass Slayer, once again, racking up kills. And hitting level 8 with that, very nice. So, that gets us a Ancient Wonder. Poison and protection in the aftermath. With the immediate menace vanquished, the tiny voices in the treetops sing your praises. Alexei also notices various animals emerging from hiding spots, including a Thunderbird mount. Ooh, Thunderbird. Very fast, cavalry type, flying movement, and 4 lightning resist. The animal whoops and howls, and the fairies sing. Hero of the broken branches, thank you for your deliverance. Let's sing your praises now and reward you with equivalents. Make a wish, and if it's true, this reward will be for you. So, we got a big ol' stack of knowledge from that. Nice. I wish for the poisonous power I fought, which gives me a Chaos Orb, a Tier 4 incredibly powerful magic weapon. This lets me deal just randomized damage, and a big ol' chance of inflicting negative status effects. I can ride a Thunderbird mount, which means that I get another one, I think. Actually, or is that... Do I just get that? Oh, I think that's just meaning it's an option, so a Thunderbird could be kind of cool. Unfortunately, you can't use great swords and mounts, so... Wish for aid with the creature of the blighted tree, so I can get some more summer fairies, which have a very nice blooming life effect. These are great support units because they give temporary HP and regeneration and a cleanse. Kind of want that, honestly. I wish for all creatures to be safe, which gives me a bunch of good alignment. I'm going for bad things. I'm going to go for the summer fairies in this case, because getting 2 of those as a support unit is wonderful. We compare them to our current soothers, which can just heal 2 units. The summer fairies are incredibly strong. We're just going to move back to friendly territory, and then when we get another population point, you can see it's currently blocked off because I spent 6 food to annex that. We're going to just select one of these summer fairies to stay with us. This soother is, well, actually, they're a very high-ranked soother, so we're going to keep them around because they are a legend. They're going to leave the... Actually, most of the crusade is going to be happening up here, so I think that the summer fairies are best used there because we will definitely need their regeneration. We'll just send them to the northwestern front. There's Alexei and his company of various miscreants and heroes are going to continue their adventures somewhere else. I don't really see anywhere else for them to go but south to conquer another dungeon. There we go. They'll journey through our lands with parades being held for them. We've researched the Astral Trade Relay, which will allow us to quickly build that and get some more money, given that we are getting some positive income. That's good. Let's see. I could summon Banshees, which I don't really need, even though they are kind of powerful. They are an undead unit, which means that they, well, take extra damage from Spirit, which is, everything that we are currently fighting. Tower of True Sight lets me see the impossible. It's also at a discount, so that's nice. Get a magical shield to bolster a unit. I think that I might actually get the magical shield in this case, because this is one of the few defensive spells I would get. Oh, he researched it instantly. How nice. I can now summon Phase Beasts, which are very powerful summoned units, and I don't really have much in the way of powerful melee, so I'm going to go with that. So our cell is produced its Estate Hall, so we're going to take a look and see what else we can put in. A Mana Obelisk to fuel more of our machinations, or Stone Walls to defend ourselves better. A Chrono Gate. That sounds very fun, and it actually functions as a teleporter. How interesting. That said, I don't really think that I need that right now. The apex of my wizard tower, on the other hand, I am very much looking forward to. We're going to top off my wizard tower. We've acquired some haste berries, which we already had, but it never hurts to have more berry. So with that being said, we've got the blighted tree under our control, and we'll annex that in a second, once we get the population, which will be 5 or 6 turns away. Of course, we have to look at what Alexi has done with these amazing, incredible achievements. His legendary sword. Sadly, no items that we really need to add on to our list. I could probably sell a bunch of these, but I just don't feel like doing it. Anyways, he's unlocked a signature skill, so let's see what he gets. Visions of Woe means that enemies in 1 hex radius fumble their attacks, dealing half damage. I can get Reckless Rage to make him an absolute beast in melee, not that he already isn't. Crossfire Detonation is a long-range artillery spell with a mixture of fire and frost damage. Got the old Icy Hot treatment. Or Virulent Outbreak if we want to make enemies diseased and poisoned. Very fitting given our last encounter. We can go Restoration to keep our allies alive and the enemies from killing them, or Summon Undead. To tell you the truth, Reckless Rage making him even more of a melee monster sounds great. 30% more melee damage when you just want to absolutely full send it. It's hard to argue with. We're going to confirm on that. There we go. And then we can pick another one. Cruel Weaponry or Searing Weaponry. Searing just adds more damage, whereas Cruel is good against low morale. I think we're going to go with Searing Weaponry, since that seems to add 6 more fire damage, and that's quite good. I've got some extra items here. Let's see what we got. Just a couple of common things like a Frost Shield and a Wolf. Anyways, we got 2 spells ready to launch still. Lightning Torrent to Prelude of Doom, and a city released as a vassal, which would be Citadel up here. You can see their leaders still off in the Astral Realm. Anyways, that's all we've got right now. We're just going to finish the turn. Oh, why did you move like that? How silly. Anyways, we're just going to keep rallying our forces up here, and eventually this sort of loose menagerie of units is going to condense into something with actual cohesion. Now that this has been conquered, though, our northeastern flank is secure. The city of Celestia is apparently being razed to the ground, if I'm reading this right. So that means that this whole area up here should be handled. Now we can focus our attentions over here on our true enemy. Let's get to him. Rotate you down and along here. Take our good old faction leader, the ever-fearless Lumos Brightstar, and move down along with him. There we go. Let's see our... So, in this case, we have 4 stacks. We can only bring 3 armies into a battle, so we'll have to decide which units to have, meaning that one of them is going to have to sit in reserve, but I think that's acceptable. I wonder what's down here. I haven't actually scouted this section of the map. Maybe I should make like a scout or two just to send off and explore this region. We can see a bunch of their armies coming along here. So we don't know whether this is just a single unit or a stack of 6. Either way, this is a good place for them to fortify up. Oh, I also meant to get that. Let's see, where is a fast moving? Probably a flying thing. That hound could do. All right, we're going to send the Inferno Hound off to grab that. Go fetch boy. Next, we're going to bring up our army with the various watchers and other cavalry. In this case, we're going to add a full cavalry lance. There we are. In this case, we have the old Rough Riders, the Spellbreakers, each of them atop their majestic white horses. I think that the horses wore masks in some of the art. I just didn't see where it was. Kind of cool detail. Anyways, we are going to continue our advance forward through friendly terrain. We see a sun shrine here providing a nice little bit of bonus research. We need to advance just far enough that we are able to engage the enemy, but not get jumped by a whole bunch of stuff that we couldn't take normally. You can see us also healing up decently well because we are in friendly territory. And we've got a collection of watchers here, which I want to slot into the armies. Probably going to take out a spellbreaker or two, since they are... a spell shield. I always get the spellbreakers and the spell shields mixed up. Anyways, we're just going to set up here for now, since this is close enough to friendly territory that we can stay healed, but it's also close enough to enemy territory that we can threaten them. We produced a bathhouse here, further improving the city's stability and keeping the folks clean. Nice to see. Mana Obelisk, again, more income, never bad. Could try and go into one of the guilds, but we are still once again finding ourselves to be flat broke. Luckily, an astral trade relay may be the solution to our problems, as we just build these everywhere. Everywhere that we can afford them, that is. I would love to get a trade relay here, but I sadly can't afford it, so you're just going to make gold for this turn. Produce merchandise. And you can annex another province, since we have a bit of positive. We're going to go with that. Could go ahead and reach our way up here, trying to grab onto some more stuff and keep friendly territory going. Or I could try and get some forestry over here, which I don't normally have access to. Or just fill in the little bit of border hole that we have there. Nothing I really need to build. I feel like getting a little bit of food in production couldn't hurt. At the same time, just stretching further up north can't be bad. Still, we'd be pushing up against them, which wouldn't do good things for our expansion. Let's go over here and get a... Actually, let's check our province. See, we have plenty of foresters and quarries and whatnot, and this is the only place we can build a forester, so really, maybe just another farm. I don't know what I need 4 farms for. I could get a farmer's guild with that, I think. I don't know, chat. What do you think? Should we go with another quarry? We could get a farm or a forester. What do y'all think? There's a couple of you hanging around. Plenty of magic we can cast as well. I'll leave it and decide later. Ah, yes, Empire Development. Quarry makes things cheaper. That is true. It does make our buildings get built a lot faster. Well, I say a lot faster, but a bit faster. When I win a battle, 25 chance of getting a tier 1 or 2 unit that can be produced in a city. That could be kind of nice, although I don't really think I need more units. Instantly summon a bandit army, which I don't really need either. Could order my troops to force march, which does a little damage to them, but lets them get places fast. Could also build roads, which is kind of handy. Let's see. Advanced logistics. Roads cost 3 movement points instead of 5. Makes me able to move very quickly across the realm. I think maybe Force March, but at the same time, getting more siege projects can't hurt. Let's go with Force March for now, so I can force my units to move quickly when they need to be. Oh, goody. I've been complimented. Thank you, chat. Here we are. My ally saying a good diplomatic approach will assure victory. And, yeah, it's improved our relations. We're already forced allies, so not really much to say there, but hey, never hurts to hear. Oh, and Lilith Nightweaver is also complimenting us, saying diplomacy. Yes. I've been doing much diplomacy as I have just, aggressively annexed 2 cities here, and I'm looking towards taking over this outpost, burning it to the ground, and then doing whatever with the capital over there. We'll just end the turn there and see how things go. We can always add on that structure the next turn, once I've decided. Here we go. Now we're seeing the big boys come out to play. So, this is some of the high-tier units. The Tyrant Knight, one of the higher-tier, I believe it's the Order Tomes that you get this in. It's got a warg that... No, that's a wolf it's mounted on, and has, let's see, extra experience gain. It's got the Angelicize. It can dig. That's interesting. And a demoralizing heavy charge. And it ignores charge resistance, so things like pikemen. And there's also a high chance of it inflicting negative morale. Luckily, I can just beat it up and seal the morale back. You can also see here more of them coming out to play, as well as a fire giant. I mean, they must have annexed a powerful ancient wonder to recruit these, or gotten it through a random event. In this case, it has bathhouse XP, so it means that they definitely have recruited it somehow. The unstoppable juggernaut, meaning that it can just walk through anything, and leaves a fiery wake. Luckily, it is not the only giant that we have brought down this game, so we'll just have to join us, brothers. Alright. A little bit of extra knowledge there. Yoink. Thank you. Alright. We've got our force of sort of frontlining troops here. So, let's take a look at what we got. I'd love to get our soothers replaced with those fairies, but they are taking their sweet time getting here. So in this case, we are going to order them to force march, which means they gain their movement points but lose a bunch of health. Luckily, they are able to recover that pretty quickly, so we're just going to order them to quickly move. And then force march. Yes, they can take the hit, regaining a bunch of their movement. Just close out of that menu, and then double over here. And now we'll notice they moved very far, which is quite good. So they are a little bit exhausted, but that's okay. They will get to the front line and heal up equally fast. It's a good way of getting through our territory. I'm going to just hang out here for the immediate moment. I would like to properly distribute my troops, though. Maybe I'll have you join one of these forces, since, let's see, you are a melee unit. Yes. And you're kind of a flex. You three are melee, which means I've got basically 4 melee units. I don't think that I need you in this force. And I actually don't really think I need this unit to begin with. We're just going to disband you to get a little bit of gold income back. Trimming the fat on our various troop line. Let's see, so you are ranged, you are melee, you are ranged support, and then we've got 1, 2, 3 melee units. So again, we've got our shield bearer here, who we don't really need. We're just going to excuse them. There we are. Then from this, we're going to add on a ranged unit to this army, providing it some fire support. So we've got ourselves 1 and 2 ranged and a 3rd flexible. Then we're also going to do the same, adding on to this army, as you see here. Which now leaves us with our little situation of figuring out where you two fit. In this case, we've got spell shields, which are, well, they're good troops, don't get me wrong, but they're not exactly the troops that we need right now. So we're going to, again, excuse them. There we are. And there. Actually, I think that we can excuse all of them, because we'll get that Inferno Hound in. Or do I want that Inferno Hound? I kind of like just having that as a unit to run around and do stuff. That's handy. Either way, we're going to split this force here. So we're going to give the troop here a very defensive pike unit, namely our giant killer Karina the commander. He's going to go ahead and move into that. And then we're going to add the serpent to our vast collection of growing creatures here. There we are. So we've got me as the aggressive crossbow expert. We've got our tide elemental, or tide spirit as it says here, able to take to the front line. Then flanking that, we'll have 2 storm scale spirits, fire and lightning. Or water and lightning, very powerful, since we can inflict the wet condition, lowering lightning resistance, which then means that these will deal more damage with their lightning attacks. Yeah, I think that's the best way to go about this. And of course, we have our good old Spellbreaker Cavalry Corps in the back. I'm going to advance them a little bit forwards here. We move towards the enemy. Yeah, just have them sit tight here. We can summon Phase Beasts now as well, which are quite powerful. And I don't really like any of these options, so we're just going to shuffle. Master Recall. Target friendly army teleports to the nearest own city. That is quite handy if we need to get out of dodge real quick, so we're going to pick that up. Alright, we have some spells ready to cast, and we're going to see what else we get. Empire Development Seals. We've reached the end of the Astral Tree. So, new magical origin units gain +3 ranks. This means that if we want to summon a whole bunch of our magical troops, we can do so, and they get very high recruited ranks, which is quite powerful, since if we take a look at our ranking system here on a unit like this, you can see, they get 10 health per level, making them quite powerful, plus a mythic, which I don't think I can see what that does here, unfortunately. But regardless, it gives us a benefit there, and there's a legend which gives us killing momentum on this unit, which means that, as we've seen with our heroes, if it kills a unit, it gets an action point back, which can be very powerful. Anyways, we've seen, oh, well, they've done a number up here, so this is one of the other cat folks. Unfortunately, we couldn't be friends. She lives up in Gray Square, and I don't. So, the Arctic felines. They are currently being raised to the ground by the looks of it, and, well, they probably deserved it. Ooh, here's a fun enemy. This is the Living Fog, a foul demonic creature that is, well, just as horrifying as it might sound. 160 health, very good resistances. Quite weak to lightning, though, so. That said, we're going to finish just one more turn here. And then probably, since we've kind of distributed our forces as best we can, try and take on this big old patch of nasties over here. You see, they've kind of made an error by not combining their forces here, meaning that only this 2-stack or this 3-stack will be joining them. So we'll have a pretty good odd at hitting them. Well, and before I forget, we're going to go back to our town over here. We're going to add on another one of those areas. I think that we will go with the quarry after all, since it does get us more production. And building stuff is good. Plus, we can now add on the astral trade relay here. And here. Which will greatly improve our income in time. Good old teleporting trade network. Anyways, this looks like one hell of a fight, and I think that we're gonna move up and be ready for it. Scouting it out. Yep. Quite the series of reinforcements here. But I think that we are up for the challenge, so we are gonna take it. Ideally. So I don't want to be outside of my own territory here, so we're just gonna quickly hop around like this, and then take it next turn, and see if they want to attack me in some silly way otherwise. If they attack me in my own territory, the Spelljammer that was built over here should take effect, and then prevent them from casting spells, which is quite good for me. Part of probably why they are choosing to stay over there in their little corner. Either way, we have spells ready to launch, which we will kick off next turn. And Empire development skills. Ah, good. We've unlocked... we get mana and knowledge upon conquering a city. That could be helpful when we see cities we want to conquer. As it stands currently, Aster, again, sending a war party. Rather annoying down here. We'll have to deal with that. But luckily, it looks like our friends are already attacking their city. So maybe they will take care of it for us. I don't have very high hopes for it, but there's a chance. Anyways, we see our supportive fairies coming along. Going to be very nice when those get into the mix. And we can see here our good old Alexei the Slayer. He's going to make his way down to Tournament Hill. We can activate Force March, but that will deal a bunch of damage. So I don't think I want to do that. We're just going to let them walk normally. And we can see our little hound here just kind of doing things. We're going to send it off as a scout down this way. There we go. And that'll be the turn. Didn't pay attention to that advice tick, but whatever. See them moving around their stuff here, kind of splitting up and reorganizing. And form best ranks that they can. And also sending more of their troops over here, formatting into better circles. Now, in this case, I can do a cheeky thing by attacking this one unit. I can draw in these other two, splitting their forces rather than firing off the big one. So, I believe that is what we are going to do. We're going to move like so. Oh, it's still the opponent's turn, I see. That's why. It stopped moving, so I thought it was my turn. Anyways, once our allies are done, we're going to advance forward, moving our Spellbreakers just in range to attack that. Like so. You can see we are barely in range of that red circle, which means that by attacking this, we are able to draw out, only 2 of their armies. This is going to be wonderful, since we can just strike these 2 down and very easily take that. I can actually probably auto-combat this to save time. And kablam. Alright. Light casualties across this, but nothing we can't fix. Take that as we advance forward. We're going to go for another attack here. Good day, Neko. Hello, Shogun. Nice to see you. We are going to start the siege on this outpost since we caught their troops outside it. Going to add some siege projects, I think. Undermining the walls. Will that make this any faster? See, that would not be any faster, unfortunately. No. Should I say good morning, judging by the stream time? Yes, it is a time. I've been streaming and having fun. So I told myself one more turn many a time in my head, and, well, here we are. So we're just going to besiege this. Actually, I don't know if I want to besiege this right now. I'm going to break the siege here, because we didn't invest anything, really. And just pull back a little ways. Unfortunately, our serpents are out of movement. I would like to go and snipe some of those units. Unfortunately, I don't have the movement to do so. Dang. We're just going to have to sit tight for now, moving our troops back into friendly territory to get the maximum healing if we are attacked. Yeah, we'll just wait there, and in a second, where's our fairies? Go to activate their bonus movement. Yes, we want to force march them. Thank you very much. We'll be able to embed them into our armies, acting as additional supports, replacing the soothers that we see, actually just in the one army. I probably could have left one of these summer fairies with the southern flank, but oh well. I do want to form another stack, given I have 2 heroes in the same army. It's a bit of a waste, but that would mean getting more units besides just my Spellbreaker Legion. Actually, I could split off some of the front line and embed them somewhere. I might try doing that. Or I could bring out my new toys, which is the Phase Beasts. We're going to just end our Lightning Torrent variation, because we don't really need it. Prelude of Doom is still powerful, so we'll keep that. We'll summon a Phase Beast or 2. Yeah. Alright, I want to end this on a high note, and I do actually plan to end this stream at some point, given that it is kind of ridiculous how long I've streamed for. I didn't expect to go for 10 hours when I booted this up. That being said, we have all been having fun, or at least I have been. You have all stuck around for some reason, so I assume that you're enjoying yourselves. We're just going to fortify up in this little region here, and try and go for a good fight to end it on. Yeah. Mass Recall has been researched, so we'll just quickly pick another one. Ooh, Tome of the Astral Mirror. Can get the Mirror Mimic that I've been running most of the game. The Throne of Mirrors. Grants Astral Reflections. Ooh, that's kind of cool. The Mirror Veil makes my enchanted units, the shields, reflect damage. That's kind of cool. Cities gain vision range, which I don't really need, and I can summon Astral Reflections. Okay. Alternatively, I could get the Astral Convergence, which gets the Arcane Maelstrom. Ooh. That is a heck of a powerful ability. No towers will be present to aid the defender in battle, and during combat, 3 enemies suffer random damages. Woof. Explosive Manifestation, target non-occupied hex. I summon an Astral Sea creature. That's kind of fun. Astral Shattering, enemy province doesn't contain an Ancient Wonder, has its province improvement raised, and spawns a powerful marauding army. Alright, this is going to make other people have some serious issues. Astral Attunement lets me pass through stuff, so yeah, that's a really good major transformation. We're going to take that one. And lastly, Cascading Power. Whenever I cast a spell, add a stack of Cascading Power. At the end of your turns, a random enemy takes damage for each stack. Awesome! Feeling like the color blue? Yes, I might have a slight affinity for it in this run. The fact that I'm a blue cat with blue mages and blue spellbooks and other things.
When you alter the currents of the astral sea,
Astral
the currents
Attunement.
alter
This one
you
is
as
cheaper.
well.
At the same time, I
True
do like the
masters
Astral
of the-
Attunement. That improves the entire race. So, anyways, we have gotten the Manafont Bathhouse, so the population is less stinky. Gonna add the Astral Trade Relay onto them. We can annex another province here, which I think will be another... Let's go with a quarry down here. Can't really use that for anything else. Got some spells ready for launch. Nice to see. Let's go ahead and walk our way down here. Oop, don't want to force march. Let's see. Ah, yes, their ruler has retreated back, so that's good. And a new Rally of the Legis has started, in case I wanted to get more serpents. I'm going to try and find a good fight to end this game on, because I have been streaming for 10 hours, and it is definitely catching up to me. Anyways, we can see them all kind of grouping up here. Unfortunately, this outpost has walls, so if I want to attack it, it's going to mean I'm going to have to lay siege, and that's going to be annoying. They could possibly trickle down more of their reinforcing armies that I can kind of see on the Fog of War. Same time, though. Oop. Astral Storm. Your astral eyes sense a terrible storm of magical currents gathering over your throne city. The flowing energies of the astral sea, that fickle mistress, ebb and flow between its main conduits. When the astral waves collide and crash, too much energy can flood a realm that houses an astral lord. Ah, today that astral lord is me. The astral storm threatens to evaporate the citizens of Sorcel. Are you capable of defeating the eminent mayhem? Alright, save Sorcel by absorbing the energy, so I lose all my HP, which is really not good. I can scatter the storm to scry 3 astral nexuses, meaning I lose a bunch of mana. 3 mana provinces with mana nodes gain a Lumos Bright Star. Oh, okay, so I can spy those. Kind of cool. Cast the storm into the mold and forge a Staff of the Magi. That's kind of cool. What does this do? Tier 3? Oh, it's a powerful mage staff. Fortunately, I don't really have any mage hero types, although they are kind of fun. You can distill it into 2 astral serpents, which are a interesting tier 3 unit. They've got the Shattering Refuse, which means I can deal damage in a radius. Okay. Or do nothing. The astral sea gives and consumes, meaning I lose 3 population. That's not so great. I get an astral boon, which is great, but I don't want to lose 3 pops. I think I will just spend some of the mana that I've stockpiled to get random vision. Oh, there you go. See a plague serpent hanging out on that mana node with a cursed tower nearby. Okay. Orders are required. So I think that it is time for us to reinforce our troop here. We're going to advance forward and besiege here. Yes, we're going to besiege them. Siege projects, we could do a headlong assault, which would be rather foolish. We can undermine the walls to break some of them open. I think undermining the walls would be beneficial to us, so we are going to invest the 100 gold to do that. We could also harass the defenders. Use defending the city, take 20 physical. Ooh, that's also quite good. We're going to invest in that. There we go. So now, we are going to go ahead and get some support troop in. I'm going to move the Soother out of our group here and instead put in the fairies. They are good. We've got our little cavalry lance here, which is quite powerful, but we don't really need to add anything more to that. I thought about moving around some of the troops, but I'm pretty happy with how these armies are. This is just a mass of units that I could afford to throw at people, so I'm going to keep them. Yeah. This will take 3 turns to crack open, but shouldn't be. Actually, 4 turns. Stupid math. Anyways, I think that we're pretty good here. This last ferry will be in our 3rd army, because these are just kind of going to be distributed across the force. Yeah, for right now, they're just going to hang out there, as we will eventually push in, like so. Things should be good. Yeah. Is there anything I want to replace here? Let's see. Ranged. Hero, so that's 2 frontliners. I've got you for a shield. No, I think this is okay. I do like having that regeneration. Maybe I should take out a Watcher instead. You have a lot of range firepower. These all have a ferry already, so... Alright, we're just going to keep them in reserve. We're just going to try and speed through the next couple turns here, hopefully getting a good last fight, and then I'll call the stream there, but... Regardless, seeing this outpost fall will be very delightful, because it's currently the only thing between me and what I believe is their capital around here. Oh, there's a silver-tongued fruit here. Wasn't I looking for one of those earlier? Oh, it was a tranquility pool. Unfortunately, I don't have any, so oh well. You can just guard here currently. So can you. And can you. And you can just run around chasing your tail. Auto-explore. There we go. We got that astral trade relay. Money is coming in strong. Since our mana did go down, I think that throwing some money at the mana obelisk couldn't be bad. So you can get another province. We can now get the world tree. Ka-ching. So the blighted tree is now brought in. We can add our entwined thralls, entwined protectors, and entwined scourge. Yeah, fun little units. The entwined scourge was the big tree man that we fought. Well, not the biggest one, which is the horn god, but it was pretty big. Either way, Imperial Essence completed. So now we see here, we have gotten this bonus, so we get extra Imperium income. Our Imperium is through the roof at 102 right now. I can afford so many premium units. Yeah, with that being said, we got all 3 of these benefits, including the Rainbow Clover, the Silver Tongue, and the Haste Berries, which give us all a bunch of benefits. Yeah. So we can see, yep, that should be their capital right there. Oh, they've even got a little statue. How nice. I'm going to tear it down. Right. Could summon an extra shock unit. Actually, let's swap you out. Exchange for one of these. Yeah. Summon a phase beast into this army. The phase beast is cool. It's kind of this weird 3-eyed jackal dog teleporting mess. Anyways, we'll keep that there. And probably we're going to channel to summon another. Since they take a little bit of time, we will need 2 turns at least. We'll just end our turn there. Yeah, we can see them just kind of trying to set up here, recruiting a couple extra units by the looks of it. Something added on anyways. Ah, there's the force. So they're going to try and reinforce with all the stuff that they've got. Although this could be a clever trap if we can bait them out and make them rotate over to us. We should be able to take them. I have no doubt that I'm able to take on the units that are here, although it's just when they start adding the secondary strike that I'm going to have to clean through. That's going to be fun. There's a new expansion that's coming out in a few days. Yeah, that's part of why I ended up looking at this game, because I saw the dev streams. I was like, oh, Age of Wonders, that's a game I haven't played for a bit. It looks pretty fun. I should get back into that. And, well, because I hadn't scheduled anything else, here I am. I can get the Astral Bolstering Matrix, which means that the buff and healing spells grant bolstered defense, though I don't really have any defensive spells still. Here I am 10 hours later. Yep, I got sucked into a 4X, and here we go. The crypts, the room of recall, a teleporter circle, channeling, or an arcane observatory. Or I could build one of these other things. I don't really know what I want to build here. Let's just make more money. That's pretty good. And summon another phase beast, although I don't really need to right now, so we're just going to hold on to that. And keep going on the siege. If they want to try and come and fight me, that is okay with me. I'm just going to move these guys back a little ways. They can't actually get out of the city in time. Yeah. Anything I want to replace with a phase beast? Yeah, I can summon them, so I could replace these serpents. That could be kind of fun. These beasts instead. Let's see. Are these are heavy charge units, so they're quite powerful. Plus they're tier 4, as opposed to a tier 2. Alright. We're going to replace you then. Move you over to here. And add on another phase beast, because we had the cash for it. Yoink. And how much do those cost in terms of upkeep? They are a little on the steep side for 21 mana, but I'm also able to build a bunch of mana production structures. So I think that I will spend the cash to summon a third one if I want to replace another unit. Yeah, that'll be at the end of our turn. Hopefully they give me a good fight here and I can cap the stream off. But hate to end on a dull note. Yeah, here we go. They're looking for a fight. Got them trapped inside. And here we go, question mark? That is, well, that's a bit of a dick move, encircling me like that. Alright, this looks like it's going to be one heck of a fight. Good forces on both sides. That's a lot of support bannermen, the Sun Priests. I think I can take that. The Fire Giant should be fun. We're going to have to go through a whole stack and then another, but I'm pretty confident with our abilities. So let's get to it. We can see we are on the burned, desolate landscape here. Ready to throw some hands. All of the various effects going off, giving me all of this incredible magic power that I really just don't have anything to spend it on. It's the problem when you get a whole bunch of mage units like this. All of my spells are pretty damn cheap, and I don't really have anything to do with them. Got the ping. I guess I can take Chain Lightning off and Immolate too. Let's go ahead and throw on Mental Mark, since it's a really good spell. Fulmination's kind of fun, but Cause Despair sounds much more useful. We might be able to win this on morale again, since last time they faced off against us, we managed to make them rout, and we have more powerful tools at our disposal now. I really want to bring down their giant, and I am able to cast spells on the first turn, which I find rather useful. See, do they have the ability to remove anything? They can awaken friendly units, they can heal, and yep, okay, they can do more awakening, but they can't actually fix their morale problem. So here's what we're going to do. On the first turn of combat, we're going to... Oh, you won't actually let me overchannel first turn. That's annoying. Either way, we're going to pop... I believe it'll be Cause Despair on them, if there's a good spot for it. That looks pretty good. We're going to Cause Despair here. Try and lower a bunch of their morale. You can see some of them resisted, unfortunately. Interesting visual bug. It's kind of wiggling there for a sec. These somehow immune to that. Sun Priests might be. Celestial, control loss, resistance, flying, and support. Nope, it shouldn't be immune. They're double faithful. Look at that. Alright, maybe they just had a really strong resistance. Either way. We're going to move some of our troop up. So we've got our Karina the Commander here, our Reckless Pikewoman. Got a mirror unit that I'm going to totally steal their Fire Giant with. And we've also got our Eagle-Eyed Nixia. Our new phase beasts, the majestic teleporting creatures they are able to run right through walls. Don't want to get in range of that Fire Giant, though, so I'm going to sit just farther than he can reach. Alright, rotated to this side here. I'm going to send up our Watchers, floating and getting ready to stun shot people. And our Fairies as well, who will deploy regeneration as is needed. Might actually be in our best interest to regenerate something here. Yeah, I'll see if I can't fit one more unit in that range. Maybe our commander. Yeah, there we go. Like this, and deploy regen on all of our heroes. So if they take any damage, they will heal it back up. Also move you to here. You'll be able to fly over in a turn. Just move up our various menagerie of magical creatures that we've accumulated. Now, of course, phase beasts are most powerful when they are able to charge strike. So we're going to try and take advantage of our phase ability, which can teleport us around. I got a 2-turn cooldown, though. However, if our phase beasts get hit, they have the displacement ability, which means that they are able to teleport somewhere else and then charge back into combat, allowing for us to do some great hit and run attacks. Also going to deploy here. And again, looking to pop a regeneration, ideally on a bunch of units. Let's see, can I get everyone here? Nope, won't let me deploy it right there. I would love to hit that because then I can get both sides, but well. We'll just hold off on it for now then. Unless, yeah, we can do this. There we go. Regeneration on all of you. The regeneration lasts for a couple turns, so I'm expecting to take some chip damage coming up, which should be fine. But we've got, of course, our magical artillery core here, which is just going to advance forward and set up on this hill. Because I don't believe they will have range. Okay, they will have range on us there, but it's only a Spirit Blast. Ooh, that Lightning Evocation does kind of hurt. Still, it's not the worst. You can see other units going up here. They'll be advancing. They can attack us, I guess, but they can't get really good shots off, so we're just going to sit outside their range and rain down on them in a second. Prepare to witness what effective horse cavalry artillery looks like. Mongols ain't got shit on my wizard ass. Alright, do I want you one more forward? They go forward, they're just gonna die, so it's okay. Yeah, I think we can afford to be a little more aggressive since most of their stuff here is fighters, and they don't quite have the range to hit us. They can sprint, which gets them slightly further, but not far enough. Let's see. Move you up, and move you up, and move you up. And if I move you up, are you in range? Not. You're in range, but not enough to threaten me, so we're just gonna keep going like so. I think. You get hit, but that's not a problem. To make sure that I don't get tied up in melee, which would prevent me from casting spells. Enter these. Oh, I meant to move that one a little. I couldn't move it forward anyways, it's fine. So you'll be just in defensive mode, as will you. And I don't really think I have anything else I need to do. I'll just move you up here and get ready for one hell of a next turn. You can defend yourselves there. Alright, so we see them casting their Awaken and Bolstering spells, really buffing up their defenses, which I'm going to promptly negate with a heavy artillery strike. See them using their power to awaken their radiance, which gives them extra damage on their attack, and also special abilities for certain characters. Specifically, it's a thing that the High faction does. See them getting their awakens off. All of the preparatory buff phases. Giant just kind of hanging out. Okay, the skirmishers moved up to attack our storm scale serpent, which I don't think is the best choice, given that I can just jump on that really quickly and kill it. See them? Yep. Okay, they tried to convert us, and we resisted. So, again, they're doing their whole buff phase, which is going to go very poorly because they all stood in the same spot, and that is a blast template if I ever saw one. Oh, look, they attacked with one shot. The horror. Oh, unfortunately, our phase creatures were facing the wrong direction, so rather unfortunate that. And these two are going to promptly get destroyed by everything on the surroundings. The giant just has stayed there for a moment. Ooh, that phase beast might actually go down. Luckily, it's only a fresh summon, so. I made some meteor checking. Yes, meteor is going to fall shortly. Ooh, how did they move up that far? They should not have been able to do that. What the heck? How did they get there? You did not have the movement to do that last turn. That's rather annoying. Did they awaken some extra mobility or something? Huh. I don't know how they actually managed to do that. That was rather a annoying wrench in our plan, but we're still going to carry on. So first we're going to pull out our mental mark, which will sunder their resistance and mark them for attacks, like you'll see here, as you watch everything on our side empower itself. Next, we are going to start the first of many pie bladings. Zap. This purges their defenses and also cleanses them. This is why the Spellbreaker is very powerful. You can see us going on them there. Unfortunately, we are in melee range of two of them, so we'll have to find some way to get out of there, either by running backwards and eating an opportunity attack, or just otherwise raining down a whole bunch of death. Alright, so I want to get that Fire Giant. I'm going to get that Fire Giant. As such, we're going to move up into a better position. So we're going to go here. I think I can hit it from here. Yep. So I can mimic it here. There we are. Since I now have the Fire Giant, I could choose to summon a Fire Runestone. Ooh, that's kind of cool. All right, since they could try and fly up at us, that's a little annoying. So we're just going to summon a Fire Runestone here, I think. There we are. That's a thing that they will have to deal with, which is just a little handy add. Because attacking them would result in our death. We're not going to do that. Instead, we're going to look for a good angle to drop our stuff on. since you happen to be in range, got a chance to stun them. Good shot on their hero, but their giant stun would also be very nice, so we're going to try for it. Unfortunately, in that case, they resisted the stun, so we're just going to have to live with it. And fire off another one. 19% chance. And, ooh, we did get that stun. Excellent. So now, because they have chosen to annoy me, nope. Can't, unfortunately, Tidal Blast them like I wanted to. Just out of range. Let's see. A little bit of fire damage couldn't hurt. Want you to run forward and smack the ever-loving shit out of that one, because the giant can just kind of hang out here and do his stuff. Deals damage to target unit, enemies within 1 hex. Okay, it does a little damage. That's okay, though. We've got my hero here who can fire a very powerful crossbow, although I need to get line of fire to do so, which is unfortunately a little bit blocked here, although I can get a nice shot if I go here and then cleave through that. Might try that. Now, I want you to get into base-to-base contact and just absolutely slug this thing. So I think that that might be the play. All right, here's what you're going to do. You're going to sprint. You're going to activate your Reckless Rage. Rawr! Then you're going to walk up here and stab him twice. 48 damage. Let's go. Whack and whack. I should have put another unit next to you to get extra crit chance. So next to you, because we want to get this creature out of there, we're going to just probably phase it off to the back for now. Since it cost us quite a bit to build, we're just going to sit there. There we are. Alrighty. Next, I can run up and wallop you, but I could also teleport behind you and get a very nice threatening flank off. These are fun opportunities presenting themselves. We'll go to here. Magical Blast against that. It's very resistant to fire, so we're not going to bother with that. Instead, we're going to go on to the little knights there. Show them what for. Oh, yes. I can also cast a second spell this turn. Okay. There we are. Now I can get even more damage over here. Aha. Let's see. So these are... How sundered are their resistances? Pretty sundered. I should have done that sooner, because then I could get more damage on them. But anyways, they are exceptionally marked now. There we go. So now we are just going to go and do the old skirmish cav play, where we pull back a little bit, unfortunately taking morale damage. But with any luck, we can free up our friendly units here by killing this one. There we are. And then this one, we're able to move back as well. I do want to kill that, though. And move to here. So we'll have to... Actually, they won't retaliate, so that's fine. We'll just pull back a little ways. Zap, zap. As we heal up from this. We'll move you to here and you to here. Then we'll get a good old attack onto you and you. Zap, zap. And then zap, zap. We are not pulling back very far because these units, the cavalry here, they gain extra damage the further they charge. So we're actually taking less damage by letting them charge a short distance. Now, sadly, I don't have any meteors to drop on them. I haven't gotten to that stage of the tomes yet, but I'm sure that we'll find something to hit them with. Fortunately, our scale snake here is immobilized, but luckily, we can just run up and punch this one in the face. I should still have room to do that, yeah. Gonna walk to here, give it a little fire blast to start with. Heard it? Ooh, I wanted to actually head up. I can walk up and punch this one, that works fine. We're just going to charge forward and smack. Good old canceling retaliations there. Next, to keep this thing pinned in here and not going after the wrong targets, we're going to walk forward like so. And that would hurt quite a bit, actually. So, teleport, and adjacent units are inflicted with wet. I could teleport back here, but that might also get me stabbed a lot. So we're just going to hang out here for the moment. And then, instead, we can go with Assassinate. Or we can just go ahead and hit him in the face. I think we'll hit him in the face. Whack. So I chose to enter a defensive stance here because one attack I could have removed with a retaliation removal from the charge, but at the same time, I'm expecting this thing to take a big ol' hit, and I don't really want it to, since it has... Oh, it's a little bit squishy. Just a little. Anyways, I might be able to get a kill shot on you, but it's also a bit of a risk, because I need to really go for a crit there. My plan was to move you to here, so this hopefully will kill. If not, well, oh well. Let's see if we get it. Bam. Just short, unfortunately. Still, this thing is not going to go anywhere. If they attack, they're dead, so I think that is everything we need to do right now. Our skirmish corps over here is surviving quite well. We're able to get a regeneration going there. They're probably going to make an attack on our weakened horse here, which can just pull back. See them, unfortunately, doing the Awakener spam thing, which is just dropping a bunch of pie plates like I was planning to. Yeah. Fast forward through them doing their various bestowings. I guess they gave a speed buff of some sort that got them up here. Either way. See them awakening again, just doing all their support stuff rather than, you know, anything useful. All right. See the archers coming here and inflicting a little bit on our pikewomen. Yep. Here we see their knights charging forward, like I said. Unfortunately, they got a very good charge there and we lost one of our skirmish cav, but that's okay. We had more than enough. Some of the support units coming in here, a lot of healing going down. Them trying to remove various effects and really buffing that unit up. It's a shame it's not going to help. This is a great place for a meteor if I had one. Alright, let's see what damage we can get done over here. Yep. So we see, again, that attack went on our water elemental, which we just handily tanked. Now we see our phase beast teleported back, meaning we can get another good charge on him. Alright, a little bit of damage. Okay. And a little bit of attack to the front, but they were meant to be there. So, anyways, since we want to drop a big old smack on him, we're going to do this and surround this area with a lot of artillery, as you are about to observe. Wow. All of those buffs they worked so hard to place are now handily removed, and so is a bunch of their health bar. Goodbye to you, Lightbringers. Wank. There goes your health bars. You have... you're available, so I think we could just kill you off. Zap, zap, zap. And then zap, zap, zap. Alright. And then we're just going to drop another one onto you, which killed that, I think. Or are they just routing? They were flashing for a second there. What is their deal? Ah, yes, they're low on morale. That's good for us. Fortunately, these two are not able to get kills there. Could move a Scale Serpent over to act as a front line, but I think we're okay for now. I wonder, what's the range on this? I could actually get over there. All right, so we're going to run our way up to here. Then we're going to teleport to here. Blink forward, and then we're going to smack them with our own heavy charge. Our cavalry teleports. Instead, now we can advance with the Scale Strike Serpent and get into good positions. Let's see. The Watcher here is in gun range, so it's going to just pew, pew, pew them down. Now, I was really meaning to get a good kill over here, which I can probably do with a good line. Let's see. Do we have anything that we can jump into the middle there and spit attack with? Not really. Hit you, but you'll take a lot in return. Oh, I know. We could totally water blast them. That could be fun. I just have to get my own troops out of the way first. So, you can easily take that down. Or we can go ahead. Ooh. The damage to a target and enemy units within 1 hex. Okay. So I can smash whatever is in front of me, which is very nice. But I can also just absolutely clobber this. We're going to just lumber our way forward and clobber that little archer there. Smack. See, we've got the ability to possibly assassinate you. 20% chance of death. Interesting. Consider that. So, we're going to just get some little poke damage in where we can. Let's see. No line of sight, unfortunately, on a bunch of units, so you'll have to move around. Big tree with bonking stick? Yes, it's a big tree indeed. This is a fire giant. Very fun tier 4 unit, given that it is, well, a giant with a big old flaming tree. Sometimes you just have to hit people with a large amount of lumber, you know? Anyways, let's move up to here. We can get some really good shots into the giant, ideally bringing it down. Let's give him some old lightning from our little watcher here. Zap and zap. Good hits. Now let us see if we have enough to kill. So with this, I am able to get a kill shot on it and then deal damage behind. Whenever I play, never get to really high tier units. Yep. The higher tier units, they're kind of cool to see how they go off. Personally, I like the lower tier stuff because a lot more people will see it. Oh, you can see the morale change there as we got a bunch of units killed. All right, let's see. I can get another kill shot here by firing on this one. which I will do now. Pew, bam, goes that. And then this frees up our unit to move, and I'm looking to get that big old water blast, but I'd have to move around my troops some more to avoid them being in line. So we'll go like this, and wound you. Because you have taken a bit on the front line, you're going to take a little, bit of a breather. Forgot about that opportunity attack. And lastly, we're going to give him the old splash. Get him! Tidal wave! I'm all pushed around like that. There we go. Which is a perfect opportunity for our Axe Lady to come in and just completely clobber that one. Try to play like Total War, consistent army lineups. Yep. Blobbing a bunch of random units is working out pretty well because this is just the I am making a dumpster fire and enjoying every second of it strategy. There's not exactly any, coherency to my formations besides I want a nice mixture of range and melee. In this case, I could probably move you up and get a kill on that. Let me see. Where is that other fairy? Would you kill that if you could? Let's see. 11 health, and this deals about... should be a kill. 70% chance. We'll try it. Give it a shot. Oh, missed. Unfortunate. I could try and bring you into the fold, but I'm worried that you'll get taken out, so we just won't bother. Instead, just going to go up here and take a... yeah, we can take a little bit of a skirmish against this Inquisitor. Hopefully, it means that they're going to sink more healing into it, which is great for us. Let's see. You are good there. I could try and... oh, hey, I know what we'll do. We're going to charge forward like so. Okay. Now, because we have a very good chance of them dying from this assassinate ability, see? 91% chance death compared to 52. We're going to assassinate them to get a free kill. Smack goes them. Now, note, we have 2 action points now, meaning we are very mobile. And we're now going to rotate and kill off this one that had its own foolishness to be in our general proximity. Chop, chop. 78 damage on a crit. The enemy is fleeing. Do you wish to claim battle victory? No. We are going to run them down. So, now we've generally won, but still, I mean, never hurts to run down your foe, given that we know there's going to be another army after this. All right, we can see the regeneration kicking in, healing some of our troops as the entire force of them begins to retreat. A lot of the various area of effect and stacking bonuses going on here. They're actually retreating towards our line, which is a bit of a silly mistake on their part. Now, this is the other benefit of our very fast cavalry corps, being that we can move forward and still shoot them. See them burning from the various effects that we have going on here, the Ritual of Fire. All right. Now then, let's go ahead and see who has something off cooldown. Well, they don't really, so we're just going to go forward until we get bad luck and go from there. Forwards with you. I think that I will move you to there, even though that only gets us 1 attack. Actually, we will go for 2 attacks. 2 attacks at 55 is better than 1 at 75, I think. Oh, that actually kills, so we will have to move you forward to get another attack. Hopefully this will crit. Come on, get him. Zap. Good damage. All right. Let's go ahead and move you up, and we'll do a couple attacks here. Zap and zap. And you can go up to here. That will kill. And then you, since 1 attack is enough, are just going to get up right on them. That way you'll be able to hit them next turn. Zap. We have our... oh, unfortunately, we have blocked in our charging troop here, so they will just have to wait a turn. That's okay. Phase Beasts are patient. You lot can go over here and bite onto this one. So you want to play Planetfall? Yeah, Planetfall was my first Age of Wonders game, actually. I had a lot of fun playing it, and I kind of want to go back and try it again. Age of Wonders 4 feels very good. So, Planetfall itself, yeah, another good title in the series. I don't remember too much about it, though. I do remember that there was a sort of mole man type character who I thought was very funny. Was the game's very good? Yes, I agree. All right, so I want to kill these off without spending too much more resources. Don't really have anything super long range. Fortunately, I can't quite catch these guys. You can cut that one off, which is nice. I could go for a flank attack here, which will sadly not proc retaliations because they are fleeing. Let's see, and you can go to... ooh, I know what you can do. You can go here. Then you can do your splash teleport to hit these 2. Yeah. splash, making them wet and more vulnerable to electricity. And this will get me a kill shot here. Bam. Goes that one. That means I can get... Oh, I thought those were lined up. Dang. Dang it. It's a daylight spear versus a hero, which will still run for a little bit. See if we can't get a fairy on them to do a little more damage. Pew pew. Might be able to kill this one with what we got. We have a watcher that is... Is that in range? Oh, one tile out. Oh, well. Just move ourselves forward as far as we can go and get some lightning on. Zippity zap. Nope, missed. Unfortunate. Oh, well. Now, is there anything else we really need to do around here? I could use some more spells to just nuke them, but I'm not too worried. Since they're already stuck in melee with this one, I'm just going to chill like this. I'll move forward a bit more just so I can get a bit more shots in. There we go. Another one down. You can just walk up on forward. And you hopefully will be in range to do something fun. Oh, goody. We've got a phase beast, which is unfortunately on teleport cooldown, but we can use that next turn. And I think that is everything we want to do. We're just going to run down whatever we can here, and I think that'll be the ball game. A bunch of them trying to run, although I think they have unfortunately lined up here, if I'm reading this right. And get through your bolstering phase. There we go. And is that a line? More or less. 1, 2. I think that is a line, maybe? See, yes, no, maybe. Oh, just off. Still, I can get you with a kill shot. Bam. Then I can almost get you with a kill shot. Bam. 55 damage. Are you in charge range? Oh, I wish you were in charge range. All right, rather unfortunate. You sadly can't get there either. Wow, I really just don't have anything in range. Except for you. All right, get him. Arr. Little jackal biting at the heels. See if we can't get our fairy up front. Maybe. Oh, not quite either. Dang, we just really don't have anything with the range to hit these guys. Nuts. I do want them to go down, so I am going to invest in a cosmic obliteration here. A bluey. Oh, I forgot to cast a spell. That's why everyone was dealing so little damage. Okay. Move you up like so, and move your allies along. They take a little burn damage, but that's okay. They can have that as a treat. I'm just gonna go up to here. And heal a lot. Gonna go to here. And for our... Oh, they don't have their teleport. Nuts. Oh, well. Just move to here. And you will just move up to, say, here. Yes. So let's just get what damage we can done. Probably should have gone one of the others, but you can only hit this one, so you'll get that. And you can hit... And you're stuck in here, so you're going to hit this one twice. Hopefully that'll kill. Yep, good. Kill. Alright, now you're going to shoot at... So you're a single entity, so I can't really hurt you. I might be able to weaken you. Oh, you're also a hero, though. I do want to bring you down, ideally. Let's see if we can. In this case, I'm going to try and move as far forward as I possibly can to get the best possible shot, even though they are very hard to hit. Certainly no more range on these, so we'll just... yeah, there's nothing more for these guys to get over here, so we'll just move them over like this. Finish off the fight pretty well. There's not really anything else that I can do in the range. Yeah, we're just going to end the turn there, because that's all the stuff that we could actually hit with. They'll probably head off the map, and that will be the fight. Yeah. Morale victory was very good. We inflicted enough losses that they kind of caved in and gave it up. Making sure you don't actually lose your troops is very good, because they can deal all the damage they want. Unless they get the kill, it doesn't matter. Ooh, that's bad for them. They did not get off the map in time. Meaning that we are going to basically, because instead of trying to gamble a hit chance, we're just going to see how many times I can press the Star Purge button on them. The Star Purge don't miss. That's what I mean by pie plating somebody. I just choose a area of effect ability and throw it on them repeatedly, because it's fun. Flash damage, go burr. And that'll be the ball game. Well, that was dramatic. Anyways, you see one of them, a Sun Priest, managed to escape and tell the tale of their trying to beat. Yeah. See the rest of their forces now kind of trying to regroup. Alright. 3 turns until the breach. Could kill off this other army, but it doesn't seem very exciting. It's mostly just chaff units. Well, it's got a couple stuff. Anyways, what do you think, chat? Think I should go for this last one? I could finish off these little armies and then conquer the outpost. What do y'all think? Take a look at my territories while I'm doing it. Let's see. Terrain we can go on. Still could build those matrices. Finish up my wizard tower. Plenty of stuff to do. Plenty of stuff. No, actually, I think that was a good victory to call it on. So I think that with this is a fight we can pick up next time I decide I want to stream some Age of Wonders. Yeah. I think that's probably where we're going to call the stream. I'm going to save the game here. Call it End of Stream. There we go. Save that title there. Yeah, I should probably go to sleep, given it is almost 6 a.m. my time, Eastern, and I make good life choices, totally, yeah. Anyways, we're just gonna quickly tab out into Twitch and see who is live. So, quickly turn off the old game audio here, and I will see if I can't find somebody we can raid, yeah. Let's see if there's anyone live at this hour that I follow. Oh. Okay, there we go. Somebody I played MechWarrior online with is online and streaming, so we are going to go raid Nixia Nightstar. Yeah. Let's go ahead and raid them. Load up. Start raid. Okay. So yeah, thank you everyone for coming out. I stream regularly on Twitch. You can follow my channel and catch me right here. My socials are in the description. I've got a YouTube channel. I'm going to throw some VODs onto at some point, and a Twitter account that I post my garbage on whenever I feel like it. So yeah, we're going to go check out Nixia. She's pretty cool. Or he's pretty cool. She, he. I'm not really sure, honestly. Either way, cute avatar they got, and they're playing Warframe. Let's go get them. Yeah. See you next time.